Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3598 to Chapter 3650. After Zhao Hai entered the forest, he immediately looked for a place to check on Stonemer and the others. This time, Stonemer and the others' injuries weren't light. Their internal organs were damaged. Although they were monster race, they were no different from humans after transforming. Injuries to their internal organs were very troublesome for humans. Fortunately, the space had a lot of natural energy, so it wasn't difficult to heal them. Now that Stonemer and the others had begun to heal themselves, there were no accidents. Seeing that Stonemer and the others were fine, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He knew that he hadn't gone deep into the mountain yet, so it wasn't safe. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhao Hai went straight into the mountain. Moreover, he sped up. At the same time, he had the hawks and falcons in the sky pay attention to their surroundings. After advancing for a day and a night, Zhao Hai found a place to stop. He ate something and rested for a while. Then he looked at the situation of Stonemer and the others. Stonemer and the others were in good condition, they had almost recovered. But since they weren't fully recovered, Zhao Hai didn't rush them out. He planned to have them stay inside the space for a while. After all, they could be said to be in a dangerous situation. It was necessary to keep Stonemer and the others in their best condition. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai continued to advance. He knew that Stonemer and the others would be able to come out in the evening. Although there were pursuers behind him, their speed wasn't fast. Therefore, Zhao Hai's advance was also slowed down. At night, the forest was much better than the city. This was because all the plants in the forest could emit light. Although the forest was dark, one could still see the surroundings. Additionally, there was nothing in the forest that could threaten Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very comfortable in the forest. After advancing all the way until dawn, Zhao Hai found a place to rest. At the same time, he released Stonemer and the others. They were now fully recovered. While Zhao Hai and the others were resting in the forest, two eagle cries were suddenly heard. Zhao Hai looked up and saw the signals sent by the hawks and falcons. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Some people are coming from the front. There are 5 of them. They aren't a lot, but they're very fast. It seems like they're chasing us. Prepare yourselves." Stonemer and the others nodded. They stood up and looked at the front with vigilance. Only Zhao Hai didn't move. He just sat there and ate a fruit as he waited for the other party to arrive. Before long, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Then several people appeared not far from Zhao Hai's group. Upon seeing these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Although there were only 5 of them, their auras were extraordinary. Moreover, all 5 of them had the same soul item, a sword. Moreover, their sword souls were also the same. The 5 of them wore black warrior robes. They looked like 5 unsheathed swords. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people. Then he ate the fruit in his hand and said, "Speak. Where are you from? Why are you looking for us?" The 5 people looked at each other. Then one of them said, "Are you the crane grass?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "You already know the answer? Why? Do you want to confirm my identity? If I say that I'm not the crane grass, would you believe me?" The 5 people had an angry expression on their faces. Then one of them said, "Crane grass, you are suspected of killing Wen Lang. My lord wants you to come with us to the sacred court to give an explanation." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and sneered, "Explanation? What's there to explain? What's there to explain? Don't think too highly of yourselves. You want me to give you an explanation? You're too naive. Alright, come down and let me see what you're capable of." When the 5 people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be angry. Then they said, "Reckless brat, prepare to die." Then the 5 figures moved and turned into 5 swords. But these 5 swords didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai. Instead, they changed their formation in the air and surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Then the 5 swords began to rotate. Then they disappeared. Then 10,000 sword lights shot towards Zhao Hai's group. Formation? When Zhao Hai saw the sword lights, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the 5 people would form a formation. Moreover, this formation was very strong. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Playing formation with me? Interesting. I want to see how strong your formation is." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved. Suddenly, layers upon layers of magic formations appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the magic formations scattered. However, the magic formations didn't fly too far. Instead, they joined together to form a shield that covered Zhao Hai's group. The sword lights were all blocked by the shield. Zhao Hai stood inside the shield and looked at the sword lights outside. The sword lights were still attacking without any intention of stopping. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then with a thought, another formation appeared in front of him. This time, it wasn't a magic formation, but a formation used by cultivators. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the formation flew out of the shield. After the formation flew out, it quickly grew in size. Before long, it turned into a huge black formation that covered the sky. Perhaps the 5 swordsmen sensed the danger, so they attacked the black formation with sword lights, ignoring Zhao Hai's group. However, it was clear that they underestimated the power of the black formation. When their sword lights hit the formation didn't move at all. However, the sword lights disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the formation covered the area. When the formation covered the area, the 5 swordsmen appeared. Zhao Hai's group was in the center of the formation. However, the 5 swordsmen acted as if they couldn't see Naughty Ocean's group. The 5 swordsmen kept attacking in all directions. Their attacks became faster and fiercer. In the end, the 5 swordsmen couldn't maintain their formation and scattered. When the 5 swords scattered, it was as if they couldn't see each other. They began to circle around the formation. Suddenly, the 2 swords met, but they didn't cooperate. Instead, they began to tear each other apart. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was just looking at them, he didn't move at all. It was clear that the 5 of them understood some formations. Because of this, after fighting for a while, they felt that something was wrong. Then they used some unknown method to slowly gather together. Moreover, they were slowly moving around the formation, as if they were trying to break it. When Zhao Hai saw the 5 swordsmen, he couldn't help but smile. Then he made a hand seal and another formation appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the formation flew out. Then it slowly turned into a black formation and covered the previous one. The 5 swordsmen didn't know about this change, they were still looking for a way to break the formation. Suddenly, one of the 5 swordsmen screamed. The others looked at him and saw a wound on his arm. The wound wasn't shallow and was still bleeding. The swordsman quickly stopped the bleeding and became more careful. Then the swordsman began to move inside the formation. It seems like they were fighting someone. They kept dodging, defending, and attacking. But even so, their bodies were still covered with wounds. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 swordsmen, then he smiled faintly and said, "The shadowless killing formation is really useful." Then Zhao Hai shouted, "Surrender to me or die." When Zhao Hai said this, the 5 swordsmen moved. Then they coldly snorted, they didn't have any intention of surrendering. Zhao Hai looked at them but didn't say anything. If they didn't surrender, then so be it. In any case, the shadowless killing formation will continue. If they don't surrender, then they can only wait for death. Time passed little by little, and the might of the shadowless absolute kill formation was finally revealed. The wounds on the bodies of the 5 people were getting more and more. The wounds on their bodies looked like they were caused by sharp blades. Moreover, the wounds were very deep. Although the 5 of them were experts and could control their muscles to shrink their wounds so that they wouldn't bleed too much, the wounds on their bodies were too big. It was simply impossible to completely stop the bleeding. If this continued, they wouldn't even need to be attacked and would just bleed to death. If a person died, then they wouldn't be afraid. This was because they didn't have much time to be afraid before they died. What they were afraid of was knowing that they were going to die, but they didn't have any chance to resist. They could only watch themselves die. This process was the most terrifying. The 5 of them were like this. They always thought that they were tough men who weren't afraid of death. But when they felt their bodies getting colder and weaker, and when they saw more and more blood flowing out of their bodies, they were really afraid. They never thought that they would be afraid of death one day. But this was the real situation. They were really afraid now. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the expressions of the 5 swordsmen. When he saw the fear in their eyes, Zhao Hai knew that the time was right. He opened his mouth and said, "Surrender to me, or die." The 5 swordsmen didn't speak this time. However, Zhao Hai could see a trace of hesitation in their eyes. When he looked at their appearance, Zhao Hai's heart moved. The 2 formations revolved at full strength. Then he discovered that the 5 swordsmen were separated. They couldn't see their companions anymore. This discovery surprised them, but at the same time, it was also the straw that broke the camel's back. Because they couldn't see their companions, they felt a sense of loneliness. And in such an environment, loneliness was likely to turn into despair. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth for the 3rd time, "Surrender to me, or die." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people in front of him. The injuries on their bodies had been treated, but because of the excessive blood loss, their faces were still pale. Zhao Hai had already placed a slave formation on these people, so they were now very respectful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 and said, "Tell me your names." One of the 5 said, replying to the young master, "The 5 of us are called the Phantom 5 Swords. The 5 of us grew up together. We're not from the Taoist school, so we don't know who else is in our family. We also don't have official names. I'm Sword 1, they are Sword 2, Sword 3, Sword 4, and Sword 5. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people, then he nodded and said, "Then what are you? Death warriors? Are you people from the academy?" Sword 1 replied, "Yes, young master. We're people from the academy, but we're not official students. We're the Wen clan's death warriors. We were raised by the Wen clan since childhood." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Did the Wen clan send you to kill me? The formation you used before, was it taught to you by the Wen clan?" Sword 1 nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The formation was taught to us by the Wen clan. All of our skills were taught by the Wen clan. Besides the Wen clan, we also learned a few things in the academy, but we didn't learn as much as the Wen clan." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "What is the Wen clan's strongest point? Formations?" Sword 1 nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The Wen clan's strongest point is formations. Everyone in the Wen clan knows how to use formations. They're very powerful. The Wen clan's patriarch is a formation teacher of the Sacred Academy, so he's called Teacher Wen." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and said, "Then why did you surrender? Aren't death warriors supposed to commit suicide when they're about to die? Why did you surrender?" Jiani replied, replying to the young master, "It's because we don't want to die for the Wen clan. The Wen clan trained a lot of death warriors like us. In the beginning, there were more than 1,000 of us, but in the end, only 200 of us died. We're all death warriors of the Wen clan. Although we fought during the training, we gradually became friends. However, the Wen clan didn't treat us as people. A lot of my friends died for the Wen clan, but they didn't receive the corresponding compensation, they didn't even receive a title. This made us angry, we don't want to die for the Wen clan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Will the Wen clan still send people to deal with me?" Sword 1 said in a deep voice, "Definitely. Young master, you killed the most favored 3rd young master of the Wen family. Not only was he the most favored in the Wen family, he was also the grandson of the Dongfeng family in the academy. His mother was the first miss of the Dongfeng family and also the most favored first miss of the Dongfeng family. I heard that the Dongfeng family also sent people to deal with you, so please be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Stonehammer and said, "Stonehammer, send them back to the Lost Soul Mountain along with the others. Send them directly to the fort that we came from. At the same time, establish a transmission formation there." Stonehammer nodded, then he turned to Stonehammer and said, "Stonehammer, send them back to the Lost Soul Mountain." Stonehammer nodded. He wasn't unfamiliar with the fortress that Zhao Hai mentioned. They had already gone there before, and it was now their secret base. At the same time, they also established a transmission formation there. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to use the fortress for a long time. However, he didn't want to have people that he didn't trust inside the fortress. Establishing a transmission formation there was mainly to make it easier for them to go in and out of the fortress. After Stonehammer led the 5 people away, Zhao Hai sat there and quietly thought about this matter. This time, he didn't only offend the Wen clan, he also offended the Dongfang clan. These two clans were both from the sacred courtyard. And it seems like the clans in the sacred courtyard weren't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have trained their own death warriors. Now, he's afraid that he would become an enemy of the entire sacred courtyard. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted. But since this matter has already happened, he wasn't afraid. Now, he just had to see what the other party would do. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the forest for a few days. First, he needed to rest, and second, he needed to wait for Stonemer. 5 days later, Stonemer returned. He had already sent Sword One and the others to the fort. The same went for the others. Only the original city lords of the Lost Soul Mountains were left behind. Sword One and the others could become Zhao Hai's trump card if necessary. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Whether it was the Wen clan or the Dongfang clan, they wouldn't send too many people to deal with him. As long as these people come, Zhao Hai can kill them or subdue them. If he can subdue them, then it would increase his strength. His trump card would also become stronger. After Stonehammer returned, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. But this time, he was even more careful. The eagles and falcons in the sky would also report the situation in the forest to Zhao Hai from time to time. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. In any case, they already knew that there were so many people who wanted to deal with them. It was useless for them to be anxious. After walking for about 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally left the mountain. After staying in a small village on the mountain for a night, Zhao Hai and the others decided to go to the nearby city to take a look. Now that their ring-eyed horses had been killed, they could only move forward. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. Zhao Hai even released countless bean soldiers around them. These bean soldiers were very fast. Moreover, they were rolling in the grass around them. Nobody would notice them. Zhao Hai did this because he wanted to see how strong the bean soldiers were. He wanted to see how long they could wait in the process of a long-distance raid. 3 days after they left the village, they missed their lodging and could only camp in the wilderness. But this time, Zhao Hai and the others were smart. Not only Zhao Hai, but even Stonehammer and the others were carrying wooden boxes, making it impossible for people to see what was inside. At night, Stonehammer and the others went to hunt some game. After returning, they ate some food and chatted around the fire. Stonehammer and the others originally didn't need to eat. But after they transformed, they began to like eating. Every day, they had to eat. Naturally, if they had something to do, then they wouldn't eat. But as long as they could eat, they wouldn't mistreat their mouths. Zhao Hai sat next to the fire and said, "We've been in the spirit weapon realm for a long time. I think the people in the Dragon Kingdom have been anxiously waiting for us. However, there are some things that we can't do right now. If we leave now, then the Lost Soul Mountains would be finished. Although I don't care about the authority in the Lost Soul Mountains, I can't let so many people die because of me. They are my people, not my enemies. I have an obligation to protect them. Therefore, I can't leave right now. So I can't leave now." Stonehammer and the others didn't say anything. They all followed Zhao Hai's lead. Whatever Zhao Hai said, they would do. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhao Hai said, "We can treat this place as a mystic realm. In any case, after we leave this place, we'll be able to explore other mystic realms. If we can conquer this place, then when the destroyers arrive, we can send an army from the spirit weapon realm to deal with them. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Shi Chui nodded and said in a deep voice, "The people here in the spirit weapon realm have higher combat strength than the soul realm. The ordinary soldiers here are very strong, which is incomparable to the soul realm. Moreover, there are arrays here. It's naturally a good thing to let them help deal with the destroyer. But young master, the people here are so strong. If we let them appear in the soul realm, won't it bring trouble to the soul realm?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "This is troublesome, but let's wait and see. I always feel that there's something strange about the sacred courtyard. If we have time, we need to figure out what's going on there. Why do their students go missing from time to time? Right, send a letter to Sword One and ask him about this matter. I haven't asked him about it before." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's a problem. Stonehammer thought for a moment, then he said, alright, I'll send a letter to Sword One. Then he took out a transmission formation, wrote a letter, and sent it to Sword One. Sword One quickly returned the letter. Soon, Sword One returned. Zhao picked up Sword One's letter and looked at it. Sword One really didn't know about this matter. He only heard people say that the academy had sent the students to their deaths. As for how they died, he didn't know. Obviously, this matter was a top secret in the academy, so it was impossible for someone like Sword One to know about it. Sword One's answer confirmed Zhao Hai's thoughts. After reading the paper, he burned it. Then he looked at Stonehammer and said, did you talk to Sword One before? Did Sword One mention that the Wen family and the Dongfang family would make a move against Lost Soul City-State? Stonehammer nodded and said, what about the Dongfang family and Wen family? Stonehammer nodded and said, speaking of this matter, just as young master expected, they wouldn't make a move against the Lost Soul City before dealing with us. The Wen and Dongfang clans have their own pride. If they use this method to deal with us, then they would be laughed at by others. This is something that they can't accept. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. We've already met the Wen clan. Now I'm curious about the Dongfang clan. I really want to meet them. I don't know when the Dongfang clan will come looking for us. Ha ha ha. Kid, your heart isn't small. It seems like this old man came in time. Aren't you looking for the Dongfang clan? This old man is the one. A voice was suddenly heard. This voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded like someone was sitting in the middle of them. This made Stonehammer and the others startled. Then they all stood up with their weapons and looked around. This was because they still haven't heard where the voice came from. Zhao Hai wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he looked around and smiled faintly, interesting. This is the first time I've seen this kind of insect. Many thanks for Senior's gift. This junior will accept this insect. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a small insect that was on a tree not far away was sucked into Zhao Hai's hand. This insect wasn't very big, it was only as big as Zhao Hai's finger. It looked like a beetle, it didn't have anything special about it. But just as Zhao Hai was about to grab the bug, he heard the old man's anxious voice. Good kid, you actually found this old man's sound-transmitting bug. Kid, if you release the bug now, this old man will spare your life. If you don't, this old man will tear you to pieces. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good kid, you found this old man's sound-transmitting bug. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior should be here soon. Junior will wait for you here. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the sound-transmitting bug into the space. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that when the sound-transmitting bug entered the space, it was immediately absorbed into the nature's fortress. Then a small fruit-like object appeared on the bamboo branch. Inside the fruit-like object was the insect. Zhao Hai didn't care about the insect, he just sat there quietly. Stonehammer and the others didn't sit down, they were all holding their weapons as they waited for the enemy to arrive. Less than half an hour later, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Not far away, a figure was flying towards them. Stonehammer and the others were very careful, they tightly held on to their weapons as they stared at the figure. Zhao Hai was sitting beside the bonfire, it seems like he didn't notice the arrival of the other party. The other party also stopped about 50 meters away from Zhao Hai's group. This person was an old man, he seemed to be around 50 years old. However, his appearance was quite special. His hair was green, even his beard was green. But what was even more surprising was the large green insect on his head. If other people saw this insect, they might think that it was fake. However, Zhao Hai was able to see that the insect was real, moreover, it was alive. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too sure right now. This was because the nature's fortress had placed the insect on the bamboo. Bamboo was a spiritual root of the world, but it still had a function, which was to refine artifacts. Generally, only refined artifacts would appear on the bamboo. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel the vitality of the insect. In other words, the insect was alive. However, this living insect made the bamboo think that it was a refined artifact. The old man's clothes were even more strange. His clothes were made of pieces of cloth, and the color of the cloth was the same. Therefore, when he wore it, it looked like he was wearing a robe. No matter where he wore it, it would give people a funny feeling. However, Zhao Hai didn't find it funny. This was because he could feel that the clothes weren't simple. This was because the clothes had a strange energy fluctuation. Zhao Hai had seen this energy fluctuation before. It was the energy fluctuation of a storage formation. There were two types of storage artifacts that Zhao Hai had seen in the outside world. One was an ordinary storage artifact that could store inanimate objects. This type of artifact was relatively common, but it couldn't store living things. Whether it was plants or animals, once placed inside, they would die without a doubt. The other type was a storage artifact. However, this type of artifact had a special characteristic. Each artifact could only store one living thing. Moreover, after a living thing was placed inside, the artifact couldn't be used anymore. Even if the animal died, the artifact would be useless. Besides the animal, other things couldn't be stored inside. It can be said that this type of storage artifact couldn't be regarded as a real spatial artifact. Instead, it was a type of sealed artifact. Inside this artifact, an animal was sealed inside. However, this artifact was refined using a special method. It can store the animal inside without any problems. It can even help the animal recover its strength, or even increase its strength. It was the best place for an animal to stay. Zhao Hai had the space, and he could store both living and dead things. In the eyes of the outside world, this was a heavenly treasure. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't give the seeds of the 100 spirits tree to the people inside the space. He only allowed them to use them as storage artifacts. He didn't allow them to attack people casually. This was because if people knew how to use the 100 spirits tree, then it would certainly cause a huge uproar. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Although he had ascended many times, he was still climbing up the pyramid bit by bit. Moreover, he had only reached the middle of the pyramid, which was still far from the top. Who knows if someone would take a fancy to his things. Even if Zhao Hai had the space, he still wouldn't be able to fight against them. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Although he had ascended many times, he was still climbing up the pyramid bit by bit. Moreover, he had only reached the middle of the pyramid, which was still far from the top. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to let people use the 100 spirits fruit to attack. Zhao Hai's spatial artifact was an alternative way of using spatial magic. Although it could be regarded as a storage artifact, it was still very difficult to refine. Most importantly, this artifact had a lot of restrictions. It can be used inside the space, but once you ascend, you can't use it anymore. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very careful in this regard. Therefore, he didn't suspect Zhao Hai. After all, those big shots didn't always have time to look at Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai felt that he needed to be more careful now. If he wasn't careful, then he might be discovered by those big shots. If that happened, then it would be troublesome. When Zhao Hai saw the old man, he could feel the energy fluctuations from the old man's clothes. Moreover, this was just the first piece of cloth. In other words, the old man could store as many animals as there were pieces of cloth. In other words, the old man's strength was stronger than what Zhao Hai imagined. After the old man stopped, he immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you actually dared to destroy this old man's sound-transmitting bug. Today, I will make you die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Senior, shouldn't you give me a name first? Even if you want me to die, you should at least let me know." The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You won't be able to cause any trouble. Let me tell you, this old man is Fu Ming. People call me Mr. Insect. Kid, you can die now." Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he smiled faintly and said, "You seem to be very confident in yourself. Although you're an expert at the Skydance realm, how can you be sure that you can kill me?" Mr. Insect looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "How can I be sure that I can kill you? Ha ha ha. Kid, this old man is already half a step into the river-breaking realm. Do you think that you're a match for this old man? It can be said that under the river-breaking realm, this old man is invincible. I think that you should just slit your own throat and save this old man some trouble." Stonehammer and the others coldly snorted and were about to make a move. Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Insect and said, "You're from the Dongfang family?" Mr. Insect said proudly, "That's right, I am the first guest elder of the Dongfang clan. Kid, now you know what's good for you. Hurry up and kill yourself so I don't have to waste time." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Mr. Insect, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. But even so, you want to deal with me? You're still too weak. Today, I'll let you die with understanding." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved as the golden book appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai casually opened the book. As soon as the book was opened, a magic formation suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai. This magic formation then pressed down on Mr. Insect. Although Mr. Insect didn't know what Zhao Hai's attack was, he wasn't careless. Instead, he coldly snorted and shook his body. Then a huge tiger appeared on his body. This tiger was completely black with some white stripes on its body. The word King on its forehead was very clear. This tiger was more than 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. It was definitely a huge monster. When the tiger appeared, it immediately let out a roar. This roar carried a sound wave attack. This sound wave attack was aimed at Zhao Hai's magic formation. However, when Zhao Hai's magic formation flew forward, it suddenly exploded. Then the magic formation directly surrounded Mr. Insect like a ball. And inside the ball, the tiger was still attacking. Frankly speaking, the tiger's attack power was very strong. His strength was actually equivalent to a sky dance expert. Moreover, he was a beast, so his body was much stronger than a human's. His attack power was also much stronger. This was very rare. But this time it was different. This time, the magic formation that Zhao released was a combination of 10,000 formations. And this formation wasn't a simple offensive formation, it was a sealing formation. In short, this formation could completely seal off the area, isolating it from external forces. This way, the people inside the formation wouldn't be able to absorb energy from the outside. They could only be trapped inside and slowly consume their energy. If this was the case, then the use of this formation would be very limited. People like Mr. Insect weren't afraid of this seal. They were already very strong, so they could afford to consume energy. However, when Zhao Hai used this formation, he added some other formations. This formation had a special feature, it reflected energy. If the people inside didn't attack the formation, then they wouldn't be affected. But if they did, then the formation would absorb the energy. Then it would strengthen the formation and use the energy to attack the people inside. This was the terrifying part of this formation. Think about it, if a person was sealed, they wouldn't attack the formation. If you attack the formation, then that would be good. If you attack the formation, then the formation would immediately reflect back 10 waves of energy. Moreover, these waves of energy weren't weak. If you resist this energy, then the energy would still be absorbed by the formation and attack you. But if you resist these attacks while counterattacking, then the formation would gain new energy and would continue to attack. This was precisely the reason why this formation was very difficult to deal with. At this time, Mr. Insect's situation was like this. He released the tiger to attack the formation. This was equivalent to activating the formation. Because of this, when the formation surrounded Mr. Insect, it would continuously attack him and the tiger. The tiger would block these attacks while counterattacking. This was equivalent to giving the formation an endless amount of energy. This allowed the formation to continuously attack them and force them to defend. This was like a cycle. Mr. Insect was indeed strong, but Zhao Hai was stronger than him. Moreover, Zhao Hai was proficient in things that Mr. Insect didn't understand, especially formations. Although Mr. Insect was from the Dongfang family and had formations in the spirit weapon realm, these formations couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's formations. Because of this, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with him. The reason why Zhao Hai used this sealing formation to deal with Mr. Insect was because he knew that although Mr. Insect was very strong, his main means of attack should come from his insects. Mr. Insect was the kind of person who uses a sea of insects to win. This tactic was actually very advantageous, especially when your insects were very strong. This was because you were commanding countless experts who were weaker than you to help you fight. Naturally, your enemy wouldn't be your opponent. However, if your attack was useless against your opponent, then you would fall into a bitter battle. You might even die in battle. This was because you had released so many insects to help you fight. This meant that your consumption would be countless times greater than your opponent. If your opponent really blocked your attack, then you wouldn't be able to beat them. Only a few people knew about this. This was because Mr. Insect had almost no opponents in the same level as him. Even if he were to kill 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't be a problem. This was because he had a lot of powerful insects by his side. But unfortunately, Mr. Insect met Xianxia this time. He released all of his animals, but their attacks were still unable to shake the ceiling formation. Mr. Insect also discovered that he was in danger. He could feel that his strength was being consumed at a very fast speed. It wouldn't take long before his strength was completely consumed. Upon feeling this, Mr. Insect became afraid. He was very clear that if his strength was consumed, then he wouldn't be able to get out of this place. If he couldn't kill the enemy, then the insects would surely attack him. When that time comes, his old bones wouldn't even be left with dregs. Mr. Insect was really anxious. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die. But this time, he came out to kill. Now that he didn't succeed, he was going to die here. How could he be willing to accept this? Most importantly, it was impossible for Mr. Insect to be loyal to the Dongfeng family. This was because he was only a guest elder of the Dongfeng family, he wasn't a death warrior trained by the family. It was impossible for him to die for the family. Mr. Insect looked at the formation that was covering him. This formation was made up of countless formations. These formations were constantly rotating. Whenever their attacks hit these formations, they would immediately disappear without a trace. However, the formations were completely unaffected. Seeing this situation, Mr. Insect knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. He felt a bit regretful, he could feel that the formation wasn't unbreakable. As long as he had enough strength, he could break it. But now, it seems like the amount of strength needed to break it wouldn't be easy. Anyway, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to break it. After thinking about it, Mr. Insect gritted his teeth and said, "I'm willing to surrender. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to surrender." Xianxia just sat there without moving. Stonemer and the others were also looking at the formation without any expression. However, they were even more surprised by Xianxia. At this time, they suddenly heard a voice from the formation, "I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to surrender to you." Upon hearing this voice, Stonehammer and the others turned to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Put away your insects and don't resist. I'll place a restriction on your body. If you accept it, I'll let you surrender. If you don't, I won't let you surrender." The insect master's eyes turned. He hadn't heard of the slave formation before, so he wasn't worried about Xianxia's restriction. He thought that Xianxia only sealed his strength, so he wasn't afraid. This was because he mainly relied on his subdued beast to fight. Although his battle beasts would absorb some of his strength during battle, if necessary, he could forcibly open the restriction and release his battle beasts. This way, his battle beasts would help him deal with the enemy while he took the opportunity to undo the restriction. Although he would suffer a certain backlash, he could still save his life and defeat the enemy. Therefore, Mr. Insect immediately said, "I'm willing. I'm willing to accept the restriction." In fact, Xianxia had been using his spiritual force to observe Mr. Insect. When he saw Mr. Insect's eyes darting around, he knew what he was thinking. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. Then with a thought, a slave formation flew towards Mr. Insect. He knew that as long as the slave formation landed on Mr. Insect, he would suffer. Sure enough, when the slave formation landed on Mr. Insect's body, Mr. Insect immediately became miserable. After a while, he fainted. But even if he fainted, his body was still twitching. At the same time, he fell from the sky. Xianxia received the formation and nodded to Taizian. Taizian moved his body and caught Mr. Insect. What Taizian didn't expect was that when he caught Mr. Insect would suddenly wake up and scream. Then he fainted again. This scream scared Taizian, but Taizian still dragged Mr. Insect to Xianxia and put him on the ground. Xianxia looked at Mr. Insect and said, "Don't worry about him. Take off his coat for me to see. Tizian nodded. Then he quickly took off Mr. Insect's coat and handed it over to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took the coat and gently touched it. After some time, he had an idea and stored the coat inside the space. After the coat entered the space, the restrictions on it disappeared. Then one by one, beasts and insects came out. Xiao Hai hadn't seen most of these beasts and insects. But what surprised Xiao Hai was that after these beasts and insects appeared, they were immediately absorbed by nature's fortress. Then small fruits began to appear on the bamboo inside the fortress. When Xiao Hai saw this, he wasn't worried. He just smiled faintly and withdrew his spiritual force from the space. He was now very curious about what Mr. Insect did to the beasts. Why were the beasts turned into artifacts? Xiao Hai and the others weren't worried, they just sat there and waited. After more than an hour, Mr. Insect finally woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. When he saw Xiao Hai, he immediately got up and gave Xiao Hai a salute. "I've seen Master." Xiao waved his hand. "Forget it. Call me young master. I took your clothes, but I still have some use for the animals and insects. I'll give them back to you later. Now tell me, what's going on with your animals and insects? Why do they look like magical artifacts, but they're also alive?" Xiao shook his head and said, "Young master. But this method also has a drawback. The drawback is that when the master fights, he has to provide a portion of the beast's strength to the beast. The second drawback is that if the beast dies, the master will receive some minor injuries. If the master is killed, the beast will all die. In addition to this method, there is also a method called a beast bag that can store beasts. This method is very difficult to refine. Each beast bag requires about 100 pieces of top-quality beast skins, 100 rolls of top-quality cloth, 100 pounds of fine gold, 100 thick trees, 100 buckets of clean water, 100,000 pounds of boulders, and 100 pounds of wood to ignite the fire. The process is also very troublesome, it needs to be refined repeatedly, and it also needs to be engraved with a formation. Xiao Hai nodded, then said, "This method is very troublesome, it needs to be refined over and over again, and it also needs to be engraved with a formation." Xiao Hai nodded, then said, "This method is very difficult, each beast bag needs about 100 pieces of top-quality beast skins, 100 rolls of top-quality cloth, 100 pounds of fine gold, 100 thick trees, 100 buckets of clean water, 100,000 pounds of boulders, and 100 pounds of wood to ignite the fire. The process is also very troublesome, it needs to be refined repeatedly, and it also needs to be engraved with a formation." Xiao Hai nodded, then said, "This method is very difficult, each beast bag needs about 100 pieces of top-quality beast skins, 100 rolls of top-quality cloth, 100 pounds of fine gold, 100 thick trees, 100 buckets of clean water, 100,000 pounds of boulders, and 100 pounds of wood to light the fire." Xiao Hai waved his hand, he didn't let the insect master continue. What the insect master said was too troublesome for him. He could see that it wasn't a high-level refining method, so he didn't need to know about it. Seeing Xiao Hai wave his hand, the insect master immediately stopped. Xiao Hai looked at the insect master, then he thought for a moment and said, "You go to a place first and wait there for a while. After a few days, I'll send you your clothes and the beasts." "Stone Hammer, send him there and tell him about the rules." Stone Hammer nodded, then Mr. Insect left. He sent Mr. Insect to the base in the Lost Soul Mountain. After the insect master left, Xiao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "The Dongfang family also made a move. Moreover, they directly sent their chief guest. It must be said that the insect master's strength wasn't bad, but it's a pity that he met me. Now that we've dealt with the insect master, the Dongfang family will surely think of a better way to deal with me. Our future enemies will certainly become stronger." Iron Thread said, "Young master, what's so great about that? We're all alive for you. As long as you're fine, then we're fine." Xiao Hai looked at Iron Thread and smiled faintly, he didn't say anything. Iron Thread Grass and the others still didn't know about Xiao Hai's origin. Once they do, they would be even more surprised. At this time, Safflower turned her head to Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, what should we do next? Should we go to the city? Wouldn't it be more dangerous? Although the Wen family and the Dongfang family care About their reputation, there will always be people who want to curry favor with them in order to deal with us. Those people might not care about their reputation, they might use any method. Just like before, didn't they poison us? Xiaohai nodded, then he said, I know, but isn't this the best way for us to train ourselves? Let's go all the way. I want to see how many people want to deal with us. At this time, Stonehammer returned. He had already sent Mr. Insect back to the base and had the people there teach him the rules. The base was very big, and there weren't many people there. Therefore, it was very spacious. But this was also good, they didn't need to worry about not having a place to move. After hearing Stonehammer, Xiaohai nodded, then he said, there's no need to worry about them. Let's just talk about where we're going. With our current speed, we should be able to reach Page City in about 5 days. I heard that Page City is a big city that belongs to the Dabii city-state's sphere of influence. But right now, we only know the Dabii city-state's name, we don't know much about its strength and other matters. This would be disadvantageous to our operation. If the other party doesn't want to be our enemy, then we might offend them. We also need allies. Stonehammer, send a letter to Feng Lihua, tell her to send us the information about the Dabii city-state. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, all right. Stonehammer nodded, then he immediately wrote a letter and sent it to Feng Lihua. After seeing that Stonehammer was done, Xiaohai opened his mouth and said, when we were in Boulder City, I saw that the city lord really wanted to cooperate with us. But he didn't want to be targeted by the Holy Court, so he didn't talk about cooperation with us. But later on, when we were being chased, the people from Boulder City didn't seem to be working hard. I think that those people should be the city lord's people. It seems like not everyone is obedient to the Holy Court. The group nodded, they certainly knew that Xiaohai was right. When they were at Boulder Mountain, Fei Ying and the others had seen the pursuers from Boulder City. It was because of this that they were only attacked by the 5 phantom swords. If the other party were to go all out, then they wouldn't have been attacked so early. From this point, it can be seen that Boulder City's lord didn't want to have a falling out with them. Regarding the matter of the Holy Courtyard, he was just pretending to comply but secretly opposing them. Dabii city-state was a medium-sized city-state. At first, Xiaohai hoped that this city-state would have a bad relationship with the Holy Court. This way, they would be able to save a lot of trouble. However, after receiving Feng Lihua's message, Xiaohai knew that not only was the Dabii city not in a bad relationship with the Holy Court, it was also a hardcore supporter of the Holy Court. Dabii city had a rule that if the successor of the city-state couldn't study at the Holy Court, then the successor wouldn't be qualified to inherit the city-state. From this point, one could see the Dabii city's attitude towards the Holy Court. Feng Lihua and the others heard that the city lord of Dabii city, no matter who it was, would always have a sign of the Holy Court in their home. Every day, they would burn 3 sticks of incense. Naturally, this was only a rumor, nobody had seen it with their own eyes. But from this rumor, one could see the attitude of Dabe City towards the Holy Court. Now that Xiaohai and the others arrived at Dabe City, the people of Dabe City wouldn't give Xiaohai any face. Xiaohai and the others had already arrived at Dabe City. However, Xiaohai didn't think about taking a detour. In Xiaohai's opinion, there was no need to do so. This time, they came out for the sake of training. At the same time, it was also to make a name for themselves. He wanted to make everyone in the spirit weapon realm understand that Xiaohai wasn't someone to be trifled with. After understanding the situation in Dabii City, Xiaohai and the others decided to go to Page City. Their ring-eyed horses had all died. Although new ring-eyed horses had appeared in the space, these horses were still too small to be ridden. Therefore, Xiaohai and the others could only walk. Xiaohai also discovered that after the space leveled up, as long as he received something into the space, the creature would automatically appear in the space. Because of this, Xiaohai promised Mr. Insect that he would return the insects to him. This was because the space would automatically produce more of those insects. This way, Mr. Insect's insects wouldn't be needed. Xiaohai now understood why the space treated Mr. Insect's battle beasts as artifacts. This was because Mr. Insect had engraved a formation on the hearts of the beasts. This was tantamount to a special refining method. Through the formation, the hearts of the beasts would be transformed into artifacts. This would increase the fighting strength of the beasts, and at the same time, increase the life force of the beasts. However, the beasts weren't just ordinary beasts anymore. It can be said that the beasts made by Mr. Insect could be considered as semi-artifacts, not complete artifacts. But even so, they were still refined by the bamboo in nature's castle. The reason why Mr. Insect got his name was because many of his battle beasts were insects. Don't underestimate these insects, their fighting strength was very formidable. Moreover, these insects were also very large. Some of them were even bigger than the tiger that Zhao Hai saw in the beginning. After Shi Chui asked the insect master, he found out that many of these insects were the insects that he refined the least. These insects had been carefully cultivated by him for a long time before they became what they were. At this time, the insects that were refined by Mr. Insect appeared in the space. However, these insects weren't very big. It can be said that Mr. Insect's method of refining insects was actually an alternative method of evolution. However, this method would make the insects lose their freedom and turn them into slaves. They could only be used as weapons. In essence, these refined insects were the same as demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were also evolving, but they were affected by external forces. The same was true for the refined insects, they were also evolving. However, they were also affected by external forces, so they were able to evolve in a short period of time. It must be said that the closest evolution method to nature was still Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai's soul object space was the closest evolution method to nature. Moreover, Zhao Hai could also increase the origin soul force of the animals. This allowed the animals to evolve faster, safer, and more powerful. At this time, Zhao Hai's space had a lot of species. However, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied. Every world wasn't simple. Every species had their own existences. Moreover, the perfection of the space wasn't something that could be completed with one move. Zhao Hai's space had several things that were gathered in it. However, Zhao Hai still felt that the space was lacking. Because of this, he wanted to collect all kinds of species. Naturally, there were a lot of things in the space that could help Zhao Hai and the others in their journey. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so, he still walked. After another 5 days, they finally arrived at Page City. Looking at the city walls, Zhao Hai and the others didn't relax. Instead, their spirits were lifted. For Zhao Hai and the others, walking in the wilderness wasn't tiring at all. With their strength, they wouldn't feel tired at all. Because of this, their current situation was still very good. This was also Zhao Hai's plan. They couldn't fly because not only would they be an obvious target, it would also consume a lot of energy. They wouldn't be able to maintain their peak state in order to deal with any unexpected situations. Zhao Hai looked at the city's high walls and smiled faintly. Everyone, let's go to the city and eat something good. I just don't know if the city's lord will treat us well. Zhao Hai nodded and said. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Stonemer and the others couldn't help but laugh. Now that Stonemer and the others had been living outside for some time, they had become more and more human. Compared to when they first came out of the space, they were completely different. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly, but he still took the lead to enter the city. When they entered the city, they didn't attract any attention. The soldiers guarding the gate didn't seem to notice them at all. Zhao Hai looked at the soldiers and saw a trace of indifference in their eyes. Then he looked at their clothes as well as their posture. Then Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he led Stonemer and the others into the city. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Page City looked very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops and stalls on the roadside. Various kinds of hawking and bargaining made the whole city seem very lively. While walking forward, Zhao Hai said to Stonemer and the others, "Be careful, Page City is now fully prepared." Although the soldiers guarding the gate look ordinary, they are actually elites who have survived a life and death battle. From their eyes and movements, it can be seen that their fighting strength isn't weak, they're actually very strong. Stonemer and the others nodded, then Stonemer and the others nodded. When Stonemer and the others heard Zhao Hai, they became nervous and looked around. Zhao Hai said, "It's all right, there's no need to be nervous. We've already been targeted, so we'll just have to see what they do. If they don't take the initiative to attack us, then we won't cause any trouble in the city." Even if they poison us, if the poison doesn't take effect immediately, then we don't need to pay attention to them. Let's go, we'll find a place to eat. Stonemer and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked around before they stopped in front of a restaurant. This restaurant didn't look very big, but the signboard on the door had been hanging for a long time. One could see that it was an old restaurant. Zhao Hai led Stonemer and the others into the restaurant. Immediately, a waiter came up to them and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Hello guests, may I ask if you're staying or eating?" Zhao smiled and said, "But we have a small request for a place to stay. I don't know if you have a small courtyard here, but we want to reserve one." Zhao smiled and said, "But we don't know if you have a small courtyard here." When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "We do. Guest, we have the best A-class courtyard, but it's still empty. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" Zhao Hai turned to Safflower and said, "Safflower, you go and take a look. If it's good, then book it. We'll order some good dishes and wait for you." Safflower nodded and then followed the waiter. Zhao Hai and the others went inside the restaurant. At this time, another waiter came up to them. Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and said, "Do you have a quiet private room? Take us there." The waiter nodded and then led Zhao Hai upstairs. Before long, he led Zhao Hai and the others to a private room. Zhao Hai looked at the room and felt that it was really quiet. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the waiter and said, "Pick the best dishes and bring them to us. First, bring 20 dishes and 10 jeans of old wine. When our companion comes, have her come here." The waiter nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, he brought Zhao Hai and the others a large pot of tea before withdrawing. Zhao Hai took a sip of the tea and nodded, "Not bad, the taste of the tea is good. It seems like this restaurant is really old." Stonemer and the others also took a sip of the tea. They didn't show any reaction, they still couldn't distinguish the quality of the tea leaves. Before long, Safflower came back. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's been booked. The courtyard is good, we've already booked it." Zhao Hai nodded and had her sit down. Safflower also sat down and chatted with everyone while drinking tea. She mainly talked about things that happened in Yi City, there was no real content. Now that Stonemer and the others were smart, they knew that in a place like the city, there were some things that they couldn't talk about. Therefore, they just chatted about things that happened in the city. Before long, a knock was heard on the door. Then the door opened and 2 waiters came in with a large tray. Then they placed the dishes on the table along with the old wine. After the 2 waiters left, Zhao looked at the dishes on the table and smiled faintly. 12 meat dishes, 8 vegetables. Good. Come, let's have a taste of the dishes in his store. The waiter smiled and said, 12 meat dishes, 8 vegetables. Very good. Come, let's have a taste of the dishes. Then he picked up his chopsticks and ate. He wanted to taste the dishes and see if there was any poison in them. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that there was no poison in the food, nor was there any poison in the wine. This made Zhao Hai very confused. However, he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he had Stonemer and the others eat and drink. This meal was very delicious, the restaurant's food was very good. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their courtyard. Zhao Hai gave Stonemer 100 silver coins and had him put the coins in the boss's bag. When they leave, they will calculate the money together. Silver coins were very valuable in the spirit weapon realm. After all, gold coins were almost non-existent in the spirit weapon realm. Because of this, silver coins were used everywhere. After returning to the courtyard, Zhao Hai swept the courtyard with his spiritual force. When he didn't find anything suspicious, he relaxed and then returned to his room. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai called Stonemer and the others over. After they all sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "The situation in Yi City is a bit strange. The food that we ate was very clean. It doesn't seem like there's someone monitoring this place. I don't know what they're doing, but we still need to be careful. Right, Stonemer, send these clothes back to Mr. Insect." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out Mr. Insect's clothes and gave them to Stonemer. Stonemer nodded, then he took the clothes and placed them on the side. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others, then he thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll stay here for a few days." I want to refine some things here. You can go back. The others nodded, then they turned around and returned to their rooms. The courtyard that they booked was very big, so they could live in it. After Stonemer and the others left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then his body flashed and entered the space. After that, Zhao Hai entered the natural castle and prepared to refine some things. Actually, what Zhao Hai wanted to refine was very simple. He wanted to refine some spatial bags for storing things. When Zhao Hai saw Stonemer and the others, he felt that they were missing something. Then Zhao Hai remembered that Stonemer and the others were missing spatial equipment. Some low-level spatial equipment can only be used to store inanimate objects, but it was something that cultivators couldn't do without. No matter where Zhao Hai went, he had the space to follow him. Because of this, he didn't have to worry about spatial equipment. Because of this, he didn't think about making spatial equipment. However, when he saw Stonemer's movements, he suddenly remembered that Stonemer and the others didn't have any spatial equipment. This would make it very inconvenient for them to move around. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai decided to make some spatial equipment for Stonemer and the others. Making some low-level spatial equipment was very easy. For Zhao Hai, it was very simple. He went to the natural castle and found some materials before he began to refine them. Before long, the spatial equipment was finished. These spatial equipment looked like small bags. Moreover, they looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about them, so they wouldn't be conspicuous when taken out. After making the spatial equipment, Zhao Hai looked at the insects and animals that he got from Mr. Insect. The insects and animals that the space refined were much better than the ones that Mr. Insect made. When these insects and animals fight, they only need to be commanded, they don't need to be fed energy. On the other hand, Mr. Insect's animals were also improved by the bamboo. In the future, Mr. Insect wouldn't need to expend too much energy when using these insects. This would greatly increase Mr. Insect's fighting strength. Besides looking at the insects, Zhao Hai also looked at other things. The space now had a lot of species. Moreover, the area was getting bigger and bigger. All kinds of energies were intertwined, making the space full of vitality. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the space's situation as well as the bean soldiers. At this time, the number of bean soldiers in the space was still increasing. When Zhao Hai used the bean soldiers last time, he discovered that once a certain number of bean soldiers exploded, the explosion would be too powerful. Not to mention a skydance expert, even a broken river expert would be killed by the explosion. But now, Zhao Hai didn't lack bean soldiers. Not only that, he also had a lot of bean soldiers in the space, he couldn't even count how many there were. In the space, there were piles of bean hills. These bean hills looked like mountains, they were all made of beans. Zhao Hai collected a lot of beans and then piled them up. The bean hills were getting bigger and bigger. Zhao planned what would happen if the beans exploded at the same time, but he got a very terrible result. If the beans exploded at the same time, then even 10 cities like Page City would be swept away and turned into ashes, and the area affected would be even larger. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath. If these beans were really that powerful, then what was there to be afraid of in this layer? Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't a destructive maniac. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use the bean soldiers in this layer. After inspecting the situation inside the space, Zhao Hai came out. Zhao Hai didn't know how long he stayed inside the space. This was because he said that he would be refining things inside the space. Therefore, Stonemer and the others didn't bother him. When Zhao Hai came out of the space, the sky outside was already bright. Naturally, this bright was only relative. Even if it was daytime in the spirit weapon realm, the intensity of light was still far worse than Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai opened the door and walked out. As soon as he came out, he saw Stonemer and the others. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that Stonemer and the others' expressions weren't good. Each and every one of them looked very angry. They didn't even notice Zhao Hai coming out. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others with a puzzled expression. Then he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you angry?" When Stonemer and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Stonemer nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Something happened. I don't know what's going on. These days, when we went out to buy things, nobody bought anything for us. Besides some restaurants and hotels, the other shops didn't receive us. We couldn't even buy anything from the side. It's too infuriating." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Can't buy anything? That's strange. Why are they doing this?" Stonehammer shook his head and said, "I don't know. But young master, we really can't buy anything right now. When the people in the city see us, they would find all kinds of excuses to not sell anything to us. Once we get angry, the city guards would immediately come over. We don't want to cause trouble in the city, so we can only endure it." Stonehammer shook his head and said, "Young master, we can't buy anything right now." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "They want us to buy things? What kind of method is this? Hee, interesting. Do they want us to leave quickly? Of course, you can't put living things in it, especially animals. If you put them in it, they will die. The same goes for plants. When you put them in it, they will look alive. But if you want to grow them, it will be impossible. But you can put seeds in it. When you put the seeds in it, they will still be alive. Now, I put some bean soldiers in the bag. You can use them. Alright, pack up, let's get ready to go." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go. Let's go." Stonemer and the others nodded. Then they tested their space bags. Before long, they were convinced by the magical abilities of the space bags. Then they happily went to pack their things. After packing their things, they followed Zhao Hai out of the shop. After arriving outside the shop, Zhao Hai asked Stonemer and the others. He knew that he had been inside the space for 3 days. This made Zhao Hai frown. He knew that he had spent most of his time refining. Although he felt that he had spent a lot of time refining, in fact, a lot of time had passed. What made Zhao dissatisfied was that when he was refining, it took him so long to refine some low-level spatial bags. This really shouldn't have happened, the speed was too slow. Although he was dissatisfied, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just followed Stonemer and the others out of the city. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what the city lord wanted to do. They can go to the city to eat, they can live in the city, but they can't buy anything. This was too wrong. What was the city lord thinking? However, Zhao Hai believed that once they leave the city, they would have an answer. This was because he already felt that there were a lot of people monitoring them. Zhao Hai didn't care. Even if the entire spiritual weapon world didn't sell him anything, he still wouldn't care. This was because he didn't need that many things. If he needed something, he could make it himself. At this time, the number of species that he had in the space had already exceeded the imagination of these people. Even Zhao Hai could take out things that they didn't have, things that they hadn't seen or heard of before. If they wanted to stop Zhao Hai in this aspect, then they would be too far behind. Zhao Hai knew that the people here wouldn't use such a simple method to deal with him. However, they might choose to deal with him outside the city instead of inside the city. This was because it would be too troublesome to deal with inside the city. There would also be a lot of casualties. Moreover, those people might be civilians. If such a thing really happened, then it would be very troublesome. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, suddenly, a strong energy shot towards Zhao Hai. This energy looked like an arrow, it went straight towards Zhao Hai's throat. Stonemer, who was beside Zhao Hai, roared and then hit the light arrow with his hammer. Boom! The light arrow disappeared. And Stonemer stood in front of Zhao Hai like an iron tower. However, Zhao Hai's complexion wasn't good. He looked straight ahead. Not far from him was the city wall. On the city wall, there was a huge bow. The bow was pointed towards Zhao Hai's direction. It was obvious that the arrow was shot from that bow. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed coldly. He thought that those people wouldn't do anything to him in the city, but now it seemed that he was completely wrong. Those people didn't care about the lives of the people in the city at all. Maybe they wanted to do something in the city and use the lives of the people in the city to ruin his reputation. They wanted everyone to think that it was because of him, Zhao Hai, that those people died. It was because of him, Zhao Hai, that the city was destroyed. This way, they would have an excuse to get the entire spiritual weapon world to deal with him. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a lot of people surrounding him. The people on the street had already run away. The nearby streets were all surrounded by soldiers. These soldiers were all wearing excellent armor. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. One could see that they were veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. They weren't just for show. Zhao Hai once again looked at the city wall. At this time, there were a few people on the city wall. Among these people, there was a person standing in front. He was wearing a navy blue scholar's robe. He looked very gentle and didn't look very old, less than 30 years old. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes made Zhao Hai think of a poisonous snake. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and suddenly smiled. Then he waved his hand and had Stonemer return to his side. Then he looked at the scholar and said, "You should be from the Wen clan, right?" The person from the Wen clan I killed before was a scholar, and the sole item on his head was also a book. The sole item on your head is also a book, and you're also dressed like a scholar. I think you should be from the Wen clan. Tell me, are you the older brother of that person, or the younger brother of that person? When the person heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I've let Mr. see a joke. I'm Wendong Lai, the one who died in Mr.'s hands was my younger brother." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wendong Lai and said, "I didn't think that you would make a move against me in the city. I thought that you would be worried about the lives of the commoners, so you would choose to do it outside the city. Now it seems like I've underestimated your Wen clan's insidiousness. You want to deal with me here in order to ruin my reputation. You want to make me a target in the spirit weapon realm. When the time comes, you would be able to deal with me in the name of righteousness, right?" Wen Donglai's eyes flickered. When Donglai's eyes flashed, he didn't admit nor deny it, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I don't understand. I only know that you killed my brother, and I want to avenge him. At the same time, the Holy Court has issued an order to arrest you for trial. If Mister is willing to surrender, then that would be for the best. If you don't, then we can only use force. In the process, the civilians who were injured would naturally be because of Mr." When Donglai's eyes flashed, he didn't deny it either, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I don't understand. I only know that you killed my brother, and I want to avenge him." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good plan, good plan. But I really want to know, since when did your holy courtyard have the qualifications to manage the spirit weapon realm city-states?" Wen Donglai smiled. "And even if you want to manage it, you should look for City Lord Zhao Hai. I'm just a consultant, why would you look for me? Oh, you want to link this matter to the City of Lost Souls and find a reason to deal with them, right? Unfortunately, you're wrong. City Lord Zhao Hai has already removed me from my position as an advisor and expelled me from Lost Soul City. As for the others, they aren't City Lord Zhao Hai's subordinates, they're my servants. Since I've been expelled, they'll naturally be expelled as well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. You're right, City Lord Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai had already made this arrangement. Therefore, as long as someone links him to the Lost Soul City, he would immediately notify Feng Lihua and have her spread the news. This way, he would tell everyone that he had no relationship with the Lost Soul City. This way, those people wouldn't be able to find any excuses. Naturally, Feng Lihua hasn't spread the news yet. However, Zhao Hai was already inside the space, using the transmission formation to send a message to Feng Lihua. He believed that Feng Lihua should have already spread the news. When Donglai heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash. If the Lost Soul City really did spread the news, then they wouldn't be able to deal with it. Just like what Zhao Hai said, even if they wanted to deal with the Lost Soul City, it wouldn't be easy. This was because if they didn't handle it well, then they would attract the ire of the other cities. This was equal to the Holy Courtyard directly intervening in the affairs of the other cities. The city lords of the other cities wouldn't agree to this. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "You just want to ruin my reputation and then deal with me. This way, you would have a righteous cause. Moreover, your henchmen would have a reason to deal with me, right? However, you seem to have made a mistake, the number of deaths. If you deal with me in this city, then if there aren't a lot of deaths, then you'll accuse me of a crime. If there are a lot of deaths, then you can accuse me of a great crime. Everyone in the spirit weapon realm would hate me. But what if everyone in the city dies? If everyone in the city dies, then what kind of crime would you accuse me of? I admit that at that time, I would become the biggest villain in the spirit weapon realm. But what about the Wen clan who made this plan? Are you all prepared to bear this crime with me? Wen Donglai's expression completely changed. He looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "No, you won't. You don't dare to do this because you can't bear the consequences. If you do, then wouldn't Broken River experts not let you off?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai, then he chuckled and said, "Broken River experts won't let me off? Then would they let your Wen clan off? Also, why do you think that an expert at the level of Breaking River can kill me?" Wen Donglai was originally afraid that Zhao Hai would go crazy and destroy the city. If too many people died, then it wouldn't be good for them. This was because, strictly speaking, his plan wasn't very clever. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was just an excuse. However, if Zhao Hai really killed too many people, then what would the people of the other city-states think? What would the people of Dabi City think? At that time, the Wen clan would also be blamed. But now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, Wen Donglai wasn't afraid. In Wen Donglai's opinion, Zhao Hai was threatening him. Even with Zhao Hai's strength, how could he compare to a Broken River expert? In Wen Donglai's opinion, Zhao Hai was at his wit's end. Therefore, he started to threaten him, wanting him to give him a way out. Thinking of this, Wen Donglai wasn't afraid anymore. He looked at Zhao and smiled. "Mr. is very confident. But does Mr. really think that you can leave this place?" Zhao nodded. Wen Donglai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai, then he smiled faintly and said, "You know, I wanted to kill you, but now I've decided that I won't kill you. I want you to see how your plan progresses. I want you to see how your Wen family perishes bit by bit. Don't worry, really, and don't commit suicide, because I want you to see how your plan progresses." Wen Donglai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." When Wen Donglai heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know anything about Zhao Hai. This made Wen Donglai's bad feeling even more intense. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai, the smile on his face deepened. Then he said, "Do you know why I'm talking to you about this? At this time, shouldn't I be thinking of ways to escape? Why do I need to tell you these things? I even told you some secrets so that you can prepare. Don't you find it strange?" When Donglai looked at Zhao Hai, the bad feeling in his heart became even more intense. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand was a bean. "Last time, I tried it outside Boulder City, and it killed more than 1,000 people. Unfortunately, I have a lot of these beans, but I didn't want to destroy the whole city, so I kept them with me. When I was talking to you, I spread these beans all over the city. Now, as long as I think about it, these beans will explode. With so many beans exploding together, their power is enough to destroy the whole city. Do you believe me?" When Donglai nodded and said, "Actually, I don't want to destroy the city, but I have a lot of beans with me. Just now, when I was talking to you, I spread these beans all over the city. Now, as long as I think about it, these beans will explode. With so many beans exploding together, their power is enough to destroy the whole city. Do you believe me?" When Donglai nodded and said, "Actually, I don't want to destroy the city, but I have a lot of beans with me." When Donglai felt a layer of cold sweat on his body. He wanted to say that he didn't believe it, but he didn't know why, but when he saw the smile on Zhao Hai's face, he couldn't bring himself to say that he didn't believe it. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai's expression and smiled faintly, "You don't believe me? Then let's do this, we'll use Page City as an experiment. Let's see if I'm telling the truth. This way, when I say something like this in the future, you'll believe me, completely believe me." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved. Then with a loud bang, the entire Page City flew up into the sky. Almost all of the people in the city were killed. Only those who were close to the city were alert and believed in Zhao Hai's words. They flew up to avoid the attack. As for the others, no one survived. The entire Page City was razed to the ground in a blink of an eye. Naturally, the civilians in the city were also killed. Zhao Hai wouldn't kill people for no reason. However, this didn't mean that he wouldn't kill. In fact, Zhao Hai had killed too many people to count. Not to mention a city, even if it was an entire realm, Zhao Hai would still be able to kill. Wen Donglai didn't think of this, so he used this method to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would really kill people. Moreover, he killed an entire city. Wen Donglai's face was pale as he stood in the sky. He was now injured. After all, the shockwave of the explosion was very powerful. The entire Page City was razed to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's method of razing the city was a multi-point explosion. It wasn't like an atomic bomb, where a single point of explosion was used to destroy everything. This way, the shockwave was much weaker. Although Page City was destroyed, the nearby areas were also affected. However, the impact wasn't very serious, it was far less destructive than an atomic bomb. However, when Dong Lai and the others came out from the scene of the explosion, therefore, they were still affected. However, compared to their injuries, when Dong Lai's mind was shaken. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would really raise the entire Page City. This was completely beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai's raising of Page City had achieved the effect that when Dong Lai wanted. Now, all the city-states in the continent wouldn't welcome Zhao Hai. This was because he was too dangerous. However, when dealing with such a dangerous person, not everyone wanted to kill him. Most people didn't want to offend him. This was because there were a lot of people who had the ability to destroy a city-state. However, there weren't a lot of people who could do it. This was because there were too many innocent people in the city. These people didn't have any enmity with you. In this case, it was very rare for someone to kill so many people. Therefore, a person who could do this must be a madman. When Wen Donglai thought about how the Wen family had to deal with a powerful madman, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Normal people wouldn't want to offend a madman. This was because a madman could do things that normal people couldn't. Just like this time, the entire Page City was destroyed. Wen Donglai thought that even if he had the ability, he still wouldn't be able to do such a thing. However, Zhao Hai did it. This made Wen Donglai's scalp tingle. This was because he didn't know what Zhao Hai would do next. While Wen Donglai was looking at the ruins of Page City, a voice was suddenly heard. "How do you feel? Isn't it beautiful? Haha, everyone in the city is dead. Besides the experts, there isn't a single person alive. No, there isn't a single living thing. Isn't it exciting?" When the survivors heard this voice, it was as if they heard the devil. They immediately flew to the side. At the same time, they also looked towards the direction where the voice came from. It was higher than where Wen Donglai and the others were standing. Zhao Hai and the others were floating there. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at Wen Donglai and the others with a smile on his face. When they saw the smile on Zhao Hai's face, everyone's face turned pale. They believed that this was the smile of a devil. Absolutely. Stonehammer and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. They didn't have any expression on their faces. In fact, they were very surprised. They had been following Zhao Hai for a long time. Zhao Hai had always been very gentle. Even if it was his enemies, he would rarely kill them. But now, Zhao Hai killed so many people without even blinking. This made Stonehammer and the others very surprised. When Donglai looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. Although Yi City wasn't a big city, it wasn't a small city either. It could be considered a medium-sized city. But in Yi City, there were nearly 1 million people living in the city. And yet, Zhao Hai just flattened such a large city. Wen Donglai couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's ruthlessness. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and the others who escaped. These people were all sky dance experts. There were about 50 of them. Originally, there should have been more than 100 sky dance experts. However, the others were already dead. Although these 50 people managed to escape, they were all injured. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai in fear. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and smiled. "Wen Donglai, I already said that I would let you go, so I won't kill you." Rest assured, I'm a man of my words. However, those who came with you will all die. Don't be in a hurry to leave, just watch me kill them. After that, it won't be too late for you to leave. When Donglai looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a cold light. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. However, he was also afraid. He was afraid, he was really afraid. He was afraid of Zhao Hai's expression. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and smiled. Then he waved his hand and a book appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai opened the book and a magic formation shot towards Wen Donglai. Wen Donglai wanted to move away, but the magic formation was like a maggot attached to a bone. It chased after him and quickly covered him. After being covered by the magic formation, Wen Donglai discovered that he couldn't move. He could only stand there, he didn't even have the ability to close his eyes. At this time, nearly 100 silhouettes flew out of Zhao Hai's book. As soon as these silhouettes appeared, they rushed towards the group of people. The sky dance experts wanted to run away, but they discovered that they were already locked onto by Zhao Hai's aura. As long as they move, they would immediately receive a thunderous attack from Zhao Hai. Because of this, they didn't dare to move. However, when Zhao Hai released the golden men, they were able to move. This was because they discovered that the aura that locked onto them had disappeared. But now, it was too late for them to run. This was because they had to face the golden men. The fighting strength of the golden men was very strong. Their attacks and defenses were very strict. Moreover, the sky dance experts were injured. In the face of such an attack, they didn't have much ability to resist. In the end, they were killed one by one. On the other hand, when Donglai just stood there and looked at the people being killed one by one, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hated Zhao Hai, but at the same time, he hated his younger brother even more. He didn't understand why his younger brother would provoke this madman. This was definitely a madman, not a normal person. Zhao Hai calmly stood there and looked at the last sky dance expert being killed. Then he turned his gaze to Wen Donglai. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Wen Donglai and said, "Isn't this interesting? These people might not be your Wen clan's people, but now that they are dead, what do you think the forces behind them will think of your Wen clan? Also, I won't let this Dabi city-state off. If they dare to follow your Wen clan to deal with me, they will have to bear the consequences of offending me. Don't worry, I said I won't let you die, so I won't let you die. You can't move your body now, and you can't use the energy in your body, but you can still watch. I want you to watch how I deal with Dabi city-state." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and flew forward. Stonemer and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. On the other hand, when Donglai was right beside Zhao Hai. Although he couldn't move, he was still being carried forward by the formation. With such a big movement in Page City, it was impossible for the other cities in the Dabe City to not know about it. Zhao Hai and the others didn't fly for long before they encountered sky dance experts sent by the other cities. This time, they didn't send a lot of people, only 2. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. He directly killed the 2 people and then flew to another city in the Dabe City. Before the people in the city could react, Zhao Hai directly launched an indiscriminate attack on the city. Bean soldiers rained down like a storm, causing the entire city to explode. There were no experts in the city at all. In order to help the Wen clan deal with Zhao Hai, almost all of the experts in the Dabe City had gathered and went to Page City. At this time, these cities were defenseless. There were no experts at all. Under Zhao Hai's attack, the people in the city didn't have any chance to resist. After the city was almost turned into ruins, Zhao Hai continued to fly forward. Then he attacked another city indiscriminately. Once the city was almost destroyed, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. Zhao Hai attacked more than a dozen cities in one day. Because the speed of information transmission wasn't fast, the outside world didn't know what was going on. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. There were more than 20 cities in the Dabe City. Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. He didn't rest at night and went straight to one city after another. Finally, he arrived at the main city of the Dabe City. There were still some experts in Dabe City. Moreover, they had already received the news. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Dabe City, the experts in the city immediately stood up. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that there were only 50 of them. The leader was a man around 40 years old. He wore a luxurious robe, but his face was pale. He stared at Zhao Hai and also saw Wen Donglai beside Zhao Hai. However, when he looked at Wen Donglai, his eyes flashed with a cold light. It was as if he wanted to eat Wen Donglai's flesh and drink his blood. This was the first time that Wen Donglai saw someone looking at him with such eyes. Moreover, this person was very polite to him before, treating him as an honored guest. But now, this person was looking at him as if he was looking at an enemy. Wen Donglai's originally numb heart felt a sharp pain. He felt a sense of despair. In the past, he was a member of the Wen clan. Whenever he went to a city-state, regardless of whether the city-state was related to the Wen clan or not, the other party would be very polite to him. They would even try to curry favor with him. But today, the city lord of Dabe City, who was a hardcore supporter of the Holy Courtyard, was looking at him with an expression as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Upon seeing this expression, the Wen family knew that he was finished. Their Wen family was finished. After the incident with Dabe City, nobody in the spiritual weapon realm would dare to intervene in the matter between them and Zhao Hai. Even the Holy Courtyard wouldn't intervene. Not only would the Holy Courtyard not intervene, the Wen family wouldn't be able to stay in the Holy Courtyard. And it wasn't just the Wen family, the Dongfang family would also suffer. They were finished. And it wasn't just the Wen family, the Holy Courtyard's authority had also been seriously challenged. In the future, when the city-states of the continent receive orders from the Holy Courtyard, they would think twice about it. The city lord of Dabe City looked at Zhao Hai as if he wanted to eat him. Zhao Hai just stood there and smiled. The city lord of Dabe City said, "Tian Cranegrass, you've gone too far. You actually destroyed 23 cities. Tens of millions of people died in your hands. What do you want to do? Do you want to annihilate the entire Dabe City? Aren't you afraid that a broken river expert will settle the score with you?" Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. He looked at the city lord of Dabe City and said, "A broken river expert will settle the score with me? Don't tell me that if I don't annihilate you, he won't come for me? I've killed so many people, will they not come for me? Ha ha ha, since they're coming, why don't I just kill them all? You have to know that you brought this upon yourselves. What does the matter between me and the Wen clan have to do with you? It's the Wen clan who wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. They want to take revenge on me. Come, I'll take them on. What are you guys doing? Since you're involved, you should be prepared for my revenge. Don't you think that the Wen clan is very strong? Do you see? The young master of the Wen clan, that's him. He wants to deal with me in the city and make me kill the people of Dabe City. That way, he can put the blame on me and have the entire continent hunt me down. I think you've agreed to this matter, haven't you? Without your approval, even if this young master Wen is unreasonable, he won't do that. Alright, I'll do as you wish. I'll kill the people of your city. Not only have I killed the people of your city, but I'll also kill the people of your Dabe City. Are you satisfied now? Let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Not only will I kill those who come after me, but I'll also uproot the forces behind them. I'd like to see who's more ruthless. It's too late for you to tell me this now. When you decided to deal with me, everything had already come to an end. Are you prepared to die? Are you ready to die? The Dabe City Lord looked at the faint smile on Zhao Hai's face and listened to his ruthless words. The Dabe City Lord's heart sank. He finally discovered that he had provoked a madman. A madman who doesn't care about anything and dares to do anything. Against such a madman, you have no chance of winning. Zhao Hai looked at Dabe City's city lord and said, "Rest assured, after I kill you, I'll send your city to hell to accompany you. In hell, you can still be a city lord. I'll also let the young master of the Wen family watch you die. Isn't that better?" Zhao Hai looked at Dabe City's city lord and said, "Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll send your city to hell. Isn't it more interesting? Ha ha ha, now you can die." Zhao Hai's face was calm as he quietly looked at the battle in front of him. Stonehammer and the others were participating in this battle. In addition to the golden men that were released by Zhao Hai, the Dabe City Lord and the others were quickly killed. Out of more than 50 people, only 10 were left. Moreover, all of them were injured. The Dabe City Lord was still resisting the joint attack of Stone Hammer and Iron Thread Grass. He had several injuries on his body, but he still wanted to fight. This was because he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Therefore, he could only fight. As long as the old ancestor of the tribe came back, they would be saved. Several screams were heard. The Dabe City Lord's face twitched a few times. He knew that his subordinates had died. He also knew that the Dabe City Lord had lost too much. More than 10 generations of inheritance, more than 10 generations of painstaking efforts. Humph. A cold snort was heard from afar. Then a voice said, "Stop." This voice wasn't very loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone knew that a Breaking River level expert had come this time. The Dabe City Lord's eyes lit up. What did he just shout? At this moment, he was distracted, and the iron sword of the Iron Thread Grass slashed across his neck. His head flew up to the sky, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The other experts of Dabe City were also distracted, but they were killed in the blink of an eye. "How dare you?" The same voice was heard again. However, this time, it was filled with anger. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Stone Hammer and the others returned to his side. At the same time, the golden man also returned to his book. Zhao Hai took the golden book and stood there quietly. At this time, a person's figure flew towards the Dabe City from afar. When Zhao Hai saw him, he was just a small dot. But in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Hai. It was a man in his 50s. He was wearing a warrior's uniform and didn't have any weapons in his hands. He wasn't very tall and looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were like an eagle's as he stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at the person. The person looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Brat, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Zhao Hai looked at the man and calmly said, "I heard you, but what does that have to do with me? Do we know each other? Why must I stop just because you tell me to?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he saw Wen Donglai standing beside Zhao Hai, unable to move. He coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a sword-like energy towards Wen Donglai. The energy was very fast. As soon as it flew out, it arrived in front of Wen Donglai. However, just as the energy was about to pierce Wen Donglai's body, Zhao Hai waved his hand. A green energy flew out and disappeared along with the sword-like energy. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "I said that I want him to see all the people who helped him die one by one. I want him to see the people of the Wen clan die in front of him. Before he sees these things, he can't die. I don't want him to die. Nobody wants his life, including himself." Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "I want him to die." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brat, I know about your matter. You actually want to destroy the entire Dabe City. Do you really think that you can do it? Today, I want you to die." Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he coldly smiled and said, "It's not that I think about it, I've already done it. Aside from Dabe City, all the cities in Dabe City have been flattened by me. All the experts in Dabe City have been killed by me. Even if you protect Dabe City, so what? Dabe City has already disappeared." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you really flatten all the cities in Dabe City? What happened to the people in the city?" Zhao Hai replied, "Killed." His words were very ordinary, as if he was talking about how much he ate today. However, in the person's ears, these words were like thunder. The person stared at Zhao Hai, not knowing what to say. After some time, the person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Killed? Killed all of them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Killed all of them. Aside from some villages, all the people in the cities were killed. Naturally, because I was pressed for time, I wasn't able to count them one by one. There might be some fish that escaped the net, but it shouldn't be too many. This old man is pissed. Die." As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't hide anymore. His body transformed into a 100-meter-long sword as he slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the large sword that was heading towards him. At the same time, he opened the golden book in his hand. Suddenly, a formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This formation was made up of 10,000 formations. After the formation appeared, it went straight towards the large sword. At the same time, the formation turned into a large blade as it met the large sword head-on. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're right." Boom. Energy overflowed. Dabi City was in a mess. Everything within 1,000 meters of the city had been turned into ashes. A huge crater about 20 meters deep had appeared in the city. At the same time, the saber that the formation turned into disappeared. The sword that the person turned into was also forced to retreat. After being forced back, the person immediately revealed his true body. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. One must know that he used 120% of his strength just now. He thought that he could kill Zhao Hai with a single slash. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to force him back so easily. This made him stunned for a while, not knowing how to react. After forcing the person back, Zhao Hai sneered and said, "A breaking river level expert is nothing more than this. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after becoming a breaking river level expert? Do you really think that everyone in the world will listen to you? You're too naive. If I, Crane Field, want to kill someone, nobody can stop me." The person's face turned pale as he said, "Brat, you're courting death." After he said that, his body turned into a sword once again and went straight towards Zhao Hai. This time, his aura was stronger, but his sword technique was more fleeting. Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered, "You want to deal with me like this? Naive." Then Zhao Hai used the sky-overturning golden book and shouted, "Thousands of formations, bless my body. Indestructible Vajra." Huh. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, countless formations flew out of the sky-overturning golden book. However, these formations didn't fly too far. Instead, they directly entered Zhao Hai's body. Then, Zhao Hai's body seemed to emit bursts of golden light. His entire person seemed to have turned into a golden man. At this time, Zhao Hai put away the sky-overturning golden book and shouted. Then, a faint shadow appeared outside his body. Then, the shadow turned into a giant. On the giant's body, there were countless formations rotating. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had already disappeared. It seemed like it took a long time, but in fact, from the moment Zhao Hai flipped through the book until now, it was only a blink of an eye. Even when Zhao Hai chanted the spell, it didn't take long for the giant golden man to appear. As soon as the golden man appeared, it immediately punched the sky-overturning golden sword. At this time, the sky-overturning golden sword used a set of sword techniques and went straight towards the giant. However, the giant didn't stop and immediately used a set of fist techniques to meet the attack. The sky-overturning golden sword and the giant clashed in the sky above Dabi City. The energy that radiated in all directions destroyed Dabi City. The people in Dabi City cried and ran out. They wanted to leave this place that gave birth to them, but now it was bringing them endless destruction. Time passed by little by little. The giant and the sky-overturning golden sword had been fighting for more than 2 hours. In these 2 hours, Dabi City was almost completely destroyed. However, there was still no sign of victory or defeat between the giant and the sword. Except for a few people who escaped from the city, the rest of the people in Dabi City died in the city. From now on, Dabi City's name could be removed from the world of spiritual weapons. Stonehammer and the others had been watching from the side. They discovered that they had never understood their young master. Although Zhao Hai's fighting strength was amazing, they were very clear that Zhao Hai hadn't used his full strength. This was because he still had a lot of means that he hadn't used. He didn't use the golden shark sword, the jasper golden light sword, and the jade doll. He was only using the sky-overturning golden book. Just like that, he was able to fight evenly with a breaking river level expert. What would happen if he used all of his means? Was that expert at the breaking river level already dead when Dong Lai stared blankly at everything in front of him? He thought that once a breaking river level expert appeared, Zhao Hai would be dead for sure. If a breaking river level expert wanted to deal with him, then it would be very easy. However, he didn't expect that after the breaking river level expert appeared, the first thing that the breaking river level expert did was to kill him. Then in the process of fighting with Zhao Hai, when Donglai realized that the Wen family had provoked a monster this time. After another hour, the sky overturning Golden Sword's body and the giant's body became very faint. Finally, after the two clashed, they disappeared at the same time, revealing the figures of Zhao Hai and the giant. Both of them had pale complexions. It seems like they had consumed a lot of energy. Zhao Hai looked at the giant, then he smiled coldly and said, "How about it? You're a breaking river level expert, yet you can't do anything to me. You're already exhausted, but I still have a lot of subordinates. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll help you." The giant looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with determination. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to kill me? You're too naive. Kid, let's die together." After he said that, the person's body began to emit a golden light. This golden light was very powerful, but it also gave people a very unstable feeling. Zhao Hai knew what this person wanted to do. He wanted to blow himself up. Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, "You think you're the only one with a trump card? I told you that you're too naive, but you didn't believe me." Then the golden book appeared in Zhao Hai's hand once again. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't use the heavenly book. Instead, he took out the golden pen and quickly wrote the word seal in the air. Then Zhao Hai said, "Seal." Along with his words, the word stop flew towards the breaking river expert. The word immediately fell on top of the golden light and then disappeared. But along with the disappearance of the word, the golden light on the person's body actually stopped moving. The person stood there in a daze, not moving at all. Zhao Hai looked at the motionless giant, then he smiled coldly and said, "You want to die together with me? I don't think you have the chance. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you're related to the people of Dabi City. What a pity, if you weren't related by blood, then I would have spared your life. But now, I can't." After he said that, Zhao Hai opened the golden book as a magic formation suddenly appeared. Then it covered the person inside. Then the formation began to rotate quickly before it became smaller and smaller. In the end, the formation turned into a golden core the size of a longan fruit. However, the golden core was covered with countless formations. It looked incomparably mysterious. Meanwhile, the person inside the golden core had already disappeared. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the golden core flew back to his hand. He looked at it and then smiled faintly and said, "An explosive pill made from a breaking river level expert's self-destruction. Ha ha ha. Even if I have to face a breaking river level expert in the future, I'll have a way to deal with them." Then he turned his hand and received the golden core. Then he turned to Wen Donglai and said, "How was it? Isn't it wonderful?" In just 2 days, a medium-sized city-state had disappeared. It was not occupied, but erased. All the cities had been reduced to ruins. 60 to 70% of the people under its rule had died. A breaking river tier expert had died. What would happen if this news were to spread throughout the world? Do you think that there would be people who would help your Wen clan? Do you think the Sacred Academy has the courage to go all out against me, to eliminate me as soon as possible? Wen Donglai stood there in a daze. When Zhao Hai saw him like this, he couldn't help but pat his head and said, "Oh, I forgot. You can't move right now. What a pity." Then Zhao Hai flicked his finger. Wen Donglai felt that his head could move, but his body was still immobile. Wen Donglai looked at Zhao Hai. The hatred in his eyes had completely disappeared. He looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at a madman. His eyes were filled with fear, but his voice was surprisingly calm. He said, "What do you want to do? Do you really want to become an enemy of the entire spirit weapon world?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and smiled, "Become an enemy of the entire spirit weapon world? I didn't think about it that way. I've already said it before, I took over the Lost Soul City out of desperation. After taking over the Lost Soul City, I didn't think about expanding it, but there were people who wanted to deal with me. It was your brother who brought people to kill me, and I was retaliating. After killing your brother, your Wen family naturally came to take revenge. I don't object to your revenge, we are mortal enemies, so it's only right for you to take revenge. I even thought that you might poison me in the city and then come outside to deal with me. That way, you could deal with me without causing too many casualties in the city, but you didn't do that. You wanted me to become the public enemy of the entire spirit weapon world, And you wanted to deal with the entire Lost Soul City. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill everyone, how about it? How about it? Do you think that you can make me the public enemy of the entire spirit weapon world or deal with the lost soul city-state? When Donglai looked at Zhao Hai, then his face turned red as he roared, "Madman! You're a madman. You killed everyone in Dabe City just for this. Do you know how many people there are in Dabe City? Do you know how many people there are in Dabe City? You killed so many people, aren't you afraid of retribution?" Zhao Hai looked at the agitated Wen Donglai, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Retribution? What's that? Didn't I kill so many people because of you? If you didn't attack me, would I have killed them? Hee, retribution? Compared to the number of people I've killed, these people are nothing. You don't know how many people I've killed, and you don't want to know either. You only need to know that you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. You've even awakened a demon king. Since I came to this world, I've been treating people with kindness. This is because whether it's my family or my family, they have been very friendly to me. They are all good people. Therefore, I've been treating everyone with kindness. Unless it's necessary, I rarely kill people. Sometimes, even if I face an enemy, I would think of subduing them instead of killing them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Dabai City and said, "Everyone has two sides. One side is good, the other side is evil. Ever since I came to this world, I've been treating people with kindness. Because of this, I've been treating people with kindness." Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he turned to Wen Donglai and said, "When a person's emotions have accumulated to a certain degree, they must vent it out. Only then can they have a clear mind and improve their cultivation. These years, I've been treating people with kindness. If I don't want to cause trouble, then I won't do it. If I don't care about my own matters, then I won't care. Even if I see injustice, I'll just help a little because I don't want to change anything in this world." Wen Donglai didn't know why, but he believed Zhao Hai's words. Maybe it was Zhao Hai's tone, or maybe it was because Zhao Hai didn't need to lie to him. Because of this, Wen Donglai believed Zhao Hai's words. But he didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Zhao Hai didn't belong to this world. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and said, "But in Kaoshan City, I discovered that I was wrong. I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always came looking for me. Battles between city-states were happening every day in the soul-captivating mountains. In the past, when they won, they would go and take over the city so that they wouldn't destroy it too much. But that day, that idiot general gave the order that after entering the city, they wouldn't put away their weapons for 3 days. Do you know what this meant? This meant that even if I didn't provoke them, they would still come knocking on my door. Therefore, I took action. I occupied Kaoshan City, then the people of Spirit Snake City came to deal with me, so I could only deal with them first. In the end, I occupied the Lost Mountain Range. To be honest, after occupying the Lost Mountain Range, I really didn't think of expanding. There was no way for me to expand in the Lost Mountain Range because there were too few young and strong people there. They couldn't form an army there. I just wanted to make the people in the Lost Mountain Range a little better within the scope of my abilities. However, this attracted the covetous eyes of some people, so they came to deal with me. And the leader was your younger brother. They wanted to kill me, so of course I wouldn't be polite. After I killed your younger brother, they told me about your younger brother's identity, so I knew that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. However, I didn't expect that you would be so ruthless and want to make me the enemy of the entire spirit weapon world. You are Zhao Hai? You are the city lord of soul-captivating mountains, Zhao Hai? No, I heard that Zhao Hai has a tall stature and looks like a giant. How could he look like you? Are you lying to me? Wen Donglai suddenly shouted. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai's appearance and smiled faintly. With an intention, he closed the magic formation on Wen Donglai's body and returned to his normal stature. Then he looked at Wen Donglai and said, "I don't want to change the direction of any realm. This is because all realms are just passing clouds in my eyes. As long as you don't disturb my cultivation and don't harm the people I care about, then I won't make a move. But it's a pity that human greed knows no bounds. Everyone only saw the good things in my hands, but they didn't see the blade dripping with blood, including your Wen family." Upon seeing Zhao Hai's stature, Wen Donglai didn't speak. He really didn't know what to say. He discovered that they didn't know anything about Zhao Hai. They didn't know where Zhao Hai came from, nor did they know about his strength. Fighting against Zhao Hai could be said to be the Wen family's biggest mistake. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and said, "Don't you think it's strange? Where did we come from? Why don't you have any information about us? It's as if we came out of nowhere. I think you must have done your research before dealing with us, right?" At this time, Wen Donglai calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "Right, you're right. We've done our research, but we couldn't find anything. Where did you come from? We don't have any clues about your origins. The only clue we have is Kaoshan City. But once we reached Kaoshan City, the clues were cut off cleanly." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You certainly didn't expect that me and the people around me aren't from the spirit weapon realm. You should know about the Heavenly Sword Empire. You should have heard about them as well. In the past, the Heavenly Sword Empire wanted to conquer other planes, but in the end, they failed. We came from another plane and found a transmission formation there. Because of this, we appeared in an abandoned base of the Heavenly Sword Empire. And that base was in the Lost Soul Mountain. So it's impossible for us to find you." Wen Donglai was silent. If he had doubts about Zhao Hai's words before, then now he completely believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai really didn't want to expand his influence in this place. This was because he wasn't from this place. He would leave one day. When he thought about this, Wen Donglai had the urge to cry. This was an enemy that they didn't want to provoke, an enemy that they couldn't afford to offend. But because of some inexplicable matters, they had formed an enmity. Moreover, it was an enmity that couldn't be resolved. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai's appearance and smiled faintly. "Life is wonderful. There are always inexplicable things that happen. And these things can change a lot of things. Do you regret it now? Do you want to dig up your brother's corpse from his grave and whip his corpse? Hee, it's useless. Since you've already done it, then don't think about it anymore. Your Wen clan will certainly die." At this time, when Donglai thought it through, he let out a long breath and said, "I know. To be honest, I don't like the way the Sacred Academy has been doing things these past few years. You might not know, but the Sacred Academy has a rule that states that the Sacred Academy is not allowed to intervene in the matters of the spiritual weapon world. But in these years, the great clans of the Sacred Academy have already forgotten about this matter. Some of the great clans of the Sacred Academy didn't use various methods to control 1 or 2 city-states outside. Of course, they can't control the big city-states, but they can still control the smaller ones. It can be said that the current chaos in the spiritual weapon world is due to the Sacred Academy's influence. Mister, if you really want to deal with the Sacred Academy, then you must ensure the safety of the secret place. Don't let outsiders invade the spiritual weapon world." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai and asked, "Why are you telling me this? Why do you think that I'll deal with the Sacred Institute? I told you that I don't want to cause trouble. I was just forced to sit here." Wen Donglai smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, you don't want to cause trouble, but trouble will definitely come to you. Moreover, there's an ancient prophecy in the spirit weapon realm. It says, visitors from the outer sky will bring eternal peace and tranquility to the spirit weapon realm. I don't know if this is referring to you or not, but in the current situation, it seems like it's referring to you. If Mister can really do it, then you can bring peace and tranquility to the spirit weapon realm. The people of the spirit weapon realm have been suffering too much." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai, then he suddenly smiled faintly and said, "When a person is about to die, his words will be kind. You haven't died yet, but you're already speaking good words for the spirit weapon realm. This way, I won't be able to carry out my plan. I can only kill you as soon as possible. I can't let you watch the people of the Wen clan die one by one in front of you." Wen Donglai smiled bitterly and said, "People will always have an epiphany one day. And when they do, they will naturally think it through. In any case, the people of the Wen clan are going to die, so it doesn't matter if they die in front of me. In my eyes, the people of the Wen clan are already dead. Even if you kill them in front of me, it wouldn't have any effect on me." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Donglai's appearance and nodded, "You've really thought it through. If that's the case, then my plan to keep you alive is useless. Alright, then I can only kill you." Then I'll deal with the Wen clan bit by bit. As for the holy courtyard, as long as they don't provoke me, then I won't provoke them. Naturally, if I have to provoke them, then I won't be polite. Wen Donglai nodded and said, "You're right." When Wen Donglai heard Zhao Hai, he smiled. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister, for your help. To be honest, this feeling of being unable to move is very uncomfortable. I hope that mister can help me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "Stonehammer, send him off." Stonehammer nodded, then he carried Wen Donglai to the side and finished him off. When Donglai was dead, Dabii City was also destroyed. Zhao Hai looked at Dabii City, then he turned his head and said, "Let's go. We'll stay in the mountain for a while and see how things develop." Stonehammer and the others naturally didn't object. They followed Zhao Hai and flew to the mountain. After entering the forest, they found a place to rest. For the past few days, they didn't have a good rest. They were constantly on the move, destroying the city, and on the move. The whole process was very tense and tiring. Although Stonehammer and the others belonged to the monster race and had strong bodies, the mental exhaustion still made them feel tired. Now that they relaxed, they immediately fell asleep. Zhao Hai also fell asleep. This was the craziest time since he was born in the soul world. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret it. He did this to tell everyone in the spiritual weapon world that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Only by doing this could he ensure the safety of these people and the safety of the Lost Soul City. While Zhao Hai was resting in the forest, the entire spirit weapon realm was bustling. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in the spirit weapon realm. All the city-states and all the forces were shaken. However, this shock quickly calmed down. Besides some ordinary people who were still discussing this matter, the higher-ups didn't talk about it. Perhaps they were just thinking about it, or perhaps they were just observing it. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Dabii City wasn't the strongest city. It could only be regarded as a small city. However, this small city had more than 1,000 people. It was a city that had existed for a long time. One of the most important reasons why it could exist for so many years was because it was loyal to the sacred court. Every city lord of Dabii City was a student of the sacred court. If they weren't a student of the sacred court, then they wouldn't be able to take over the city. It was precisely because of this reason that any force that wanted to attack Dabii City would have to think about the reaction of the sacred court. They were afraid that the sacred court would betray them. But for the same reason, Dabe City has been unable to expand. This was because as long as they expand, the surrounding city-states would unite to stop them. This was because the surrounding city-states knew that if they allowed Dabe City to expand, then they would be able to borrow the Sacred Academy's influence. At that time, Dabe City would become a headache for the surrounding city-states. And this time everyone in the city knew about the matter of dealing with Zhao Hai. They even knew how the Wen clan's leader was killed by Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai killing the Wen clan's leader was very normal. If you want to chase someone, then you should be prepared to be killed. After all, you can't be the only one who can't kill others. If that's the case, then it would be better to just stand there and wait for death. However, these people were also very clear that Zhao Hai had offended the Wen clan. The Wen clan was a teacher of the sacred court. Offending a teacher of the sacred court was the same as offending the sacred court. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was already dead. Especially after they heard that Zhao Hai entered Dabii City, they were even more certain that Zhao Hai was dead. As the most hardcore supporters of the sacred court, it would be strange if they didn't deal with Zhao Hai. However, the result of this matter surprised them. They didn't think that Dabii City would be destroyed. Moreover, the entire city was destroyed. This was too shocking. Moreover, the people of the city-states also received news that the river-breaking experts behind Dabii City had made their move. But in the end, Dabii City was still destroyed. This news contained too much information. Although there were a lot of people in the spiritual weapon realm, it was precisely because of this that the city lords of the city-states weren't idiots. This was because an idiot wouldn't be able to survive in this chaotic world. If a city lord was an idiot, then he would be replaced immediately. It can be said that this chaotic world was a place where everyone who wasn't qualified would be eliminated. Only the elites would remain. Because of this, these people were very clear about what happened in Dabii City meant. The destruction of Dabi City conveyed several messages. First, Zhao Hai's strength was formidable. He can destroy a city-state by himself. Not just a city, but a city-state. Such a person was too terrifying. Second, this was a warning from the other party. He warned them not to interfere in the matter between him and the sacred court. Otherwise, Dabi City would be an example. The meaning of this warning was too obvious. Therefore, they were very afraid. Third, the sacred court wasn't the most terrifying. There were still people who weren't afraid of the sacred court. If the other party was really afraid of the sacred court, then he would have already found a place to hide after killing the people of the sacred court. He wouldn't be wandering around outside and even directly destroy Dabi City. Fourth, through this matter, they wanted to see the reaction of the sacred court. This was the biggest provocation to the sacred court since the fall of the Heavenly Sword Empire. It could also be said that it was a challenge to the sacred court. Now, they could only choose not to interfere because they didn't want to die. Actually, in recent years, the sacred court had become more and more unpopular. This was because the sacred court always used various reasons to intervene in the affairs of the city-states. And the city lord of a city-state, except for the Dabi City, didn't want the people of the sacred court to get involved in the internal affairs of the city-state. This was because the city lord would slowly become a figurehead and become a puppet. This was similar to the situation in Boulder City. In the beginning, the city lord of Boulder City trusted the sacred court very much. He would also listen to the orders of the sacred court because he was also a student of the sacred court. However, the sacred court was getting more and more excessive. This caused the city lord to feel disgusted. After all, he was the city lord. He didn't want to be led by the nose. He also didn't want someone to order him around. If that was the case, then what was the point of being a city lord? But when the Boulder City Lord started to disobey the orders of the sacred court, he suddenly discovered that more and more of his subordinates started to disobey his orders. At this time, he discovered that the sacred court was already prepared. If he didn't obey the orders of the sacred court, then the sacred court would make him a figurehead and even overthrow him when necessary. Fortunately, he woke up early. Therefore, he was still able to suppress these people. However, this caused the Boulder City to fall into internal strife. They were unable to expand and could even face the danger of war at any time. But this time, Zhao Hai's actions made Boulder City and other city-states have a different feeling. In the past, the sacred courtyard was the dominant force in the spirit weapon realm. Nobody dared to go against it. When people heard the sacred courtyard's name, their momentum weakened by 3 points. Naturally, they didn't dare to go against the sacred courtyard. But now, the situation was different. The 2 young masters of the sacred court's teacher were killed. A river-breaking expert was killed. A city was directly destroyed. Such a big matter made all the city-states in the spiritual realm choose to wait and see. Even those who supported the sacred court didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't dare to use the name of the sacred court to run rampant. This was because they discovered that hugging the thigh of the sacred court wasn't necessarily safe. Dabi City hugged the thigh of the sacred court the tightest. It was precisely because of this that they have been ruling the Dabi City for more than 1,000 years. But now, the most hardcore supporter of the sacred court was destroyed. Moreover, it was done in a very tyrannical and violent way. This made everyone's state of mind change unconsciously. Everyone wanted to see how the sacred court would react. The sacred court was also stunned by this news. They didn't think that Dabi City would be destroyed in such a way. Tens of millions of people died. This made the sacred court realize that this matter was beyond their expectations. This was especially true for the Wen and Dongfang clans. The Wen clan and the Dongfang clan thought that their plan would force Zhao Hai into a dead end, making him the enemy of the entire spirit weapon realm. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to resist in such a way. This kind of resistance made them startled, but it was also incomparably shocking. The sacred court was also a monolithic entity. Where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. This sentence wasn't wrong at all. The Wen and Dongfang clans weren't small clans in the sacred court. The Wen and Dongfang clans were formation teachers of the sacred court, while the Dongfang clan was an important teacher clan. Their prestige in the sacred court was very high. However, this didn't mean that they could do whatever they wanted in the sacred court. They couldn't do this because the resources of the sacred court weren't endless. If the Wen and Dongfeng clans wanted to climb up, then they would get more resources than the others. This would naturally arouse the disgust of the other clans. In this case, the enemies of the two clans would naturally appear. And this matter inevitably became an excuse for their enemies to attack them. The Wen and Dongfeng clans suddenly discovered that they had made a mistake this time. They seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. But now that this matter had happened, they naturally had no other choice but to find a way to eliminate Zhao Hai. Otherwise, it wouldn't only affect the Wen and Dongfeng clans, but also the entire sacred court. The sacred court was located in the spiritual weapon realm. In addition to the Soul Enchantment Mountain, there was another large mountain in the Sacred Mountain. This was a very large building complex. The entire complex was divided into 9 peaks. These 9 peaks were distributed in the shape of 9 palaces. The main peak was located in the middle. And the main peak was the center of the entire sacred court. It was the main office of the sacred court as well as the residence of all the teachers. On the main peak of the sacred court, there was a tower. The entire tower had 9 floors and was in the shape of 8 trigrams. Wind chimes were hanging on each corner of the tower. When the mountain breeze blew, the wind chimes would buzz and the sound would spread throughout the mountain. The entire mountain seemed to be shrouded in a celestial sound. Below the tower was a huge courtyard. There were many houses in the courtyard. In one of the rooms, a group of people was having a meeting. This was a very big room. All the chairs were arranged in a circle, surrounding a table and a chair in the middle of the hall. In the middle of the hall was an old man. This old man was wearing a robe. He looked very old. His hair and beard were already white, his face was also covered with age spots. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Aside from this old man, there were also several hundred people sitting in the hall. These people were divided into sections, some of them were discussing in low voices. At this time, the old man sitting in the middle took a wooden hammer and knocked on the table a few times. The sound made the entire hall quiet down. Everyone looked at the old man. The old man put down the hammer and said, "I've gathered everyone here today because of the Dabi city's matter. Everyone already knows the cause of this matter. But no matter what the reason is, now that Dabi city's matter has already happened, let's talk about what we should do." The old man nodded and said, "All right." The hall was very quiet. Although the old man's voice wasn't very loud, everyone could still hear him clearly. However, no one spoke. The old man looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Don't keep quiet. Dabe City has been very respectful to the Sacred Institute over the years. Now that something like this has happened, don't you all want to say something?" Someone opened his mouth and said, "Dean, we all know the cause of this matter. If the Wen clan didn't want to deal with the crane field grass, then this wouldn't have happened. I think that the Wen clan should take full responsibility for this matter." Another person stood up and said, "Dean, Teacher Wu is right. The Wen clan should take full responsibility for this matter." A cold snort was heard. "Humph, the dean is talking about how to resolve this matter, not who should be responsible. Now that the entire Dabi city has been destroyed, the methods used are so cruel that it makes one's hair stand on end. We should be thinking about how to deal with the enemy, not who should be responsible." Teacher Wu said, "If we don't take responsibility, then how can we deal with this matter? And do you think that this matter is easy to deal with? The enemy destroyed the Dabe city. Moreover, the Dabe clan's river-breaking expert has been confirmed dead. What do you think we should do now? Will the people of the city listen to us and deal with the crane field grass? They don't dare, so I think that whoever caused this mess should be the one to solve it." His words immediately caused a lot of people in the hall to agree. This was because Teacher Wu was right. At this time, no one in the city-states would listen to the sacred court and deal with Zhao Hai. They were afraid of Zhao Hai's retaliation. This was because Zhao Hai's retaliation was too terrifying. The person who spoke before coldly snorted and said, "It's precisely because of this that we have to deal with the crane field grass. Because Zhao Hai is the most serious provocation to our sacred academy. We have to deal with the crane field grass in the shortest time. Otherwise, where will the dignity of our sacred academy be?" As for who is responsible, it won't be too late to do so after the matter is over. Teacher Wu looked at that person and said in a deep voice, Teacher Guan, I think you misunderstood something. I didn't say that we won't solve the problem of the crane grasses. What I'm saying is that we should solve the problem of the people who caused it. The Sacred Institute isn't a protective umbrella. Do you think that the Sacred Institute will solve all the problems caused by the people of the Sacred Institute? Right now, the people of the various city-states are complaining. They think that the Sacred Institute is meddling too much. If the Sacred Institute continues like this, sooner or later, the other city-states will be disgusted with us. That's why I said that whoever caused the trouble should be the one to solve it. Is it because of the heavenly crane grass that the Dabe city-state was attacked by the Sacred Institute? No, it's because of the Wen clan. If the Wen clan didn't want to use the Dabe city to deal with the crane field grass, then would the crane field grass deal with the Dabe city? In the past, the crane field grass didn't go on a killing spree in Boulder City. This was because the Boulder City Lord had a good chat with the crane field grass. If it wasn't for the Wen clan, then the Boulder City wouldn't have had a conflict with the crane field grass. The reason why the crane field grass was retaliating against the crane field grass in the Dabe City was because of the Dabe City. When Donglai even personally went to the Dabe City to deal with the crane field grass. This caused the crane field grass to retaliate. Let's not talk about whether the crane field grass was right or wrong. What I want to ask is, why did Wen Donglai deal with the crane field grass in the Dabe City? Could it be that he didn't know that ordinary people would be injured in the city? Teacher Wu's words gained the approval of many teachers. These teachers weren't fools, they knew what Wen Donglai was planning. If this matter went smoothly, then they could use this matter to attack the Wen clan. However, things went wrong now. Zhao Hai wasn't injured. Instead, the Sacred Academy was in an awkward situation. This became an excuse for Teacher Wu to attack the Wen clan. The people of the Wen clan were speechless. They couldn't refute Teacher Wu's words. After a while, someone opened his mouth and said, although this matter was caused by the Wen clan, the crane field grass's retaliation was too crazy. Tens of millions of people died, this is an unchangeable fact. Everyone, what kind of crazy person would do something like this? We can't let someone like the crane field grass live in this world. As an existence revered by the entire spiritual weapon realm, we have the responsibility to get rid of this lunatic. Keeping this lunatic in the spiritual weapon realm would only cause more deaths. Lunatic? I don't think Tian crane grass has killed any innocent people other than Dabi city-state. Cranefield Grass's madness was completely forced by someone. I still have the same words, whoever caused this matter should solve it by themselves. The Sacred Academy shouldn't clean up anyone's mess. Ridiculous, if a person who killed tens of millions of people isn't a lunatic, then who is? The Sacred Academy has the obligation to get rid of this lunatic. Otherwise, more people will think that the Sacred Academy is incompetent. For a moment, the hall was in a mess. In the beginning, only Teacher Wu and Teacher Guan were quarreling. Later, everyone in the hall started quarreling. The hall was in chaos. The old dean was sitting there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. He didn't seem to care about the quarrel in the hall. Although the quarrel in the hall wouldn't lead to any result, after a long time, the old dean still sat there with his eyes closed. Finally, after half an hour of quarreling, the old dean picked up the wooden hammer and knocked on the table. The people in the hall slowly quieted down. The old dean looked at the people in the hall and said, "All right, stop quarreling. Quarreling won't solve the problem. What Teacher Wu said is reasonable. Whoever caused this matter should solve it by himself. Regarding Cranefield Grass, the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan caused it, so it will be settled by your two clans. However, the Academy won't ignore it. Cranefield Grass has the strength to kill a Broken River level expert, which proves that he is very strong. Therefore, the Academy will send 24 swift blades to help you deal with Cranefield Grass. But if your two clans really want to deal with Cranefield Grass, then it's best to ask the old ancestors of your two clans to take action. The Academy won't send too many experts to help you, this is the limit of what the Academy can do. Alright, this matter ends here, disperse. Obviously, the old dean's status in the Academy was very high. Nobody would object to what he said. Therefore, the people in the hall didn't make a sound. After the old dean left, they dispersed. Teacher Wu's expression wasn't bad because he had achieved his goal this time. Although the academy had sent out the 24 swift blades, and their strength was very strong, they were much stronger than the academy's full support of the Wen clan. Although the 24 swift blades were strong, the crane grasses were definitely not to be trifled with. Therefore, Teacher Wu had the upper hand in this battle with the Wen clan. On the other hand, the Wen and Dongfang clans' expressions weren't ugly. Although the academy didn't fully help them this time, they also didn't punish them. They just let them deal with this matter themselves. They were very clear that this was the biggest concession that the academy could make. Because of the relationship between the two clans, the academy had fallen into an awkward situation. It was already good that the academy didn't blame them. After the Wen and Dongfang clans returned home, the patriarchs of the Wen and Dongfang clans immediately gathered together. The Wen clan's patriarch was called Wen Daodu, while the Dongfang clan's patriarch was called Dongfang Yulong. Both of them were in their 50s. Because of the good relationship between the two clans, their relationship was naturally very close. And this time, the two clans acted together to deal with Zhao Hai. Therefore, no matter what happened, the two clans would have to shoulder it together. When Daoda looked at Dongfang Yulong and said in a deep voice, "This time, the academy didn't blame us and let us solve this matter ourselves. This is already the biggest concession. The dean is already taking care of us. If we still can't solve the crane field grass, then our families won't have a good time in the academy." Dongfang Yulong nodded, then he sighed and said, "I didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so difficult to deal with. Alright, it seems like we have to ask the ancestor to make a move. In any case, crane grasses must die. If he doesn't die, then our two families won't have a good time. Moreover, I can see that the dean is very angry. After all, because of this matter, the Holy Courtyard's position has become very awkward. If we don't resolve this matter well, then even if crane grasses doesn't deal with us, the dean wouldn't let us off. It seems like if we don't show our strength this time, then I'm afraid we won't be able to pass this hurdle. If we don't use our trump card, then we won't be able to deal with it." When Daoda nodded, then he frowned and said, "Where did this crane field grass come from? And that Zhao Hai, where did they come from? Why are they so strong? Why haven't we heard of them before? Moreover, I heard that they were ascetics. When did ascetics become so strong? This is too strange." Dongfang Yulong replied, "Now isn't the time to think about this. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The sooner it is done, the better it will be for us. If we delay for too long, then I'm afraid the academy won't agree. What do you plan to do?" When Daoda replied, "Ever since the incident with Dabii City, Crane Granny and the others have disappeared. Nobody knows where they went. If they continue to hide, then it will be troublesome. How about this, if Crane Granny and the others don't appear in a short time, then we can only attack the Lost Soul Mountains. If they appear, then we will directly attack them. In any case, the Lost Soul Mountains have been unified and the Lost Soul City-State has been established. Moreover, at this time, the other city-states in the continent are very sensitive to our movements. Although they understand that we are going to attack the Lost Soul City-State, I'm afraid that the other city-states will also have some ideas. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better to not reach out to the Lost Soul City-State. Let's first deal with Crane Granny's matter, then we'll have the opportunity to deal with the Lost Soul City-State." Dongfang Yulong nodded and said, "Just as I thought, I don't know why the experts of the Lost Soul City-State were all subdued by Zhao Hai. Moreover, they seem to be very loyal. Even some people who were originally sent by other clans have now submitted to Zhao Hai. Moreover, they are very loyal to him. Their clan sent people to contact them but they were all captured. Therefore, it won't be easy to deal with the Lost Soul City-State. Moreover, the City Lord of the Lost Soul City-State, I'm afraid that Zhao Hai isn't that easy to deal with. Crane Granny has the strength to kill a Broken River Realm expert, so Zhao Hai's strength shouldn't be that weak. Therefore, we still have to be more careful. Let's first look for Crane Granny. If we can't find Crane Granny, then it won't be too late to attack the Lost Soul City-State. Even if we want to attack the Lost Soul City-State, we still have to be fully prepared. Wen Daota nodded and said in a deep voice, our Wen clan still has 20 Skydance Realm experts. This time, to deal with the crane field grass, those below Skydance Realm shouldn't go. That's just sending themselves to death. You? Dongfang Yulong said in a deep voice, our Dongfang family can send out 18 people. This is already the limit. If we send out 18 people, there will only be 3 Skydance experts in the family, including me. Wen Daota nodded and said, our clan also sent 20 people, including me, we only have 2 Skydancing Realm experts. How about this, we'll take action now, we'll send people to find Crane Field and the others, and at the same time send a letter to the ancestor, asking the 2 ancestors of your 2 clans to work together and eliminate Crane Field. If we can't, our clans will lose face, and our days in the academy won't be easy. Dongfang Yulong nodded, then he looked at Wen Daota and said, our clans are intimately interdependent. This time, we're going all out. If we can get through this, then we'll take care of our clan's disciples. If you want to take care of them, then we'll take care of them as well. I've discovered that the academy's disciples are too arrogant, this won't do. Wen Daota nodded, then he sighed and said, right, it's time to take care of them. Just wait and see, it's not just our 2 clans, the other clans will also take care of their disciples. The academy has been peaceful for too long, they've already forgotten that they need to be nervous. Dongfang Yulong nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Wen Daota before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai was sitting in the woods. Stonemer and the others were standing not far away from him, guarding him. They had been in the woods for 2 days. Now that they had fully recovered, Zhao Hai felt that he should proceed with the next step of his plan. But before that, Zhao Hai had something to say to Stonemer and the others. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, Stonemer, come here. I have something to say to you. Although Stonemer and the others were puzzled, they still went to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, do you think that it's strange that I can kill so many people? Why would I say that the number of people I killed is nothing compared to the number of people I killed before? Stonemer and the others were puzzled, but they still went to Zhao Hai's side. Stonemer and the others nodded, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, actually, there's nothing strange about this. Let me tell you, I can't be considered as a person from the soul world. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Stonemer and the others were stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, they didn't know what he meant. They had been following Zhao Hai for a long time, so how could Zhao Hai say that he wasn't a person from the soul world? Especially Iron Thread Grass, he was the first to follow Zhao Hai, so he was very clear about how Zhao Hai reached where he is today. Now that Zhao Hai said that he wasn't a person from the soul world, he was very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, when I said that I'm not a person from the soul world, I meant that I have the thoughts of my previous life. I can't say that it was my previous life. I can only say that my soul was forcibly pulled to the soul world and became a small baby. Later on, my memory was restored, and I knew about my own matters. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, I know that you have to remember that I can't be considered as a person from the soul world. I'm still staying in the soul world because my strength isn't enough. If I can restore even 1% of my strength, I would have left the soul world long ago. And you are my most trusted people, so when I leave, I will take you with me. The cultivation methods that I taught you don't belong to the soul world. Those cultivation methods can only show their power in the outside world. But you still have to work hard. If you don't work hard, then you won't be qualified to follow me. My weakest subordinates outside are much stronger than you. Stonemer and the others were somewhat confused. To be honest, they didn't understand Zhao Hai's words. But they understood that Zhao Hai was a big shot, and he wasn't a person from the soul world. He was working hard to go back. But even if they knew this, it was useless. For them, they only needed to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. No matter what Zhao Hai's identity was, they would still follow Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he knew that his words were superfluous. So he didn't say anything more. Instead, he said to the others, all right, you just need to know about this matter. Don't talk about it. It's almost time. I think that our matter has already spread across the continent. Let's go out of the forest and see what kind of attitude the people of the continent have towards me. Stonemer and the others nodded and then stood up. Zhao Hai also stood up. This time, he didn't walk through the forest but instead flew. They were still very close to Dabii City. They couldn't see any cities nearby, so they still needed to fly for a while. Zhao Hai and the others flew for about 5 hours before they finally entered another city-state. This city-state was called Crooked River City. It was a small city-state with only 10 city-states under its control. Among them, Crooked River City was the only big city. However, the reason why Crooked River City was able to survive until now was because of its navy. Moreover, the city lord of Crooked River City didn't live in Crooked River City, but in a very special place called Immortal Lake. In this Immortal Lake, there was a small island called Garrison Island. According to legend, this island was where the Heavenly Sword Empire stationed their navy. Because of this, there was a small military fortress on this island. And now, this fortress was the residence of the city lord of Crooked River City. It was also because of this fortress that Crooked River City was able to survive. This was because their navy was very strong. Additionally, the city lord of Crooked River City also had a lot of experts. In addition to the defensive capabilities of Garrison Island, although Crooked River City was a small city-state, its strength wasn't weak. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make a move on them. Zhao Hai and the others entered Crooked River City. However, the place they arrived at wasn't Crooked River City, but a small city called Dock City. The reason why Dock City was called this was because there was a large shipyard here. It was said that this shipyard was left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. Later on, the shipyard was abandoned. However, the city still existed. Zhao Hai and the others flew above Dock City before landing outside the city. They didn't fly directly into the city. Doing so would be an obvious provocation. Zhao Hai didn't want to make more enemies. After landing outside the city, they slowly walked towards the city. Dock City was a small city, so the city gate wasn't very big. At the city gate, there were several soldiers standing guard, but looking at their appearance, one could see that they weren't elites. Each and every one of them had a weak appearance. Zhao Hai found it strange. Crooked River City was very close to Dabii City. It was impossible for them to not know about what happened in Dabii City. Even after knowing that something big happened in Dabii City, the city's defenses were still this bad. This was something that Zhao Hai couldn't understand. Crooked River City was very close to Dabii City. Actually, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that this was all because of his fame. Now, the name of Crane Grass had already spread throughout the entire spirit weapon world. Everyone knew that his strength was incomparably formidable. He alone could destroy a medium-sized city-state, and even a breaking river-level expert. One must know that in a small city-state like Crooked River City-State, there wouldn't be a breaking river-level expert overseeing it. A city-state with a breaking river-level expert overseeing it had to be at least a medium-sized city-state. However, a breaking river-level expert would only make a move when their city was in a life-and-death situation. Just like when Zhao Hai wanted to destroy Dabii City. At that time, the breaking river-level expert of Dabii City came back from outside. However, there was no other way. Zhao Hai's actions were too fast. Because of this, the breaking river-level expert was one step too late. But even if he came early, it would be useless. Zhao Hai would still destroy him. Their strength couldn't be compared to Dabii City, and they didn't have a strong backer. Therefore, when a small city like Crooked River City knew about what happened in Dabii City, the only thing they could do was wait. Don't talk about increasing their defense. Even if they did, how could their defense be stronger than Dabii City's? Moreover, if they increased their defense, it would seem like they were hostile. For a small city like Crooked River City, they wouldn't dare to show any hostility towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop at the city gate. Instead, they directly entered the city. Upon entering the Dock City, Zhao Hai felt that he was being watched. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He led Stonemer and the others into the city. As usual, they looked for a hotel and booked a courtyard. Then they came out of the hotel and strolled around the city. When Zhao Hai entered the Dock City, the news of him entering the city spread out in an instant. The first person to receive this news was Crooked River City's lord, Chu Haiba. Chu Haiba was currently sitting in his study dealing with the matters of the city-state. He was currently very annoyed because a lot of refugees had arrived in his territory. Naturally, these refugees had escaped from Dabi City and were lucky enough to survive. However, when they arrived in Chu Haiba's territory, they brought a lot of trouble to Chu Haiba. Their food and necessities were very troublesome. If it weren't for this situation, Chu Haiba would have been happy that Dabi City was destroyed. This was because Dabi City was destroyed by Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, Chu Haiba didn't dare to go to Dabi City to occupy territory. He was afraid that if he angered Zhao Hai, then his Crooked River City would follow in Dabi City's footsteps. Even if Zhao Hai didn't care about Dabi City, Chu Haiba still didn't dare to make a move. After all, Dabi City was very close to the Holy Court. Who knows if he would offend the Holy Court by occupying territory? If the Holy Court was truly angered, then his small Crooked River City would be done for. Chu Haiba looked at the big piece of fat meat that was being accepted as refugees. Thinking about this, Chu Haiba felt a headache. What gave Chu Haiba the biggest headache was the news that he received from the Wen clan. They wanted him to help pay attention to Zhao Hai's movements. If Zhao Hai was discovered, then he must immediately inform the Wen clan. This was what gave Chu Haiba the biggest headache. He was afraid that he would offend Zhao Hai because of this matter. If Zhao Hai went crazy, then his Crooked River City would be finished. At this time, Chu Haiba was sitting in his study room with a bitter expression as he looked at the documents in front of him. At this time, a knock was heard on the door. Then a voice said, "City Lord, news came from Dock City. Tian Cranechows group was found. They asked you what to do." Upon hearing this, Chu Haiba couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Then he immediately said, "Come in." The person outside the door nodded and then came in. This person was Chu Haiba's steward. He was absolutely loyal to Chu Haiba. Therefore, when Chu Haiba saw the letter, he knew that it was true. Chu Haiba looked at the steward and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Tian Cranechow was found there?" The steward nodded and said, "Yes, City Lord. Just now, news came from Dock City. They found Tian Cranechow's group. Although it's just a suspicion, it's almost certain. Tian Cranechow's group just entered the city not long ago. They were sitting in the captain's inn and had even booked a courtyard. City Lord, what should we do now?" Chu Haiba's expression was solemn as he said, "I didn't think that he would dare to come out. But why would he appear in our Crooked River City? The Wen clan has already informed them that they have discovered Zhao Hai's group. If we don't tell them, then they will know about it later. But if we tell them, then Crane Field will know about it. This is a dilemma." The manager frowned, he didn't know what to say. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "City Lord, should we tell the Wen clan?" Chu Haiba thought for a moment, then he said, "Tell the Wen clan to prepare a ship. I want to go to the Dock City. Remember, it's a secret. Don't let anyone know about it." The manager nodded and then went to prepare. At this time, Zhao Hai was strolling around the Dock City. He didn't have anything to do right now, he just wanted to look around. After the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the inn and took a good rest. These days, they had been resting in the woods. Although they were already used to this kind of life, they still couldn't completely rest. Now that they could finally have a good rest, they certainly wouldn't let it go. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. They didn't eat breakfast in the inn, instead, they went outside and ate outside. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others strolled outside for a while. Then they found a tea house and asked for a private room to drink tea and chat. After chatting for a while, Zhao Hai heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but stare. Then his face couldn't help but show a playful smile as he said, "Please come in." Along with his voice, the door was pushed open as a person walked in. This person was Chu Haiba. When Chu Haiba entered the room, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Mr. Tian. I am Crooked River City Lord, Chu Haiba." To be honest, when Zhao Hai heard Chu Haiba's identity, he was really surprised. However, he immediately stood up and said, "So it's City Lord Chu, may I know why City Lord Chu is looking for me?" Chu Haiba opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Hai. It's like this. Today, I came to look for you only to tell you one thing. The Wen clan has already informed all the city-states in the spirit weapon world. No matter which city-state it is, as long as they discover Mister's whereabouts, they must immediately inform the Wen clan. This one cannot afford to offend the Wen clan, so I have already informed the Wen clan of Mister's appearance in the dock city. Mister, please be careful. This one will take his leave now. After saying this, he bowed towards Zhao Hai and turned to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Chu Haiba and couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "He's a smart person." Interesting. Then Zhao Hai sat beside Chu Haiba and took a sip of tea. Stonehammer was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what does he want to do? Why did he suddenly come here to tell us the news and then turn around to leave? What does he want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. He doesn't want to offend either side. In fact, he can't afford to offend either side. Therefore, he came up with this idea. He gave the news to the Wen clan while also informing us. This way, the Wen clan would be able to get what they want. At the same time, he also gave me a reminder, selling both sides. It's that simple." Iron Wire said, "Young master, it seems like the Wen clan won't let us off. What do you think we should do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing we can do. Didn't they want to deal with us? Alright, we'll wait for them to come. Moreover, this time, they will surely send some experts. I want to see what kind of experts they will send this time. However, I think that they should be a bit more obedient this time. They won't attack us in the city." Zhao Hai nodded. Stonehammer and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, let's rest for a few days. We'll wait for the other side to come. I think that there will be some Broken River experts this time. Therefore, we need to be careful. After a while, we'll go eat something and then go back to the hotel to rest. You should cultivate inside the space for the next few days. Cultivating inside the space is much better than cultivating outside." Stonehammer and the others nodded. They also knew that the energy inside the space was very abundant. Cultivating inside the space was much better than cultivating outside. Zhao Hai was very clear that the Wen and Dongfeng families' attack wouldn't be weak. It was possible that the Holy Court would send people to participate in the attack. Therefore, he had to be careful when dealing with them. After Zhao Hai and the others returned to the hotel, they were very well behaved. They didn't make any movements. Zhao Hai was just paying attention to their surroundings to see if there were people monitoring them. After staying in the hotel for 7 days, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the number of people monitoring them had increased. Moreover, among these people, there were a lot of people who had strong hostility. When Zhao Hai felt this, he knew that the main characters had arrived. Zhao Hai released Stonehammer and the others and then had them sit down in the living room. Then he said, "There are a lot of people monitoring us outside. Moreover, a lot of them are very hostile. Most importantly, these people are very strong. I think that the Men and Dongfeng families have arrived. We need to prepare. I'm afraid that the battle is about to begin." Stonehammer and the others nodded and said, "Don't worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Stonehammer and the others nodded. They weren't fools. After experimenting for a long time, they had some understanding of the ways of the world. Therefore, they knew that these people wouldn't be easy to deal with. This was because these people already knew about their strength. If they wanted to deal with them, then they must have enough confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to their deaths. In a situation where Zhao Hai and the others showed their strength, they still thought that they had enough confidence. This was enough to show that the other side had a lot of experts. If Zhao Hai and the others didn't deal with it well, then they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Stonehammer and the others and said, "When we fight, don't be too far away from me. We shouldn't have any problems dealing with them. Alright, we can't always hide in the city. Since they're here, we can't not go out. Let's go, we'll leave the city now. I want to see how many experts they have." Stonehammer and the others stood up and returned to their rooms. They simply packed their things and then followed Zhao Hai out of the courtyard. When they arrived outside, they directly checked out of the hotel. Then Zhao Hai led Stonehammer and the others out of the hotel. As soon as they arrived at the main street, they saw 2 people standing on the opposite side of the street. The 2 looked to be in their 40s, but their auras were very shocking. The two looked at Zhao Hai with hatred in their eyes. Zhao Hai also looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "What? You want to fight in the city?" One of the two coldly snorted and said, "I'm afraid that you'll run away." Although the two sides didn't reveal each other's identity, they didn't need to. This was because they already knew each other's identity. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Run away? Why would I run? Do you think that with your strength, you can make me run away?" The man coldly snorted and said, "It's best if you don't run away. We'll wait for you outside the city." Then he turned around and walked out of the city. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and followed them out of the city. Many people on the street didn't know their identity, they also didn't know the strength of these two groups. They were still busy with their own matters. However, those who knew about this matter couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They were afraid that these two groups would fight in the city. If that happened, then the city would be finished. Dock City wasn't big, so the group quickly left the city. But even when they arrived outside the city, they didn't immediately make a move. Instead, their figures moved as they flew towards the distance. As they flew away, more and more people began to gather from all around, surrounding Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai's expression didn't change as he continued to fly forward until he was about 100 li away from the city. Zhao Hai stopped above a hill and looked at the people around him. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There are a lot of people here, no wonder you have such big words." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." One couldn't blame Zhao Hai for saying this. At this time, there were nearly 100 Sky Dance Realm experts surrounding Zhao Hai. Such a number was enough to support a medium-sized city-state. At this time, the person who spoke to Zhao Hai before looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Field, I really admire you now. Although you're our enemy, I have to say that you're really daring." Zhao Hai looked at the person and laughed, "That's not necessarily true. If I don't think that I'm strong enough to deal with you, then I wouldn't have dared to fight you. If I did, then I wouldn't be daring, I would be a fool. The reason why I'm here is because your strength isn't enough for me to escape." The person looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "No matter what the reason is, you're dead today. Crane Field, you shouldn't have offended our Wen clan. Even more so, you shouldn't have offended the Holy Court. Only death awaits those who offend the Holy Court." Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he laughed and said, "All right, less nonsense. In this world, there are a lot of people who want to kill me. I don't lack people like you. What's wrong? The Wen clan didn't just send people like you, right? Could it be that another powerful being at the Breaking River level had arrived? If you do, then please come out. Don't hide. You mighty figures should have your own dignity. Humph. You're just a sly person with a sharp tongue." Along with this voice, two figures came from afar. In the blink of an eye, they appeared not far away from the group. These two people had an astonishing aura. They were both Breaking River Realm experts. As soon as these two appeared, the others immediately saluted them and said, "Greetings, Ancestor." The two just gave an end sound. Then they looked at Zhao Hai. They carefully looked at Zhao Hai. Then, their eyes were filled with suspicion. They knew about Zhao Hai's matter. They also knew that the Breaking River Realm ancestor of Dabe City was killed by Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai was also a Breaking River Realm expert. But now, no matter how they looked at it, Zhao Hai was a Sky Dance Realm expert. This made them very confused. They didn't know what was going on. In their impression, Sky Dance Realm experts couldn't be a match for Breaking River Realm experts. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "You two, it seems like you're the main force in dealing with me this time. Why? Are you sure that you can deal with me?" The two looked at each other, then they turned to Zhao Hai. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, although I don't know how you managed to survive from Ancestor Dabe, your good days have come to an end. Prepare to die." Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "It won't be easy to deal with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the golden book appeared in his hand. Then he opened the book as silhouettes flew out and rushed towards the two. These golden silhouettes didn't deal with the two Breaking River experts. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these golden silhouettes weren't a match for the two Breaking River experts. Stonemer and the others also moved. Naturally, they couldn't deal with the two breaking river experts. It seems like they can only leave the two to Xiao Hai. When the two breaking river experts saw Xiao Hai make a move, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Their figures moved as they transformed into two large swords. Then they went straight towards Xiao Hai to chop him up. Xiao Hai didn't say anything. Xiao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Then several formations flew out from his book. As soon as these formations appeared beside him, they immediately turned into black vortexes. Then from these vortexes came a burst of ghostly cries. Then from these vortexes, several white arms stretched out. These arms were all made of bones, skeletons. Then, the skeleton-like arms grabbed the edge of the whirlpool and drilled out of the whirlpool. Then, the skeletons drilled out of the whirlpool. These skeletons looked very beautiful. Their white bones were like white jade. Moreover, as soon as they appeared, they immediately went to greet the two broken river experts who had turned into swords. The skeletons and the two breaking river experts quickly clashed. However, this wasn't the end. Xiao Hai flipped the book again and again. Formations, golden silhouettes, and formations flew out from the golden book. The golden book seemed to be connected to another world. There were endless things flying out of the book. The two breaking river experts also felt the seriousness of this matter. They originally thought that the skeletons released by Xiao Hai would be easy to deal with. However, it seems like this wasn't the case. The strength of these skeletons was very formidable. It wouldn't be easy for them to deal with these skeletons. The skeletons were very hard. Moreover, their attacks were also very powerful. These skeletons were obviously close combat experts. Every move they made was very strict. As for the two breaking river experts who turned into breaking river experts, wanting to defeat them wouldn't be an easy matter. Time passed by little by little. Xiao Hai didn't release anything from the golden book. But even so, it was enough to make these people suffer. The sky dance experts who attacked Xiao Hai had already suffered casualties. On the other hand, the two breaking river experts weren't able to kill the skeletons that besieged Xiao Hai. The balance of victory and defeat had already started to tilt towards Xiao Hai's side. At this time, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Then a huge blade light suddenly appeared. This blade light was aimed towards Xiao Hai. The golden silhouettes that were blocking the blade light were repelled. Xiao Hai stared for a moment. Then his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was because he saw that this blade light came from the sky dance experts. He didn't pay attention to the group of sky dance experts at first. Although they were wearing black clothes, their sole objects were all blades. Moreover, after the battle started, they formed a formation and fought against the golden silhouettes. However, their performance was neither strong nor strong. Therefore, Xiao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused his attention on the two breaking river experts. However, he didn't expect that this group of people would have a special method. They could gather the power of more than 20 people through the formation. Then suddenly, a blade would appear. The might of this blade wasn't inferior to that of a breaking river expert. The golden silhouettes that Xiao Hai sent to deal with them weren't able to gather their power. Therefore, when they came into contact with the blade light, they were scattered by the blade light. The blade light was directed towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the blade light and faintly smiled. Then he waved his hand and a golden pen appeared in his hand. Then Xiao Hai's golden pen drew a line in the air. A large seal character appeared and flew towards the blade light. However, when it came into contact with the blade light, it was immediately scattered. The blade light didn't stop and continued to slash towards Xiao Hai. At this time, Xiao Hai flipped his book. A formation appeared on his body and covered his entire body. At this time, the blade light also hit the formation. With a bang, the blade light and the formation disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hai was also shaken by the blade and was sent flying back. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Xiao looked at the 24 people with long swords. He admitted that he had underestimated the enemy. He didn't think that the other side would have such a hidden card. Fortunately, he blocked the attack. Now that the other side had lost the advantage of a sneak attack, it would be impossible for them to use this trick against him next time. When the two breaking river experts saw that Xiao Hai was injured, they were overjoyed. Then their blades flashed as they repelled the skeletons surrounding them. This created a small gap in the encirclement of the skeletons. Then two blade lights went straight towards Zhao Hai. These two blade lights were very fast and were very imposing. However, Zhao Hai had already suffered a loss. He was already prepared for this. His hand moved as the golden book opened once more. Then a golden formation flew out of the book. Zhao Hai said, "Myriad formations, bless my body. Indestructible Vajra." Along with his voice, the formations covered his body. Then a huge golden man appeared outside of Zhao Hai's body. This was the move that Zhao Hai used to fight Dabe. After the giant appeared, he casually threw two punches and scattered the two saber lights. Then he didn't stop. However, he didn't attack the two breaking river experts. Instead, he turned around and attacked the 24 saber wielders. The 24 saber users thought that after the golden man appeared, he would attack the broken river level expert. However, they didn't expect that he would attack them. Their expressions changed. Then, the 24 of them made up their minds at the same time. Then, the 24 of them joined forces and attacked the golden man with saber lights. The giant casually punched and dispersed the saber lights. In the blink of an eye, the giant arrived in front of the 24 people. Then he punched one of them. The 24 people turned around and sent another saber light towards the giant's fist. However, the giant managed to disperse the saber lights. Then the giant's fist hit the empty space of their formation. However, the golden man's punch seemed to have hit the air. Then a boom was heard. Then the 24 people looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies shook as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their expressions withered. The golden man didn't stop and sent another punch. The 24 people used all their strength to block the punch. Another first-grade expert spat out blood. His face was pale. It was clear that he didn't have the strength to fight. The golden man sent another punch and their formation was broken. Then they were kicked and punched by the golden man. The 24 people died in the blink of an eye. After the giant killed the 24 people, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the two river-breaking realm experts. The two breaking river experts had finally scattered the skeletons. Although they were still entangled by the 4 skeletons, it was clear that it was only a matter of time before they dealt with the skeletons. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them this opportunity. The giant's figure moved and went straight towards the two breaking river experts. As soon as he arrived, he received the attack of one breaking river expert while the other breaking river expert was entangled by the 4 skeletons. Zhao Hai didn't give them any time to react. Zhao Hai and the breaking river expert exchanged a few moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The two continued to fight while the other breaking river expert was dealing with the 4 skeletons. Although the 4 skeletons were very strong, they could only entangle the breaking river expert. They couldn't cause any harm to the breaking river expert. At this time, Stonemer and the others, with the help of the Golden Men, were able to kill several Wu Sky experts of the Wen clan and Dongfang clan. In fact, the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan didn't have that many Wu Sky experts. Of the nearly 100 Wu Sky experts, some of them were from the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan. The other 24 were the 24 swift blades that were sent by the Dean. However, they had been killed by Zhao Hai. The remaining ones were from families that had good relations with the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan. It can be said that the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan had used all of their connections in order to form this team. But now, almost half of the Wu Sky experts had died, and the two breaking river experts were still entangled. This made the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan very anxious. They were very clear that if this continued, then they would lose. Although they were aware of their current predicament, they didn't have any way to deal with it. After all, the Golden Men and the formation sent by Zhao Hai, as well as Stonemer and the others, weren't easy to deal with. At this time, Zhao Hai, who was fighting with the Broken River expert, waved his hand and sent a golden bead towards the Broken River expert who was fighting with the skeletons. The Broken River expert was roaring in anger. The Breaking River expert didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a move. He didn't pay attention to the golden bead at all. When he noticed the golden bead, it was already at his side. The Breaking River expert was startled. Just as he was about to open the golden bead suddenly exploded. When the golden bead exploded, the broken river level expert felt a powerful force that submerged him in an instant. When the golden light disappeared, they discovered that there was nothing there. The golden light was gone, the broken river expert was gone, and the skeletons were also gone. Everything was gone, the place became clean and empty, as if there was nothing there at all. The golden light was gone, the broken river expert was gone, and the skeletons were gone as well. Everything was gone, it was as if there was nothing there at all. When the breaking river expert who was fighting with Xiaohai saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Self-detonation?" He could clearly feel that the power just now was the reaction of a breaking river expert after detonating all his power. But how was this possible? That power couldn't have come from his companion. This was because his companion had the upper hand. It was impossible for him to self-detonate. Then it could only come from the golden bead. But how could the golden bead release the same amount of energy as a breaking river expert's self-detonation? What was going on? Xiaohai laughed and said, "Correct, self-detonation. Ha ha ha. Interesting, right? Now, the two of us can have a good fight. I want to see how much stronger you are compared to Ancestor Dabe. Why don't you self-detonate and see if I can seal him as well? If I can seal you, then I'll find an opportunity to throw your sealed bead to the Wen family or the Dongfeng family." When the breaking river expert heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but roar in anger. However, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Xiaohai's strength was obvious. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with Xiaohai. Moreover, he was really afraid. If what Xiaohai said was true, then the breaking river expert sealed Ancestor Dabe's golden bead, then wouldn't he turn into a golden bead if he self-detonated? If this golden bead was thrown to the Wen family or the Dongfeng family by Xiaohai, then no matter which family it was, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Xiaohai didn't stop attacking him. However, because of what happened before, the breaking river expert's mind was shaken. His moves were slow by half a beat, allowing Xiaohai to seize this opportunity to gain the upper hand. This made the breaking river expert fall into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, he was surrounded by dangers. It would be very difficult for him to make a comeback. 100 li away from the battlefield, Chu Haiba was standing on the wall of Dock City, watching the battle. When Xiaohai and the others came out of the hotel, Chu Haiba already knew about it. When Xiaohai and the others came out of the city, Chu Haiba immediately went up the wall. Therefore, Chu Haiba was able to see the battle from beginning to end. To be honest, Chu Haiba didn't think that Xiaohai's strength would be so strong. He and his subordinates were actually able to face 2 breaking river experts and nearly 100 sky dance experts. Not only did they not fall into a disadvantageous position, they even slowly gained the upper hand. Now, one breaking river expert had died while the other fell into a disadvantageous position. More than half of the sky dance experts sent by the Wen family and the Dongfeng family had died. Only 20 or so of them were still fighting. However, under the attacks of the Golden Men, the formations, and the stone hammers, they had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Their defeat wasn't far away. Chu Haiba stared blankly at the battle. He didn't think that it would turn out like this. He muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Xiaohai looked at the broken river experts in front of him. He and this broken river expert had been fighting for more than 5 hours. The other sky dance experts had already died, only this broken river expert was still holding on. However, he didn't look good. His body was also injured, but his injuries weren't very heavy. With Xiaohai's current means, it would be difficult for him to deal with this broken river expert in a short time. After thinking about this, Xiaohai's figure moved and jumped out of the circle. At the same time, the formations on his body were also retracted. Xiaohai calmly stood there as he looked at the broken river expert. The broken river experts also stopped. They were gasping for breath as they looked at Xiaohai. Xiaohai looked at the broken river expert, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're very strong. You seem to be stronger than Ancestor Dabe. But unfortunately, you still have to die. You're my enemy." The broken river expert looked at Xiaohai and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. You made a mistake. Before, you already had the upper hand. You shouldn't have given me a chance to take a breather. Now that we're on the same side, let me see your strength. Zhao Hai looked at the Broken River expert, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't think that this is my strength, right? To be honest, although I'm very strong, this power is something that I've just obtained. I'm still experimenting with it. I don't want to play around anymore. I want to end this battle as soon as possible so that I can rest. Therefore, you can die now." After he said that, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a saber appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at the Broken River expert and then waved the saber. The Broken River expert could feel how terrifying Zhao Hai's saber was. This saber seemed to be able to cut the world apart. The Broken River expert quickly transformed into a saber and welcomed Zhao Hai's attack. Crack! A soft sound was heard as the Broken River expert turned into a long blade. Unexpectedly, it was cut in half by Zhao Hai's blade. The Broken River expert also appeared from the broken blade. However, he was now dead. He was cut in half by Zhao Hai's blade. Zhao Hai's blade had cut him in half. That Breaking River expert looked at the seemingly transparent blade in Zhao Hai's hand and muttered, "Good blade." After saying that, the two halves of his body fell from the sky. He couldn't be more dead. At this time, Zhao Hai put away his sword. Then he turned his head to look at the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the golden book appeared in his hand. Everything that came out of the book returned to the book. Then Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and said, "Let's go." Then he led Stonemer and the others into the mountain. They didn't return to Dock City. At this time, Chu Haiba, who was standing on the walls of the Dock City, was still in a daze. He looked in the direction that Zhao Hai and the others left and muttered, "It's over? It ended just like that? How is this possible? Could it be that the spirit weapon world is really going to change?" At this time, the general manager who was standing beside Chu Haiba said, "City Lord, what should we do now? Should we inform the Wen clan about this?" Chu Haiba recovered, his expression changed. After a while, he muttered, "Tell them, why not? Even if we don't tell them, the Wen clan would still get the news. Didn't you see that Crane Field didn't even dispose of his corpse? He wasn't afraid of the Wen clan knowing about this. Tell the Wen clan, and at the same time, spread the news to all the other cities in the spirit weapon world." The general manager nodded, then he turned around and left. Then he told the news to the Wen clan as well as the other cities. In a short period of time, this news spread throughout the entire spirit weapon world. For a moment, the spirit weapon world was in an uproar. This was completely different from the silence from before. Before, the other cities were silent because they didn't think that Zhao Hai would use such a drastic method to deal with Dabi City. At the same time, they also wanted to see how the Holy Court and the Wen clan would react. Because of this, they chose to remain silent. They wanted to see how the Wen clan would react, and how Zhao Hai would respond. But now, the situation was different. The Wen clan had already reacted. This was because a lot of experts in the continent had gone to the Holy Court to study. Therefore, they had some understanding of the Holy Court, as well as the strength of the Wen and Dongfeng clans. Because of this understanding, they knew that the Wen and Dongfeng clans were going all out to deal with Zhao Hai. Even so, those people were still killed by Zhao Hai. This was the reason why they were surprised. They knew what it meant for those people to be killed by Zhao Hai. The death of those people meant that the Wen and Dongfeng clans didn't have any experts or backers. This was a disaster for the two clans. Moreover, the death of those people meant that the Holy Court's strength had been weakened. After all, whether it was the Wen or Dongfeng clans, they were clans with the word holy in their name. They represented the strength of the Holy Court. Frankly speaking, there weren't many cities in the spirit weapon world that had a good impression of the Holy Court. In the past, they didn't have any conflicts with the Holy Court. They were even grateful to the Holy Court for helping them cultivate their talents. However, as the Holy Court's hand got bigger and bigger, the conflict between them and the Holy Court became deeper and deeper. This was like an emperor. When an emperor sees a place that is willing to help him cultivate talents, he will be very happy. This is because this place will help him rule and make him stronger. But when this place starts to order him around, he will be very disgusted. This was because he is an emperor, and emperors hate it the most when others order them around. The situation of the Holy Court and the other cities was like this. The Holy Court's hand was getting bigger and bigger in recent years. Moreover, they were cultivating factions that were close to the Holy Court. This made the city lords of the other cities feel disgusted. This was what they didn't want to see the most. However, the influence of the Sacred Institute was too great. There were too many people who had been trained by the Sacred Institute. The influence of the Sacred Institute was also very big. This made all the city-states dread the Sacred Institute. Although they didn't like the Sacred Institute ordering them around, they still couldn't openly fall out with the Sacred Institute. Because of this, the city lord of a city-state would be replaced, and it might even be replaced by a different clan. It can be said that the Holy Court slowly turned from a holy land to a place that all the cities hated and feared. However, the Holy Court's influence was too big. Moreover, nobody had succeeded in rebelling against the Holy Court. Therefore, even if they hated the Holy Court, they couldn't do anything about it. But now, it was different. Someone dared to rebel against the Holy Court. Not only did he rebel against the Holy Court, but he also made the Holy Court suffer again and again. But the Holy Court couldn't do anything about it. This made the other cities see a glimmer of hope. Contrary to the situation of the other cities, the Holy Court quarreled when the Dabe city was destroyed. This was because they believed that although Zhao Hai was very difficult to deal with, he wouldn't pose too much of a threat to them. Letting the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan deal with Zhao Hai should be enough. Even Teacher Wu didn't think that Zhao Hai could pose a threat to the Holy Court. He just wanted to use Zhao Hai to weaken the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan. In the opinion of Teacher Wu and the other people of the Holy Court, the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan would go all out this time. In addition to the two river-breaking realm ancestors, they might lose 10 to 20% of their manpower. Then, Zhao Hai's group would be completely destroyed. However, when the news of the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan's complete destruction reached the Holy Court, everyone in the Holy Court became silent. This was a sharp contrast to the previous quarrel. Only now did the people of the Holy Court realize how strong Zhao Hai was. They seemed to have underestimated Zhao Hai. In this case, the people of the Holy Court didn't know what to do for a while. In the past few years, the Holy Court was used to having a smooth sailing in the spiritual weapon realm. They didn't have any opponents. There were many city-states in the spiritual weapon realm, but none of them dared to go against the Holy Court. Any student of the Holy Court would be treated with respect, especially the disciples of the clans of the Holy Court. The disciples of the clans of the Holy Court would stay in the Holy Court in the future. Although they would go to other city-states to train, nobody would give them dangerous missions. Even if two city-states were at war, they wouldn't be in any danger because nobody would dare to make a move on them. But this time was different. Not only did Zhao Hai kill a lot of people from the Holy Court, but he also made the people of the other city-states not dare to listen to the Holy Court. This was because if the people of the other city-states listened to the Holy Court and angered Zhao Hai, then their city-states would follow in the footsteps of Beiqing City. This was a perfect excuse. This was because the other city-states didn't have any enmity with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai came from the Lost Soul city-state, the city-state didn't have a ruler. Although there were a lot of forces there, they didn't have complete control over the city-state. Zhao Hai unified the Lost Soul city-state, he was strong and had people helping him. In this case, the people of the other city-states wouldn't easily offend Zhao Hai. Because of this, the other city-states didn't have any enmity with Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't take the initiative to deal with Zhao Hai. As for the matter of the Martian city wanting to deal with Zhao Hai, the other city-states chose to forget about it. Zhao Hai didn't have any enmity with them, so they didn't want to deal with Zhao Hai. In this case, if the Holy Court wanted them to deal with Zhao Hai, then the other city-states would have a clear reason to refuse the Holy Court. You see, I don't have any enmity with him, so why would I want to deal with him? Dealing with him would only lead to his retaliation. Beiqing City was a good example. If you want to deal with him, then do it yourself. I don't have that ability. Naturally, the Holy Court wouldn't be able to command the other city-states. If Zhao Hai was easily eliminated, then the other city-states wouldn't dare to say anything. However, the problem was that Zhao Hai was still alive. As long as Zhao Hai was alive, the other city-states could use this as an excuse to refuse the Holy Court. Slowly, the influence of the Holy Court on the other city-states would decrease. In the end, the Holy Court wouldn't be able to influence the other city-states. This was what the Holy Court didn't want to see the most. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the forest, they immediately entered the space. Ever since Zhao Hai obtained the space, he hasn't had a good rest inside. This was completely different from his original space. In his original space, as long as Zhao Hai had time, he would enter the space to rest. However, in this space, Zhao Hai would spend most of his time outside. In fact, there was a reason why Zhao Hai didn't enter the space. His original space was too powerful. Sitting inside the space allowed him to see and control everything outside. However, this wasn't the case in the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai rarely entered the space. But now, Zhao Hai felt that it was necessary for him to stay inside the space for some time. First, he needed to take a good rest. Second, he needed to study the golden pen and the golden book. Third, he needed to avoid the limelight for a while. Zhao Hai was very clear that this time's matter was very big. He had offended the Holy Court. This time only the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan came. However, Zhao Hai had already killed a lot of experts. Moreover, there were 2 Breaking River level experts among them. If the Holy Court were to send people to deal with him, then they would certainly send Breaking River level experts. Zhao Hai could deal with 2 Breaking River level experts. However, if there were 2 more, then it would be troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai would rather not know what was going on outside. He would hide inside the space for some time. After some time, he would go out and see what the Holy Court's reaction was. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Holy Court would make a move against the Lost Soul City. If they really did, then they would have to wait for his retaliation. One must know that Breaking River level experts were much harder to kill compared to Flying Void level experts. If the other party didn't look down on Zhao Hai in the beginning, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to kill them easily. Besides these reasons, Zhao Hai also wanted to take a good rest. Now that he was outside, he couldn't take a good rest. This was because he was worried that someone would plot against him. Recently, Zhao Hai had been fighting too frequently. Although he didn't feel anything, Zhao Hai still thought that he should take a good rest. After all, he still hasn't recovered to his peak state. Most importantly, he didn't have Laura and the others by his side. The reason why Zhao Hai talked to Stonehammer and the others was because he was lonely. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of being lonely, he had been lonely for too long. He needed to vent. Venting through fighting was just one of the ways. Chatting with others was also a good way to relieve his loneliness. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the space, they didn't do anything other than sleep. This was especially true for Zhao Hai. He directly went to nature's fortress and took a good rest. When Zhao Hai woke up, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Ever since he arrived at the Soul Realm, he hadn't felt this relaxed. Zhao Hai knew that this was all because of the space. Although Laura and the others weren't with him, the environment of the space allowed him to relax. Because of this, he was able to sleep very well. After coming out of nature's fortress, Zhao Hai saw that Stonehammer and the others had already woken up. They were teaching the transformational beasts inside the space. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but feel happy. Stonehammer and the others' thoughts were very simple. Moreover, Stonehammer and the others had always thought that the transformational beasts inside the space were their juniors. All of them were Zhao Hai's subordinates. Because of this, they wanted the transformational beasts to improve their strength as soon as possible. Zhao Hai looked at Stonehammer and the others' expressions and couldn't help but feel happy. Then he personally went to instruct the transformational beasts. In the past, Zhao Hai had a lot of transformational beasts, so he was very familiar with their techniques. And with his long experience in cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to instruct the transformational beasts. While Zhao Hai was instructing the transformational beasts inside the space, the conference hall of the Holy Courtyard was once again filled with people. The old dean was still sitting in the middle. Teacher Wu was also present, as were the people from the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan. However, when Dao Tu and Dongfang Yulong's expressions were very ugly. Everyone knew why they were like this, so nobody spoke to them. This was because they knew that the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan were finished, although the experts of the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan were almost wiped out, when Dao Tu and Dongfang Yulong were still present. They were the patriarchs of the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan. As long as the two of them were present, the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan would have the qualifications to be present in the conference hall. Unlike the previous time when everyone was quarreling, the entire hall was very quiet. The old dean was still sitting there as if he had fallen asleep. After waiting for everyone to arrive, the old dean picked up his wooden hammer and knocked on the table twice. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I think everyone is very clear about the reason for this meeting. The people that the Wen clan and the Dongfang clan sent to deal with the crane grass have all died. Among them were 2 Broken River realm experts." No one made a sound. This time, no one made a sound because no one knew what to do. Even a Broken River realm expert couldn't kill the other party. Instead, he was killed by the other party. They really didn't know what to do. Wen Daotu and Dongfang Yulong also didn't say anything. The two of them were very clear that they didn't have the qualifications to speak here. Seeing that nobody was speaking, the dean opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, don't keep quiet. Now that this matter has happened, we need to solve it. Moreover, this matter has a great impact on the academy. Everyone, tell us your opinions. Teacher Wu, you go first." Teacher Wu didn't expect that the dean would call out his name first. He was slightly stunned. Then he thought about it and said in a deep voice, "Dean, we only know that 2 river-breaking realm experts have died, but we don't know how they died. Did the crane grass reach the Broken River realm and disguise himself as a Skydance realm expert? If that's the case, then we can inform the Broken River realm experts and have them deal with Zhao Hai." After Teacher Wu said this, a lot of people nodded. This was because in their opinion, if Zhao Hai's strength hadn't reached river-breaking rank, then it would be impossible for him to be a match for a river-breaking rank expert. Not to mention killing 2 river-breaking ranks, this was even more impossible. The dean shook his head and said, "There's no need to doubt this point. Crane Field is at the level of Skydance. Moreover, the city lord of Crooked River City, Chu Haiba, saw the whole battle. Crane Field is at the level of Skydance, but he has a secret technique that allows him to enhance his strength to reach the level of Broken River for a certain period of time. Moreover, this enhancement can last for more than a few hours in a battle. Ordinary Broken River experts can't reach this level of strength. However, this enhancement is an external force after all, not his true strength. Therefore, he can't be considered a Broken River expert, and the Broken River Expert Guild can't control him." When Teacher Wu heard the dean, he couldn't help but frown and said, "So that's how it is. Then it's a bit troublesome. His strength is at the Skydance realm, but he can enhance his strength to the Broken River realm. This is difficult to deal with." The others had the same expression as Teacher Wu. Nobody would attack Teacher Wu because of this because there was no need to. They also didn't have a way to attack Teacher Wu because they didn't have a solution. After some time, Teacher Wu's eyes lit up. Then he said, "Dean, because of Crane Field's appearance, the prestige of our sacred academy has been greatly affected. We just need to make Crane Field admit defeat. Dean, can you ask the people in the secret realm to invite Crane Field to enter? If Crane Field doesn't go, then the people in the secret realm wouldn't let him go. And if he goes, then he would have to do it secretly. Since the secret realm is in our academy, as long as Crane Field doesn't reveal this matter, then others would think that he's admitting defeat. Dean, what do you think?" "So what do you think?" When the dean heard Teacher Wu, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he looked at the other teachers and saw that they were all in agreement. The dean looked at them and thought for a moment before he said, "This is a feasible method. But this way, we need to make sure that the Lost Soul City doesn't receive any threats while he's in the secret realm. Although the Lost Soul City has already said that it has nothing to do with crane grasses, when the people in the secret realm find crane grasses, they would certainly ask him if there's anyone he needs to take care of. This way, crane grasses would definitely say that he's in the Lost Soul City. This way, we wouldn't be able to make a move on the Lost Soul City." Teacher Wu smiled faintly and said, "Dean, I think that this matter isn't difficult to solve. Most people who enter the secret territory will have to serve for 3 to 5 years. However, I think everyone knows about the situation inside the secret territory. There are only a few people who can serve there for 3 to 5 years without dying. Even a Broken River level expert wouldn't be able to serve in the secret territory for a few years without suffering any losses. If he can hold on for a few years, then when he comes out, it won't be too late to deal with him. But if he dies inside, then it won't be too late for us to deal with the Lost Soul City. Dean, Crane Field can be strengthened to the level of a Broken River level expert. However, I don't think that a person can use this kind of strength without paying any price. Therefore, I think that if we throw Crane Field into the secret territory, then it won't take long for him to die. We all know about the dangers inside the secret territory. As long as Crane Field dies, then the Lost Soul City won't be easy to deal with. Xiaohai came out of the space. It was impossible for him to stay inside the space for his entire life. Therefore, he only stayed for 10 days before coming out. After leading Stonemer and the others out of the woods, Xiaohai looked around and saw that they were still in the same place. Then he led Stonemer and the others out of the woods. Then they directly flew towards Crooked River City State. There was no other way, they were currently the closest to Crooked River City State. Therefore, they could only go there. However, Xiaohai didn't go to Dock City this time. Instead, he went to Crooked River City. Crooked River City was the largest city in Crooked River City State. Although Chu Haiba didn't spend most of his time here, his control over Crooked River City had always been very strict. Xiaohai and the others flew outside Crooked River City and found a place where no one was present. Then the group entered Crooked River City. Not long after Xiaohai entered Crooked River City, Chu Haiba received the news. Upon hearing this news, Chu Haiba had a headache. However, he still informed the academy about this. This was because the academy told him that if he saw Xiaohai and the others, then he must inform the academy. This time, the academy gave him the order and not the Wen clan. Because of this, Chu Haiba didn't dare to hide this matter. Xiaohai and the others entered Crooked River City and inquired about the news. However, they didn't find any movements from the Holy Court. This made Xiaohai puzzled. He didn't understand why the Holy Court didn't make any moves. This wasn't their style of doing things. However, Xiaohai wasn't worried. If the Holy Court didn't make any moves, then there was no need for him to be anxious. In any case, he didn't need to wait for the Holy Court to make a move. He wanted to see if the Holy Court would send a large number of experts to deal with him. At the same time, Xiaohai also contacted Feng Lihua. He contacted Feng Lihua for information. One must know that when Xiaohai left the Lost Soul City State, he had already sent out his information network. The current situation in the Lost Soul City State wasn't bad. They had their own information network in many cities. Therefore, if Xiaohai wanted to know something, he could just report it to Feng Lihua. Xiaohai contacted Feng Lihua because he wanted to know if the Sacred Court was targeting him. Feng Lihua didn't receive any information. This made Xiaohai feel relieved. However, Xiaohai always believed that the Holy Court would deal with him. As for how they would deal with him, that would depend on the Holy Court. However, there was one thing that Xiaohai was sure of: the Holy Court would certainly take action. Xiaohai stayed in Crooked River City for 3 days. On this day, when he was about to leave and go to another city, 2 people suddenly came to look for him. When Xiaohai saw the 2 people who were brought to his courtyard, Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. Then a dignified expression appeared on his face. The 2 people looked to be around 30 years old. They were wearing black warrior robes. The sole objects above their heads were spears. Looking at their strength, they should be at the Void Realm. But what surprised Xiaohai the most was that the 2 of them were carrying a spear holster on their back. Inside the holster, there was a spear that was cut in 2. These 2 spears were definitely iron spears. Moreover, they were cut in the middle. But in battle, they could be reassembled in a short time and become a spear. Naturally, Xiaohai didn't pay attention to the 2 spears, but the temperament of the 2. Although the 2 were standing there calmly, Xiaohai could feel a murderous aura coming from their bodies. This murderous aura was almost tangible. Xiaohai could even smell a faint smell of blood coming from their bodies. Xiaohai was sure that the 2 of them had killed a lot of people. Moreover, they had just returned from the battlefield. However, this was also what made Xiaohai feel strange. One must know that in the spirit weapon realm, because of his matter, the city-states didn't have any conflicts. It seems like the people of the city-states were paying attention to him. They didn't even have the thought of snatching his territory. In this case, the two of them had the smell of gunpowder coming from the battlefield. This made Zhao Hai start to guess the identity of the two. Xianxia and the others also felt the difference in the temperament of the two. It must be said that they didn't kill as many people as the two of them. Therefore, they didn't have the same feeling as Zhao Hai. However, their intuition told them that the two of them were very dangerous. Therefore, Xianxia and the others stood behind Zhao Hai. Their hands were on their weapons as they stared at the two of them. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Please take a seat." "Who are the two of you? Why are you looking for me?" One of the two looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Cranefield? We're people from the secret realm. This time, we came to find you for one thing, you've been conscripted by us." When Zhao Hai heard that they were from the secret realm, he stared. Then he frowned and said, "People from the secret realm? Conscripted me? Why?" The one who spoke said, "Someone recommended you to us. We also investigated your situation and believe that you have the qualifications to enter the secret realm." Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Can I not go? Although I want to go to the secret realm, to be honest, I don't know who recommended me. And this recommendation might have some bad intentions." The person who spoke shook his head and said, "You can't. In fact, even if that person didn't recommend you, after a period of time, our secret realm would still conscript some people from the spirit weapon world. With your current reputation, you would also be conscripted at that time. As for the secret realm's conscription, no one is allowed to refuse. Otherwise, the secret realm would send people to hunt him down and kill him." Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "I can go to the secret realm, but do I have to go just like this? Is there no other compensation?" "There will be compensation. After you enter the secret territory, everything you obtain will belong to you. You can also point out a person or a force when you enter the secret territory. This person or force will be protected by the secret territory until you are unable to open the secret territory. If you die in the secret territory will also protect this person or force for 10 years. Anyone who attacks the person or force you point out will be an enemy of the secret territory and will receive the harshest punishment from the secret territory, regardless of the person's identity." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and said, "All right, I'll enter the secret realm. But I hope that when I enter, the secret realm will protect Lost Soul City." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and said, "All right, I'll enter the secret realm." The person nodded and said, "All right, since you've agreed, then keep this. This is a transmission formation. You have 10 days to settle your matters. After 10 days, you must activate this transmission formation. We will wait for you at the other end. If you don't arrive in 10 days, we will treat it as if you don't want to enter the secret realm. At that time, we will punish you. You and the forces you point out to protect will be attacked by the secret realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I want to know, how long do I have to stay in the secret realm before I can come out?" The person replied, "This depends on the situation. Generally, people will serve in the secret realm for 3 to 5 years. But if you suffer a serious injury, you will be sent out of the secret realm. If your performance is particularly good, you will be able to serve in the secret realm for a longer period of time. But at the same time, you will also receive more authority. You will have to wait until you receive this authority before you can be notified." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Then see you in 10 days. The two people cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. They didn't say anything else. After the two left, Stonemer immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what should we do now? The person who recommended you must be someone from the Wen family. They want you to enter the secret realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's exactly what I want. I also want to go to the secret realm to take a look. Hehe, now that I have the opportunity, let's go back to Lost Soul City first. I have some matters to discuss with Feng Lihua and the others. Stonemer, you should stay behind this time as well. While I'm gone, you should learn from Feng Lihua and the others. Although your strength has increased very quickly, you still have too little experience in dealing with people. Remember, while I'm gone, you shouldn't cause any trouble. Be honest and leave everything to Feng Lihua and the others." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Stonemer and the others became anxious. Stonehammer quickly said, "Young master, let us go with you. The secret realm sounds very dangerous. If we go with you, we can protect you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. The secret realm might not be dangerous for me, but it's very dangerous for you. What you need to do now is not to experiment in a dangerous environment. Instead, you need to learn how to interact with people and how to live like a human. This is your main task. Alright, let's go back to Lost Soul City." Then Zhao Hai received the items and had Stonehammer and the others pack up their things. Stonehammer and the others didn't say anything. They knew that once Zhao Hai decided on something, it wouldn't be easy to change it. Therefore, they went back to pack up their things and prepared to return to Lost Soul City. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Lost Soul City. They didn't use Crooked River City's transmission formation, instead, they used their own transmission formation and directly returned to Lost Soul City. Ecstasy City State was now developing very well. Zhao Hai had left a lot of funds in the city. Now that Ecstasy City State had an official income, it wouldn't be a problem to maintain its normal operations. Even the treasury of Ecstasy City State had a surplus. For Ecstasy City State, this was definitely a good thing. Especially after Zhao Hai dealt with the Wen family and the Dongfeng family, more and more city-states came in contact with Bewilderment City. At this point, these people had already accepted Bewilderment City. They regarded Bewilderment City as one of the many city-states in the spirit weapon world. In fact, even if other people wanted to deal with Lost Soul City, they would still need to think about it. This was because in addition to Zhao Hai, there were more than 200 void experts in Lost Soul City. Such strength couldn't be underestimated. If Zhao Hai was added to the mix, then Lost Soul City would be even more difficult to deal with. Some of the specialties of the City of Lost Souls have already brought a lot of income to the City of Lost Souls. Additionally, the teleportation formation could connect all the cities. There was also the emergence of insurance and the emergence of professional soldiers. All of these made the City of Lost Souls different from other city-states. It was clear that the City of Lost Souls was filled with vitality. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that if other city-states came to deal with the Lost Soul City State, then even the ordinary people of the Lost Soul City State would go all out against them. This was because the people of the Lost Soul City State had suffered for their entire lives. Now that they could finally live a good life, they wouldn't agree to it. Zhao Hai returned to Lost Soul City without alerting anyone. After arriving, he told Feng Lihua and the other city lords about Lost Soul City. He also told them about Stonehammer and the others. At the same time, he also told them that if someone wanted to deal with Lost Soul City while he was away, they would have to deal with it. After he was done with these matters, Zhao Hai returned to the space and began to refine formations. The formations that Zhao Hai made this time were all large-scale defensive formations. His main purpose in making these formations was to prevent people from attacking Lost Soul City. If someone really did attack Lost Soul City, then Stonehammer and the others could activate these formations to protect the city. Zhao Hai's group was very happy to see that Lost Soul City's defensive formations would be able to protect the city. Zhao Hai placed all of these formations into a space bag and then gave it to Stonehammer. After all of this was done, it was time for Zhao Hai to meet the two people from the secret realm. Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation that the two people gave him and left Lost Soul City. When Zhao Hai left Lost Soul City, he brought weapons with him. Zhao Hai knew that the secret realm would be very dangerous, so he prepared 2 weapons for himself. One was a flail, while the other was a long sword. Naturally, these weapons were refined by Zhao Hai himself. Inside the weapons were magic formations, making them very powerful. Zhao Hai's flail was different from ordinary flail hammers. Ordinary flail hammers have 2 handles. The handles and the hammerheads were connected by iron chains. However, Zhao Hai's flail hammer was different. Zhao Hai's flail hammer didn't have a handle, it was just a long iron chain that connected 2 hammerheads. Each hammerhead was the size of a watermelon, making it very heavy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's sword was the tang sword that he was used to using. The sword was on his back while the 2 hammerheads were hanging on his waist. The iron chain that connected the hammerheads was also on his back. The iron chain wasn't very thick and was coiled around his back, making it hard for people to see how long it was. As for the soul on Zhao Hai's head, he didn't change it this time. This was because everyone knew that his soul was a book. If he changed his soul now, it would certainly arouse suspicion. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to change his soul. However, he still carried the flail hammer and the tang sword. At worst, he would just tell people that he was still an ascetic cultivator. This way, no one would suspect him. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared in a certain place. He looked around and saw a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, but there were several people standing in the courtyard. Zhao Hai counted carefully, there were a total of 6 people. 2 of them were wearing black clothes and holding spears, they were from the secret realm. There was also an old man. Aside from the old man, there were 3 other people. These 3 people were wearing gorgeous clothes and standing behind the old man. 2 of them were looking at Zhao Hai as if they wanted to eat him, while the other one was looking at him with a proud expression. The 2 people from the secret realm looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're very punctual, you can go now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wait a moment, I want to talk to them." Zhao Hai pointed at the 4 people. The 2 people from the secret realm looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. However, they still nodded, obviously agreeing. The other 3 people in the courtyard were naturally the Dean, Wen Daotu, Dongfeng Yulong, and Teacher Wu. However, the 4 of them didn't expect that Zhao Hai would want to talk to them. They were sure that they haven't met Zhao Hai before, so they didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to talk to them about. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people, then he smiled at the Dean and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the Dean of the sacred courtyard. This one is Tian Cranegrass. Nice to meet you." The Dean looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This old man is indeed the Dean of the sacred courtyard. Mister, you don't know where this place is, yet you were able to recognize this old man's identity." This really surprised this old man. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Actually, it's not hard to guess. I already knew that the secret realm is in the sacred courtyard. Now that I want to enter the secret realm, I naturally have to come here. Looking at your temperament, I guess that you're the Dean. Oh, these 2 people who want to eat me should be the patriarchs of the Wen clan and the Dongfeng clan, right? Actually, the 2 of you don't need to hate me. If you didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't be your enemy. The source of all this doesn't seem to be me. Finally, mister, although I don't know your name, but looking at you, I know that it must be your idea for me to go to the secret realm now. Haha, I want to thank you here. If it wasn't for you, I might not have the chance to go to the secret realm in my lifetime. Thank you very much." Although Zhao Hai's words were understated, it still surprised the people of the sacred courtyard. Zhao Hai entered the courtyard and just by glancing at them, he was able to determine their identity. This kind of scheming was really frightening. One must know that even a powerful person wouldn't necessarily be good at scheming. However, Zhao Hai was able to determine their identity with just a glance. This kind of scheming, this kind of observation was really terrifying. The Dean looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly said, "Young man, you are very smart, very smart. But why don't you understand that the smarter a person is, the faster they will die?" Zhao Hai looked at the Dean and smiled faintly. "Of course I know that smart people will die quickly. However, there is a kind of smart person who can live for a long time. That is a smart and strong person. I also hope that you know that there are some people who are too smart for their own good. Everyone, farewell." After saying that, Zhao Hai didn't look at the Dean and walked towards the 2 people who came from the secret realm. The Dean looked at Zhao Hai and smiled coldly, "Young man, if you want to come back alive from the secret realm, then tell me who is smart. Now, I wish you a safe journey." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the Dean, then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Dean, you should know that sometimes, the destruction of a force can be caused by a small matter, a very small matter." The Dean coldly snorted, he didn't bicker with Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai walked towards the 2 black-robed men. The 2 black-robed men looked at Zhao Hai and then at the Dean, then they said, "Let's go." Then the 2 figures moved and soared into the sky. Zhao Hai also flew up with them. After flying up, Zhao Hai discovered that he was on top of a mountain. The courtyard was built on top of the mountain. After flying out of the courtyard, they flew towards the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain, there was a large volcanic crater. However, it seems like it was an extinct volcano. There were already trees growing around the crater. The crater was very big, about a kilometer in diameter. When the two black-robed men arrived at the crater, they didn't stop, they just flew straight in. Zhao Hai also didn't stop, he just flew in. After passing through the crater, they continued to fly downwards. After a while, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a cave on the side of the crater. This cave wasn't very big, it was only about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It was very dark inside, he couldn't see what was inside. However, the two black-robed men didn't stop, they just drilled into the cave. Naturally, Zhao Hai also didn't stop, he also drilled in. Just as Zhao Hai entered the cave, he suddenly felt dizzy. Zhao Hai stared, this was because he was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of using a transmission formation. Could it be that there was a transmission formation just now? However, Zhao Hai quickly rejected this idea. He thought that it wasn't a transmission formation, but a spatial passage. Soon, Zhao Hai felt a bright light in front of him. This light appeared very suddenly, it made Zhao Hai somewhat uncomfortable. Zhao Hai was still wondering why he was afraid of light, but he quickly understood. It was because this light was as bright as normal sunlight. But in the spirit weapon realm, even if it was daytime, it would still be dark. Therefore, he was somewhat uncomfortable with this light. After Zhao Hai adapted to the light, he couldn't help but look around. After looking around, Zhao Hai was really surprised. The place he was in now looked similar to the soul realm. There were trees all around, and these trees were growing very well. There were also mountains and rivers here. Zhao Hai's current position was on the top of a mountain. And on the top of this mountain, there was a base. This base was very large, and in the middle of the base was a large lake. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that this base could accommodate about 100,000 people. Zhao Hai's current position was only about 1 meter away from the top of the mountain. In other words, he was now floating on the ground. As for the two black-robed men, they had already landed on the ground and were walking towards the base. Zhao Hai also landed on the ground and followed the two men into the base. This base looked very loose, there were no walls. However, all the houses were made of stone and looked very sturdy. On the lake, there was also a small island. On the island, there were many houses. And from the shore to the island, there was only a stone bridge. When Zhao Hai walked into the camp, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that many of the houses in the camp were new. There were also some houses that had obvious traces of destruction. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Just as the three of them were walking towards the camp, several people came over. These people were wearing ordinary warrior clothes and had weapons in their hands. When they saw the three people, they were stunned. Then the leader laughed and said, "I say, Boss Ho, second Boss Ho, why did you bring a newcomer today? What's this guy's background?" It was clear that this person was talking to the two black-robed men who were leading Zhao Hai. The black-robed man who was talking to Zhao Hai said, "I don't know about his background, but the things he did outside weren't small. Several hundred sky dance experts and 3 river break experts died in his hands. Moreover, these people were from the Holy Court. Then he was tricked by the Holy Court and was brought here." When the group heard this, the leader's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Zhao Hai first and then at the soul object on Zhao Hai's head. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's weapon. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at the leader and said, "Boss Ho, is he an ascetic cultivator?" Boss Ho shook his head and said, "I don't know. But when I saw him for the first time, he didn't bring any weapons. But now he does." "Crane grass, this is Xianxia. Right, I haven't asked you yet. Are you an ascetic cultivator or a traditional scholar? Were you tricked by the Holy Court?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Of course I was tricked. But I'm a literary cultivator, but I'm also an ascetic. I can use weapons to fight, but I can also fight like a scholar. Right, I'm also very knowledgeable about formations." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. When Che Xiaoguang heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up even more. Then he turned to Boss Ho and said, "Boss Ho, why don't we let crane grass follow us? What do you think?" Boss Ho shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have a say in this. You know that crane grass was tricked by the people from the Holy Court. And you also know that the people in charge of the base have a good relationship with the people from the Holy Court. Therefore, we still have to wait for the higher-ups to decide who he wants to follow." But I don't think you have any chance. The higher-ups know about your strength, they wouldn't give him to you. And if they did give him to you, would you dare to take him? I'm afraid that he would be sent to carry out the most dangerous mission. Upon hearing Boss Ho, Che Xiaoguang's expression couldn't help but change. Then he cursed before turning to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, you're on your own now." Then he led his men away. Boss Ho turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Since you've been tricked, I'll tell you about it." The base is basically divided into two factions. One faction has a close relationship with the Holy Courtyard, they would listen to whatever the Holy Courtyard says. Although there aren't a lot of people in the base, they are very strong, they even have a few breaking river experts. The other faction looks down on the Holy Courtyard, it can even be said that they have a grudge against the Holy Courtyard. Although there are a lot of people like us, we don't have any breaking river experts. Because of this, we have been suppressed by the Holy Courtyard. Actually, we also have some relations with the Holy Courtyard. We are all students of the Holy Courtyard, but later on, we were sent here as cannon fodder. It was only after we arrived here that we became flying void experts. Because of this, not only are we not grateful to the Holy Courtyard, we even hate them. But there's no other way, we are also weak here, so we can't help you. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he followed Boss Ho. To be honest, he didn't think that the situation inside the secret realm would be this complicated. At this time, Zhao Hai was walking on the bridge. Their target was the island in the middle of the lake. Zhao Hai looked at the island and said, "Do those river-breaking realm experts live on the island?" Boss Ho nodded and said, "Yes, they live on the island. When the beast tide comes, the first place to be attacked would be our camp, not theirs. You should know that the beasts here are very powerful. Some of them are stealthy. Even if they are right next to you, you wouldn't necessarily be able to detect them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "So the enemies here are those beasts? But are those beasts really that terrifying?" Boss Ho replied, "Yes, those beasts are very terrifying. Moreover, there are also some plants that are very terrifying. Those plants can also attack people, they are very powerful." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "There are also plants? That's interesting." Boss Ho nodded and said, "Yes, besides the beasts, there are also plants. After you are assigned to a team, someone will naturally tell you. In short, you should understand that in the secret realm, aside from the island, there is no safe place. Even our camp is the same." Zhao Hai nodded. Before long, he was led by Boss Ho and Boss Ho to the island. There were a lot of buildings on the island, but the most eye-catching ones were the 8 towers. These 8 towers were very tall, each one was about 100 meters tall. They were made of stone and were very sturdy. However, when Zhao Hai saw the 8 towers, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but shine as he muttered, "No wonder you said that this island is the safest place. With these 8 towers, this island really is the safest place." When Boss Ho heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You can see that? That's right, when these 8 towers are attacked, they will form an energy shield to protect this small island." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can only see a little bit." Actually, what Zhao Hai saw wasn't just a little bit. When he saw the 8 towers, he discovered that the island was actually a large formation. Although he hadn't seen this formation before, he was certain that it was made by a cultivator. This formation was different from the formations used by the spirit weapon realm. Although the formations used by the spirit weapon realm were good, they were still lacking compared to the formations used by cultivators. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was certain that this formation was made by a cultivator. However, he wasn't sure what this formation was. This was because there were too many formations with 8 formation cores. There were even more defensive formations. Without seeing the formation's runes, Zhao Hai wasn't sure what formation it was. When Boss Ho heard Zhao Hai, he thought that Zhao Hai was being modest. However, he didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai to a tower. In front of the tower stood 2 people. These 2 were sword souls. Each of them carried a sword. Although the 2 saw Boss Ho, they acted as if they didn't see him. When Boss Ho arrived in front of them, the 2 stopped him. Then they looked at Boss Ho and said, "Boss Ho, did you bring the person I asked you to?" The 2 clearly saw that Zhao Hai was behind Boss Ho and Boss Ho. However, they still asked this question. It was clear that they didn't want to give face to Boss Ho. However, Boss Ho seemed to be used to the attitude of the two people. His face was cold as he said, I brought him here. This is Crane Field. Then he pointed at Zhao Hai. The two people looked at Zhao Hai. From their eyes, Zhao Hai could feel hostility and playfulness. Then the one who spoke before said, all right, it's good that you brought him here. You can go back. Let him go up by himself. Boss Ho looked at the two people and snorted. Then he led Boss Ho and left. But before he left, he looked at Zhao Hai and gave Zhao Hai a look. Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the two gatekeepers. The two gatekeepers carefully looked at Zhao Hai. Then one of them said, go in. Go inside and directly fly upstairs. When you reach the top floor, you will see a door. Knock on the door and go in. Then the two stepped aside and opened the door for Zhao Hai to enter. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the two before entering the tower. Although he could see from the attitude of the two that they were from the holy court, Zhao Hai didn't want to offend them. Therefore, he still cupped his fist towards the two. The two people didn't even look at Zhao Hai. They were still standing there calmly. Zhao Hai didn't get angry, he just directly entered the tower. Upon entering the tower, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The inside of the tower was very simple. After entering, he saw a small hall. In the middle of the hall was a round hole that led to the top of the tower. The diameter of the hole was about 2 meters. There were also several doors around the hall, but they were currently closed. On the left side of Zhao Hai, there was also a staircase that led to the top floor. Zhao Hai looked at the round hole and didn't wait. He directly flew towards the top of the tower. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the top floor. Then Zhao Hai landed on the floor. Then he looked around and saw that there was only one door on this floor. He went to the door and gently knocked on it. After knocking on the door, he didn't get any response. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just stood there quietly. He was very clear that there must be a reason why the other party didn't answer. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry, so he just waited. After waiting for about half an hour, a low voice was heard, come in. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he pushed the door open and went in. This was a very large room. The decorations inside were also very good. The floor was carpeted, there were also a lot of antiques. In the middle of the room was a set of sofas made of solid wood. It looked very beautiful. On the sofa sat a person. This person looked to be about 50 years old. He was wearing a silk robe. On the coffee table in front of him was a tea set. The tea set looked very high class. It was made of white porcelain and looked very thin. It gave people a crystal clear feeling. The person was reading a book. Even when Zhao Hai came in, his eyes didn't leave the book. Zhao Hai stood there for a while before the person said, you are the crane grass? I heard that your strength is not bad. It's good that you are strong. As someone from the spirit weapon world, if you are strong, you should come to the mystic realm. Because we are guarding the passageway to the spirit weapon world, we will not let those wild beasts rush into the spirit weapon world. This is very important to the spirit weapon world. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, the person continued, since you're here, you can go to the 12 o'clock stronghold first. This is your certificate. Take it and go outside the island. Show it to them and they will know where to send you. Then the old man's hand moved as a wooden token flew towards Zhao Hai. It looked very powerful, but when it arrived in front of Zhao Hai, it suddenly fell down. Zhao Hai received the wooden token. Seeing that there were 2 words written on it, he didn't say anything. He cupped his fist towards the old man and then turned around to leave. From beginning to end, Zhao Hai didn't say a word. After Zhao Hai left, the old man put down the book and looked at the door that was closed by Zhao Hai. He frowned and said, strange, this person gives people a strange feeling. Forget it, he won't have many days to live after arriving at the 12 o'clock stronghold. Then he picked up the book and continued to read. After Zhao Hai landed on the first floor, he opened the door and walked out. The 2 people standing in front of the door looked at Zhao Hai. One of them said, newcomer, where are you? Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. 12 o'clock stronghold. When the man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. It seemed like he was sympathizing with Zhao Hai, but at the same time, he also had an expression that said, 12 o'clock stronghold, it's good. The harvest there is the biggest. Congratulations. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. However, his eyes were filled with a gloating expression. Zhao Hai naturally saw the expression in his eyes. But he still smiled and cupped his fist towards the man. Thank you for your kind words. If I really get a big harvest, then I'll certainly invite you for a drink. Then he left. The man looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left. Then he looked at the person next to him and said, was my expression that kind? Or did he really not see the expression on my face? His companion looked at him and said, you definitely didn't show any kindness. Even an idiot could see that you were gloating. As for why that person didn't see it and even thanked you, I think he's either an idiot or a shrewd person. The man nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai, who was about to reach the bridge, and muttered, interesting, this person is really interesting. Haha. But I hope that he can survive for 10 days. Zhao Hai didn't know what the two were talking about. But from their expressions, he could see that this stronghold was definitely not a good place. It might even be the most dangerous place in the secret realm. When Zhao Hai returned to the camp from the bridge, he saw that Boss Ho and second brother Ho were still there. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they immediately greeted him. Then Boss Ho said, how was it? Where were you assigned to? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out the wooden sign and said, Stronghold 12. Hell's Gate? When they heard Zhao Hai mention Stronghold 12, Boss Ho and second brother Ho exclaimed at the same time. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with sympathy. Zhao Hai looked at the two in confusion and said, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Stronghold 12? Boss Ho looked at Zhao sympathetically. After a while, he sighed and said, the 12th stronghold is called the Hell's Gate by the people here. It's because it's been attacked the most by wild beasts. In fact, we only have 12 strongholds in the outside world. And because the 12th stronghold is the deepest in the mystic realm, it's also the most dangerous. I heard that the number of casualties there is also the highest. Now, it's hard to say how many people are still alive in the 12th stronghold. It's been a long time since anyone came back from the 12th stronghold. We can only send things there through the transmission formation, but there should still be people living there. Because when we send things through the transmission formation, there will always be people receiving them. But I don't know how many people are still alive there. So how many people are still alive? Zhao Hai looked at Boss Ho and asked, what's wrong? Can't the people from the other strongholds come back here at will? If there are less than 50 people left in a stronghold, then all of them can withdraw here. If there are more than 50 people left in a stronghold, then they have to stay in the stronghold. Therefore, nobody knows how many people are left in the strongholds outside. Every once in a while, we will send something to them through the transmission formation. If the people in the stronghold want to come back, then they have to write a report and use the transmission formation to get the approval of the 8 elders. At the beginning, we also stayed in the stronghold, but after 3 years of service, we can return to the camp. Compared to the other strongholds, the camp is much safer. The stronghold we served in is the 8th stronghold. Although we have been fighting for a long time, we haven't been reduced to less than 300 people. However, the 12th stronghold has been reduced to less than 50 people and had to return to the camp several times. The last time this happened was 2 months ago. Nobody knows how many people are left in that stronghold. Zhao Hai looked at Boss Ho and said, I don't understand. Aside from dealing with those beasts, what else can we get in the secret realm? Boss Ho replied, we can get a lot of things. Beasts' hides and their bone beads. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, bone beads? What are those? Boss Ho took out a round ball from his body. This ball didn't look like it was made of bone. Instead, it looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was perfectly round and very beautiful. Boss Ho said in a deep voice, these are bone pearls. They're very useful. If you carry them with you when you cultivate, it can calm your mind and speed up your cultivation. It can also increase your strength and toughen your bones. If you soul transform, your attack power will also increase. Zhao Hai knew that Boss Ho's soul transformation was actually turning into one's own soul. This was what Zhao Hai saw before. A person suddenly turned into a sword and attacked. Zhao Hai didn't think that the bone beads would have this kind of use. Boss Ho looked at Zhao Hai and said, every year, we have to hand over 50 bone beads. If we can't provide the corresponding amount, then we have to use other things to replace it. For example, medicinal herbs. There are a lot of medicinal herbs in the secret realm. But at the same time, picking medicinal herbs is also very dangerous. This is because there are too many beasts in the secret realm. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Old Ho and asked, how powerful are the beasts here? Boss Ho thought for a moment before he said, the beasts here are very powerful. They have some innate ability, ossification. This ossification allows them to cover their bodies with an exoskeleton during battle. This exoskeleton is very hard and can increase their offensive strength. Aside from the exoskeleton, they can also transform into the void, just like the animals in the spirit weapon realm. Aside from this, the animals here also seem to be able to cultivate. They can become more powerful and more intelligent, and they even have their own territories. Remember, don't go to those territories that are occupied by animals. Those places are forbidden areas. Nobody who goes there can come back alive. Even Broken River Realm experts can't guarantee that they can come back alive. But right now, we know that there are 23 territories where animals are fighting, 3 of which are near the 12th foothold, and they're very close to the 12th foothold. Zhao Hai nodded and said, in other words, as long as I hand over 50 bone beads every year, I can return to the base after 3 years. Then after I return to the base, when can I leave the secret realm? Boss Ho looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, it's not that easy to leave the secret realm. Before you enter the secret realm, you'll have to serve for 3 to 5 years. But after 5 years, if they don't want you to leave, then they'll say that your performance was very good and let you serve for a few more years. We've seen this kind of situation before. In other words, when you can leave the secret realm is completely up to the 8 Supreme Elders to decide. Looking at your situation, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to leave this place alive. Zhao Hai stared, but he still looked panicked. In fact, this situation was already within his expectations. Zhao Hai looked at Boss Ho and said, then if I stay here, will the Lost Soul City be attacked? You said that once I enter the secret realm, you'll protect the Lost Soul City. Is this true? Boss Ho nodded and said, that's true. As long as you're alive and you're still in the secret realm, then the secret realm will protect the people you want it to protect. If it can't do this, then no one will feel safe in the secret realm. Although there are several river-breaking realm experts here, if no one wants to stay here, then the secret realm will be finished. Therefore, you don't have to worry about this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. Then it's easy. Right, how do I get to the 12th stronghold? Do I use the transmission formation? Boss Ho nodded and said, right, use the transmission formation. You can use the transmission formation to go to the 12th stronghold. Right, let me remind you, when you fight here, use your weapon as much as possible. This is because you can last longer with a weapon. Every time you fight a beast, you need to be prepared for a long battle. You don't know how many beasts will attack you. In the secret realm, the beasts seem to be endless. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pointed at his flail and saber and said, I've already thought of this, so I brought my weapons. Right, do I have to go to the 12th stronghold now? Boss Ho nodded and said, you have to go now because you received your token. After receiving your token, you must arrive at your stronghold within a day. Otherwise, you will be punished. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll go now. Right, where is the transmission formation? Boss Ho looked at Zhao Hai and said, look at you, you don't seem to be worried at all. What's wrong? Aren't you worried about yourself at all? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what's there to be worried about? When you were inquiring about my strength, didn't you hear about it? 3 breaking river experts died in my hands. I don't believe that those beasts would pose any threat to me. Boss Ho looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, then he said, you still need to be careful. Let me tell you, although there are only 8 elders in the mystic realm, a lot of them have died. Moreover, there are more than 8 elders in the mystic realm. It's just that these 8 elders are permanently stationed in the mystic realm. There are also some elders who have left the mystic realm. In other words, if you want to open the mystic realm, in addition to obtaining the approval of the elders, there is another way. That is to reach Breaking River level and become an elder. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Send me to the 12th stronghold. I don't want to be punished for being late. You should know about my situation, I was tricked into coming here. Boss Ho nodded, then he sighed and said, Brother, you seem to be a good person. Let me remind you, before you came here, there were a lot of people who were tricked into coming here, but none of them were able to leave the secret territory alive. You have to be careful, I hope you can become a Breaking River expert. If you really become a Breaking River expert, then you will become an elder. I can see that you don't like the Sacred Institute, so when the time comes, you will be on our side. If we have the support of a Breaking River elder, then we will be able to speak more boldly. Zhao Hai understood what Boss Ho meant. If he became a Breaking River level expert and had enmity with the Holy Court, then he would naturally become a member of the Anti-Holy Academy faction. The reason why the Anti-Holy Academy faction was suppressed by the Pro-Holy Academy faction was because they didn't have a Breaking River level expert backing them. As for the other elders, it seems like they didn't want to stay in the secret realm. Moreover, they also didn't want to offend the Holy Court. Otherwise, the Anti-Holy Academy faction wouldn't have been suppressed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, if I can become a Breaking River level expert one day, then I'll certainly speak up for you. You can rest assured. Boss Ho nodded, then he led Zhao Hai towards the camp. Before long, they arrived in front of a transmission formation. On the side of the formation was a stone stele with the word 12 written on it. Boss Ho pointed at the transmission formation and said, This is the transmission formation that leads to the 12th stronghold. You can go up. Remember, be careful when you get there. I hope you can become a Breaking River level expert. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood on the transmission formation. Then Boss Ho activated the formation. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai disappeared from the formation. Before long, Zhao Hai felt the white light in front of him slowly disappear. He could finally see and hear what was going on outside. But when he saw the situation outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he was standing on a transmission formation. Not far from the formation, some people were holding weapons as they fought with wild beasts. These wild beasts were very strange. Their bodies were covered in a layer of white bone armor. Moreover, the attacks of these beasts were very methodical. Zhao Hai can see that these people weren't weak. However, they weren't able to gain the upper hand against these beasts. On the contrary, they were in a very dangerous situation. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that there were about 200 people in the 12th stronghold. As for how many beasts were attacking the stronghold, nobody knew. In any case, there were a lot of them. And now, these 200 people were guarding the transmission formation. The other places in the camp had already been occupied by the beasts. Zhao Hai was very clear about why these people were guarding the transmission formation. This was because this was their life channel. If the transmission formation was destroyed, then they could only wait for death. Therefore, the other places can be abandoned, but the transmission formation can't be destroyed. If the transmission formation is destroyed, then all of them would die here. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to think about this. The current situation was very dangerous. If he didn't participate in the battle, then it wouldn't be justifiable. Therefore, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he went straight towards the beasts. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that although there were a lot of people in the camp, they didn't fly. Instead, they were on the ground dealing with the attacks of the beasts. This made Zhao Hai very curious. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about these things. These people had already surrounded the transmission formation. If he wants to participate in the battle, then he would have to either squeeze out of their formation or attack the beasts from the sky. However, it was clear that if he squeezed out of their formation, then they would immediately fall into chaos. Then it wouldn't be easy to block the attacks of the beasts. Therefore, he could only use the second method, which was to attack the beasts from the sky. Without thinking, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew into the air. At the same time, he waved his hand and a watermelon-sized hammer flew towards a wolf-like beast. The wolf-like beast was currently attacking a blade soul. However, the Blade Soul's attention was attracted by a monkey-like beast next to him. Therefore, he didn't notice that the wolf-like beast was attacking him. It can be said that the wolf-like beast was very cunning. It chose to attack the Blade Soul's blind spot. Moreover, it was about to succeed. After all, the Blade Soul was entangled by another beast, and the people around him couldn't support him. Just as the wolf's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, he heard a gust of wind, and then a black shadow covered him. When the wolf wanted to see what it was, he felt his vision turn black, and then he didn't know what happened. The flail that Xiao Hai threw hit the wolf's head. Although the wolf's head was very hard and was protected by bone armor, it was still smashed by Xiao Hai's hammer. At the same time, the people and beasts that were fighting discovered Xiao Hai's existence. When the beasts saw Xiao Hai, one of them, a tiger with bone armor, roared towards the sky. Then someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "Come down, come down." Although Xiao Hai didn't understand what the person meant, he still immediately landed on the ground. And just as Xiao Hai landed on the ground, he discovered that countless bone fragments were flying towards him. These bone blades weren't very big, they looked just like bone fragments. However, their speed was very fast, and each bone fragment was like a blade. From the sound of the bone fragments breaking through the air, one could tell that these bone fragments were very powerful. Upon seeing this situation, Xiao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He now understood why there was no one in the sky. Even if these bone fragments couldn't do any harm to him, they would still make him feel flustered. If there were more bone fragments, then even he would be in danger. However, Xiao Hai didn't have time to think about this. After he landed on the ground, the two flail hammers were already in his hands. The flail hammers in Xiao Hai's hands could be used to attack both close and far. They could also be long and short. Moreover, when these hammers were swung, they had the strength of 1 kilogram. If these hammers were to hit the beasts, then their bones would definitely be broken. Xiao Hai was able to block a 10-meter area in front of him. In this area, the beasts didn't dare to approach. And even if they didn't dare to approach, they would still be killed by Xiao Hai, not to mention getting close. With the addition of Xiao Hai, the beasts no longer took a beating and began to fight back. On the contrary, the beasts were in a bad situation, several of them were killed. After Xiao Hai killed more than 20 beasts, the tiger roared again. Then the beasts began to slowly retreat. Then in the blink of an eye, the beasts left the camp. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. However, he didn't say anything. He took back the chains and looked around. He discovered that this was a small camp, but a lot of the houses were destroyed. Moreover, there were several corpses not far away. These corpses also had traces of being bitten. While Xiao Hai was looking around, the people came over. One of them had a large sword in his hand as he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Are you new?" Xiao Hai looked at the person, then he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm new. When I came out, I saw the beasts attacking the camp. Naturally, I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I decided to help." The person nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to thank you this time." "Right, I haven't seen you before. Did you just get recruited from the outside?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I just got recruited from the outside. I just entered the secret realm today. Then I was assigned to the 12th stronghold. Then I came here." The person looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Did you offend someone outside? Did you offend someone from the academy? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been tricked into coming here. Moreover, you wouldn't have been assigned to our stronghold. I didn't know who he was, so I killed him. Then the Wen and Dongfang clans chased after me. In the end, I killed a lot of them. Later on, the Wen and Dongfang clans invited their Breaking River level experts to hunt me down. However, they were all killed by me. Now, the Wen and Dongfang clans only have their patriarchs supporting them. Later on, I was informed that I was allowed to enter the secret realm, so I came." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "You're right. I offended the academy's people outside. The Wen and Dongfang clans received a mission to kill me. I didn't know who he was, so I killed him. Later on, the Wen and Dongfang clans sent their Breaking River level experts to hunt me down." "Ha ha ha, if what you said is true, then you've really helped me vent my anger. You know, I was classmates with the youngest son of the Wen family. That guy's cultivation talent wasn't as good as mine, so he was suppressed by me in the academy. However, I wasn't able to become a key disciple of the academy, so I was sent to the mystic realm. That kid from the Wen family became a key disciple of the academy. I think he must have entered the sky dancing realm earlier than me. Now that you've killed that kid, you've really helped me vent my anger. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, not only that kid, I think it's hard to say whether the Wen clan and the Dongfeng clan would still exist. After all, they don't have any experts left. When Wenhai laughed and said, I don't care if they die. I'll be happy if the people from those two clans die. Not only those two clans, I'll also be happy if those fellows from the Sacred Institute die. Now that I'm here, I know that the Sacred Institute's key disciple is actually giving our hard-earned resources to the juniors of their clans. Humph, they're all saying nice things, but the experts that the Sacred Institute nurtured were obtained by us risking our lives. The others also nodded, obviously they agreed with this person's words. When Zhao Hai heard this, he understood why there were so many people in the mystic realm who were against the holy courtyard. So it was because of this. When these people were in the Sacred Institute, they were abandoned. Then they were thrown into the secret realm and had to fight with the beasts every day. But when they obtained something, they had to hand it over to the Sacred Institute. Of course, they didn't want to hand it over, but they couldn't. This made them feel more and more disgusted with the Sacred Institute. The people in the 12th stronghold were all troublemakers in the secret realm. They must be the backbone of the anti-Sacred Institute faction. And the Broken River experts who controlled the secret realm were also on the side of the Sacred Institute. When they found out that these people were troublemakers, they would naturally send them to the 12th stronghold. It would be best for them to die here. This way, no one would take the lead and cause trouble, making it easier for them to control the secret realm. However, there were a lot of things that Zhao Hai guessed. But he believed that his guess wasn't far from the correct answer. Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai, then he smiled faintly and said, don't worry about the things outside. I'm a newcomer here, there are still a lot of things that I don't understand. I hope you can help me. Right, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Cranegrass. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the people here were very united. Moreover, they were very polite to him. A lot of people gave their names to him. After everyone gave their greetings, they went to tidy up the camp and collect the corpses of their companions. Those who died in battle were all cremated. Then they engraved their names on stones and stored them in a room. Zhao Hai went to the room and saw that there were at least a few thousand stones with names engraved on them. From this point, one can see that the 12th stronghold was very dangerous. After tidying up the camp, Wenhai also arranged a room for Zhao Hai. There was a lot of space in the camp, so everyone had their own room. There were more than 500 rooms in the camp and many of them were damaged. But at this time, including Zhao Hai, there were only 200 people in the camp. In this case, many of the rooms were empty. The previous owners of the rooms were dead, so it was very easy to arrange a room for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's room was also made of stone. The floor was made of stone, the walls were made of stone, the bed was made of stone, the table was made of stone, and the chairs were made of stone. In any case, the large items in the room were all made of stone. This was definitely a stone house. However, Wenhai also gave Zhao Hai a few beast skins. These beast skins can be spread on the bed and chairs, making it more comfortable to sit on. It must be said that Wenhai was a very snobbish person. According to the rules here, the beasts that Zhao Hai killed today were his. Since Zhao Hai killed more than 20 beasts today, Wenhai could obtain more than 20 beast skins, bone beads, and meat. However, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use the beast skins immediately. This was because the beast skins needed to be tanned before they could be used. What Wenhai gave Zhao Hai were some tanned beast skins. After Wenhai helped Zhao Hai arrange the room, the two sat on the stone table in the room. Wenhai took out more than 20 bone beads and gave them to Zhao Hai. Here, these are the bone beads that you obtained from killing the beasts. Do you know about these things? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know. When I was in the camp, I heard about it from Boss Ho. However, I haven't used it yet. Wenhai nodded and said, it's good that you know. These are your gains today. Put them away. In a few days, those beasts will attack again. With your strength, I'm afraid that after a few times, you'll be able to gather 50 bone beads. When the time comes, you can hand over your year's worth of bone beads. If you have any gains in the future, they will all belong to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, to be honest, I didn't think that a battle would occur here. However, the fighting strength of those beasts is really good. But I also saw some people in the camp who have reached the Void Dance realm. Were they also sent here by the Holy Court? When Wenhai said, yes, they were also sent here by the Sacred Institute. In fact, most of the people here are students of the Sacred Institute. They were all sent here by the Sacred Institute because they didn't reach the Sky Dance level in the stipulated time. Once they enter here, it's even harder for them to reach the Sky Dance level. This is because you have to survive first. A lot of students participated in the battle as soon as they were sent here and then died in the mouth of the beasts. Our 12th stronghold is the one with the most reinforcements. This batch of people was sent here not long ago. Until now, only a few of them have reached the Sky Dance level, the rest are still below the Han level. Zhao Hai said, so it's like that. Right, I took a look today. What's the matter with those bone fragments that flew in the sky? If it wasn't for someone reminding me, I'm afraid that I would have been in trouble. When Wenhai quickly said, I was just about to tell you about this matter. Remember, in the secret realm, you must not casually fly in the sky. Especially during battle, if you fly, you will become a target for the beasts. Those beasts will shoot their bone fragments at you. Their attack power is very strong. But if you don't fly, they will rarely shoot their bone fragments. Therefore, you must not fly in the sky. Zhao Hai didn't know about the secret realm's situation. He didn't think that the beasts would be this strong. After sending off Wenhai, Zhao Hai picked up the bone beads on the table and looked at them carefully. These bone beads looked like they were made of jade. However, Zhao Hai was sure that these bone beads were formed from bones. They also contained a lot of energy. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that the energy contained in these bone beads was equivalent to a crystal stone. Although the energy wasn't as strong as a law crystal, it was still very strong. No wonder the formations of the spirit weapon realm were so strong. These bone beads were a very good source of energy. With this source of energy, the formations of the spirit weapon realm would naturally be strong. Zhao Hai tried to absorb the energy inside the bone beads. He discovered that the energy inside the bone beads could be easily absorbed by him. However, this energy was different from the energy inside the crystal stones that Zhao Hai knew. The energy inside the crystal stones was generally spiritual energy. This spiritual energy would be directly absorbed and stored in the body. However, the power inside the bone pearl wasn't spiritual energy, it was a new kind of energy. This kind of energy was somewhat similar to natural energy, but it was much stronger than natural energy. After this kind of energy was absorbed by a person, only a part of it would become energy inside the body, while the rest would be directly absorbed by the body. This kind of energy that was directly absorbed by the body would slowly strengthen the person's bones, blood, muscles, and internal organs. This was something that crystal stones couldn't do. Zhao Hai originally thought that with the strength of his body, the bone beads wouldn't be of much use to him. However, after absorbing the bone beads, Zhao Hai discovered that he was wrong. Moreover, he was very wrong. The bone beads could strengthen his body, and the degree of strengthening was very large. This kind of bone bead doesn't mean that once your body reaches a certain degree of strength, you won't be able to absorb it. Instead, it will constantly strengthen your body. On the basis of your current body, it will further strengthen your body. This was something that was very hard to come by. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with light. He looked at the bone beads on the table and discovered that these bone beads were very useful to him. If he were to return to his body, then these bone beads would be very helpful to him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hand moved as he received the bone beads into the space. After the bone beads entered the space, they immediately disappeared. Then Zhao Hai discovered that there was something in the space. Not only did this thing enter his body, it also entered the bodies of other animals and plants. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, it didn't take long before the space started to condense bone beads. These bone beads were the same as the ones that Zhao Hai took from the space. However, these bone beads were condensed from energy. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he went out of his room and looked at the forest outside. His eyes shined as he said, "This is really a treasure land." At this time, Wenhai's voice was heard. "Brother Tian, come quickly. Everyone wants to welcome you." Zhao Hai stared. He turned his head and saw that there were a lot of bonfires in the camp. On the bonfires, some animals were being roasted. Naturally, there were also the animals that Zhao Hai and the others killed today. However, Zhao Hai didn't see any wine. However, he still went over. The people in the camp greeted Zhao Hai. Some of the people who hadn't reached the Sky Dance realm gave Zhao Hai a salute. The people in the camp were very grateful to Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's appearance today, then their casualties would have been even greater. Moreover, from Zhao Hai's battle today, it can be seen that he was very strong. The first time he fought with those beasts, he was able to kill more than 20 of them. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. In a place like the secret realm, they didn't know when they would be attacked by the beasts. Perhaps the next time the beasts attacked, they would be killed. Because of this, the people here were very respectful towards the strong. They were very clear that a strong person could make them safer. They could kill more beasts and obtain more treasures. Because of this, they were very polite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also greeted the people. Then Wenhai went to the bonfire and sat down. Wenhai took out a cup and gave it to Zhao Hai and said, "Drink some water. There's no wine in the secret realm. Even if there is, we can't get it. Therefore, we can only drink water." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "That's not bad. It's good to be able to eat the prey that we hunted." Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that you can eat this meat every day? Let me tell you, don't look at this beast meat. This beast meat is different from the beast meat in the spirit weapon realm. The beast meat in the spirit weapon realm can only fill your stomach, but the beast meat here can increase your strength. Moreover, it's good for the human body. It's a pity that after the beasts died, the bone armor on their bodies disappeared. Otherwise, I would have used the bone armor to make some armor. The defensive strength of the bone armor is very amazing, but it wouldn't be as heavy as iron armor when worn." Zhao Hai asked, "Then what do we eat?" Wenhai said in a deep voice, "What else could there be? It's nothing more than some dry rations, jerky, and the like. Vegetables are rarely seen, and fresh meat like this is even rarer. After all, they can't send us food every day." Zhao Hai nodded. He was surprised by this point. The secret realm was very important to the Holy Court. The people of the Holy Court would certainly take care of the people here. How come they don't seem to be doing well? However, after thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai understood. There was only one cave to enter the secret realm from the Holy Courtyard. It wouldn't be easy to enter this place. Moreover, the spirit weapon realm didn't seem to have a space. Without a space, it would be very inconvenient to transport things into the secret realm. If they were to transport fresh vegetables and meat every day, then the people above wouldn't be able to do anything else, they would just be busy with this. Before long, the roasted meat was ready. Zhao Hai ate with Wenhai and the others while chatting. To be honest, the roasted meat wasn't very tasty, it was very hard to eat. Moreover, there was only a little bit of salt on it, so the taste wasn't very good. However, it was still very delicious for everyone. Eating meat and drinking water, this was probably the weirdest meal that Zhao Hai had ever eaten. After eating, everyone didn't return to their rooms. Instead, they sat around the campfire and chatted. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that people started to stand up and go back to their rooms. Zhao was also ready to go back to his room to rest, so he stood up and said to Wenhai, "Brother Wen, I'm going back to rest. What about you?" Wenhai nodded. Wenhai also stood up and said, "I'm going back as well." "Right, you should be careful when you sleep. There are some animals in the secret realm that can sneak into your room. Moreover, when they sneak into your room, they won't touch your door. Moreover, there's no sound at all, so you should be careful." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll be careful. See you tomorrow." Then he cupped his fist towards Wenhai before he turned around and left. Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed, "See you tomorrow." Then he turned around and returned to his room. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately returned to the space. he discovered that there were a lot of bone pearls inside the space. Moreover, he also discovered that these bone pearls were crystallized energy. However, this energy was very special, it contained a certain amount of blood energy. However, after Zhao Hai looked at the bone pearls, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that there were more types of pearls inside the space. There were green pearls, gray pearls, and golden pearls. When Zhao Hai saw these three types of pearls, he couldn't help but stare. Then he picked up the green pearl and felt it. He discovered that it was filled with natural energy. Zhao Hai stared, then he understood. Before this, the space didn't have any compressed energy like the bone pearls. Because of this, the space only stored the energy inside the space. It didn't think of using the excess energy to make compressed energy beads. After Zhao Hai took the bone pearls to the space was able to use them to make compressed energy beads. It must be said that the space wouldn't do this in the past. However, after obtaining the civilization force, the space had some subtle changes. It seemed to have become smarter. Additionally, Zhao Hai's biological brain was still inside the space. Although the biological brain was invisible, Zhao Hai knew that it was still working. Moreover, it was directing the space to do things that were beneficial to Zhao Hai. The appearance of the bone pearls and the other energy beads must have something to do with the biological brain. Zhao Hai then picked up the gray and gold beads. Just as he expected, the gray beads were the crystallization of destruction energy while the gold beads were the crystallization of civilization force. Then Zhao Hai began to experiment with the three types of beads. The natural energy crystal beads can treat injuries, both internal and external. It can also speed up the growth of things. As for the destruction crystal beads, they can kill people. When thrown out, they would explode. At the same time, they would release a large amount of destructive energy, covering an area of a kilometer. The civilization crystal beads were very special. These beads can clear people's minds and make them learn things faster. It can even make people learn things directly. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, these things were good for Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai felt that condensing these beads wouldn't affect the space. This made him feel relieved. After staying inside the space for a while, Zhao Hai came out. He laid on his stone bed and thought about what happened today. Today was the first time that he saw the beasts in the secret realm. These beasts were indeed very strong. When Zhao Hai made his weapons, he added gold to them. If he didn't add gold to his weapons, then it would have been impossible for him to kill so many beasts. This was because the beasts in the secret realm could also turn ethereal. It must be said that the beasts in the secret realm were very powerful. Because of their bone armor, their defensive capabilities were very strong. Besides their bone armor, their strength was also very high. Most importantly, they could also transform into nothingness, which was very extraordinary. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the beasts here were very intelligent, their wisdom was no less than that of humans. When they fought, they would advance and retreat in an orderly manner. It was obvious that someone was commanding them, this was very strong. However, there were also some things that surprised Zhao Hai. In the secret realm, he could communicate with plants. The plants here were just like the plants in the soul realm, they had their own soul source. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. While sleeping on the stone bed and thinking about these things, Zhao Hai unknowingly fell asleep. Just as he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Zhao Hai stared, then he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a snake opening its mouth and biting towards his throat. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the snake's 7 inches. But at this time, he suddenly felt that his hand was empty, it was as if he had only grabbed a shadow. Zhao Hai snorted, then he stretched out his other hand. This time, his hand was covered in a layer of green light. Although the snake's body had also turned into nothingness, it was still caught by Zhao Hai. Then with the strength of his hand, the snake's body stiffened, it was finally dead. Zhao Hai looked at the snake. It was a very long snake, about 5 meters long. It was as thick as an arm, and its body was covered in black scales. There were also golden cloud-like patterns on its body. It had a triangular head, a long tongue, and 2 sharp fangs. Zhao Hai was sure that this snake was highly poisonous. Zhao Hai stood up, then he opened the door and walked outside. When he arrived at the door, he saw a tree growing in the camp. Then he took a wooden root and took out his long sword. Then he nailed the snake's head to the tree with the wooden root. Then he cut open the snake's belly and took out the bone bead. The bone bead was located at the snake's 7 inches. This bone bead was only the size of a fingernail, but it looked just like the other bone beads, crystal clear like jade. Zhao Hai received the bone bead, then he peeled off the snake's skin and took out the snake's meat. Then he gathered the snake's gallbladder and stored it away. After that, he went back to his room and found a basin. Then he cut the snake's meat and soaked it in water. After all of this was done, he looked at the sky and saw that it was still early. Zhao Hai took the basin and returned to his room. After putting down the basin, Zhao Hai went back to his bed and took a nap. It wasn't until he heard a burst of noise outside that he woke up. When Zhao Hai opened the door, he saw Wen Hai walking towards his room. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Wen Hai and said, "Brother Wen, good morning. What is everyone doing?" Then he looked at the camp and saw that a lot of people were surrounding the tree where he peeled off the snake's skin last night. They were looking at the snake's skin on the tree. Wen Hai quickly arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Tian, what's the matter with the snake on the tree? Do you know about it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know. Tomorrow night, there will be a snake that I don't know how it got into my room. After I killed it, I skinned it." "Oh, right, the snake meat is still in my room. I think I should make a snake stew with it, it should taste good." Zhao Hai nodded. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "Sure enough, it was you. You're really amazing. Do you know what kind of snake it is? You're actually in the mood to make snake stew. I really admire you." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "What snake? This kind of snake can't be made into snake stew." When Wen Hai heard this, he had a defeated expression on his face. Then he said, "You're still talking about snake stew at this time. Let me tell you, this snake is called the shadow snake. It's a very powerful ethereal snake. After this snake's ethereal transformation, it's immune to almost all attacks. Dozens of people in the camp have already died to this snake, yet you're still thinking about making snake stew." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, this snake is very powerful. It killed a lot of people. But what does this have to do with me making snake stew? In any case, he's already dead." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "You're right. This snake killing people has nothing to do with you. In any case, he's already dead." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When Wen Hai looked at him and said, "Right, how did you kill the snake?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was sleeping when I suddenly felt danger. When I woke up, I saw that the snake was already rushing towards me. I reached out to grab it. The first time I tried to grab it, its ethereal transformation. But the second time, I managed to grab it. At that time, my hand was wrapped in a layer of energy, so I was able to grab the snake." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Your reaction is quite fast. Fortunately, you weren't bitten by the snake. If you were, then you'd be finished. This snake's poison is incomparable. Even a sky dance expert wouldn't be able to save themselves if they were bitten." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and let out a long breath, "You need to be careful in the future. These shadow snakes live in groups. Moreover, wherever they go, they would leave behind their scent. Once they find out that you killed a shadow snake, then you would become the enemy of all of them. Therefore, you need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Right now, he was hoping that a shadow snake would attack him. Tomorrow night, he would be woken up by a shadow snake. One must know that at that time, he was meeting Laura and the others in his dream. When he was woken up, his murderous aura surged. Therefore, he immediately killed the shadow snake. If there were more shadow snakes, then he would definitely catch them and throw them into the space. Zhao Hai's room had a small kitchen with all kinds of kitchen utensils. Zhao Hai used the kitchen utensils to make a pot of snake soup and then invited Wen Hai to have breakfast there. Wen Hai wasn't polite. After eating the snake soup, Wen Hai followed Zhao Hai out of his room. the two walked around the camp. The camp wasn't very big, it only had 500 stone houses. Some of the houses were broken, but because no one lived in them, they weren't repaired. Before long, the two arrived at the edge of the camp. Looking at the woods outside the camp, Wenwenhai sighed and said, I heard that Stronghold 12 was originally established by a breaking river expert. This place is very deep inside the secret realm. Whether it's harvesting herbs or hunting beasts, it's very convenient. But after the breaking river expert left, the elders didn't want to give up on the stronghold, so they sent some people to take over the stronghold. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength of a breaking river expert. Let's not talk about harvesting herbs or hunting beasts. Being able to keep the stronghold in our hands is already good enough. Although we went out to harvest herbs, we didn't dare to go out of the 5-li radius of the camp. Because of this, we were often attacked by beasts. Speaking up to this point, Wenwenhai couldn't help but sigh. Then he couldn't help but angrily say, but the sacred court only gave us a small amount of supplies and made us fight to the death here. We also have to hand over the bone beads that we get. 50 a year. Do they think that 50 bone beads are easy to get? The strength of the beasts here is very strong, and they often move in groups. The people in other strongholds are better, the danger there is much less. Compared to here. They can go to the woods to hunt beasts, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to get 50 beasts a year. But what about here? We are adjacent to 3 forbidden areas, and the beasts here are very powerful. We don't dare to go out of the 5-li radius of the camp, so how can we hunt beasts? We can only wait for the wild beasts to come knocking on our door. Fortunately, those wild beasts also give us face. At most 10 days, at least 5 days, they will attack once. Every time, we will have some gains, but these gains are exchanged with human lives. Every time the wild beasts attack, people in the camp will die. Fortunately, people die, otherwise, we won't be able to gather 50 bone pearls in a year. Zhao Hai could hear the anger in Wenwenhai's words. However, he didn't say anything. He knew that Wenwenhai couldn't be blamed for this matter. Wenwenhai should be angry, but he didn't want to add fuel to the fire at this time. However, Zhao Hai was also very clear that if people like Wenwenhai were to increase, then sooner or later a war would break out in the secret realm. When that time comes, it would be hard to say what would happen to the secret realm. However, looking at the sacred court and the elders of the secret realm, it seems like they weren't worried about this happening. This made Zhao Hai curious. However, Zhao Hai didn't voice out his guess. After all, he had only been in the secret realm for 2 days. He didn't know much about the situation here. Therefore, he didn't express his opinion casually. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Wenwenhai lowered his voice and said, Brother Tian, you must be careful. Don't leave the 5-li radius of the camp. Outside the 5-li radius is relatively safe. Outside the 5-li radius is the territory of the wild beasts, which is very dangerous. Also, the southeast, the west, and the north, try not to go to these 3 directions as much as possible. These 3 directions are the 3 forbidden areas adjacent to our camp. One of these forbidden areas is Iron Tree Mountain, which is located in the southeast of the camp. There are some iron trees growing there. These iron trees cannot move, but their strength is very formidable. Moreover, these iron trees are very strict in guarding their own territory. If you enter their territory, you will be attacked. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you can fly. Iron Tree Mountain has some flying birds. These birds live on the trees and feed on the fruits of the iron trees. They are called iron birds. These iron birds aren't big, but their bodies are very hard and their attack power is very formidable. If you fly over the mountain, these iron birds will attack you without mercy. Ordinary sky dance experts simply can't block the iron bird's attack. Even if you block the iron bird's attack, there are still some iron trees on the mountain. These iron trees can fly and can even transform into human form to attack you. As for those iron trees that can transform into human form, even broken river experts wouldn't be a match for them. Speaking up to here, Wenwenhai paused for a moment before continuing, in the west of the camp is the Spirit Snake Valley. It is a very gloomy valley. There are countless snakes there, all kinds of snakes. The shadow snake comes from the Spirit Snake Valley. There is also a poisonous gas in the Spirit Snake Valley. People who go there will be poisoned. I heard that those who went to the Spirit Snake Valley have never come back alive. Only a Broken River expert managed to escape, but when he came back from the Spirit Snake Valley, he was poisoned and his strength was greatly reduced. In the north of the camp is the Tiger Roar Peak, also known as the 100 Beasts Peak. There are a lot of beasts living there. These beasts have a very strict hierarchy. I heard that the strongest beast in the Tiger Roar Peak is a white tiger. Its strength is incomparable. Even a Broken River expert isn't its opponent. The Tiger Roar Peak is the closest forbidden area to us. Most of the beasts that attack our camp are from the Tiger Roar Peak. After he finished speaking, Wenwenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Now you know, our stronghold is a dead zone. If we go out of the stronghold, no matter where we go, we will encounter a forbidden zone. These 3 forbidden zones form a triangle, surrounding our stronghold. If we want to develop our stronghold, it would be very difficult." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wenwenhai. Zhao Hai replied, "Aside from these 3 forbidden areas, what else is there? Are there any other places that are dangerous?" Wenwenhai smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I tell you? It's best if we don't go more than 5 li away from the camp. Going outside would be dangerous. I don't know what's going on with the beasts in the secret realm. Each one is stronger than the other, and each one is smarter than the other. When I was here, I discovered that we were just fools compared to those beasts. Alright, let's just wait in the stronghold. After 3 years, we can openly return to the headquarters. At that time, we will be safe." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the forest in front of him. He kept communicating with the trees in the forest, he wanted to know if it was safe or not. And these trees were very close to him. They told Zhao Hai that the area around them was very safe. Aside from some small insects and beasts, there were no other dangerous things. However, this information wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. He couldn't leave the stronghold right now, he didn't want to be too independent. He wanted to wait for a while. After the beasts attacked, the people in the camp should have an understanding of his strength. At that time, he would leave the camp and enter the forest. At that time, no one would suspect him. Wenwenhai seemed to be unhappy because of the conversation. His mood was very low, he stared blankly at the forest for a while before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go back. There's nothing to see here, this place is just like a prison." Then he sighed and turned around to head back to the camp. Zhao Hai looked at Wenwenhai and didn't say anything. He just followed Wenwenhai back to the camp. He knew that it was useless to say anything right now. Boring, Zhao Hai felt bored in the camp. It wasn't only him, the other people in the camp were also bored. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the people in the camp didn't seem to want to train. They seemed to be bored. Zhao Hai looked at the people in confusion. He had been in the 12th stronghold for 3 days, but he didn't see anyone training. This made Zhao Hai surprised. At this time, Zhao Hai saw Wenwenhai. Wenwenhai was standing there, holding a piece of jerky in his hand. He was eating it bit by bit. Zhao Hai immediately came over and said to Wenwenhai, "Brother Wen, why are you eating it this time?" When Wenwenhai saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "This is nothing. I can eat whenever I want. Come, have a piece as well." Then he took out a piece of jerky and threw it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he received the jerky. After taking a bite, he said, "Brother Wen, I've been in the camp for a few days, how come I haven't seen anyone training? Don't tell me that everyone doesn't need to cultivate?" Wenwenhai smiled and said, "Of course not. The camp has a collective training every 10 days or so. And every night, everyone will cultivate for a period of time before going to sleep. The beasts in the secret realm are different from the beasts in other places. Most of the beasts in the spirit weapon realm are active at night. Although there are some that are active during the day, there aren't many of them. But in the secret realm, it's different. Almost all of the beasts in the secret realm are active during the day. There are very few beasts that are active during the night. Therefore, it's relatively safer to be here at night. And in our camp, we'll only be attacked during the day. Because of this, we don't cultivate during the day, fearing that the beasts would suddenly attack us, which would be troublesome." When Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what was going on. He nodded and said, "So it's like this. I understand. It seems like I still have a lot of things to learn. But wouldn't everyone be bored doing this every day? When Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, so what if you're bored? In any case, you can't do anything else. Why don't I tell you to endure it? Endure it. Slowly, you'll get used to it. When you start counting the leaves on the tree, you'll get used to it. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. He took a bite of the jerky and walked towards the edge of the camp. He didn't want to chat with these people. If he had time, he might as well chat with the trees. This way, he would be able to understand the situation around him. At the same time, he could also be on guard. When Wenhai saw that Zhao Hai went to sit in the woods near the camp. He didn't care about Zhao Hai. In any case, the camp was very boring. Everyone was looking for something to do to pass the time. If Zhao Hai likes to sit in the woods, then he can do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't go too far away from the camp, then it's fine. When Wenhai was very clear that there were a lot of people who couldn't stand the loneliness when they first arrived at the stronghold. Some of them were quite obedient and would move around the camp. Some of them wouldn't go too far away from the camp. There were also some who didn't listen and left the camp for 5 li. In the end, they didn't come back. There were a lot of examples like this. In this kind of situation, no one could persuade them. They could only rely on themselves to adapt. Zhao Hai was the same. When Wenhai was about to return to his room and lie down for a while, he suddenly saw Zhao Hai rushing out of the woods. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone be careful. The beast horde is attacking again. Quick, get ready." While he was talking, he took out his flail and turned around. Then he stared at the woods outside the camp. When the people in the camp heard Zhao Hai shout, they stared blankly. Then they looked at the woods but didn't see anything. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. When Wenhai opened his mouth and said, "Brother Tian, are you serious?" Zhao Hai loudly replied, "I'm not joking. Everyone, get ready. The beast horde is really coming." At this time, rustling sounds could be heard from the woods. Hearing this sound, the expressions of the experienced people in the camp changed. Then they loudly shouted, "Alert, alert, the beast horde is coming." Following this, the entire camp became lively. Everyone held their weapons and rushed out of their rooms. Then, they surrounded the teleportation formation as fast as they could and looked nervously at the forest. The rustling sounds got closer and closer. Then several wolves came out of the woods. These wolves were wearing bone armor. It was clear that they were ready for battle. As soon as they saw the wolves, everyone in the camp became nervous. Everyone clenched the weapons in their hands and stared at the wolves. At this time, a wolf howl could be heard from the woods. Then more and more wolves came out of the woods and slowly walked into the camp. These wolves didn't make any noise, they just silently moved forward. They were like a well-trained army. Looking at the slowly approaching wolves, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The animals in the secret realm really can't be underestimated. Although these wolves didn't move fast, it was precisely because of this that their movements were oppressive. This invisible pressure had a huge impact on the people in the camp. At this time, the people in the camp were already nervous. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the wolves. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. I didn't think that the beasts in the secret realm would be this interesting. Ha ha ha. Let's kill to our heart's content today." Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud. However, in this silent battlefield, Zhao Hai's voice was very abrupt. Everyone heard Zhao Hai's voice. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. However, they didn't think that while they were stunned, they were no longer nervous. Zhao Hai counted the wolves that came out of the woods. At this time, there were about 400 wolves. These wolves were more than a meter tall and were wearing bone armor. They looked very fierce. At this moment, another wolf howl was heard. The wolves that were slowly approaching suddenly sped up. If they were slowly approaching just a moment ago, then they were now charging forward. When Zhao Hai saw the wolves charging, he couldn't help but shout. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards the wolves. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's movement, Wenhai immediately shouted, "Brother Tian, come back." But his words were too late, Zhao Hai had already rushed into the wolf pack. Just as Zhao Hai was about to come in contact with the wolves, a sky full of bone fragments flew towards him. Zhao Hai waved his flail and sent the bone fragments flying. At this time, he had already rushed into the wolf pack. Upon entering the wolf pack, Zhao Hai's flail completely unfolded. It was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. None of the wolves could stop Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's rush attracted the attention of a lot of wolves. However, even more wolves attacked Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others also formed a battle formation to block the wolves' attacks. Zhao Hai followed the wolf pack and killed his way into the forest. At this time, he understood why Wen Hai said that the animals in the secret realm were very strict. Moreover, they were very strong. He thought that even if these wolves were strong, there would still be a limit. With his current strength, dealing with these wolves would be very easy. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. These wolves were very strong. The wolves that Zhao Hai attacked in the beginning weren't very strong. However, the deeper he went into the wolf pack, the stronger the wolves were. At this time, he was surrounded by several wolves. These wolves were bigger than the others. They were stronger, had stronger defenses, and were more flexible. Although these wolves couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, they were still able to entangle him, making it difficult for him to move forward. While Zhao Hai was fighting with the wolves, he was also communicating with the nearby trees. He wanted to know how many wolves were left in the forest. If there were a lot of wolves, then it meant that the wolves wouldn't retreat in a short time. They might even intend to destroy the camp in one fell swoop. If there were only a few wolves in the forest, then the wolves might find that they couldn't gain any advantage and slowly retreat. But this time, Zhao Hai was disappointed. The situation was developing in a direction that he didn't like. There were still a lot of wolves in the forest. Although he didn't know how many wolves were attacking the camp, Zhao Hai was sure that there were no less than 2,000 wolves. 2,000 wolves was definitely enough to destroy the camp. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't wait any longer. There were only 200 people in the camp, and not all of them were Void Realm experts. If he fought for a while, he was afraid that there would be casualties. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's hand moved again. The flail in his hand suddenly lengthened. This time, all the wolves within 10 meters were swept away by him. However, Zhao Hai suddenly let go of the flail. The flail was still spinning around his body, but Zhao Hai had a book in his hand. Then Zhao Hai opened the book. Golden people flew out of the book and rushed towards the wolves. After the golden men appeared, they immediately engaged in battle with the wolves. The strength of the golden men wasn't weak. Some of the weaker wolves simply weren't a match for the golden men. But now that Zhao Hai was in the wolf pack, the strength of the wolves wasn't weak. The golden men were actually blocked by the wolves. At this time, Zhao Hai also put away the golden book. At the same time, he began to control the flail in his hand. When Zhao Hai controlled the flail, he began to command the golden people to charge with him. With Zhao Hai's strength, a gap was quickly created in the wolf pack. When Wen Hai and the others were defending against the attacks of the wolves while paying attention to Zhao Hai. Now that they suddenly saw Zhao Hai release so many golden people, they were stunned. However, their morale was greatly boosted. Because Zhao Hai attracted a lot of powerful wolves, the pressure on Wen Hai and the others was very small. However, Zhao Hai was now in trouble. A giant wolf blocked in front of Zhao Hai. Its pair of cold and ruthless eyes stared at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the giant wolf that was at least twice the size of an ordinary wolf, he knew that he had met the right person this time. This giant wolf wasn't the Wolf King, but it was one of the Wolf King's subordinates. Zhao Hai already felt that the ranking of these wolves was very strict. The ones that charged at the beginning were all the lowest level wolves in the pack. They were also the weakest. The later they appeared, the stronger they were. And this giant wolf wasn't someone to be trifled with. Zhao Hai's mind moved and the golden men protected his body. Zhao Hai roared and hit the giant wolf with his hammer. Although the giant wolf's body was huge, it was very agile. It moved and dodged the hammer attack. Then it pounced towards Zhao Hai with its mouth wide open. Its target was Zhao Hai's neck. Zhao Hai swung the other hammer in his hand and hit the giant wolf. The giant wolf paused in midair. Then it stretched out a claw and slapped Zhao Hai's hammer. Zhao Hai felt the hammer shake. Then the hammer was slapped to the side. The giant wolf continued to attack Zhao Hai. Seeing this situation, Zhao immediately knew that the giant wolf must be able to fly, and it must be very strong. Zhao's mind moved, and his figure flashed to the side, avoiding the giant wolf's attack. However, the giant wolf's eyes flashed with a proud look. Just as Zhao Hai dodged the attack, the giant wolf moved and pounced towards the two golden men closest to it. It used its claw to scatter the two golden men. Then it turned its head and looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the giant wolf's actions, he couldn't help but stare. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. He looked at the giant wolf and said, "Interesting. It seems like you're very smart." While speaking, Zhao Hai took back his flail hammer. The hammer head of the chain was very close to his hand. Then Zhao Hai waved his hammers and attacked the giant wolf. The giant wolf also attacked Zhao Hai. Although the giant wolf was a wolf, it was very methodical in its attack and defense. It wasn't like ordinary beasts that only knew how to pounce. The giant wolf's claws were like human hands. When it advanced and retreated, there were traces of moves. This made Zhao Hai surprised. The man and the wolf were very careful this time. Zhao Hai really couldn't do anything to the giant wolf for a while. Of course, the giant wolf also couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. But at this time, the golden men that Zhao Hai released were about to be destroyed by the giant wolf. After all, there were only so many golden men while there were many wolves. Under the siege, the golden men couldn't bear it. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai knew that there was no other way. If he couldn't repel the giant wolf, then not only him, but the entire camp would be in trouble. Now, because he was here, the attention of the wolves had been diverted. Because of this, the wolves couldn't attack the camp with their full strength. If he wasn't here, then there would be even more powerful wolves attacking the camp. And the people in the camp who hadn't reached the sky dancing realm wouldn't be a match for the wolves. When the time comes, the casualties in the camp would increase, which would be troublesome. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but move. Then he waved his hammer a few times and forced the giant wolf back. The golden book was already in his hand. At the same time, Zhao Hai shouted, "Thousands of formations, bless my body. Indestructible Vajra." Following Zhao Hai's incantation, a formation suddenly appeared around his body, surrounding him. Then the formation went straight into his body, and a huge golden man appeared around his body. When the giant wolf saw the huge golden man, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a trace of fear flashed across the wolf's face. Then, the giant wolf faced the sky and let out a long howl. Then, it turned around and ran. Along with the giant wolf's howl, the other giant wolves that were attacking the camp all turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, all the wolves that besieged the camp had run away. Aside from some dead wolves and those that were injured, there was not a single wolf left in the camp. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the direction where the wolves left and sighed. Then he muttered, "What a group of troublesome fellows." Then the golden man around Zhao Hai slowly dispersed. Zhao Hai's figure also appeared. Then before the people in the camp could react, Zhao Hai took the two injured wolves into the space. Then he walked towards the camp. The people in the camp were now relieved. However, they weren't completely relaxed. Everyone was paying attention to the changes in their surroundings. Then they began to clean up the mess, especially the corpses of the wolves on the ground. When Wenhai saw Zhao Hai come over, he quickly greeted him. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, are you all right? I didn't expect you to be this strong. I really admire you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's nothing. Fortunately, the wolves ran away. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." When Wenhai shook his head and said, "It's useless if you don't admit it. We still have eyes. Did you use a secret technique in your last move? From what I can see, you should be able to compete with a Broken River expert." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Right, you don't know. I was facing a giant wolf that was twice the size of the other wolves. If I didn't use a secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it in a short time. But if I let the giant wolf drag me down, then I would be the one to suffer. Therefore, I had no choice but to use a secret technique." When Wenhai patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job. If you didn't use a secret technique, then we would have suffered." "Right, after using the secret technique, did you suffer any side effects?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Fortunately, the battle didn't start. Therefore, the side effects were immediately removed." When Wenhai nodded, and then said in a deep voice, "How did you find those wolves? Did you hear the sounds of the wolves attacking?" Zhao shook his head. "No. In fact, when I came to the hidden territory, I found out that I have a natural ability to communicate with plants for a short time. It was only after I communicated with the plants that I found out about the wolves." Zhao shook his head. "That's right. Communicate with plants? Really?" When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. In the spirit weapon realm, there was no such thing as a plant master. The plants there didn't have any soul source. Even if a plant master came, they wouldn't be able to communicate with the plants. Therefore, the spirit weapon realm's soul plant masters could be said to be the most disliked. Zhao Hai also saw this point. Therefore, when he was outside, he didn't use soul plant masters. Instead, he used other soul items. Upon hearing Wenhai, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why do you think I like to stay in the woods?" To be honest, when I left the spirit weapon realm, I didn't notice this point. It's only after arriving here that I discovered it. It might be because the plants here are different from the ones in the spirit weapon realm. However, my ability to communicate with plants isn't very strong, so I can only get a vague feeling. When Wenhai nodded. When Wenhai happily said, "Even so, it's still very amazing. Sigh, it's a pity that the base's commander died in the previous battle. Now, nobody is in charge of this place. Otherwise, you would have been put in an important position. Your ability is really useful here." When Zhao Hai heard Wenhai, he stared. Then he couldn't help but be enlightened. He didn't think that the base's commander would die. No wonder he didn't see the commander even after being here for so long. The last time he came, he didn't report to anyone. He just greeted everyone and left. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Aren't you surprised? The commander is gone, the higher-ups didn't appoint anyone, and nobody was sent here? Haha, this is the 12th stronghold. If it's any other stronghold's commander, there will be a lot of people who want to be the commander. However, no one is willing to be the commander of the 12th stronghold. This is because every stronghold's commander has to lead the battle when the stronghold is attacked. If too many people die in the stronghold, the commander will be punished. The 12th stronghold has been attacked the most. Although the commander won't be punished because of too many casualties, he still has to lead the battle. Therefore, the commander of the 12th stronghold is the most dangerous one. Because of this, no one is willing to take over this position." Zhao Hai nodded, then he was puzzled as he asked, "What about our supplies? What about the bone beads?" When Wenhai replied, "We won't be short on supplies. Every once in a while, they will send supplies through the transmission formation. Moreover, the supplies they send are quite a lot. Generally, it's enough for 500 people. As for the bone beads that need to be turned in every year, the higher-ups will send people to collect them. Generally, the commander will be the one to collect them. If there's no commander, then they will collect them one by one. After they collect them, they will leave. In any case, it won't be dangerous." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, several people came over. These people were familiar with Zhao Hai. They came to thank Zhao Hai. These people had been in the secret realm for quite some time, so they had good eyesight. They could already see how powerful Zhao Hai was. This time, they came to thank him. At the same time, they also wanted to get closer to him. After all, in such a dangerous place, being able to befriend a powerful person like Zhao Hai was a good thing for them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't ruin everyone's face. After greeting everyone, he and the others began to pack up their things. They collected the corpses of the dead wolves. Then naturally, someone would peel off the wolves' skins and take out their bone beads. Zhao Hai had killed the most wolves, so naturally, the bone beads would be given to him. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need these bone beads at this time. However, he didn't say that he didn't need them. After all, he couldn't let others know that he didn't need them. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious. Therefore, he still accepted the bone beads. However, he also agreed to take out the wolf meat for everyone to eat. This caused the people in the camp to cheer. This was because according to convention, the wolf meat that Zhao Hai hunted could be eaten slowly, there was no need to take it out. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about the wolf meat. He really wanted to have a good relationship with these people. Although these people weren't very strong, Zhao Hai had just arrived at the mystic realm. Moreover, he was now a member of the Anti-Holy Academy faction. These people were all members of the Anti-Holy Academy faction. If he had a good relationship with them, then he might be able to cooperate with the Anti-Holy Academy faction in the future. This way, he might be able to become the leader of the Anti-Holy Academy faction. If he could deal with the elders, then he would have the final say in the mystic realm. Zhao Hai was very clear that he already had a grudge with the Holy Academy. The reason why the Holy Academy didn't send more experts to deal with him was because they had some misgivings. The Holy Academy wasn't a monolithic entity. The Broken River experts of the Holy Academy all had their own clans. However, if the Holy Academy found out that Zhao Hai wasn't only dealing with the Wen and Dongfeng clans, he was also a threat to the Holy Academy, then they would certainly deal with him. The Holy Academy had a lot of resources. It could be said that the Holy Academy dominated the entire spirit weapon realm. Their foundation was unfathomable. Zhao Hai wanted to become an enemy of the Holy Academy, but his strength was still too weak. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted to become a Broken River expert. If he wasn't a Broken River expert, then he wouldn't have any right to speak in the spirit weapon realm. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't do this right now. If he really became a Broken River expert, then the people of the Holy Academy would certainly know about it. Since he was still in the secret realm, then the elders of the secret realm would be able to defeat him. At that time, he would have no choice but to hide inside the space. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhao Hai hadn't broken through to the Breaking River level. As long as he didn't break through to the Breaking River level, the 8 great elders wouldn't really care about him. In their view, although Zhao Hai could use a secret technique to reach the strength of a Breaking River level, his own strength wasn't at the Breaking River level. This kind of strength that relied on a secret technique would certainly have side effects. Therefore, they wouldn't really care about Zhao Hai, nor would they really treat him as a Breaking River level expert. In fact, it wasn't only the elders of the secret realm, the elders of the Holy Academy were the same. Because Zhao Hai hadn't reached the Broken River level, they didn't go all out to attack him. Instead, they threw Zhao Hai into the secret realm. In their opinion, if they threw Zhao Hai into the secret realm, then they wouldn't need to deal with him. The environment of the secret realm was more than enough to deal with him. If Zhao Hai were to encounter a life-threatening situation, then it would be impossible for him to not use his secret technique. Secret techniques generally had their own repercussions. As long as Zhao Hai uses his secret technique too much, then the repercussions would erupt one day. At that time, even if they didn't deal with him, Zhao Hai would still be dead. Zhao Hai was very clear about the intentions of the people from the sacred courtyard. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't reveal his true strength. In almost every conflict with the sacred courtyard, he didn't release his flying sword because of this. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to stay in the mystic realm for a few years so that the people of the sacred court wouldn't pay attention to him. Secondly, he wanted to collect some plants and animals from the mystic realm. Thirdly, he wanted to make friends with the people of the mystic realm. It would be best if he could cultivate a few formidable people and slowly develop himself. When the time was right, he would take control of the mystic realm and then deal with the sacred court. If he wanted to achieve his goal, then he needed to establish a good relationship with the people here. If he didn't want to expose himself, then Zhao Hai would have distributed the bone pearls to everyone. But now was not the time. Especially after hearing from Wen Hai that there was no commander in the 12th foothold, Zhao Hai couldn't just distribute the bone pearls to the people here. The fact that there was no commander in the 12th foothold was a good thing for Zhao Hai. If he could become the commander, then it would be very beneficial for his future operations. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, even if the people in the stronghold were very polite to him, as long as he was not the commander of the stronghold, they would not listen to his orders 100%. Therefore, if he wanted the people in the stronghold to listen to him and obey his management, then he must first get the position of the commander of the stronghold. However, he had just arrived at the foothold, the time was too short. Even if he showed his strength, he wouldn't be able to become the commander. Because the people here didn't know him, they wouldn't make him the commander right now. In official words, he was too inexperienced. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't reveal his intention to be the commander. Instead, he wanted to establish a good relationship with the people here as soon as possible. He wanted to let them know that he was a reliable and generous person. When the time was right, the commander's position would naturally fall into his hands. An hour after the wolves retreated, the people in the camp were finally convinced that the wolves had retreated. Everyone became active and began to take out the wolf meat, preparing to roast it. Zhao Hai didn't object. The camp was very strange. Everyone had a separate room, and inside each room, there was a separate kitchen. However, there was no pot for everyone to eat together. There were only a few things to eat, nothing more than dry food, dried meat, and some rice. Vegetables were almost nowhere to be seen, and there was almost no fresh meat. Aside from salt, there was nothing else to be found in the kitchen. Therefore, aside from making some rice, there was no other use for the kitchen. Because of this, in the camp, when you get fresh meat, you can only roast it if you want to eat it together. If you want to drink the meat soup, there was no other way, unless you use a small pot to make it. Zhao Hai really wanted to drink some meat soup. This was because the wolf meat was already hard, and after roasting it, it would become even harder. It wasn't as delicious as the meat soup. Therefore, when everyone was preparing to roast the wolf meat, Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and said, "Brother Wen, the wolf meat is too hard. If we roast it, it will become even harder. It's really not very tasty. How about this, we choose 2 wolves and divide the meat among the people. Then we can make some meat soup for everyone to eat. What do you think?" When Wen Hai stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, your proposal is certainly good. But if you really want to do this, then I think it would be better to divide the wolf meat and let everyone go back and cook it themselves." When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai's words, he forced a smile and said, "I want to, but those wolves weren't all hunted by me. What's the point of eating the meat in one's own room? It's better for everyone to gather and eat together. How about this, we'll divide the wolf meat and let everyone take it back to cook. Everyone can do whatever they want with it, and when it's done, we'll take it outside and eat it together. What do you think?" Wen Hai nodded. "What do you think?" Wen Hai thought for a moment and felt that Zhao Hai's idea was good. He nodded and said, "This idea is good, I think it's good. Let's do it this way, we'll go and tell everyone." Zhao Hai naturally didn't oppose. The 2 of them went to tell everyone about Zhao Hai's proposal. They didn't expect that everyone would agree. Although everyone wanted to eat fresh meat, the roasted wolf meat was too hard and wasn't very tasty. Therefore, no one objected. Then the wolf meat was distributed to everyone. Everyone took the wolf meat back to their rooms. Zhao Hai naturally got a piece of wolf meat. After he returned to his room, he didn't immediately cook the wolf meat. Instead, he turned around and went to the woods outside the camp. Although he couldn't go too far from the camp, he discovered that there were some wild vegetables in the woods. There were also some herbs and spices that could be used for seasoning. If he used these things to make wolf meat, then the taste would certainly be good. Zhao Hai naturally didn't want to treat his mouth unfairly, so he went into the woods. If other cultivators were to encounter Zhao Hai's situation, they certainly wouldn't know what to do. This was because cultivators generally didn't eat. However, Zhao Hai was different. Although Zhao Hai was a powerful cultivator, he had already reached the point where he didn't need to eat. But he had always been eating. In the past, Meg would cook for him, but now that he was here, he could only do it himself. Zhao Hai himself was a person who liked to eat. When it came to cooking, he had done a lot of research. Moreover, he had many years of experience living in the wild in the Soul Realm. This made him very clear about what wild vegetables could be eaten and what plants could be used for seasoning. In this case, it wasn't a problem for him to find some wild vegetables and spices in the woods. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to find what he wanted in the woods. Then he returned to his room and began to cook the wolf meat. This time, in addition to the wild vegetables, Zhao Hai also picked some mushrooms and some other herbs. He was preparing to make a mushroom soup with wolf meat and some wild vegetables. In fact, Zhao Hai had a lot of wild vegetables in the space. However, he couldn't take them out of the space before. This time, he picked some wild vegetables outside and took some from the space. Making some cold vegetables wouldn't be a problem. Although there was only salt here, Zhao Hai believed that the cold vegetables would be welcomed by everyone. This was because it wasn't easy to eat fresh vegetables in the 12th stronghold. Although the strength of the people in the secret realm wasn't weak, even those who hadn't reached the void realm weren't weak. However, these people had a problem. These people didn't know what kind of wild vegetables could be eaten. Even if some of them had survived in the wild, they couldn't be like the plant masters who could survive in the wild for a few months. When they were in the wild, they generally ate dry rations. Therefore, they really didn't know what wild vegetables were. Needless to say, the sacred courtyard didn't have any wild survival experts. Therefore, after entering the sacred courtyard, these people would eat in the sacred courtyard's cafeteria. Because of this, wild vegetables were completely unfamiliar to them. Zhao Hai estimated that there shouldn't be many people in the stronghold who knew how to cook. If he gave them the wolf meat, they would just boil it in plain water when they go back. They wouldn't be able to do anything special. Making wolf meat well wasn't an easy matter. One must know that these wolves were all adult wolves. The shredded meat was very thick, so it wouldn't be easy to cook it. Even if it was boiled in plain water, it would still take a few hours. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He put the wolf meat in the pot and boiled it for a while. Then he poured away the water and replaced it with a pot of water. After that, he added seasoning, but didn't put any salt. Then he began to cook it. The first pot of water that was used to cook the wolf meat couldn't be used. This was mainly to get rid of the impurities in the wolf meat. At the same time, it was also to get rid of the blood and the fishy smell of the wolf meat. Then he added seasoning to cook the meat. This way, the fishy smell of the wolf meat would be completely removed. At the same time, it would also make the wolf meat more fragrant. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't something to be anxious about. Therefore, after putting the wolf meat in the pot and adding seasoning, he began to cook the wolf meat. While looking at the fire in the pot, Zhao Hai held the golden book and kept writing inside. After going through so many battles, Zhao Hai felt that his development and utilization of the golden book was far from enough. One must know that he was a cultivator. A cultivator's attacks weren't just about martial skills, but also about close combat, formations, flying swords, talismans, and spells. For a cultivator, these were also very important. What Zhao Hai recorded in the Golden Book were mostly cultivation methods and magic formations. He didn't record anything else. Even if he recorded cultivation methods, he only recorded some close combat cultivation methods. He didn't record things like sword chi, flying swords, or cultivation methods with various attributes. Not to mention talismans and magic spells, he recorded even less. Because of this, when he fights, there weren't many changes, making him too rigid. Now that he had time, Zhao Hai naturally wanted to record more things in the Golden Book. When he fought in the future, he would naturally have more means. Although Zhao Hai's void condensing technique was very formidable, one shouldn't underestimate the power of talismans and spells. Some talismans and spells were very powerful. Even if one's cultivation reached a high level, they would still need to use talismans and spells. Zhao Hai's void condensing technique was very formidable, and the combination of formations was also very formidable. Zhao Hai didn't stop writing in the Golden Book. At the same time, he also looked at the fire in the pot. Before long, the pot was boiling and a burst of fragrance came out. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very hungry, he still couldn't help but drool when he smelled the fragrance. However, he still had some willpower, so it didn't take long for him to return his attention to the Golden Book. Zhao didn't care about the smell, but other people did. Although there was a distance between the houses in the camp, it wasn't very far, and Zhao's house wasn't far from Wenwenhai's house. Wenwenhai was one of the people who didn't know how to cook wolf meat. He generally only knew two ways to cook wolf meat, one was to roast it, and the other was to boil it in plain water. When he boiled it, he added salt, so the wolf meat would take a long time to cook, and the taste would be unimaginable. Now that he smelled the smell, he couldn't stand it, so he directly followed the smell out of the house. Zhao Hai, who was writing in the Golden Book, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Before he could ask, he heard a person say, Brother Tian, are you there? Zhao Hai quickly replied, come in, the door isn't locked. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then, Wen Hai quickly walked in from outside the door. As he walked into the room, he lifted his nose and kept sniffing. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, Brother Wen, why are you here? Wen Hai didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, I was attracted by the smell of your cooking. I say, Brother Tian, this smell is too fragrant. Why is the smell so different when the two of us are cooking together? Wait, what are these? Why did you bring back so much grass? While speaking, he pointed at the wild vegetables that Zhao Hai dug out. Zhao Hai smiled and said, those aren't grass, they're wild vegetables. They can be eaten. When I was in the spirit weapon realm, I liked to travel around, and I especially liked to stay in the wild. Because of this, I spent a lot of time in the spirit weapon realm. Naturally, I know some wild vegetables and wild vegetables. When I was in the woods, I saw a lot of wild vegetables and some spices. Although they aren't medicinal herbs, they can be used to cook meat. Those wild vegetables also taste good. Unfortunately, we only have salt and no other spices, so the taste might be a bit bad. Zhao Hai smiled and said, but I don't have any other spices. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, Wen Hai pointed at the wild vegetables and said, these are wild vegetables? They can be eaten? Zhao Hai nodded. Before he could say anything, Wen Hai ran to Zhao Hai's pot and grabbed a handful of wild vegetables before putting them into his mouth. When Zhao Hai saw Wen Hai's actions, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking at Wen Hai's appearance, it seems like they haven't eaten wild vegetables for a long time. The wild vegetables that Zhao Hai took out were all from the space. Needless to say, their taste was very good. Although the soil in Zhao Hai's space wasn't as good as the soil in the space's environment was relatively good. Moreover, it was full of energy. Therefore, the wild vegetables produced by the space tasted very good. After eating a handful of wild vegetables, Wen Hai couldn't stop. He grabbed a few more and ate them. But when Zhao Hai saw Wen Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Wen Hai was out of luck. Sure enough, after eating a handful of wild vegetables, Wen Hai immediately spat them out. At the same time, he had a bitter expression on his face. When Zhao Hai saw Wen Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. Then he handed Wen Hai a glass of water and said, this wild vegetable is called bitter vegetable. This bitter vegetable is very special. It needs to be salted before it can be eaten. Otherwise, it would be very bitter. I haven't salted it yet, so why are you so anxious? After drinking a mouthful of water, Wen Hai felt better. However, his eyes were still looking at the pot of wild vegetables. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Wen Hai opened his mouth and said, you don't know how long it has been since I've eaten vegetables. When I see vegetables, I can't help it. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. It's just some wild vegetables. When we have time, we'll go and dig them up. Today, we've picked some seasonings. If you want to cook meat, you can take them. Put them in the pot and cook them together with the meat. While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed at the seasonings on the side. When Wen Hai looked at the roots and barks, then he nodded and said, all right, I'll take them back. Brother Tian, in a while, we'll take the meat outside so that everyone can eat it together. I think that the meat that you cook will be the most popular. Right, can you go and dig some wild vegetables? The people in the stronghold are the same as me. They haven't seen any vegetables for a long time. I dare say that no matter how much you dig, they'll eat it all. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's not difficult. However, I'm still cooking the meat in the pot. The meat still needs to be cooked for 2 hours. During this time, I can't stop the fire. If I go and dig the vegetables, what about the meat? When Wen Hai patted his chest and said, leave it to me. I'll watch the fire for you. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled bitterly. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go and dig the vegetables. You watch the fire for me." Then he returned to his room and picked up his weapon. Then he turned around and walked out of the camp. He couldn't not bring his weapon. Otherwise, Wen Wenhai would have reminded him. When Wen Wenhai saw Zhao Hai go out with his weapon, he happily ran to the stove and added some tree branches to it. Then he took some seasonings and returned to his room. Zhao Hai went to the woods and picked some vegetables. He also took some out from the space. After filling up his basin, he sat in the woods and wrote something on the golden book. After writing for half an hour, he took the basin back to his room and took out the vegetables. Then he looked at the fire in the pot. At this time, Wen Wenhai wasn't in his room, but the fire in his stove was still burning. Zhao Hai placed the vegetables and then went to the woods. What Zhao Hai said before wasn't wrong, there were a lot of vegetables in the woods. Perhaps it was because the people in the stronghold hadn't gone to the woods to pick them. Moreover, the temperature in the secret realm was very high. Because of this, the vegetables grew very well and were very lush. Even if Zhao Hai didn't take them out from the space, he could still pick a basin in a short time. When Zhao Hai returned to his room for the second time to deliver the vegetables, he discovered that there were already a lot of people in his room. These people were washing the vegetables, each and every one of them had an excited look on their faces. Wen Wenhai was also there. When he saw Zhao Hai return, he immediately said, "Brother Tian, you're back. Everyone heard that you got some vegetables, so they all came to help." The others were somewhat embarrassed. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be polite. It's just some vegetables, they aren't anything good. If everyone likes them, then how about this? Let's have a few more people come with me to the woods to pick them. Today, we'll have some vegetables to go with the wolf meat." Hearing Zhao's words, everyone cheered. Then a few people quickly ran back to their rooms and took out a few large basins before running out. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and didn't say anything. He just led them into the woods and told them which vegetables could be eaten and which ones couldn't. 2 hours later, Zhao Hai brought the vegetables back to his room. Then he added salt and mushrooms to the wolf meat. After that, he didn't go out and just watched the fire. Before long, the pot's fragrance became even stronger, attracting everyone to surround it. When Zhao Hai was ready, the others also finished processing the vegetables. They returned to their rooms and took out the wolf meat that they cooked. The entire stronghold's people ran outside to the transmission plaza. The wild vegetables that Zhao Hai gathered were all placed in basins. Just as Zhao Hai thought, there weren't many people in the stronghold who knew how to cook. Most of them were like Wen Wenhai, they boiled the wolf meat. The wolf meat wasn't cooked very well, it even had a fishy smell. If it was in the past, everyone would have endured it. At least it was fresh meat. But now, Zhao Hai was a gem. Compared to their meat, the gap was too big. In the end, Zhao Hai made a big pot of meat soup. He only got a small bowl. The others were even more pitiful. Each of them only got half a bowl. There wasn't even a bit of meat left, all of it was eaten. After they finished eating the meat in Zhao Hai's basin, they began to eat the meat that they made. Naturally, they didn't forget to give Zhao Hai some meat. Before long, the wild vegetables were all gone. The meat was also eaten, but everyone felt that they didn't go overboard. Everyone looked at the empty basin and didn't speak for a while. After a while, Wen Wenhai suddenly sighed and said in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that we would be in this situation. Eating meat and eating wild vegetables makes me feel like my life has become better. Damn it, when will these days come to an end?" Wen Wenhai's words resonated with everyone. Everyone sighed. Then they became angry, but they couldn't do anything about it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai looked at them with a smile on his face, he didn't say anything. Wen Wenhai scolded the sacred court as well as the 8 elders of the secret realm. Then he turned his attention to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, I really have to thank you for today. But you also saw the situation of our stronghold. Alas, we can't live like this anymore. How can you still smile?" "Really?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't it useless to be angry? We're already here. After all, we're already here. We need to think of a way to live a better life. The better we live, the more uncomfortable those who are scheming against us will feel. On the contrary, the angrier we are, the happier those scheming against us will be. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Wenhai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, you're right. But you also saw the situation of our stronghold. What can we do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's actually not that difficult. If everyone trusts me, then I'll build a furnace in the camp tomorrow. First, I'll make a few cauldrons. Then we'll pick some wild vegetables, add some dried meat, and make some food. Then we'll eat some dry rations. I also found some fruits in the forest. We can use those fruits to make some wine. Our lives will be greatly improved." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at him with shining eyes. When Wenhai said, "Brother Tian, you can forge? You can also make wine?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm a person who likes to read miscellaneous books. Therefore, I've read a lot of books about forging and wine. I believe that as long as we follow the steps, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, I've also studied formations. So in the future, I think everyone should go to the forest and explore further. Even if some wild beasts come to the camp when I'm not here and destroy the transmission formation, I can still repair it." When Wenhai and the others stared, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. After some time, when Wenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, are you saying that you can repair the transmission formation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I can repair the transmission formation. In fact, not only can I repair it, as long as you give me the materials, I can also make a new one." When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. One must know that this information was very important for them. One must know that when they fought against the beasts, they would generally protect the transmission formation. However, if they did that, then they would only have one strategy left. This kind of rigid strategy wouldn't do them any good. However, they had no choice but to do so. If they didn't protect the transmission formation, then it would be tantamount to cutting off their last lifeline. If the beasts really destroyed the transmission formation, then they would never be able to return to the stronghold. It was simply impossible to return to the stronghold from the forest. The beasts that they would encounter along the way would be enough to kill them all. However, if Zhao Hai really wants to repair the transmission formation, or even make a new one, then their strategy would be much more flexible. When the beasts attacked the stronghold, they would be able to temporarily leave. Moreover, the beasts had their own territories, and the stronghold wasn't a place that they liked. Once the beasts leave, then they could return to the stronghold. This way, their losses would be much smaller. When Wenhai and the others cheered. After some time, everyone calmed down. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, if what you said is true, then our stronghold can be saved. How about this? There are some things in the warehouse. Those things seem to be used to arrange the transmission formation. However, we don't know how to use them. Why don't you go take a look?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I'll go take a look." After saying that, he stood up. When Wenhai quickly led Zhao Hai towards the warehouse. In number 12 foothold, no one was in charge of the warehouse because the commander of the foothold had died, and the one in charge of the warehouse was also dead. However, there was no need to take care of the warehouse because there were only a few things in it: dry food, dried meat, salt, some spare weapons, and some array talismans. These things were really useless for the people in the foothold. They had enough dry food and could only eat so much in a day, so it was useless to take more. The same went for the meat and salt. As for the spare weapons, generally no one would touch them because their weapons were the most suitable for them and were custom-made. As for the array talismans, they were even more useless because no one would use them. Zhao Hai followed Wen Wenhai to the warehouse. The stronghold's warehouse was divided into 10 rooms. One room was used to store weapons, one room was used to store formation talismans, and the rest were used to store dry rations, meat jerky, salt, and other things. Oh, right, there was also a room used to store biological funds such as pots and pans. In short, there was nothing good inside. Zhao Hai had also been to the warehouse before. When he first arrived at the stronghold, he took some dry rations, meat jerky, and other things. He also took some daily necessities before returning to his room. He didn't know what was inside the warehouse. This time, they came to the warehouse where the formation talismans were stored. When Wenhai and the others opened the warehouse, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Clearly, this warehouse hadn't been visited for a long time. There were several shelves inside, and on top of those shelves, there were some strange metals. In the eyes of ordinary people, these things looked like scribbles. But in Zhao Hai's eyes, they were formation talismans. When Wenhai pointed at the things on the shelves and said, "These things were transported here when the stronghold was first established." At that time, there were two people who knew about formations. They would repair the transmission formation from time to time. But later on, those two people died in battle. Because of this, nobody knows about formations anymore. Although we studied formations in the Sacred Academy, most of us only have a general understanding of formations. We only know how to activate and use formations. Nobody knows how to repair formations. Because of this, nobody came here after the death of those two people. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards the warehouse. When Wenhai followed behind Zhao Hai as they walked towards the warehouse. While walking, he said, "In the past few years, most of the people in the stronghold died because they were guarding the transmission formation. If we weren't afraid of the transmission formation being damaged, then the casualties would be much smaller." Zhao Hai replied, "Could it be that the transmission formation hasn't been broken in the past few years? I heard that the stronghold has been attacked by wild beasts many times. Did those beasts not destroy the transmission formation even once?" When Wenhai sneered and said, "How is that possible? The headquarters would repair the transmission formations of the strongholds every year. Our stronghold is no exception. Although the 12th stronghold has been attacked by beasts several times and the transmission formation was destroyed several times, the elders of the headquarters would always drive the beasts away and reactivate the stronghold. Those who are locked up in this stronghold are all troublemakers who have offended others. You should understand now, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood too well. In fact, for the people of the Sacred Academy, the biggest function of the 12th stronghold wasn't to collect bone beads or herbs. The biggest function of the 12th stronghold was to send troublemakers here and let them die. This was a variant method of eliminating dissidents. But because there was no one in the anti-Sacred Academy faction, nobody thought about canceling the 12th stronghold. Therefore, the 12th stronghold has always existed and people have always been dying. At this time, Zhao Hai also understood why there was no commander in the 12th stronghold and why there was no one in the headquarters. For the people in the headquarters, the 12th stronghold was a prison. Moreover, it was a prison where people couldn't escape. Moreover, it was a prison where people killed people for them. For such a prison, having no leader was more beneficial than having one. With a leader, these people could unite and fight against the beasts. Without a leader, these people would become scattered. Therefore, even though they knew that there was no commander, they didn't appoint one. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, are the talismans still useful? Can they be used to repair the transmission formation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not only can we repair transmission formations, but we can also arrange several transmission formations. But I think that these things aren't very safe here. How about we find a place outside the camp and build a secret warehouse? Then we can store some of the formation talismans and dry food there in case of an emergency. If the camp is really breached, then we can take these things out and arrange a transmission formation somewhere else. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right, we can also use these things to arrange a transmission formation somewhere else. What do you think? What do you think?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. All of their supplies were inside the stronghold. Once they leave the stronghold, they would be left with nothing. When that time comes, even if they want to return to the headquarters, they would have to return to the stronghold. However, if they put a part of the supplies outside the stronghold, then if the beasts really attacked and they couldn't resist, they would have to retreat from the stronghold. Then they would be able to take out the supplies and set up a transmission formation to go back to the main camp. This way, they would have fewer casualties. Everyone nodded, then one of them said, "Mr. Tian is right. I think that Mr. Tian's words are reasonable. We should build a backup warehouse outside the stronghold. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Building a warehouse outside the stronghold isn't something that can be done in a day or two. I think we should solve the problems inside the stronghold first. Like what I said before, we need to make some pots and wine. Even if we build a warehouse outside the stronghold, we can't leave the stronghold and return to the headquarters. So why don't we make our own accommodations better and more comfortable? What does everyone think? Alright, we'll do as Mr. says. Mister, we'll do our best to cooperate with you. Several leaders said in unison. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's do it this way. Everyone, help me move these talismans outside and clean them up. I'll see if these talismans can be used to make transmission formations. Then I'll test them and see if they can be used and if they can't be used. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the talismans are all broken. Everyone immediately nodded and helped Zhao Hai move the talismans outside the warehouse. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at them and also smiled. When he said that he wanted to test whether these talismans could be used, he wanted to set up several transmission formations in order to reassure the people inside the stronghold. After all, he only said that he could set up transmission formations, but nobody had seen it. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought of this method. He wanted to test the transmission formations and let them know that he could do it. This way, they would be more confident in him. Slowly, they would become accustomed to listening to him. When the time comes, even if he doesn't become the commander, he would still be able to make the people in the stronghold listen to him. Naturally, if there's an opportunity to be the commander, he would definitely take it. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that he couldn't rush things, he had to take it step by step. All the talismans were taken out and placed outside. Zhao Hai looked at these talismans and frowned. These talismans were covered with a thick layer of rust. It was clear that they had been left unattended for a long time, causing them to corrode. Although these talismans could still be used, their lifespan would be greatly affected. After all, these talismans weren't activated yet, so they didn't have any energy to protect them. Although Wen Hai and the others didn't know much about formations, they still felt uneasy when they saw the state of these talismans. They were afraid that these talismans couldn't be used anymore. If these talismans couldn't be used anymore, then it would be troublesome. After Wen Hai took out all the talismans, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Tian, these talismans are already like this, can they still be used? Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, as long as the rust is removed, they can still be used. However, their lifespan would be shorter, so there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone, help me remove the rust. Be careful, don't damage the overall shape of the talismans. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Naturally, no one objected. After all, this matter was related to their lives. Therefore, everyone moved and began to polish the talismans. They were very careful in polishing them, so no accidents occurred. Before long, the talismans were polished. Zhao Hai looked at the polished talismans and nodded. Then he turned his head and walked towards the transmission formation that was still in use. He took a few stones from the transmission formation and then moved the talismans inside. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if I make another transmission formation, then the coordinates of the two transmission formations would be the same. This way, there would be some impact. After all, this transmission formation is only a directional transmission formation, and it's not a particularly advanced directional transmission formation. Therefore, I'll stop using that transmission formation first. Then I'll test whether or not this transmission formation works. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai took the talismans and quickly formed a transmission formation on the ground. He knew that in order to use the transmission formation, a bone bead must be placed on the formation eye. Otherwise, the transmission formation wouldn't have any energy and wouldn't be able to be used. Zhao Hai took out a bone bead and placed it on the transmission formation. Then he turned his head to the others and said, we're now sending information to the headquarters. Have you thought about what you want to send? Once you've made up your mind, put the items you want to teleport onto the teleportation array. Everyone looked at each other, then Wen Hai called a few of the leaders to the side and whispered a few words to them. Then the leaders turned their heads to look at Zhao, then turned their heads to Wenhai and said a few words. Finally, they nodded in agreement. Then Wenhai led the group to a nearby stone house. Before long, they came out with a letter in their hands. Wenhai placed the letter on the transmission formation and said, "Can we send this letter?" Zhao Hai didn't know what Wenhai and the others were talking about. He still wanted to have a good relationship with them. Naturally, he didn't need to listen to them. Now that Wenhai and the others had mysteriously placed a letter on the transmission formation, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "There's no problem, don't worry." Then Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the letter disappeared from the transmission formation. When everyone saw that the letter had disappeared, they couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, but he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, he still stood there without moving. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and asked, "Brother Tian, what's wrong? Didn't the letter get sent out? Why do you look so unhappy?" Zhao Hai replied, "The letter was sent out, but this only means that the transmission formation can be used. However, it's not the same if it can be used to contact the headquarters. You should know that if there's a small difference in the coordinates of the transmission formation, then it's possible for the transmission formation to be sent to the wrong place." When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then everyone stared at the transmission formation nervously. Although they didn't know what Wenhai sent the letter, they knew that the headquarters should have a reply. And their guess was right. Before long, the transmission formation flashed with white light as a letter and an iron plate appeared. Upon seeing the iron plate, Wenhai cheered. Then he immediately took the iron plate and the letter. Then he opened the letter and looked at it before a smile appeared on his face. Then Wenhai turned his head to everyone and smiled faintly, "I can tell you that our experiment was a success. This transmission formation can indeed be sent to the headquarters. After discussing with the other captains, we decided to write a letter to nominate Mr. Tian Crane Chao as the commander of our stronghold. The headquarters has already agreed to our request. From today onwards, Mr. Tian Crane Chao will be the commander of our 12th stronghold." After he said that, Wenhai raised the iron plate. Then he walked towards Zhao Hai and handed the iron plate over to Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai stared at Wenhai. He didn't think that this would happen. He didn't think that Wenhai would be the captains of this stronghold. Moreover, he was appointed as the commander of the stronghold. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood. A stronghold had hundreds of people, so it was impossible for the commander to command them all. The commander would certainly have some captains to command the others. This way, the stronghold would be able to operate properly. But after the stronghold lost its commander, Wenhai and the other captains were too lazy to command them. In any case, everyone was fighting for themselves, so they didn't need to command them. Because of this, they were happy and relaxed. After Zhao Hai arrived at the stronghold, Wenhai and the others didn't tell Zhao Hai. They were captains, so naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about it. Zhao Hai was still thinking about how to get the commander's position. However, he didn't think that he was qualified to be the commander of this stronghold. To be honest, for other strongholds, the commander's position might be attractive. But for the people of the 12th stronghold, the commander's position wasn't attractive at all. Not only was it unattractive, but it was also a death sentence. Because of this, nobody wanted to compete for it. With all these conditions combined, Zhao Hai easily got the commander's position. Even he didn't think that he would get the position so quickly. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Brother Tian, I know that you're very surprised. You might not be willing, but this is our decision. We know that the position of commander might be a burden for you, but I ask you to accept it for the sake of your brothers." Zhao Hai nodded as he looked at Wenhai. Zhao looked at Wenhai and laughed. "Brother Wen, what are you talking about? How could I not like this position? I like it very much. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I will be the commander of Stronghold 12. When Wenhai nodded and said, "How could I not like this position? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone cheered. They were really happy. Although Zhao Hai had just arrived at the 12th stronghold, they had already seen his strength. They also saw the changes that Zhao Hai brought to the stronghold. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai was willing to be the commander, they were very happy. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Alright, don't be too happy. I'm an official, so why are you so happy? It seems like these talismans can still be used. The talismans here can be used to make 5 transmission formations. Let's take 2 sets. Take the beast skins that you don't need and wrap them up. Then we'll store them in the warehouse. The remaining 3 sets will be left in the stronghold. Everyone, go get the beast skins, I'll distribute the talismans." Then everyone nodded and ran to get the beast skins. Each of them had some animal skins. These animal skins weren't of much use to them. For them, the most important things were the bone beads and medicinal herbs. Aside from using the animal skins as blankets, there wasn't much use for them. After Zhao Hai distributed the talismans, he had them wrap up the beast skins. Then he stored the talismans in the warehouse. At the same time, Zhao Hai restored the stronghold's transmission formation. There were no problems with the formation. After all, there would be people coming to inspect it every year. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't plan on replacing the transmission formation. After dealing with the talismans, Zhao Hai asked for everyone's help. They moved the stones that they didn't use to the side of the transmission square. The space there was bigger. Then Zhao Hai began to build a furnace. He needed a furnace to forge iron. Therefore, he wanted to build a furnace. The furnace was built in 2 days. After that, Zhao Hai got some thick trees and burned some charcoal. This took several days. What surprised Zhao Hai was that there were no beasts that attacked them. This made everyone very confused. One must know that the 12th stronghold had never been attacked by beasts before. There would be a big attack every 10 days and a small attack every 5 days. But now, Zhao Hai was building a furnace and burning charcoal. The whole process took 8 days, and during this time, they weren't attacked. Zhao Hai could almost guess that the beasts were aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Especially the wolf that fought against Zhao Hai. It must have known about Zhao Hai's strength. Since the beasts had different levels, they must have a way to communicate with each other. Because of this, the wolf told the other beasts about the situation in the 12th stronghold. Since the other beasts weren't prepared, they naturally wouldn't provoke Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was normal that no beasts came to attack. Now that the beasts didn't attack, Zhao Hai was happy. He already had charcoal and a furnace. The next thing he needed to do was to forge iron. In any case, he only needed to make a few pots. He didn't need a good pot as long as it could cook. Therefore, he didn't need to prepare for a long time. After melting some ironware, he made a hammer. After that, he melted some pots and made a big pot. This process took some time. In the end, Zhao Hai used 10 days to make 10 big pots, which was enough for their use. Now that there were enough pots, Zhao Hai naturally didn't need to make more. He had people put the pots into the warehouse. Then he prepared to pick fruits and make wine. Next, he needed to pick wild vegetables. These days, the people in the camp never stopped eating wild vegetables. Zhao Hai had already told everyone how many kinds of wild vegetables they could eat. Naturally, they couldn't pick too much, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to finish it. Moreover, they didn't pick all the wild vegetables, they still needed to pick them slowly. This was what Zhao Hai taught them. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Hai was going to take them to pick fruits, Zhao Hai took everyone to pick some trees. After that, Zhao Hai began to make wooden barrels and basins. Wen Hai was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai, who was busy making wooden barrels. They didn't have that many tools, so Zhao Hai could only use his long sword to cut the wood. Fortunately, they were strong enough to turn a tree into a toothpick, not to mention making wooden planks. Wen Hai was puzzled as he asked, "Brother Tian, why are you making wooden basins and barrels? We already have enough basins and barrels." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If we want to make wine, we can't use our current basins and barrels. It's best if we only use them to make wine. Moreover, it's best if they're made of wood and not metal. This is especially true for fruit wine. Otherwise, the taste will change. Moreover, the basins we use are too small, they simply aren't enough. Therefore, we need to make bigger basins and barrels." While Wen Wenhai was speaking, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, pack up your things. There are wild beasts coming. Prepare for battle." When Wen Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Then they immediately ordered everyone to pack up their things and take out their weapons. After that, everyone arranged themselves in a formation as they stood in front of the transmission formation. At this time, Zhao Hai was also prepared. He had the flail in his hand as he looked at the forest and said, "Remember, everyone needs to listen to me. If there are too many wild beasts, then we'll retreat from the camp. Those in charge of carrying the talismans, pay attention. When you fight, protect the talismans. Don't break them." Everyone responded in a low voice. Looking at them carefully now, their attire was different from before when they were attacked. In the past, when they were attacked, they would only take out their weapons to meet the enemy. But now, all of them were carrying bags. There were big and small bags, but all of them were bulging. No one knew what was inside. This was Zhao Hai's order. When the beasts attacked, everyone would carry a bag on their back. The things inside the bag were actually very ordinary. In addition to a few people carrying a transmission formation, the rest of the people were carrying some dry rations and jerky. These things would allow them to live in the forest for a long time without wasting time looking for food. Although for Zhao Hai, finding food in the forest was very simple, Zhao Hai was also very clear that he couldn't reveal all of his abilities. Otherwise, something bad would happen. After everyone carried their bags, rustling sounds could be heard from the forest. When Zhao Hai heard these rustling sounds, he knew that there would be a lot of beasts coming this time. Everyone became nervous. At this time, the first beast came out of the forest. Upon seeing this beast, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the first beast that came out of the forest turned out to be a goat, a wild goat. Zhao Hai looked at the goat and couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that it would be a goat that came out of the forest. However, he didn't take it lightly. Although the goat looked harmless, Zhao Hai knew that a mutated goat, or even a mutated goat, was very dangerous. After the goat came out, some other animals came out of the forest. Upon seeing these animals, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. This time, the animals that came out of the forest were very complete. There were goats, wild horses, bison, mice, monkeys, foxes, wolves, wild boars, bears, and snakes. One by one, animals came out of the forest in a steady stream. These animals were very silent, none of them made any noise. They were like a well-trained army. This made Zhao Hai's expression change. The last time they attacked was a pack of wolves. One must know that in a pack of wolves, the Wolf King had an unparalleled status. This was especially true in a place where hierarchy was very strict. The Wolf King could command a pack of wolves as if it was an army. Zhao Hai didn't find this strange at all. After all, the hierarchy of wolves was very strict. However, these animals weren't like wolves. There were all kinds of animals here. In this case, these animals were still able to act like an army. This wasn't simple. As far as Zhao Hai knew, ordinary beasts wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Hai stood there with a calm expression. The animals stopped about 20 meters away from them. Each and every one of them stared at them, but they didn't attack. Zhao Hai also didn't attack the animals. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the animal commander. At this time, a tiger's roar was heard. Then a shadow flashed as a black tiger appeared in front of the animals. This black tiger was about 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its entire body was black, only the king character on its forehead was white. It looked mighty and domineering. At this time, this huge black tiger was looking at Zhao Hai. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't feel any killing intent from the black tiger's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the black tiger, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Brother Black Tiger, why did you come to our camp?" When Zhao Hai opened his mouth, all the creatures in the camp were stunned. It wasn't only Wen Wenhai and the others, even the black tiger was stunned. The animals behind the black tiger also stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Their eyes flashed with curiosity. On the other hand, the black tiger stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the first human that was willing to talk to it. Moreover, he called it brother. It seems like the tiger was treating it as a person and not just an animal. The black tiger looked at Zhao in a daze. To be honest, the beasts and humans had been fighting for so many years, but this was the first time the black tiger had seen someone like Zhao. He had never even heard of such a person before. In the past, the humans he had met all treated him like a beast. They would shout and kill him as soon as they saw him. Even if the black tiger wanted to communicate with those humans, it was impossible, and the other party would not even give him a chance to do so. But this time, Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with him. And the first thing he said was brother black tiger. This made the black tiger very surprised. Because of this, it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Zhao Hai looked at the black tiger and said, "Brother black tiger, why did you come to our camp? Do you feel that we're occupying your territory? Or do you just want to eat us?" The black tiger looked at Zhao Hai with interest. His originally murderous tiger face suddenly showed a smile. Then he couldn't help but roar towards the sky. If an ordinary person saw a tiger like this, then they would be very nervous. Wen Hai and the others were also very nervous. When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai talking to the black tiger, they couldn't help but have cold sweat on their faces. Who would ask a tiger if it wanted to eat them? But Zhao Hai did. It was hard for them not to have cold sweat. Now that they saw the black tiger roar towards the sky, they became very nervous. They all clenched their weapons and stared at the tiger. But to their surprise, the tiger that was roaring suddenly stopped. Then it looked at Zhao Hai with a strange gaze. At the same time, Zhao Hai also looked at the tiger and didn't say anything. Actually, when the black tiger roared, Zhao Hai had already used his spiritual force to make contact with the black tiger. The black tiger's spiritual force was very strong. And because of this, he was very sensitive to Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Then the black tiger looked at Zhao Hai and used his spiritual force to make contact with Zhao Hai's. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force made contact with the black tiger's, he immediately said, "Brother black tiger, tell me, what do you want to do? Why do you keep attacking our camp?" The black tiger looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "You can actually talk to me like this. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. You're the most interesting human I've ever seen. As for why we're attacking you, it's very simple. Think about it, if someone suddenly came to your home and stayed there, not leaving, what would you do? Do you want to chase him away?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Hai understood that for the black tiger and the others, the entire mystic realm was their home. And Zhao Hai and the others were people who suddenly broke into other people's homes and didn't leave. Naturally, the black tiger and the others would do everything in their power to drive them away. Zhao Hai said, "Our human race has already discovered the mystic realm for a long time, and we've also lived here for many years. Can we be considered a part of the mystic realm now? You still can't accept us? Do you really want to use this method to deal with us?" The black tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is our home. You're an intruder, so how can we accept you? However, we also have our own rules. If you're strong enough, then we can agree to let you stay here. But if you're not strong enough, then you naturally don't have the qualifications to stay here." Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at the black tiger and said, "So it still depends on strength. Alright, then let's have a competition. How about the two of us exchange blows? It'll save us from a lot of casualties." The black tiger looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Alright, I'll compete with you. If you can really defeat me, then my people won't attack you in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, it's a deal." Then he tightened his grip on the flail in his hand, then he turned to Wen Hai and the others and said, "You guys retreat. Without my order, don't move." Although Wen Hai and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they still retreated a bit. At the same time, the black tiger also turned his head and roared, causing the animals behind him to retreat as well. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others were left with a large space. Zhao Hai raised the flail in his hand and said, "Do you see this? This is my weapon. My weapon isn't simple. Not only does it contain gold that can break your void form, it also contains formations that make the hammer stronger. You should be careful." The reason why Zhao Hai said this to the black tiger was because he was confident in his own strength. Black Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Let's do it. I want to see how strong your weapon is. I heard from White Eyes that you can use a secret technique to transform. After transforming, your strength would become very strong, very close to the strength of the old man who occupied this place. It seems like your strength isn't weak. Today, let me see if you're really that strong. Then the Black Tiger pounced towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the Black Tiger and knew that he wasn't using his full strength. At the very least, the Black Tiger didn't reveal his bone armor. Not revealing his bone armor meant that the Black Tiger wasn't using his full strength. One must know that the beasts in the secret realm were completely different from their bone armor. Naturally, the Black Tiger also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. He already knew from White Eyes that Zhao Hai was very strong. Even if he didn't transform, White Eyes wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If Zhao Hai were to transform, then he would be even stronger, to the point where even the Black Tiger wouldn't be his opponent. It was precisely because of White Eye's words that the Black Tiger wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai was. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to talk to him. This made him very surprised. However, the Black Tiger still wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai had the strength to speak to him on equal terms. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai was as strong as White Eyes said. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite with the Black Tiger. He waved his hammers and fought with the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger's strength was still very good. He was able to advance and retreat in a certain order. Although he had a tiger body, when he fought with Zhao Hai, his moves were very strict. Although his moves were simple, when used by the tiger body, it was very surprising. However, Zhao Hai wasn't weak either. His twin hammers danced and his moves were very big. Although the Black Tiger's moves were powerful and his strength was great, he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. One must know that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't small either. The battle between Zhao Hai and Black Tiger lasted for about 2 hours. Black Tiger didn't wear his bone armor while Zhao Hai didn't use formations. In other words, both sides didn't have any trump cards. However, Black Tiger already knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak. In the end, Black Tiger jumped out of the encirclement first. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like I underestimated you. You're very strong. Alright, my subordinates and I won't attack you in the future. However, I only represent myself, I don't care about the others." Zhao Hai looked at Black Tiger and smiled faintly. "You don't need to care about the others. What I want to know is, are you from the 100 Beast Peak?" Black Tiger nodded and said, "Right, I'm from the 100 Beast Peak, but I'm just a commander under the Beast King, not a commander. However, a commander wouldn't be in the mood to take care of you. Since I'm in charge of your camp, I promised that I wouldn't attack your camp. In the future, your camp will encounter fewer attacks. However, this doesn't mean that you won't be attacked. Forget it, I just promised that I wouldn't attack your camp, I didn't say that I would protect your camp. You should be aware of this." When Zhao Hai saw that Black Tiger was about to leave, he quickly said, "I want to know, are all the animals in the forest your subordinates? If we want to eat meat, can we go out and hunt?" The reason why Zhao Hai was so straightforward was because he knew that although Black Tiger's intelligence wasn't low, they were still beasts. For beasts, the law of the jungle was normal. But at the same time, they also have their own subordinates. If you hunt and kill their subordinates, then it would lead to a battle between the two sides. Rather than that, it would be better to make things clear before anything happens. When Black Tiger heard this, he couldn't help but stare, then he laughed and said, "Interesting, you're really interesting. If you didn't look like a human, then I would have thought that you're a beast. Your way of thinking and your way of doing things is very similar to our beast race. Alright, I'll tell you, you can hunt as much as you want. But you need to pay attention, when you hunt, you're not allowed to get within 100 li of the 100 peak beast. You can do whatever you want outside of 100 li." After he said that, Black Tiger looked at Zhao Hai. Then he let out a long roar before he turned around and left. At the same time, the army of beasts that followed him also withdrew. When Zhao Hai saw Black Tiger leave, he let out a long breath. When Wen Hai and the others also felt relieved. However, they didn't understand why Black Tiger left after fighting with Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai and Black Tiger communicated, they used spiritual force. Naturally, Wen Hai and the others didn't know about this. Therefore, when they saw Black Tiger leave, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and the others and said, "Alright, let's put everything down. We're safe for now, there shouldn't be any beasts attacking us." Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Commander, what's going on? Do you understand the language of beasts?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't understand the language of beasts. It's just that Black Tiger is too smart. He can actually communicate with people, but the way he communicates is somewhat special. He uses spiritual force to communicate. You won't be able to learn it in a short period of time. But remember, you can go out hunting in the future, but you mustn't come within 100 li of the 100-beast peak. You mustn't, understand?" Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said, "Alright, let's go. Put everything down." Everyone nodded and went back to their rooms to put down their things. But as soon as they put down their things, they immediately came out of their rooms and surrounded Zhao. One by one, they eagerly looked at Zhao. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Everyone looked at Wen Hai. Wen Hai said impatiently, "Brother Tian, what did you say to the tiger just now? Can we know?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "So it's because of this. Actually, it's nothing much. Black Tiger told me that he's a small commander of the 100-beast peak. Now that he recognized my strength, he wouldn't let his subordinates attack our camp. But if others attack us, he wouldn't care. Moreover, he also told us that we can go out hunting, but we mustn't come within 100 li of the 100-beast peak." Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "That's it? It's that simple?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's that simple. Not only is Black Tiger a commander of the 100-beast peak, he's also the commander in charge of this area. So in the future, our camp will be a lot safer than before." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they cheered. One must know that although they were under Zhao Hai's leadership and were thinking of ways to improve their lives, the attacks of the beasts were like knives hanging over their heads. They didn't know when it would fall. Just like today, everyone was happily making wooden barrels. But when the beasts suddenly attacked, they could only prepare to run. This made them feel very insecure. But now it was different. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the beasts of the 100-beast peak wouldn't attack them in the future. Then their safety would be greatly guaranteed. This way, their lives would be stable. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and didn't say anything, he just smiled faintly. After everyone calmed down, he opened his mouth and said, "In the future, we can expand our range of activity. But remember, don't get close to the 3 forbidden areas. Especially within 100 li of the 3 forbidden areas, don't get close. Alright, take out the wooden barrels, we need to make a few of them to ferment the wine. My mouth is about to turn sour." Wen Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Everyone laughed and took out the wooden barrels. It must be said that among them, only Zhao Hai had some experience in carpentry. The others didn't have any experience in carpentry. Because of this, the wooden basins and barrels that they made weren't worth looking at. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others made wooden barrels. In the end, they made 20 large wooden barrels. These barrels were about 3 mago and had a diameter of about 2 meters. They were definitely big enough, and they were also sealed. They also made several large wooden basins. These wooden basins were about 2 meters tall and had a diameter of 3 meters. After making these things, Zhao Hai tested them in the water. Fortunately, there was no dew, so they were relieved. After making the wooden basins and barrels, Zhao Hai immediately organized people to pick fruits. All kinds of fruits had to be picked. Zhao Hai also wanted to go and pick them. These people were divided into groups of 50 people. They were divided into different directions to pick fruits. Not only did they have to pick fruits within 5 li of the stronghold, they also had to go 5 li away. They wanted to see if Black Tiger's words were true. Black Tiger's words were true. They didn't encounter any attacks even when they were 5 li away from the stronghold. Although they could see some wild beasts, they were very few. Moreover, these wild beasts didn't seem to have high intelligence, so they were able to hunt a lot of them. After picking fruits for several days, they filled up the wooden basins. Xiaohai commanded the people to make the wine. First, they had to wash the fruits. Then they had to make the yeast. The yeast that Xiaohai used to make the wine was made by himself. He already knew how to make this method, so it wasn't very difficult. After a few days, the vigorous winemaking activity finally came to an end. All of the wooden barrels were filled up, so Xiaohai put them away. Every day, he would send people to watch over them and pay attention. After finishing the winemaking, Xiaohai called everyone to the square. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, we have made the pots and fermented the wine. Moreover, we have been picking fruits these past few days. I also looked at the surrounding terrain and found a good place to make a backup warehouse. Therefore, I think that it's time for us to build a backup warehouse." Upon hearing Xiaohai, everyone stared. They understood that Xiaohai wasn't just picking fruits these past few days, he was also looking for a backup warehouse. Their faces couldn't help but turn red. These days, they were happy that the wild beasts weren't attacking them. However, they forgot about the matter of building a backup warehouse. Xiaohai didn't care about everyone's reaction. Instead, he took out a piece of charcoal and began to draw a map on the ground. Before long, he finished drawing a map of the camp. Although the map was very simple, it still allowed everyone to see the surrounding terrain. After Xiao finished drawing, he pointed to the map on the ground and said, "This is the terrain around our stronghold. I don't know if you noticed this." Then Xiao pointed to a location on the map and said to the crowd, "This is the terrain around our stronghold." Everyone's gaze focused on the place that Xiaohai pointed at. Upon seeing the place, everyone nodded. They knew that place. It was about 10 li away from the stronghold. However, there was a cliff there. Moreover, the cliff was very deep and was covered in fog. The scenery was very beautiful, so everyone knew about it. Seeing everyone nod, Xiaohai opened his mouth and said, "It's good that you know. This cliff is very deep and also very long. Moreover, there's a thick fog on the cliff. But when I went down the cliff, I saw a small lake. There's nothing special about it, but in the middle of the cliff, there's a cave. This cave isn't very big, only about 20 square meters. Although it's not very dry inside, if we seal the entrance, then it shouldn't be too wet. Therefore, I want to build our backup warehouse there. We don't need to put too many things inside, just 2 sets of formations and some spare weapons. We don't need to put too much food inside, so the area of the cave should be enough. Moreover, we only need to block the entrance, so we don't need to do too much work. What do you think?" Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Naturally, Wenhai and the others didn't say anything. They didn't know where Xiaohai was talking about, so naturally, they didn't have any right to speak. Xiaohai looked at the group and said, "If you don't have any objections, then go prepare. Take out 2 transmission formations as well as some spare weapons. We'll go now." Xiaohai looked at the group and said, "All right." Everyone nodded, then they went to the warehouse and took out 2 transmission formation talismans as well as some spare weapons. Then they followed Xiaohai out of the camp. Xiaohai and the others didn't fly in the sky. After they were 5 li away from the camp, they knew how many wild animals there were in the secret realm. There were too many of them. Moreover, even if they weren't very intelligent, their fighting strength was still very strong. They could also use bone armor on their bodies to attack people. Because of this, they didn't fly in the sky. This was because they were too big of a target. Xiaohai and the others moved forward in the forest. Because this place was very close to the camp, there weren't any dangers. Because of this, everyone was very relaxed. They were very relaxed, but Xiaohai couldn't. Xiaohai had been paying attention to the surroundings through the plants. He was very clear that although the black tiger said that it wouldn't attack them, the 100-beast peak wasn't under the black tiger's control. Even if the black tiger didn't attack, it didn't mean that the other animals wouldn't attack, just like the giant wolf. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that in addition to the 100-beast peak, the camp was also bordered by 2 forbidden areas. Needless to say, the Iron Tree Mountain was a forbidden area. But as long as you don't go there, there wouldn't be any danger. However, the Spirit Snake Valley was different. The vipers there would attack them. Xiaohai didn't forget that the first night he came to the camp, he was attacked by the vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley. This memory was very deep. If the Spirit Snake Valley attacked them, then it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attack it this time. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Fortunately, the location of the backup warehouse they chose wasn't very far from the camp. It was only 10 miles away. Although they didn't need to fly, it didn't take long for them to arrive. When they reached the edge of the cliff that Zhao Hai mentioned, Zhao Hai stopped. He looked around and pointed at a rock on the edge of the cliff. Do you see it? That rock? That rock looks like a monkey squatting there. Remember, if you descend from that rock, you will be able to see the cave I mentioned. Alright, let's go down now. After saying that, Zhao Hai walked to the side of the monkey-like rock and jumped down the cliff. Wen Hai and the others who could fly followed behind him. They went down about 100 meters before they saw a cave entrance. This cave entrance wasn't very big, it could only accommodate one person. Zhao Hai went in first, followed by Wen Hai and the others. They knew that this cave wasn't very big, so the others didn't go in. This cave wasn't very big, it was only a few dozen square meters. If too many people went in, then they wouldn't even have room to turn around. Zhao Hai sized up the cave and said, "The cave is still damp. How about this, Brother Wen, you go up and have them pick up some firewood. Then go back to the camp and get some charcoal. We will light the firewood in the cave and use the heat to drive away the dampness. Then we will dry the entire cave. After the cave is dry, we will put the talismans and weapons inside. Then we will put in the charcoal. The charcoal can absorb some of the dampness, allowing the talismans and weapons to be preserved for a longer time." When Wen Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, bundles of firewood were sent into the cave. After Zhao Hai ignited the firewood, the heat waves immediately rose up. The dampness in the cave also quickly disappeared. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He burned 5 bundles of firewood in a row before stopping. At this time, the cave was already very dry. Then Zhao Hai put a few bags of charcoal into the cave. After that, he put the talismans and weapons inside the cave. Then Zhao Hai and the others began to collect stones from the cliff. They didn't need big stones, as long as they were about the same size. Then they used the stones and mud to seal the cave. After sealing the cave, Zhao Hai camouflaged the cave. Then he led everyone out of the cave. Fortunately, the cave was small, so it only took a day for everyone to finish their work. When everyone returned to the camp, the sky was already dark. Everyone took out their pots and used the dried meat to make some broth. Then they ate some food and had a simple dinner. Although the dinner was very simple, everyone was still very happy. This was because they had prepared an escape route for themselves. After going through a long period of war and living a precarious life, they were very interested in things that could save their lives. So now that they had an escape route, everyone was very excited. When Wen Hai and the other captain sat together with Zhao Hai. While eating, Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, now that our backup warehouse has been built, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "What's there to think about right now? Our stronghold is temporarily safe. Also, don't you think that the 12th stronghold is very good? We're all against the Sacred Academy. All of us are against the Sacred Academy. If the Sacred Academy knows about the changes in the 12th foothold, they might start to deal with us. Therefore, we shouldn't act rashly. Don't let them know about the changes in the 12th foothold. Let's slowly manage the foothold well. Only in this way can we, who are against the Sacred Academy, have a stable backing. Only then can we strengthen ourselves step by step and not be suppressed by those guys who are in favor of the Sacred Academy." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, they didn't think about this problem. In the past, the Sacred Academy had been suppressed by the Sacred Academy for a long time. Because of this, they had almost forgotten what it meant to rebel. They only dared to think about it in their hearts. They only dared to complain and resent the Sacred Academy, but they didn't dare to take any action. But now, Zhao Hai has started to do so. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? Do you think my plan is crazy? Do you want to challenge those guys from the Holy Academy faction now? Moreover, we don't have any Breaking River level experts. Such behavior is no different than courting death, right? When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they felt embarrassed. When Wenhai shook his head and said, "No, we don't have such thoughts. We really don't." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know even if you don't say it. But everyone, I want to tell you a story. You might not believe it, but I want to tell you that it's true. It's the ant plague." Zhao paused for a moment, then looked at the crowd. You may not have paid much attention to ants, because ants are too small and too inconspicuous. No one would pay attention to ants, because in everyone's opinion, there is no need to. Even an ordinary person can easily crush an ant with a finger. Am I right? Zhao nodded, then looked at the crowd and said, You may not have paid much attention to ants, because ants are too small and too inconspicuous. Everyone nodded. They didn't know what Zhao meant, or why he was talking about ants. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, In your impression, ants are like that. But I have seen an ant disaster, a disaster led by ants. In the boundless prairie, there were a lot of wild beasts. Moreover, there were also people and countries on the prairie. But one day, there was an ant disaster. For some unknown reason, countless ants suddenly gathered together. There were so many ants that no one could count them. People found the ant disaster and wanted to stop it, but they didn't have any way to stop it. There were too many ants. Even broken river level experts couldn't stop them. They could knock down mountains and cut off rivers, but they couldn't stop the attack of the ants. In the end, for some unknown reason, the ants dispersed, and the country didn't perish. You may not believe it, but it is true. Think about it, small ants, as long as they unite, they have the power to destroy a country. And in the mystic realm, how many people are there who oppose the Sacred Academy? Zhao Hai asked. I've roughly calculated that more than 80% of the people in the secret realm are opposed to the Sacred Academy. Only a dozen or so people are in favor of the Sacred Academy. And these people are mostly related to the families and teachers of the Sacred Academy. As for the rest, they are all opposed to the Sacred Academy. In other words, the majority of the people in the secret realm are against the Sacred Academy. Although when Wenhai and the others still didn't believe what Zhao Hai said about the ant plague, they didn't calculate how many people were in the mystic realm. They didn't know how many people were in the mystic realm, and how many were in favor of the Holy Academy. They really didn't know how many people were in the mystic realm. But now that they heard Zhao Hai's explanation, they realized that there were so many people in the secret realm who were opposed to the Sacred Academy. This made them startled. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Actually, there are people in the secret realm who are opposed to the Sacred Academy. But no one is leading them, and no one is organizing them. Everyone says that they are a faction, but this faction is just a casual name. We don't have a unified command, we don't have a unified action. It can be said that we're like a sheet of loose sand. In this case, how can we fight against the people who are in favor of the Sacred Academy? Do you want to be suppressed by the people who are in favor of the Sacred Academy for the rest of your life? Do you think that there will be people like us in the future, being sent to such a dangerous place and waiting to die in battle? If you don't want to, then we need to prepare ourselves to resist them. We need to slowly accumulate our strength. Zhao Hai's words made everyone's blood boil. They have been suppressed by the people from the Sacred Academy for too long. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say that they want to resist them, they couldn't help but get excited. Because of this, when Zhao Hai finished speaking, when Wenhai and the others' breathing became heavy. When Wenhai opened his mouth and said, Commander, let's do it, let's do it. We need to drive away those people from the Sacred Academy. We don't want to live like before anymore. The others also said in unison, Right, Commander, let's do it. We don't want to live like before anymore. Let's do it. We need to drive those people from the Sacred Academy out of the secret realm. We need to make sure that they won't be able to ride roughshod over us. Zhao Hai and the others' voices became louder and louder. This attracted the attention of the other people in the camp. When they heard what Zhao Hai said, they couldn't help but get excited. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, All right, we'll do it. But remember, we still don't have a breaking river expert. Because of this, we can't directly go against the sacred courtyard. That would be courting death. They have 8 supreme elders as well as a lot of breaking river experts in the sacred courtyard. They can enter the mystic realm at any time to provide support. Because of this, we can't act rashly. If our actions are discovered by them, then we'll be dead for sure. If we find out, we'll be discovered by them. Everyone nodded. They were all from the Sacred Academy, so they had some understanding of the Sacred Academy's strength. They were very clear that with the strength of the people in the secret realm, going against the Sacred Academy was the same as courting death. Because of this, nobody objected to Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, they all thought that Zhao Hai was right. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The 12th stronghold is the most dangerous one. Brother Wen said that it's like a prison. Moreover, it's a prison that doesn't need anyone to guard and nobody can escape. But there's also an advantage to this, that is, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Nobody will care about us and nobody will come to see us. We can freely develop here without worrying about anything. Because of this, we need to manage the 12th stronghold well and make it our main base against the people from the Sacred Academy." Everyone nodded. They really wanted to do this. They really wanted to straighten their backs and appear in front of those people from the Holy Academy faction one day. Zhao Hai said, "What we need to do now is to stabilize the stronghold and improve the living standards here. At the same time, we need to start collecting herbs, hunting, and doing everything we can to improve our strength. As long as our strength increases, we can make the stronghold more stable. And as long as we are strong enough, whether it's the 100 Beasts Peak or the Spirit Snake Valley, they wouldn't dare to provoke us. We can then develop with ease. What do you think?" This was a temporary meeting that was later called the Ant Disaster Meeting by the people in the secret realm. In this meeting, Zhao Hai and the others officially decided to use the 12th stronghold as the center to slowly develop the strength of the Anti-Sacred Academy faction. It could be said that from this moment onwards, the struggle between the Anti-Sacred Academy faction and the Pro-Sacred Academy faction, and even the Sacred Academy faction, had truly begun. The reason why this meeting was called the Ant Disaster Meeting by the people was firstly because of the story that Zhao Hai told. Secondly, they wanted to forever remember the ant disaster that Zhao Hai told them. Thirdly, the Ant Legion that would sweep the world in the future was officially established after this meeting. In fact, this meeting was not as grand as it was later described by the people. It was just Zhao Hai and the others sitting there and discussing how to develop the 12th stronghold in the future. Zhao had already told everyone that he could refine medicine, so in the future, they could pick herbs and go hunting. After obtaining the bone beads, in addition to handing over a portion every year, they had to keep the rest for their own cultivation. Moreover, they had to improve their strength as soon as possible. Of course, this was only a part of it. According to Zhao Hai, the 12th stronghold was too small and they had to go out. Therefore, their next task was to explore a safe route to get out of the encirclement of the 3 forbidden areas. They had to leave the 12th stronghold and if possible, establish a stronghold that no one knew about. Only then could they be considered to have truly developed. The group chatted by the fire until midnight, then they excitedly returned to their rooms. That night, except for Zhao, the rest of the group couldn't sleep. The next morning, when Zhao Hai woke up, he found that there was no one in the camp. He used a spiritual force to explore the camp and found that they were still sleeping. He didn't wake them up, but walked slowly in the camp alone, thinking about his own matters. The reason why Zhao was so interested in the mystic realm was because he found that it was a good place for cultivation. There was spiritual qi, natural energy, and even a trace of blood qi in the air. It could be said that this place was a paradise for cultivators, especially for Zhao Hai. It was even more important for people like Wen Hai and the others. Because of their cultivation methods, they were able to absorb energy faster than the outside world, but it wasn't that fast. However, for Zhao Hai, it was different. Compared to Wen Hai and the others, Zhao Hai's absorption speed was much faster. This was especially true for the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Zhao Hai could absorb several types of energy at the same time. This was very important for him. Zhao Hai discovered that if he continued to cultivate in the secret realm, then his cultivation speed would increase by several times. This was very important for him. Although Zhao Hai was now able to become a river breaker expert, this was only true for those inside the secret realm. Compared to those in the outside world, he was too far behind. Because of this, Xiaohai wanted to find a way to increase his cultivation speed. However, he had tried a lot of methods, but none of them were ideal. Although his cultivation speed was already inconceivable in the soul realm and the spirit weapon realm, Xiaohai still wasn't satisfied. This was because he wanted to leave the secret realm as soon as possible, returning to his body and seeing Laura and the others. But now that he had lived in the soul realm for a long time, he had formed a lot of karma here. Because of this, it was impossible for him to leave without understanding all of these karma. It was also impossible for him to ignore everything in the soul realm and cultivate in the secret realm. This was too unrealistic. Because of this, the best way was to cultivate while also understanding all of the karma in the soul realm. This way, when the time comes, he would be able to leave the soul realm smoothly. The reason why Xiaohai thought this way was because he had experience in this aspect. This wasn't the first time that Xiaohai ascended, he wasn't unfamiliar with ascension. He was very clear that when a person ascends, the size of the tribulation he experienced had a lot to do with his karma in the world. Let's put it this way, if you have enough strength, but your karma with the world is too deep. In this case, if you want to ascend, the difficulty would be greatly increased. If Xiaohai was in his body, he certainly wouldn't take this matter to heart. Because of his strength, he believed that with his strength, even if his karma was too deep, he would still be able to ascend smoothly. But in the soul realm, Xiaohai didn't dare to do so. The soul realm was too strange. He didn't know how he came in, and he didn't know when he would be able to leave. He only knew that ever since he crossed over, the space had been following him, but it couldn't follow him to the soul realm. Although he still had the soul space's ability couldn't compare to his space. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't dare to take it lightly. He knew that before he left, he must first understand all the grievances, karma, and all the grievances here. Only then could he leave. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the karma in the soul realm. Let's not talk about the Dragon Empire or the Wenji continent. Just the Hu family alone was a huge karma. It wasn't easy to get rid of this karma. Furthermore, it wasn't just the Hu family, the spirit weapon world also had karma with him. The Lost Soul City was still there, and the people in the Lost Soul City all treated him like a god. How could he not care about those people? Obviously, this was impossible. Therefore, if he wanted to get rid of this karma, there was only one way, and that was to let these people live and die on their own. But in fact, this way, karma would also entangle him. If he wanted to get rid of this karma, it would be more troublesome. Since he couldn't let them live on their own, then he could only use another method. And that was to make these people strong enough that even if they didn't need him, they would still be able to live well. Although this would make the karma between him and these people bigger, on the other hand, it would also lessen it. This was the method that Xiaohai used the most in the past. A person, no matter what realm they go to, they would always need to meet people, they would always encounter things, and they would always need to join a force. If you want to increase your cultivation speed, then you would need to have a corresponding status. Even if you were like Xiaohai with the space, your cultivation speed wouldn't be able to compare to your current cultivation speed. Don't forget, no matter which realm Xiaohai went to, he would establish a powerful force. With this force backing him, it would be much easier for him to do things. In the realms that Xiaohai passed through, he established formidable forces. And when he left, these forces were already very strong. Even if he wasn't there, nobody would dare to provoke these forces. On the other hand, this reduced Xiaohai's karma with those realms to a minimum. This made it easier for Xiaohai to ascend to the immortal realms. In the past, Xiaohai didn't want to do this. This was because when he was in the spirit realm, the Hu family was already very strong. Even if he wasn't there, the Hu family wouldn't fall so easily. Because of this, he didn't want to develop his own force. As for the Wenji continent, Xiaohai was an outsider. It was even more impossible for him to develop his own force there. As for the expert continent, his time there was too short. However, he still had some influence there. At the very least, he had the position of a prince in the Dragon Nation. But the Dragon Nation had existed for many years, it wouldn't be easily destroyed. After all, behind the Dragon Nation stood a Broken River realm expert. However, the situation in the spirit weapon realm was different from the soul realm. In the spirit weapon realm, he was an outsider. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the forces here. But there was no other way. When a person sits at home, disaster comes from the sky. He didn't expect that in the end, he would create a city-state here. Now, he entered a secret realm. Because of the Lost Soul realm, he already had a strong karmic connection with the spirit weapon realm. He wanted to do what he did in the past, not caring about anything and directly leaving. Then these karmic connections would continue to pester him. For him, this wasn't a good thing. This wouldn't be good for him. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to help the people from the Holy Court. Because of this, he would have the strength to challenge the Holy Court. Only then would he be able to develop the Lost Soul City. Only then would he be able to resolve all the karma in the spirit weapon realm. After thinking through all of this, Zhao Hai finally let out a long breath. He looked at the 12th stronghold. He knew that this would be the place where his career would start in the future. Perhaps it was because they couldn't sleep last night, but when Wen Hai and the others slept until noon. When they got up, they were startled when they saw the time. They all went out of their rooms and saw Zhao Hai drying some plants in the camp. They were puzzled as they walked over. When Wen Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're all up." When Wen Hai and the others nodded. Then they looked at the plants that Zhao Hai was drying. When Wen Hai discovered that the plants that Zhao Hai was drying were all herbs. When Wen Hai immediately said, "Commander, you're drying herbs? When did you get up? How do you have time to pick herbs? If we want to increase our cultivation speed, we can't just rely on those bone beads. Therefore, I need to make some pills to increase everyone's cultivation speed. Fortunately, we're in the mystic realm right now. There are a lot of herbs here, and all of them are very old. They're the most suitable for making pills. That's why I gathered so many herbs. Later on, we'll need to process these herbs and make a suitable alchemy tool. Then we can start making pills." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right, we're in the mystic realm right now. There are a lot of herbs here, and all of them are very old. They're the most suitable for making pills. That's why I gathered so many herbs. Later on, we'll need to process these herbs and make a suitable alchemy tool." The fragrance of herbs permeated the entire camp. Although Zhao Hai hasn't started refining, there were already a lot of herbs in the camp. These herbs were picked by everyone, so they needed to be processed first before they could be refined. Zhao Hai has already started making tools for refining herbs. The best tool for refining herbs was naturally a cauldron. But since Zhao Hai couldn't make a cauldron, he could only use other things as a substitute. However, metal cauldrons and the like weren't suitable for refining herbs. This was because metal contained gold qi, and gold qi was too sharp and overbearing. If this gold qi enters the herbs, then the medicinal properties would change. Because of this, when people decoct herbs, they would use clay cauldrons or clay pots. Very few people would use iron cauldrons to decoct herbs. The cauldrons that Zhao Hai wanted to make were clay cauldrons. Naturally, they couldn't ask the Sacred Institute to send them clay cauldrons. If they did, then the Sacred Institute would certainly be suspicious. Therefore, they could only make their own cauldrons. However, their progress wasn't very smooth. This was because they were making clay cauldrons. Not every kind of clay can be made into a clay cauldron. Therefore, making a suitable clay cauldron wasn't an easy matter. Zhao Hai used a lot of different kinds of clay but still couldn't make a suitable clay cauldron. This made Zhao Hai very depressed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. But soon, Zhao thought of another method, which was to use stones to make medicine pots. And this time, not only did he want to make medicine pots, he also wanted to use stones to make medicine cauldrons. Although it was impossible to add a magic array to a stone cauldron, there shouldn't be any problems with using stones to make medicine cauldrons. Using stones to make cauldrons was very simple for Zhao Hai and the others. The weapons in their hands could all be regarded as divine weapons. Using them to carve stones wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, with their strength, making cauldrons wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He chose a lot of stones and looked at which stones were most suitable for making cauldrons. In the end, he chose a stone. This stone wasn't an ordinary stone, it was a kind of jade. Jade was different from jade. Jade was more sparkling and translucent. When it was opened, it would give off a precious light. But inside jade, there was more stone. Although it could be regarded as a kind of jade, it couldn't be regarded as a preserved jade. Therefore, jade was much worse than jade. Zhao Hai searched for a long time. Finally, he found a large piece of jade on the cliff that they used as a backup warehouse. Then he carried the jade back to the camp. When Wen Hai and the others saw the stone that Zhao Hai brought back, they were stunned. They already knew that Zhao Hai wanted to make a cauldron, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would bring back such a large stone. This stone was 3 meters tall and was cylindrical. Its diameter reached an astonishing 5 meters. With such a large stone, it was very surprising to see it there, not to mention using it to make a cauldron. When Wen Hai looked at the large stone and said to Zhao Hai, "Commander, you aren't planning to use this stone to make a cauldron, right? Isn't this stone too big?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We have a lot of herbs to refine. How can we not have some? Moreover, it wasn't easy for me to find this stone. It's a piece of jade, not an ordinary stone." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at the stone in disbelief. One must know that jade was very rare in the world of spirit weapons. Ordinary city lords would be proud of having a piece of jade. This was because people believed that having a piece of jade on your body would bring you good luck. It was precisely because jade was very rare that Wen Hai and the others were surprised when they heard Zhao Hai say that this stone was a piece of jade. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew that they still didn't believe him. He moved his hand and took out his long saber. Then he waved his hand and slashed at the stone. However, when his saber was about to hit the stone, he suddenly changed direction and changed from slashing to cutting. In an instant, a layer of the stone was shaved off. Zhao Hai's slash was very accurate. This slash only shaved off a layer of the stone. However, a red light could be seen coming out from inside. Blood jade? Upon seeing the red light, Wen Hai and the others all shouted. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. The long saber in his hand kept moving. Along with his movements, the stone was slowly revealed. It was a piece of blood-red jade. Although the color of blood on it wasn't very pure, it was still very beautiful when it was placed there. However, after revealing the blood jade, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He kept moving around the stone. The saber in his hand also kept moving. Slowly, the stone changed shape little by little. Finally, the stone turned into the shape of a cauldron. Slowly, the cauldron became more and more floating. When Zhao Hai finally stopped, the huge piece of blood jade had completely changed. It had turned into a 3-legged cauldron. This cauldron was round and had 3 legs and 2 handles. There were also strange patterns on it. It looked very beautiful. Most importantly, there was a lid on top of the cauldron. The lid looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the cauldron. Then he nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, he didn't want to make the cauldron so beautiful. However, he felt that if he didn't make the cauldron beautiful, then he would be letting down the blood jade. Therefore, he made the cauldron look like this. Wen Hai and the others looked at the cauldron and were startled. Wen Hai and the others couldn't believe that this cauldron was made by Zhao Hai. It was actually so beautiful, too beautiful. Of course, the most important thing was Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai used a saber to make the cauldron. Moreover, the patterns on the cauldron were very complicated. For Zhao Hai to use a saber to make the cauldron was very surprising. After some time, Wen Hai and the others recovered. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised?" Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Commander, I always thought that you used a flail hammer. But now I know that you use a saber. Your saber is very good." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I've always thought that you used a flail hammer. Now I know that you use a saber." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've always used a saber. However, the saber doesn't have a lot of killing energy. Moreover, its range is also small. Therefore, I made a flail hammer. Actually, my main weapon is still a saber." Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. Xiao Hai used a flail hammer to kill everyone. They already felt that they weren't as good as him. Now, Xiao Hai told them that the flail hammer was just a backup weapon. In fact, his main weapon was a saber. How could they endure this? Xiao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, there's no need to think too much about it. Let's clean this place up. We'll start refining." Everyone nodded, then they immediately cleaned up the place. The ordinary stones and blood jade fragments were thrown away. However, the pieces of jade were collected by everyone. One must know that blood jade was very rare. When Xiao Hai made the cauldron, he cut a lot of jade pieces. These pieces of jade were of different sizes. The big ones can be made into jade pillows while the small ones can be made into small ornaments. They were very beautiful to wear on the body. Xiao Hai didn't care about them. After seeing everyone put away their things, he immediately cleaned the jade cauldron. Then he added some water into the jade cauldron before lighting it with charcoal. Xiao Hai did this to warm the cauldron. After the jade was made into a cauldron, it needed to be warmed up. First, it was to see if the jade cauldron could adapt to the high temperature. Second, the jade cauldron needed to absorb enough water so that it wouldn't compete with the herbs when decocting the medicine. The fire needed to be steady. At the same time, the amount of water needed to be enough. Moreover, the burning time needed to be long enough. After Xiao Hai told everyone about the furnace, everyone took turns to look at the jade cauldron. They didn't want to let the water in the jade cauldron decrease. It was at this time that they realized the use of the jade cauldron. After the water was added to the jade cauldron, they could clearly see the water level inside the cauldron. Even if the lid was closed, the jade cauldron was translucent. This was really amazing. After a day and a night of warming, the jade cauldron was finally ready to be used. Xiao Hai placed the herbs inside the jade cauldron. Then he added the right amount of water. Then he had everyone look at the fire under the jade cauldron. They didn't want the fire to go out. After the water in the jade cauldron dried up, Xiao Hai opened the jade cauldron. When he opened the jade cauldron, a medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire camp. At the bottom of the jade cauldron, there was only some paste left. This paste looked black, but it smelled very good. Xiao Hai cleaned his hands and began to dig out the paste. Then he kneaded it into pills. What was strange was that the paste was clearly black, but the pills that were kneaded were light gold. It was very strange. Before this, Xiao had already made everyone use the leftover jade material from the cauldron to make a few jade bottles. Finally, when he took out all of the medicinal paste and made it into pills, he discovered that they had actually made nearly 400 pills. This was a very remarkable number. After making the pills, Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "These pills will be kept here for safekeeping. Later on, all Skydance experts will receive pills every 3 days. Those who haven't reached the Skydance realm will receive pills every 7 days. Everyone will have a share. The reason I set this time for you is because after you eat the pills, you will need to digest the medicinal strength. Skydance experts will need 3 days to absorb the medicinal strength. As for the others, they will need 7 days to fully absorb the medicinal strength. Therefore, you will need to receive pills every 7 days. Once someone reaches the Skydance realm, they will be able to receive pills every 3 days. Alright, everyone can go and do what you need to do. Tomorrow morning, everyone will come to my place to receive your first batch of pills." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Xiao Hai took the jade bottles and returned to his room. The next morning, everyone came to Xiao Hai's room. Xiao Hai also gave each of them a pill. Then he had them return to their rooms and take the pill. After that, they began to circulate their energy in order to absorb the medicinal efficacy. Xiao Hai was alone in the camp, slowly sorting out the remaining herbs. He planned to refine another batch of pills today. Although the effects of these pills weren't enough to attract Xiao Hai's attention, this was the best pill that Xiao Hai could make in his current situation. If Xiao Hai wanted to refine the pills himself, it wouldn't be impossible. However, if he did so, it would arouse everyone's suspicions. Moreover, there was no need to do so. Looking at the current situation, the pills that he refined were already enough. Xiao Hai was very clear about the medicinal efficacy of the pills. After circulating their energy for a week, they would be able to absorb most of the medicinal efficacy. As for the rest of the medicinal efficacy, it would take them a few days to slowly absorb it. Therefore, just as Zhao Hai was sorting out the herbs, everyone came out. Wen Hai and the others were now very excited. They were really happy because the pills were really good. After absorbing the pills, they felt that the energy in their bodies had increased to a certain extent. When Zhao Hai saw them come out, he put down the herbs in his hand and smiled faintly. "How is it? How is the effect of the pills?" Wen Hai nodded excitedly and said, "Very good, very good." "Commander, you didn't take any pills?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Those pills don't have any effect on me, so I didn't eat them." "Hee. It's good that they have an effect. Let your bodies absorb the medicinal strength for a few days before taking them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Wen Hai and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "All right, you can go back to work. Today, send some people out to hunt. Send some people out to dig up wild vegetables and herbs. We'll cook some meat today." Everyone responded loudly before they turned around and left. At this time, there were only 200 people in the camp. Zhao Hai divided the 200 people into 4 groups, each group having 50 people. Now, one group went out to hunt, one group went out to dig up wild vegetables, and one group went out to dig up herbs. Each group was not fixed, they would rotate every day. However, no matter how they rotate, at least one group would be left in the camp. Zhao Hai was also in charge of the camp today. He didn't go anywhere else. He was teaching the group how to process the herbs. In fact, these herbs had to be made into powders before they could be refined. However, it was very easy for these people to process the herbs. The dried herbs were placed in their hands and then they rubbed their hands together, turning them into powders. It was very easy. While Zhao Hai was processing the powders, he suddenly felt a warning sound coming from the big tree next to the camp. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He turned to everyone and said, "Quickly, put down what you're doing. Take your weapons and follow me." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared blankly. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just threw the herbs on the ground and then immediately led everyone into the woods. Although everyone didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they still trusted Zhao Hai. They put down what they were doing and took their weapons as they followed Zhao Hai into the woods. After following Zhao Hai for more than 10 li, they heard a burst of battle cries. Upon hearing these battle cries, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their faces couldn't help but change. They were very clear that there were no other people in the mystic realm besides them. These battle cries must have come from their people. Everyone immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they saw that the people who came out to hunt were being attacked by a group of snakes. There were all kinds of snakes, some were as thick as buckets, some were as thick as chopsticks, and some were as thick as chopsticks. The number of snakes was hard to count in a short time, but the attack power of these snakes wasn't weak. The 50 people of the hunting team could only form a circle to defend themselves. Moreover, several of them were injured. In the circle, several people were lying there with black faces, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. This time, he didn't use his flail. Instead, he took out his long sword and rushed towards the battlefield. He brandished his sword and slashed towards the snakes. When the others saw this, they immediately joined the battle. The battle between humans and snakes had officially begun. While Zhao Hai was dealing with the snakes, he was also carefully looking around. He knew that the movements in the mystic realm were ranked. In other words, these snakes were also ranked. There must be a leader among them. However, he didn't know where this leader was. The snakes were caught off guard by Zhao Hai's group. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai's group broke through the encirclement and met up with the hunting team. After the two sides met up, Zhao Hai immediately injected some energy into the bodies of the injured people, controlling the toxins in their bodies. Then he had several people carry the injured people on their backs. After that, he took the lead and killed his way out. While Zhao Hai was killing his way forward, a fishy wind suddenly blew. Then a black shadow rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, the long sword in his hand turned into a sword light as it swept towards the black shadow. Dang dang dang. The sound of a sword hitting a rock was heard. The black shadow quickly retreated. Zhao Hai also stopped. He was now able to clearly see the black shadow. It was actually a shadow snake. However, this shadow snake was as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters long. At this moment, it was looking at Zhao Hai with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the shadow snake and coldly snorted, although our camp isn't very far from the Spirit Snake Valley, it's also not very close. This place isn't within your sphere of influence. Why are you attacking us? Do you really think that we're easy to bully? The shadow snake looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. Then it stuck out its tongue towards Zhao Hai and issued a hissing sound. Zhao Hai immediately used his spiritual force to make contact with the shadow snake's spiritual force. A cold voice was heard, "You humans deserve to die. I don't need so many reasons to kill you." Zhao Hai also immediately used his spiritual force and said, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." After he said that, Zhao Hai once again attacked the shadow snake with his long sword. The shadow snake also attacked Zhao Hai. Not only was the shadow snake very powerful, its defensive power was also very amazing. Most importantly, its movements were very fast. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. However, the shadow snake still wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. After exchanging 100 moves with Zhao Hai, it already had several wounds on its body. Although the defensive power of its scales wasn't bad, Zhao Hai's sword was able to hit the scales several times at the same time. Naturally, the scales would be shattered. After that, Zhao Hai's sword would naturally cause wounds to appear. The shadow snake already felt how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Although Zhao Hai's energy was about the same as its own, his strength was very great. Moreover, his sword was very accurate. The shadow snake wasn't an opponent of Zhao Hai. As for the snakes that he brought with him, they couldn't do anything to the others. Seeing this situation, the shadow snake moved and withdrew from the circle. Then he looked at Zhao deeply, then his body moved and swam away. When the other snakes saw that the shadow snake had left, they didn't stop and also followed him. After seeing the snakes leave, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He turned his head and looked at the poisoned snakes. Their faces were still black and blue, and they were still unconscious. Fortunately, their lives were saved. Zhao Hai also felt relieved. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a lot of snake corpses. He immediately said, "Clean up the battlefield and take away all the snake corpses. We'll eat snake meat today. Hurry up." Those people immediately complied. Then everyone quickly went to clean up the battlefield. Before long, the battlefield was cleaned up. Zhao Hai and the others quickly returned to the camp. Fortunately, although they had left for nearly 3 hours, there were no other animals in the camp. The way they walked was the same as before. Zhao Hai immediately had the poisoned people sent back to their rooms. Then he went to detoxify them one by one. With the help of herbs and natural energy, the poison in their bodies was quickly controlled. However, it would take a few days to completely detoxify the poison. In fact, if Zhao used his natural energy to treat those people, they would be able to get rid of the snake venom within a day. But Zhao didn't do that. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach the people in the camp how to detoxify the snake venom. So this time, he was mainly using herbs to detoxify the snake venom. He used natural energy to control the spread of the venom. In fact, he didn't need to use natural energy, he could just use other types of energy to do the same. After controlling the situation of the people, Zhao Hai led everyone back to the square. The square was now very big. Some of the houses around the square had been demolished. The square had been expanded. In addition to the transmission formation, the square also had a blacksmith furnace and a cauldron. Moreover, they could also set up some simple stoves at any time to eat together. In fact, ever since Zhao Hai made the cauldron, everyone liked to eat outside. They rarely had time to cook. Through Zhao Hai's teachings, these people's cooking skills had greatly improved. The taste of their food was much better than before. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the square, the herb-gathering team and the digging team returned. When these people saw the pile of snake corpses in the square, they were startled when they saw the dignified expression of Zhao Hai and the others. Wen Hai was with the herb-gathering team today. Therefore, when he saw this situation, he immediately became nervous. He threw the herbs in his hand to the ground and immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Commander, what happened? Was the camp attacked by snakes?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, the hunting team was attacked by snakes. They were snakes from the Spirit Snake Valley. Fortunately, we discovered them early. Although we injured a few people, no one died. The injured people's condition is also under control. You don't need to worry." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "The snakes in the Spirit Snake Valley are very vengeful. Now that we killed so many of them, they certainly won't let us go. It seems like we need to be careful in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the herbs that everyone dug up and said, "It seems like I'll need to refine some detoxification pills for everyone in the next 2 days. If someone is really poisoned, then immediately take a detoxification pill. Even if it doesn't immediately detoxify the poison, it should still be able to control the snake's venom, giving us enough time to treat them. Since we have enough herbs, I'll refine the pills after eating." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "It's good to have these pills. But Commander, when we go out in the future, can we have more people? For example, 100 people in a team." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. However, I can refine some jade tokens. If we are really besieged by snakes, then as long as we crush the jade token, it would shoot a warning firework to the sky. This way, we would know that there are police in that area and we can rush to support them. 100 people moving together is too big of a target. It's also inconvenient to move in the forest." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to the commander." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, don't call me commander in the future. It's quite troublesome. How about this, if everyone agrees, then you can call me head. This way, it'll be more friendly and simple." Naturally, everyone didn't object and nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "All right, let's make something to eat. Also, don't eat all of the wild vegetables, leave some behind. Everyone should also put some dry food and dried meat in their rooms. Looking at the sky, I'm afraid that there will be heavy rain in the next few days. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. But at the same time, be careful, the snakes might attack us during the heavy rain." Everyone nodded, then they immediately went to move the pots. Zhao Hai made a snake soup. After everyone ate a little, they immediately went to prepare. At the same time, Zhao Hai began to refine pills. After refining another batch of pills, Zhao Hai began to refine the antidote pills. Because he was afraid of the rain, Zhao Hai didn't rest at night. He refined 2 batches of antidote pills in one night. Then he gave everyone 2 antidote pills before returning to his room to rest. Just as Zhao Hai returned to his room, it began to drizzle outside. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he just lay on his bed and fell asleep. Just as he fell asleep, the rain outside became heavier and heavier. Then lightning flashed and thunder roared as the rain poured down. Fortunately, the location of the 12th stronghold was relatively high, so there was no need to worry about it being flooded. However, the sudden heavy rain caused the entire camp to stop moving. Besides staying in their rooms to cultivate, they could only stare blankly at the rain outside. There was nothing else to do. However, the attack that Zhao Hai was worried about didn't come. Although the rain outside was heavy, the camp was still very quiet. Everyone had already prepared food, drinks, and dry firewood. Besides being bored in their rooms, there was nothing bad about it. Nobody thought that this heavy rain would last for 5 days. The rain continued for 5 days, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. It was as if the sky was leaking, the surroundings were damp. If it weren't for Zhao Hai preparing a large amount of charcoal for forging and refining, and if it weren't for the fact that he knew that it was going to rain, everyone in the camp would be hiding in their rooms and eating dry rations. It would be impossible for them to eat something warm. After Zhao Hai woke up in the morning, he suddenly discovered that the sound of rain that had been raining for the past few days had suddenly disappeared. This made Zhao Hai stare for a moment, then he immediately became happy. He quickly went to the window of his room and looked outside. He discovered that the rain had stopped, and the sky had also turned white. It seems like today was going to be a sunny day. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Although he liked rainy days, it had been raining for so many days. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that the sky was finally clear, he was relieved. Zhao Hai pushed open the door and walked out. He looked around and saw that although the sky was only slightly bright, he could already see the scenery outside. The forest around the camp was green. The green was full of vitality, it was really indescribable. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Hai exhaled. Then he looked at the camp, wanting to see if there were any places that were damaged by the rain. Fortunately, the houses in the camp were still there. However, Zhao Hai still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. This made Zhao Hai somewhat curious. He immediately walked around the camp, wanting to see what was wrong. After walking around, Zhao Hai suddenly thought that the camp was different from before, it was smaller. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately walked to the edge of the camp. He carefully looked at the edge of the camp. Sure enough, it was different from other places. At the edge of the camp, Zhao Hai saw some other things, some traces of stones being moved. Zhao Hai was now sure that the camp had indeed become smaller. The outermost circle of stone slabs had disappeared. Zhao Hai walked into the forest and still couldn't find any stone slabs. Then he looked at the trees and finally saw the stone slabs on the trees. But when he saw the stone slabs, Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was because these trees were all 20 centimeters in diameter. They didn't look like new trees, but the stone slabs were on these trees. This was too strange. There was only one explanation for this situation. These trees grew from nothing to this size in just a few days. Moreover, there shouldn't be only these trees that grew in the beginning. There should be a lot of them. They grew like grass and then pushed up the stone slabs. Then when they grew to a certain height, some trees began to grow taller while the others died or disappeared. In the end, this situation of the stone slabs running up the tree branches was formed. All of this was mysterious enough. But what was even more mysterious was that all of this happened in just 5 days. Zhao Hai didn't remember any trees that could grow this tall in just 5 days. He also didn't remember any trees that died without any traces. What was going on? Zhao Hai knit his brows. He directly broke off a branch from a tree and received it into the space. Then he placed the seed inside the space. However, after the branch entered the space, it didn't show any abnormalities. The tree was still a tree, it was normal. Could it be that it wasn't because of the tree? Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the stone slabs on the tree. One must know that the stone slabs were about 1 meter square and had a thickness of about 30 centimeters. Such stone slabs weren't light. Now that they were stuck on the tree's load-bearing ability wasn't ordinary. In fact, after Zhao Hai arrived at the secret realm, he didn't forget to store things inside the space. He also stored the tree inside the space, but he didn't find anything special about it. But today's scene made Zhao Hai surprised. While Zhao Hai was pondering about these things, Wen Hai and the others also got up one after another. Now that the sky was bright, Wen Hai saw Zhao Hai standing at the edge of the camp and immediately walked over. Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and didn't say anything. He just pointed at the tree. Wen Hai and the others looked up and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, it's like this every time it rains. It's really strange." When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Wen Hai and said, "What's wrong? Do you often encounter this kind of thing?" Wen Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I do. Every time it rains, the camp would shrink and the stone slabs would run up to the tree. I don't know what's going on." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, then he said, "Besides this? Is there anything else strange?" Wen Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "There's nothing else. It's just that after it rains, the trees on the edge of the camp would start to grow crazily. It's very strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then how did everyone deal with it before? Also, if that's the case, then how did the stronghold get established?" Wen Hai replied, "What else can we do? We'll knock down the trees and dig out their roots. Then we'll put the slabs back on the ground. As for the stronghold, I heard that it encountered a lot of difficulties when it was first established. Later on, the river-breaking expert who established the stronghold took action and uprooted all the trees in this area. Actually, this stronghold is usually fine. Even if it rains, this wouldn't happen. But every time there's a heavy rain or after a storm, this place would become like this. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "Alright, then let's deal with it. Come, let's do it." When Wenhai and the others didn't say anything and just nodded. Then they immediately got to work. First, they took down the stone slabs and then cut down the trees. Then they removed the roots and put the stone slabs back. Fortunately, everyone was very strong. Otherwise, it would take a few days for them to repay the stone slabs back to where they came from. Even if everyone worked together, Xiaohai and the others still took a full day to put the stone slabs back in place. After everyone finished their work, they ate their meals and returned to their rooms to rest. When Xiaohai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space and began to experiment. At this time, Xiaohai's space already contained a lot of things from the secret realm. Soil, stones, water, trees, grasses, flowers, everything that can be stored in the space had already been stored in Xiaohai's space. There were even several kinds of animals. Xiaohai's experiment this time was related to this matter. Xiaohai had already experimented with the water in the secret realm. There was nothing special about it. When he was busy today, Xiaohai also took some rainwater into the space. However, the space didn't have any special reaction. Because of this, Xiaohai wanted to conduct an experiment. Xiaohai's experiment this time was very simple. He just watered the tree branch that he had stored in the space. The water wasn't anything special, it was just ordinary water from the space. Xiaohai wanted to see what kind of changes would occur to the tree branch after watering it with enough water. While watering the tree branch, Xiaohai carefully observed it. In the beginning, the tree branch didn't have any changes, it was just like an ordinary tree branch. However, as Xiaohai watered more and more, the amount of water that he watered was no longer normal. The tree branch also began to change. Under Xiaohai's gaze, the tree branch grew at a speed visible to Xiaohai's eyes. The speed of its growth completely exceeded Xiaohai's imagination. Under Xiaohai's gaze, the tree branch grew twice its original size in just an hour. When the tree branch was inserted into the ground, it was still a tree branch. Xiaohai immediately stopped watering the tree. Strangely enough, when the water stopped, the tree also stopped growing. Now, it looked just like an ordinary tree. One simply couldn't tell that it was just a tree branch an hour ago. Xiaohai's eyes lit up. Then he looked at the other plants that he had stored in the space and decided to do another experiment. He started watering the plants to see what kind of reaction they would have. In any case, even if he watered the plants to death, there would still be a lot of them outside. He could just take more in at any time. Before long, the experiment yielded results. Under Xiaohai's attention, after watering the plants, the grass in the secret realm started to grow at a very fast speed. However, the grass didn't grow taller. Instead, it stopped growing after reaching a certain height. Instead, it began to spread outwards. Originally, there weren't a lot of grass, but after receiving enough water, it actually turned into a small grassland. Aside from the grass, the trees, flowers, and vines, as long as the plants in the secret realm received enough water, they began to grow crazily. This was especially true for the flowers. After receiving enough water, it was as if Xiaohai used nature's energy to accelerate their growth. In a very short period of time, they went from seed to germination to blooming and bearing fruit. This speed was beyond Xiaohai's imagination. Originally, there weren't a lot of flowers in the space. But after watering them with enough water, the flowers turned into a small garden in just an hour. This speed was too astonishing. Seeing this, Xiaohai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He didn't know that the plants in the secret realm had this kind of characteristic. This made him very surprised. He really didn't understand why the plants in the secret realm would have this kind of characteristic. After absorbing enough water, they began to grow crazily. Xiaohai had never seen this kind of characteristic in other plants before. To be honest, Xiaohai had seen plants grow crazily. Whether it was the plants that grew crazily under the influence of natural energy or the plants that grew crazily in his previous space, Zhao Hai had seen them all before. Moreover, he had seen a lot of them. He even used this method quite often. However, Zhao Hai had never seen a plant that grew crazily just by giving it some water. This was too surprising. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the plants. He really missed his previous space. If it was in his previous space, he could have the space extract the genes of these plants and then add them to other plants. This way, all the plants in the space would have the same properties as humans. This was absolutely amazing. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he thought about it and selected some of the plants. Then he used natural energy to optimize them. He wanted to see what these plants would look like after being optimized. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that it would be very difficult to optimize these plants. It was much more difficult compared to ordinary plants. However, in the end, Zhao Hai was able to get the results that he wanted. These plants were optimized into magic plants. They could even absorb the black crystal. These optimized plants also showed another characteristic: they were tall. These optimized plants were especially fond of water. As long as there was water, they would grow crazily. The trees were very tall while the vines were very long. Moreover, they were also very flexible. However, besides these, there weren't any differences between them and the other plants. Then Zhao Hai used seawater to test the plants. In the end, the results surprised Zhao Hai. Ordinary plants in the secret realm would die in a short time as soon as they came in contact with seawater. Even the optimized plants would have some discomfort. Although they didn't die, their situation was still very bad. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, Zhao Hai was now even more interested in the secret realm. He wanted to see if there were any marine plants in the secret realm. If there were marine plants, what would they look like? At this time, the things that Zhao Hai had were very limited. There was no way for him to analyze the characteristics of these plants. Therefore, he could only come out of the space. In any case, discovering the characteristics of these plants was very beneficial for him. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that these plants' thirst for water was too great. Moreover, their speed of absorbing water was very fast. If a water source was found in a place, these plants would desperately absorb the water and grow. Most importantly, whether these plants were reproduced through seeds or through their roots, their water conductivity was very good. Moreover, their roots contained the most amount of water. If you cut down a part of a tree's root, remove the outer layer, and put it in your mouth, you would be able to suck out a lot of water. Moreover, this water had a sweet taste and absolutely wasn't poisonous. However, these plants weren't very useful to Zhao Hai. If there was a flood somewhere, then these plants could be used. As long as he planted more of these plants, then the flood wouldn't be able to spread far and would be directly absorbed by these plants. In addition to this, the speed at which these plants were able to produce water was also very fast. If you cover an ordinary tree with something, then you would be able to get a bucket of water a day. Then if you cover the plants in the secret realm, then you would be able to get at least 3 to 5 buckets of water a day. Naturally, this also depended on the situation. If the water source was abundant, then you would be able to get this much water. If the water source wasn't abundant, then even if the place was dry, then you wouldn't be able to get this much water. The amount of water that these plants were able to produce was even less than that of ordinary plants. In other words, besides being afraid of seawater, these plants had a very strong vitality in other environments. Moreover, their ability to adapt to the environment was also very strong. Zhao Hai had experimented with these plants in the space's desert. Unexpectedly, all of them were able to survive. Moreover, their growth was very good. It can be said that these plants were the most adaptable plants that Zhao Hai had ever seen. Note that these plants weren't just 1 or 2 kinds of plants, but all of the plants in the secret realm. Almost all of them had this characteristic. This was very rare, especially for medicinal plants. As long as they were given enough water, then they would be able to grow in a short time. Moreover, their medicinal effects weren't bad. This was what surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now even more curious about the secret realm. He really wanted to know what was going on in the secret realm. Why did the plants here have such changes? One must know that although plants were constantly evolving, the speed of their evolution was very slow. It took them countless years to fully adapt to the environment. During this process, a lot of plants would die. In the end, the plants that evolved would undergo great changes. However, it can be said that among the plants that Zhao Hai had seen, none of them had the same characteristics as the plants in the secret realm. He didn't know what kind of situation these plants were in, but it can be said that if there were no magic plants, then the plants in the secret realm would have already evolved to a relatively perfect state. What was the purpose of plants constantly evolving? There was only one answer: survival. Whether it was plants or animals, the reason why they evolved was to survive. But the plants in the secret realm were able to survive in all kinds of environments. This was something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. It can be said that these plants had evolved ordinary plants to a very high degree. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. The environment in the secret realm looked very good. It was almost equivalent to a rainforest. There were plants everywhere. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was a world of plants. Plants that grew in such a good environment had very high requirements for the environment. If they were in a bad environment, then they would have died. However, the plants in the secret realm were still able to survive in a bad environment. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was completely unreasonable. It was like an emperor who grew up in the imperial palace and didn't know about the suffering of the common people. If you suddenly made him leave the imperial palace, then it wouldn't take long for him to starve to death. The environment, whether it was humans or animals, was very important. But now, the plants in the secret realm were contrary to this. They grew in such a good environment, but their survivability was surprisingly strong. What was going on? This made Zhao Hai very surprised. But even if he was surprised, he still couldn't figure out how these plants evolved. Because of this, he didn't delve into it and directly went out of the space. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early as usual. After the heavy rain, the camp looked a lot cleaner. Zhao Hai went outside to stretch his body. Wen Hai and the others also woke up. Then they took out a big pot and began to prepare breakfast. Right now, everyone didn't like to make their own food. They all liked to eat together. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he thought of a way, which was for everyone to take turns cooking. This way, no one would have any complaints. After sitting down and eating breakfast, Zhao Hai gave everyone a batch of pills. Then he had everyone do what they were doing. At the same time, he had to refine pills. Most importantly, he had to refine a few warning formations for everyone to carry. When Zhao Hai fought with the Spirit Snake Valley's vipers, the vipers said that they attacked Zhao Hai because Zhao Hai and the others were in the secret realm. These vipers were different from the black tigers of the 100 Beast Mountains. The black tigers respected Zhao Hai's strength and didn't attack him. They also acknowledged that Zhao Hai could set up his camp there. However, the vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley didn't seem to have the same idea. These vipers would certainly deal with them. Because of this, everyone's strength would be improved as soon as possible. This was something that Zhao Hai had to do. After the heavy rain, Zhao Hai's camp became busy again. Zhao Hai still had to process the herbs every day. He also had to refine pills as well as make warning formations. He was very busy. The other people in the camp were also the same. One team hunted, one picked herbs, and one dug wild vegetables. It must be said that one of the benefits of the secret realm's wild growth was that Zhao Hai and the others would never lack herbs and wild vegetables to eat. After 3 days, Zhao Hai's warning formations were completed. Everyone had one. In addition to the warning formations, there were also some pills that could be used to stop bleeding and replenish energy. These things were necessary for Zhao Hai. However, when he gave these things to Wen Hai and the others, Wen Hai and the others were very surprised. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai with amazement. This made Zhao Hai stare. He looked at Wen Hai and said, "What's wrong? This is the secret realm, a dangerous place at any time. Moreover, our enemies are not only those animals, but also some plants. Even the insects here can poison us. Isn't it normal to carry medicine, antidotes, and elixirs to replenish energy? Isn't it normal for us to carry medicine, antidotes, and elixirs to replenish energy?" What's so strange about this? When Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai, his face showed a bitter smile as he said, of course it's strange. Don't talk about us, nobody in the mystic realm has ever used these things. Whether it's us or those who are close to the sacred courtyard, nobody has ever used these things. I've only seen these pills in the sacred courtyard. And even in the sacred courtyard, these pills can only be used by key disciples. For people like us, it's simply impossible for us to use these pills. Needless to say, in the mystic realm, it's already good enough that we can eat our fill. Zhao Hai was silent. To be honest, Zhao Hai felt some despair towards the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy was clearly using Wen Hai and the others as cannon fodder. It can be said that once you enter the mystic realm, you wouldn't be able to leave unless you reach the breaking river level. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave. However, it wasn't easy to become a master of the broken river level. Even if one had a good practice environment, it was still impossible to do so. Not to mention in this environment where beasts could attack at any time. Perhaps one wouldn't even know when one would die in the beast attack. How could one become a master of the broken river level? In other words, Wen Hai and the others would never be able to leave this secret land for the rest of their lives. But the Sacred Institute was treating Wen Hai and the others as cannon fodder. Besides feeding them, they didn't care about anything else. To be honest, this method was really disappointing. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at the others and said, I don't care what other people do, but I want to say that starting from today, we will have this rule. Blood clotting pills, origin recovery pills, and detoxification pills will become regular pills. If you run out of pills, you can come to me to get more. The origin recovery pill is a pill that can quickly restore energy. I call it the origin recovery pill. The blood clotting pill can not only stop bleeding, it can also treat internal injuries. Even if you break a bone, it can also speed up the recovery of your bones. You can rest assured that you will be able to use it. Also, make sure that everyone has a warning formation, don't lose it. Everyone nodded, then they looked at Zhao Hai with fiery eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, then he said, all right, I won't talk about other things. Remember, you must find a way to leave this place, a way to pass through the 3 forbidden areas. I think it's best to find a way between the 100 Beast Peak and the Iron Tree Mountain. The Spirit Snake Valley has a grudge against us. If we go through their territory, they will certainly attack us. Therefore, we should avoid that place as much as possible. Those who go out to hunt, gather herbs, and dig vegetables, you should keep a distance of about 10 li from each other. Don't go too far, this way, if something happens, the other groups will be able to provide support as soon as possible. Besides refining pills, I'm also preparing to make some defensive equipment for you, as well as portable transmission formations. This way, no matter what happens in the future, we will be able to provide support as soon as possible. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Everyone received the things that Zhao Hai gave them, then they gave a salute to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at the direction that these people left and frowned. Then he thought about it and finally decided to make defensive equipment for each of them. Moreover, they would all be equipped with magic formations. If possible, he would also modify their weapons in the future. Before, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this because he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. But now, he couldn't care less. It can be said that Wen Hai and the others were the key to his development in the secret realm. If he equipped them well, then his strength would also increase. This would be good for Wen Hai and the others. As for how the Holy Court would react after knowing about this matter, Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, after the matter with the Wen and Dongfeng families, he would have to face the Holy Court sooner or later. The enemy's reaction was no longer within Zhao Hai's consideration. When Wen Hai and the others were divided into 3 groups and went out to hunt, gather herbs, and dig vegetables. As for the people in the camp, they began to get busy. Zhao Hai handed over the refining work to the people in the camp while he began to prepare for refining. Refining and forging were different. The pots that Zhao made before could only be regarded as simple forging. But refining was much more troublesome. Especially in this environment, it would be even more troublesome. In order to refine, there was a basic requirement. And this requirement was something that even Zhao Hai couldn't meet, and that was fire. Refining wasn't something that could be done with just any kind of fire. At the very least, Zhao Hai's current charcoal fire wasn't good enough. The temperature wasn't high enough. Therefore, in order to refine, Zhao Hai needed to solve a lot of things. Zhao Hai could make a magic formation to increase the temperature of the flame. However, this wasn't an easy matter. Using a magic formation would produce a lot of energy fluctuations. Moreover, as long as you use it, there would be energy fluctuations. And these energy fluctuations were likely to attract wild beasts. When the time comes, he wouldn't be able to do anything else other than killing wild beasts every day. Therefore, using a magic formation to increase the temperature of the flame wasn't feasible in the secret realm. In the secret realm, the dominant force wasn't the humans, but the wild beasts. If Zhao Hai dared to make too much noise, then it would attract more wild beasts to attack him. Therefore, this method couldn't be used. Since he couldn't use a magic formation, then he could only use another method. Another method was naturally to look at the fuel. Currently, Zhao Hai was still using charcoal, which was simply impossible. Unless he could find another material that could increase the temperature of the flame, then refining would be impossible. Besides fire, there was also the problem of materials. Zhao Hai had a lot of good things in the space, but he couldn't just take things out of the space, right? Wouldn't the secret of the space be exposed? To be honest, he could expose the secret of the magic formation, but the secret of the space couldn't be exposed. However, if he couldn't take materials out of the space, then he could only make materials himself. But for Zhao Hai and the others, this wasn't an easy matter. One must know that refining materials were very heavy. Unless they had materials like the golden shark sword, then they would generally use alloys. This was because a single type of metal simply couldn't achieve the best effect. But right now, not to mention alloys, they didn't even have the most basic iron. Unless Zhao Hai melted down the spare weapons, then he wouldn't be able to obtain any alloys. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have enough materials. To be honest, after looking at the spare weapons, Zhao Hai could only use the word fraud to describe them. The weapons might be good, but they were only good, they weren't even close to the word quality. Unless they had no other choice, no one would use the spare weapons. Moreover, the number of spare weapons was very small. Not to mention making armor, it was impossible to even make ordinary weapons. This was Zhao Hai's biggest headache. Zhao Hai now understood what it meant to be a clever housewife can't cook without rice. He was currently like this, he didn't have anything here. If he wanted to develop this place, then it would be very difficult. Zhao Hai sat next to the blacksmith furnace with a bitter expression. At this time, a person came over and looked at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled and said, "Leader, what's wrong? Why do you look so sad?" Zhao Hai looked at the person who came. This person was also one of the captains like Wen Hai and the others. His name was Tang Ming, and Tang Ming was also a very good person. He was not weak, and he was also very enthusiastic. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and said, "Tang Ming, sit down, I'm just worried. I want to make some defensive equipment for my brothers, like armor or shields. But look at us now, we don't have any materials. We don't even have a lot of iron, let alone other materials. If we only use iron, then we can only make iron shields or armor. However, the defensive strength of these things is no different than a leaf to those beasts. It's the same as not having any. Wearing iron armor would affect people's movements, so it's better not to wear it. Even if we don't have a lot of iron, we still don't have a lot of it. Aside from materials, we only have charcoal to burn, but what's the use of charcoal? If we have better materials, then the charcoal wouldn't even be able to melt the materials. Alas, it seems like it won't be easy to make some defensive equipment for everyone." Tang Ming couldn't help but frown. This is really a problem, but the area we know is still too small. I don't believe that in such a big secret realm, there wouldn't be anything that you need. I think we should let them explore as soon as possible. We'll leave this place and figure out the situation outside. Then we'll find a place where there isn't any danger and set up a camp there. Then we'll look for the things that you need. In any case, we've been like this for so many years. Now that we have the pills that you gave us, it's already very good. In the past, we didn't even have pills, so we still had to go all out against those beasts. Jiao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "It seems like this is the only way." Sigh, those bastards from the holy courtyard are too much. They want us to risk our lives for them, but they don't give us anything. They're really ruthless. Tang Ming coldly snorted and said, "Leader, you don't know this, but we didn't have the support of experts and have been suppressed. Leader, you are now our hope. Although you haven't reached the Broken River level yet, you can compete with Broken River level experts. We hope that you can reach the Broken River level and lead us back to the Sacred Academy. Even if we can't do that, we can at least live a better life." Tang Ming coldly snorted and said, "Leader, you don't know this, but we don't have any experts to support us and have been suppressed. Leader, you are now our hope. Although you haven't reached the Broken River level yet, you can compete with Broken River level experts. We hope that you can reach the Broken River level and lead us back to the Sacred Academy. Even if we can't do that, we can at least live a better life." Tang Ming coldly snorted and said, "Leader, you don't know this, but we don't have any experts to support us and have been suppressed. Leader, you are now our hope. Although you haven't reached the Broken River level yet, you can compete with Broken River level experts." Jiao Hai looked at Tang Ming, then he nodded and said, "You can rest assured, we will certainly control the entire secret realm in the future. We can even kill our way back to the spirit weapon realm and destroy the holy courtyard. Hee, you should know that the reason why I was sent to the secret realm was because I offended the holy courtyard. Moreover, because of my matter, the holy courtyard's reputation has been greatly damaged. Now, they can't do anything to the lost soul city-states. This is because the city-states that were dissatisfied with the holy courtyard have already united. Because of this, the holy courtyard became very angry and sent me here. Unfortunately, they made a mistake, they underestimated my strength. At the same time, they also underestimated your dislike of the holy courtyard. Hee, this is our opportunity." Tang Ming replied, "For so many years, we've been inside the secret realm. We didn't have the opportunity to go out, so we don't know how our families are doing. However, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho did go out a few times and visited our families. Our families are doing very well, and the secret realm is really protecting them. To be honest, this is also the reason why we haven't caused any trouble. We're afraid that if we do, the first one to suffer would be our families. Therefore, we need to be careful when we act." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "You can rest assured, I know what to do. In fact, if I can find the right materials, I would also like to make a transmission formation that leads directly to the spirit weapon realm. However, this isn't an easy matter. First, we need to find the right materials. Then we would need the coordinates of the spirit weapon realm. In short, it's very troublesome. However, if we can make a transmission formation, then we would be able to officially establish contact with the spirit weapon realm. When the time comes, we would be able to take our family members to the secret realm or to the Lost Soul City. The Lost Soul City would be able to guarantee the safety of your family members, you can rest assured about this." Tang Ming couldn't help but stare when he heard this. Then he excitedly stood up and said, "Boss, are you serious? Can you really make such a transmission formation?" His loud voice naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. Everyone curiously looked at the two of them. Jiao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly, then he said, "All right, don't be too excited. Doing this isn't easy. Moreover, we'll need the help of the Ho brothers. They've been in and out of the mystic realm several times, so they should have a deeper understanding of the spirit weapon realm. When we confirm the coordinates, we'll need their help. But before that, we still need to find a way to leave this place. Then we'll need to find what we need and establish a base of our own. Otherwise, everything would be empty." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be too excited. Doing this isn't easy. Moreover, we'll need the help of the Ho brothers. They've been in and out of the mystic realm several times, so they should have a deeper understanding of the spirit weapon realm. When we confirm the coordinates, we'll need their help. But before that, we still need to find a way out of here." Tang Ming nodded. Just as he was speaking, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard. Jiao Hai and Tang Ming turned their heads towards the source of the sound. When Wenhai's face was filled with joy as he ran towards Jiao Hai. While running, he shouted, "Boss, I found it, I found it." I found the passage between Iron Tree Mountain and the 100 Beast Peak. I found it. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "You found it? Where is it?" Wen Hai went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Boss, come with me. I had them guard the place. I brought 10 people back just to let you take a look. Come with me." Zhao Hai didn't object, he followed Wen Hai out of the camp. While walking, he said to Tang Ming, "Old Tang, I'll leave the camp to you. After everyone finishes refining the pills, you can rest. We'll come back after we take a look." After saying this, Tang Ming and Wen Hai left the camp. In order to save time, Zhao Hai and Wen Hai flew half a meter above the ground. This way, their speed was much faster. Before long, Zhao Hai and Wen Hai arrived at a valley. It must be said that there were a lot of mountains in the secret realm, and there were also a lot of valleys like this one. This valley wasn't very big, it looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. However, when Zhao Hai and Wen Hai arrived at the valley, Zhao Hai saw Wen Hai's group. They were currently gathered in the valley, they seemed to be looking at something. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived. When he saw the place, he couldn't help but stare. This was because it was actually a cave. When Wen Hai led Zhao Hai to the cave, then he pointed to the cave that was only about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. "Boss, this is the cave. This cave is very big, really big. Moreover, this valley is right between 100 Beast Peak and 100 Beast Peak. The trees in 100 Beast Peak won't leave the mountain, so this place should be very safe. This cave is very big, and there are a lot of passages on the surface. But these passages all lead to the same place. After going through these passages, we'll be almost out of the range of 100 Beast Peak and 100 Beast Peak. Moreover, we'll appear behind them. I personally inspected it before." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's go in and take a look." Then he directly entered the cave. The cave didn't look big from the outside, but once inside, one could feel a sense of enlightenment. The inside of the cave was actually a karst cave. There were a lot of stalagmites in this cave, there were also some stalactites. These stalactites had all kinds of strange shapes, they looked very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to look at these things. He looked at the cave and saw that there were many passages inside. At this time, when Wen Hai also came over, he walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Boss, these passages will lead to the largest one. After going through that passage, we'll be out of the range of Iron Tree Mountain and the 100 Beast Peak." Zhao Hai nodded, then he directly flew towards one of the passages. This passage wasn't very big, it could only accommodate 2 people. Zhao Hai and Wen Hai kept flying forward. Before long, they arrived at an even larger passage. Upon entering this passage, Wen Hai immediately said, "Boss, this is the passage. If we follow this passage, we'll be out of the cave and arrive at our destination." Zhao Hai nodded, then he flew straight ahead. This time, he flew for more than an hour. One must know that his speed was very fast. Moreover, it took him more than an hour to reach the destination. It can be seen how long the road was. When Zhao Hai and the others finally came out of the passage, Zhao Hai discovered that they were on a cliff. On this cliff, there was a large cave. Outside of the cliff, there were mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings and said, "How did you know that you left the 100 Beast Mountain and the Iron Tree Mountain? I'm afraid you can't see anything from here." When Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, you can go to the top of the cliff and see." Then he pointed upwards. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, his figure moved and flew up. Before long, he arrived at the top of the cliff. However, this cliff was actually a mountain. Moreover, this mountain was quite high, it was covered in white rain. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he stood on the top of the mountain and looked around. Before long, he noticed 2 mountains. These 2 mountains were very far away, but he could still see the shape of the mountains. One of the mountains was covered with dark green trees. This made the color of the mountain very different from the surroundings. On the other hand, the other mountain looked like a tiger lying on the ground. Zhao Hai understood why Wen Hai was so sure that they had left the Iron Tree Mountain and the 100 Beast Mountain. In fact, he had heard about the situation of the two mountains before. The Iron Tree Mountain was full of iron trees, and the iron trees had a very important characteristic: it was their color. Their color was dark green, even their leaves were dark green. This was why the color of the Iron Tree Mountain was very recognizable. As for the situation of the 100-Beast Mountain, the people of the 12th stronghold also knew about it. The reason why the 100-Beast Mountain was called the Tiger Roar Peak was because the shape of the mountain looked like a tiger. Although it was a tiger lying on the ground, it was still called the Tiger Roar Peak. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "We really left the 100-Beast Peak and the Iron Tree Mountain." "Good, very good. Let's go, we'll head back first. After a few days, we'll explore the situation here." When Wenhai nodded, then he flew back to the cave along with Zhao Hai. After returning to the cave, Zhao Hai led everyone back to the camp. At this time, it was already afternoon. When they returned to the camp, they discovered that the other two teams had also returned. Moreover, nobody had eaten and were waiting for them. When they returned to the camp, everyone immediately surrounded them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. "Let's eat first, we'll talk while eating." Everyone nodded and immediately began to eat. Actually, the meal was very simple. It was nothing more than some meat soup and dry food. After everyone finished eating, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "The place that Old One discovered can indeed allow us to leave Iron Tree Mountain and 100-Beast Peak. However, we still need to investigate the situation there. How about this? The cave is very big. We'll divide half of our people and move there while the other half will stay here. This way, we can occupy the cave. Before the transmission formation is finished, the cave is very important to us. Therefore, we need to take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go to 100-Beast Peak." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I'll personally lead the team to investigate the situation there. We need to figure out the situation outside in the shortest time possible and establish a second stronghold as soon as possible. This way, we can develop here." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know why Zhao Hai said that they need to establish a second stronghold as soon as possible so that they can develop. Right now, they only had 200 people, so even if they developed, how far could they go? Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't you think that we have too few people here? So it won't be easy to develop?" Hee. Actually, I've already thought of a way to pull people over. As long as our second stronghold is established, we can transfer most of our people there. Then we can destroy the camp and bring a few dozen people back to the headquarters. We can say that the stronghold was attacked and that we suffered heavy casualties. This way, the headquarters will be filled with people and then let us return here. This way, we will have enough people. But this method can't be used often, but in a short time, it should be enough for us to use. Moreover, after some time, we can pretend that we've lost a lot of people. I think that when the time comes, people from the Sacred Institute will still come to us." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. It must be said that Zhao Hai's method wasn't very clever. If the people in the headquarters were paying attention to them, then Zhao Hai's plan would be impossible to implement. However, the key point was that the people in the headquarters wouldn't pay attention to them. They wouldn't even pay attention to them. Therefore, Zhao Hai's plan was feasible. It could even be said that nobody would notice it. When Wenhai happily said, "Head, this method is very good. But why do you need to lead the team back? Isn't it the same if we lead the team? You might be punished if you go back. I think it's better for us to lead the team. We aren't the highest commanders of the stronghold. Even if they want to punish us, they wouldn't be able to do it. What do you think?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not impossible for you to lead the team. But what I'm worried about is that if I don't appear, then they would attack Lost Soul City. Lost Soul City has just been established. If the Holy Academy really thinks that I'm dead, then they would go all out to attack Lost Soul City. If the people in the Mystic Realm think that I'm dead, then they wouldn't care about Lost Soul City. Because of this, I want to lead the team back. And if I don't lead the team, then what would happen if they send another commander? No one can guarantee that the commander they send will be of the same mind as us, right?" When Wenhai shook his head and said, "No, Head, I think it's better if we send someone to lead the team back." You don't know, even if they know that you're dead, they wouldn't immediately attack the city of lost souls. The secret realm needs to ensure the safety of the city for at least 10 years. As for the commander, there's no need to worry. The headquarters wouldn't send people who are on the side of the Sacred Institute. If they send people who are on the side of the Sacred Institute, then they would be on our side. Head, if you personally lead the team back, then I'm afraid that those fellows would use this as an excuse to harm you. Everyone nodded. They felt that they had to guard against the situation that Wen Wenhai had described. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Wenhai, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He really didn't think of this point. However, if the people in the secret realm knew about his death and were still able to protect the lost soul city-state for 10 years, then Zhao Hai's development would be enough. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, then let's do it this way. But when you go back, be careful when you come here. Don't let those people from the Holy Court faction come here and meddle in our affairs." Wen Wenhai and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Let's talk about what we need to do tomorrow. How about this, I'll take 100 people to the cave tomorrow. I'll leave 50 people there while the other 50 will follow me to the other side of the cave. Our main task this time is to scout and see if there are any dangers there. This way, we won't be able to return to the camp every day. Let's set a deadline of 1 month. After 1 month, regardless of the results of the scouting, we will return. If we don't return after a month, then that means that we had an accident. You all should guard the camp, don't go to the other side. The remaining 100 people will guard the camp. Be careful, even if you go out, don't go too far away from the camp in order to prevent those poisonous snakes from attacking us." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Old Wen, tomorrow you will lead your group to scout. Old Tang, you will lead your group to the cave. Remember, bring some food and don't come out of the cave. If Iron Tree Mountain or 100 Beast Peak were to discover the cave, then it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "Old Wen, tomorrow you will lead your group to scout. Old Tang, lead your group to the cave." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Everyone, the next period of time is very crucial for us. If we can prove that the cave is suitable for us to live in, then we can develop in the future. If we can't, then we can only think of other ways. In the past few days, when I've been refining pills, you've been watching me from the side. You should know the proportions of the herbs and the heat. If I don't come back this time, then you shouldn't think of a way out. Just gather herbs here and refine more pills to increase your strength as soon as possible. As long as you increase your strength and have a Breaking River expert, then our Holy Academy faction would have hope." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I don't care." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, let's not talk about this. It's very depressing. I believe that we will succeed, we definitely will." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not dejected. I'm just preparing for the worst so that we can do better. This way, even if things turn out as bad as we thought, we still have some preparations. Alright, let's not talk about this. I've already told you what to do. Everyone, eat something and prepare. We'll set out tomorrow." Everyone's mood was heavy. They knew that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. If Zhao Hai's exploration failed, then they would lose their ability to explore for a while. They can only develop in peace for a while. No matter what, their camp was still relatively safe. After eating, everyone began to prepare the things they needed to bring. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, it was just some food. This time, Zhao Hai and the others were going out with a mission. Therefore, they could only bring dry rations, nothing else. However, it was unrealistic for one person to bring a month's worth of dry rations. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others could only bring jerky this time. The jerky that the Sacred Academy prepared for their strongholds was made using a special method. You can take it and eat it. However, it would be very hard. If you don't have good teeth, it's best not to bite it. Instead, you should boil it in water. This way, the jerky would become bigger and the taste would be better. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have time to cook the jerky for the next month. They could only take it and eat it. Fortunately, although the jerky was very hard, it was still very nutritious. Moreover, eating a small piece of it was enough to fill one's stomach. It was the best food for long-term battles. The next morning, everyone got up early to prepare. Zhao Hai and the others had prepared the jerky. Tang Ming and the others also brought a lot of dry rations. They didn't need to worry because they were only stationed in the cave. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for them to bring more dry rations. After everyone was prepared, Zhao Hai told the people who stayed behind to keep a low profile. Then he led Wen Hai and the others to leave the camp and enter the cave. When they arrived at the cave, Zhao Hai had Tang Ming and the others guard the small caves that lead to the main passage. Since the small passages weren't very big, Tang Ming and the others could guard them. This way, not only would they be able to protect the main passage, it would also be good for the safety of the people. After that, Zhao Hai and the others directly entered the cave and flew to the other side. It didn't take long for them to fly out from the other side of the cave. This time, all of the people they brought were Sky Dance Realm experts. Those who weren't were all left in the cave. After everyone flew out of the cave, they were shocked by the scenery in front of them. The scenery below was very beautiful. There was an endless forest, it was full of vitality, and it was also very mysterious. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, this is our first time investigating this place. Don't split up, it might be dangerous here. Everyone, be careful. Let's go." Everyone nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai down. Before long, everyone landed in the forest below. Although they landed in the forest, Zhao Hai and the others didn't land on the ground. Instead, they floated about half a meter above the ground. Then under Zhao Hai's command, everyone flew forward. Zhao Hai and the others scattered, but the distance between each person was at most 10 meters. If one person was in trouble, the others would be able to support them at any time. After everyone flew forward for about 10 minutes, suddenly, Zhao Hai's left side heard the sound of fighting. Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly flew over. He already knew that someone on his left side was attacked by a snake in the forest. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived, the snake had already been killed by that person. Zhao Hai looked at the dead snake on the ground and said, "Are you injured?" The person shook his head and said, "I'm fine, head can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he thought for a moment and then took out his long sword. He took out the bone pearl and gave it to the person. Then he waved his hand and made a small hole in the ground. Then he pushed the snake into the hole and buried it. Zhao Hai looked at the person's weapon, it was a long sword. Zhao Hai said, "Carefully wipe your sword with soil. Otherwise, there will be a bloody smell. It's fine during the day, but at night, the bloody smell might attract other animals." The person nodded, then he immediately grabbed some soil and wiped his long sword clean. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "We're here to scout, not to hunt. Aside from the bone pearls, don't take anything else. The corpses must be buried as soon as possible. The weapons must also be cleaned. We can't have any bloody smell. We'll be living in this place for a month. Who knows what dangers we'll encounter. Try not to be exposed." Everyone nodded, their faces became even more cautious. After giving the instructions, Zhao Hai looked around. Then he went to a plant and plucked some leaves. Then he rubbed the leaves with his hand. Suddenly, a very foul smell filled the air. Zhao Hai wiped the leaves on his body. At the same time, he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, wipe these leaves on your body. The smell of these leaves is very foul, but it can make most animals avoid us. They won't be able to smell us." Quickly. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. Although the smell of the leaves was really bad, everyone rubbed the leaves and rubbed them on their bodies. Although the smell wasn't light, they were very clear that this could save their lives. Because of this, they didn't show any dissatisfaction. After everyone wiped the leaves, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and nodded. Then he said, "Let's move forward. Everyone, remember the places you've passed. When night comes, I'll draw a map. Let's go." Then he flew forward. Everyone immediately scattered and followed behind Zhao Hai. Although everyone was a Sky Dance Realm expert, there were still some who were strong and some who were weak. Some people would need to rest after flying for 100 li. Some people could fly for 1,000 li without stopping. Therefore, after flying for a while, Xiaohai would have everyone stop and rest. At the same time, he would fly to a tall tree to observe the surroundings. Along the way, everyone encountered some attacks. However, they didn't encounter any large-scale animal attacks. Some animals even ran away after smelling the smell on their bodies. At noon, Xiaohai found a place to stop. Then he gathered everyone together and said, "All right, we'll rest here for an hour. Everyone, hurry up and eat." Everyone nodded. Then they took out some jerky and ate it. However, they had been smelling the stench all morning. Everyone didn't know what to eat. Lan Cheng ate 2 pieces of jerky and couldn't eat any more. On the other hand, Xiaohai ate 3 pieces of jerky and some wild fruits before he stopped. When Wenhai looked at Xiaohai and said, "Boss, you've been smelling the stench all morning. How can you still eat? I really admire you." Xiaohai looked at him and said, "What's so great about it? It's already good to have something to eat. Don't look at the taste. We only received a few attacks this morning. There were some animals that liked the stench. However, those animals weren't very strong. For us, this is definitely a good thing." When Wenhai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I know that this is a good thing for us, but the smell is too unpleasant. No wonder those animals ran away as soon as they saw us. If we had more of this smell in the camp, then whether it be the animals of the 100-Beast Peak or the snakes of the Spirit Snake Valley, they wouldn't dare to approach our camp. They're afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat anything if they were to approach our camp." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohai shook his head and said, "In the future, we should plant some trees in the camp, but not these. All right, let's take a rest. We still have things to do in the afternoon. Moreover, we shouldn't be overly superstitious about this smell. If we were to invade the territory of animals, then they wouldn't care about the smell, they would just attack us." When Wenhai nodded, everyone was silent as they quietly sat down and rested. Those who were weaker were doing their best to restore their strength. They didn't dare to eat the rejuvenation pill because they were afraid that if they ate the rejuvenation pill, they wouldn't be able to eat it during the battle. That would be even more troublesome. An hour passed by quickly, then everyone stood up and followed Xiaohai. To be honest, the plants in the secret realm were crazy. Xiaohai had been in the secret realm for a long time, but he hadn't seen many places that didn't have plants. There were all kinds of trees that grew crazily. Rather than saying that this was a world ruled by animals, it would be better to say that this was a world ruled by plants. Fortunately, there weren't many plants in the secret realm like the iron tree. After walking for less than an hour, Xiaohai suddenly stopped. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, stop." Everyone stopped and then gathered around Xiaohai. Their eyes were alert as they looked around. They knew that Xiaohai could communicate with the trees. There must be a reason why he told everyone to stop. Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, "There are some plants in front that can attack people. Everyone must be careful. I think we should go around them. Let's go." Then he turned around and walked to the left. When Wenhai followed Xiaohai and said to Xiaohai, "Boss, what was that?" Xiaohai said in a deep voice, "It should be a kind of poisonous vine that can suck human blood. Moreover, this kind of poisonous vine is hidden underground. It can't be seen from the outside, but as long as we pass by these poisonous vines, they will immediately attack us." Upon hearing Xiaohai's words, Wen Wenhai couldn't help but be surprised. He said, "There's actually such a plant? That's too terrifying." Xiaohai said, "Not only that, but what's even more terrifying is that these poisonous vines have a certain parasitic ability. Do you know what parasitic ability is? It's a seed that passes through our skin and enters our body. Then these seeds will hide somewhere in our body before they germinate little by little. Finally, they will suck our blood essence and we will die while the poisonous vines will survive." Upon hearing Xiaohai, everyone couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. They didn't think that there would be such a plant. This was too terrifying. They believed that if they didn't come out with Xiaohai, then these vines would have caused them to suffer heavy losses. As the group moved forward, although they encountered several animal attacks, the scale of the attacks was very small. Most of them were lone animals. Moreover, these animals weren't very strong. But even so, everyone was still very careful. They were very clear that there were dangers everywhere in the forest. The reason why they were able to move so easily today was because they were flying. If they weren't flying and were walking on the ground, then they wouldn't only have to pay attention to the animals that attacked them, they also had to pay attention to the insects that would bite them. They knew that there were a lot of poisonous insects in the forest. Moreover, their toxicity was very high. If they were bitten, then it was very likely that they would be poisoned. Just like this, they rushed for a day. Xianxia and the others didn't encounter any danger. However, everyone knew that daytime was nothing. In the forest, the real danger was at night. The animals that came out during the day weren't very dangerous. However, the animals that came out at night were very dangerous. Xianxia looked around and said, "It's getting late. Our main task right now is to find a place to rest." "Right, look around and see if you can find a place with a water source." Everyone complied and spread out in all directions. Before long, someone came back and reported that they had found a small river not far away. Xianxia immediately led everyone towards it. When they saw the small river, Xianxia was surprised. This river wasn't very big. The water surface was only about 10 meters wide. However, it looked very deep. Most importantly, there were all kinds of trees growing on the river. Moreover, these trees were very tall. There were also some dead trees on the river, making it look like a small bridge. Xianxia looked around and then said, "All right, we'll rest here tonight. However, we can't stay by the river. We need to find another place. This is because there will be animals that come here to drink water. If those animals find us, then they might attack us." Everyone nodded and then began to look around. Before long, when Wenhai's voice was heard, "Head, come here." Xianxia and the others immediately surrounded Wenhai. When they arrived at Wenhai's place and saw the things in front of him, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. In front of them was a big tree, a very big tree. This tree was too big. One of its branches directly extended to the other side of the river. On the other side of the river, another tree grew. This tree's canopy completely covered the river. To be honest, Xianxia rarely saw such a big tree. On this tree, there were a lot of bird nests. These birds weren't afraid of people. When they saw Xianxia and the others coming over, they didn't have any intention of running away. One by one, they stopped on the tree and curiously looked at Xianxia and the others. Xianxia immediately tried to communicate with the tree. Just as Xianxia communicated with the tree, an old voice was heard, "Interesting. Little fellow, you can actually talk to me. That's very interesting." Actually, at this time, Xianxia didn't talk to the tree. However, it was clear that the tree had noticed that Xianxia could communicate with it. Xianxia was very close to plants, especially trees like this one. Therefore, he immediately said, "Hello, Grandpa Big Tree. I have a special way to talk to you. We just arrived here and are looking for a place to rest. Can you tell me where we can rest?" The tree chuckled and said, "If you want to rest, then it's very simple. Just rest around me. Animals generally don't come here." Xianxia looked around and felt that this place wasn't bad. The only problem was the birds. If they were to rest under the tree, then they might wake up tomorrow morning with bird droppings all over their bodies. The tree seemed to have seen Xianxia's dilemma, so it chuckled and said, "Little fellow, don't worry about it. You can go to the other side of the river. There is a branch of mine there, but there are no birds there. You can rest there." Xianxia looked at the other side of the river. Sure enough, there weren't any bird nests on the other side of the river. Xianxia quickly thanked the tree, then he turned to the others and said, "All right, let's go to the other side of the river to rest." After he said that, Xianxia's figure moved and flew towards the other side of the river. Everyone quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the other side of the river. Xianxia waved his hand and had everyone put down their things. They would be resting here for the night. Although they didn't know why Xianxia chose to rest here, they still listened to Xianxia and put down their things. They had been flying for the whole day, so they were very tired. They wanted to rest early. "Grandpa Big Tree, I can feel that there is a lot of energy in your body that cannot be digested. I am a plant, so I can turn that energy into energy that can be digested. If you believe me, can you give me the energy that you cannot digest?" Big Tree nodded, then said, Grandpa Big Tree, I can feel that there is a lot of energy in your body that cannot be digested. When the giant tree heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Little fellow, can you really digest the energy inside my body that I can't digest? If it's true, then that would be great. However, the energy that I can't digest has been stored in my body for a long time. Moreover, in order to absorb more energy, I compress the energy that I can't digest. Now, I can't control the energy. If you can help me eliminate the energy, then you can take it away yourself. If you can't, then forget about it. Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Xiaohai with a smile. When Xiaohai heard the tree, he quickly said, That's not a problem. Grandpa Big Tree can rest assured. Then I'll go now. Then Xiaohai closed his eyes and placed his hand on the tree's branch. When Xiaohai's nature energy entered the tree's body, he absorbed the energy that the tree couldn't digest. When the nature energy entered his body, Xiaohai felt a formidable nature energy enter his space. Although this nature energy couldn't be compared to the high-level nature energy inside his body, it was still very condensed. Moreover, this nature energy was very powerful. After entering Xiaohai's body, it didn't dissipate. It was still very condensed. In Xiaohai's eyes, this nature energy seemed to be solid. Xiaohai released his nature energy and hit the nature energy that seemed to be solid. The nature energy shattered and immediately turned into pure nature energy before it fused with Xiaohai's nature energy. Xiaohai's nature energy increased by a lot. Then Xiaohai immediately sent the nature energy back into the tree's body. This was the rule of a plant master. Xiaohai had always done this, so he didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. When Xiaohai's nature energy returned to the big tree's body, the big tree stared for a moment before it said, Kid, what are you doing? Where did this energy come from? Why can it be absorbed? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, Grandpa Big Tree, I'm a plant master. One of the functions of a plant master is to help plant masters digest natural energy that they can't digest. We can digest the natural energy inside the plant and then return it to the plant master. However, in this process, we will deduct some natural energy. This is our reward, this is our profession. This was the first time the tree heard about this job. Therefore, when it heard Xiaohai, it immediately said, Kid, is what you said true? There's such a job? Xiaohai smiled and said, Of course it's true. I am a plant master. We plant masters can not only help plant masters digest natural energy that they can't absorb, but we can also help plant masters treat illnesses. Of course, if necessary, we also need plant masters to help us in battle. Because we are plant masters, we are closely related to plant masters. We can't leave the plants, and although the plants can't leave us, we are still very good for the plants. Xiaohai smiled and said, Of course it's true. I am a plant master, and we can't absorb natural energy. When the tree heard Xiaohai, it couldn't help but say, Kid, I believe in you. My strength has increased a lot. I need a few days to completely digest the nature energy. Kid, I have to thank you. You have solved a big problem for me. I want to know, what kind of animals are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Why did you come here? Xiaohai said, Grandpa Big Tree, we're humans. We came here because we want to find a place to stay. We just arrived here, so we want to know what dangers are around here. Can you tell us? Upon hearing Xiaohai, the tree immediately said, Oh, so you're humans. I seem to have heard of this before, but I can't remember. You said that you want to find a place to stay, right? Then what do you think about my place? Xiao immediately said, Grandpa Big Tree, I thank you for your kindness, but we want to find a place with a fire to rest. Fire, you know. We want to find a place with a fire to rest. It would be best if there is no danger in the surroundings. A place with fire? Why do you want to find a place with fire? Fire is very dangerous. Alright, I know a place that's not far from here. You can go there and take a look. When Xiaohai heard the tree, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, Where is it? Grandpa Big Tree, please tell me. The tree replied, Go to the other side of the river. Follow the direction where the sun sets. After 3 days, you will see a cave. That cave has the fire you mentioned. Moreover, it's very safe. Because there's a fire in the cave, no animals would go there. When Xiaohai heard this, he couldn't help but be happy. He immediately said, Grandpa Big Tree, is that true? Thank you very much. Right, Grandpa Big Tree, is there water next to the cave? The big tree replied, I don't know about that. I only know that there's a cave there. This was what the other plants told me. You can go and see for yourself. Xiaohai quickly said, Thank you, Grandpa Big Tree. Thank you very much. The big tree chuckled and said, Little guy, you don't need to be polite with me. You've helped me a lot this time. Let me tell you, this area is my territory. My children and grandchildren have been living here for a long time. As long as you're active here, nobody would dare to touch you, especially the plants. As for the animals, I can't control them. But since there aren't any strong animals around, I can guarantee your safety if you stay in the cave. Xiaohai was overjoyed. This was a place that couldn't be any better. With the protection of the big tree, the plants wouldn't attack them. Moreover, there weren't any strong animals around. For Xiaohai, this was a good thing. Wasn't this the base that the heavens sent to them? As for the cave that the big tree mentioned, Xiaohai thought that it might be earth fire. If that was the case, then it would be great. Earth fire was very strong, it could be used to refine pills and weapons. Xiaohai quickly said to the big tree, Grandpa Big Tree, I thank you very much. Right, Grandpa Big Tree, I still have one last question. I want to ask, are there any special stones here? For example, are they very hard or are they yellow? The big tree replied, Why are you asking this? We have a lot of these stones here, they're very special. Many of my children grew on these stones. However, after they grew on these stones for a while, they would change. Their bodies would bear fruits, but those fruits are very hard. They can't turn into children. You can go and look for them yourself. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, You're right. Xiaohai didn't know what to say. He already knew that the vitality of the plants in the secret realm was very strong. Listening to the big tree's words, some of his children must have grown on these stones. Then they began to bear special fruits. And these fruits might be the essence of the stones. For Xiaohai, these fruits were not only useful, they were also very useful. The essence of these ores were even better than the ones that they refined themselves. Xiaohai said, Grandpa Big Tree. Thank you very much. The big tree chuckled and said, You don't need to be so polite. If you have time in the future, you can come and chat with me. Xiaohai quickly replied, I will. Grandpa Big Tree can rest assured. At this point, Xiaohai released his hand from the tree and opened his eyes. At this time, Wenwenhai and the others were eating. Although they didn't know what Xiaohai was doing, they still consciously surrounded Xiaohai, protecting him. Xiaohai looked at Wenwenhai and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, All right, let's eat. If we're lucky, then we might be able to return in a few days. When Wenwenhai heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then Wenwenhai looked at Xiaohai and said, Boss, what's going on? Were you talking to the big tree? Xiaohai nodded and said, Right, I was talking to the tree. The tree told me some good news. To the west of us, there's a cave. It might be suitable for our base, but we need to go there and take a look. Alright, let's eat, tomorrow we'll go to the cave and take a look. Xiaohai nodded and said, That's right. When Wenwenhai and the others heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Wenwenhai's eyes lit up as he said, Boss, is it true? Is there really a cave like that? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, It shouldn't be wrong. However, it would take a few days to reach the cave from here. Let's go and take a look first. If the cave isn't suitable, then it wouldn't be too late for us to look elsewhere. Everyone nodded, but their faces were filled with smiles. They knew that if the cave that Xiaohai mentioned was really suitable for their base, then the next step of their plan can be carried out. This night, everyone was filled with excitement and anticipation. They didn't even notice the sounds of the animals. The next morning, Xiaohai and the others woke up early and ate something. Then Xiaohai greeted the big tree before leading Wenwenhai and the others towards the direction that the big tree mentioned. At the same time, Zhao Hai also understood why the big tree said that this area was his territory. Just like what the big tree said, this area was really his territory. Zhao Hai can talk to the big tree at any time. This was because there were countless descendants of the big tree. And these descendants of the big tree were all under the big tree's control. Moreover, among the big tree's descendants, many of them were mutated. Some of them even had a certain amount of attack power. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai now understood why the plants in the mystic realm were able to survive so easily. It wasn't just because of their vitality, it was also because of their ability to adapt to the environment. It can even be said that their speed of evolution was very astonishing. Zhao Hai walked forward while talking to the big tree. To be honest, the big tree was very talkative. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel annoyed at all. He felt like he was chatting with an elder. This elder might be nagging, but he was also very wise. Moreover, he was wholeheartedly looking out for Zhao Hai. Just like what the big tree said, there weren't any animals here that could threaten Zhao Hai's group. This was because although there were a lot of animals here, they didn't form a unified force like the 100-Beast Peak. It can be said that the animals here were in a state of disunity. And these animals weren't a threat to Zhao Hai's group. In the past, when the big tree said that it would take them 3 days to walk, it meant that they would be able to reach the cave in less than a day. However, Zhao Hai quickly realized that he was wrong. The 3 days that the big tree said was based on their flying speed. In other words, Zhao Hai's group would need to fly for 3 days to reach the cave that the big tree mentioned. Moreover, the cave was also part of the big tree's territory. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't think that the big tree's territory would be this big. Because of the big tree's help, Zhao Hai's group finally arrived at the cave after 3 days. The cave was at the foot of a mountain. Zhao Hai could clearly see that this mountain was actually a volcano, but it seemed to be an extinct volcano. The cave wasn't very eye-catching. The cave's entrance was about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Although it wasn't small, it wasn't big either. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that there weren't many plants growing at the entrance of the cave. Moreover, there were no traces of animal activity. When Wenhai stood beside Zhao Hai and looked at the cave entrance. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Boss, is this the cave that the big tree mentioned?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's here. Let's go in and take a look." Then he walked towards the cave. When Wenhai and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because as soon as he entered the cave, he felt a very hot air blowing against his face. To be honest, the temperature inside the cave was at least 24 or 25 degrees. This temperature was definitely not low. Naturally, the high temperature was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Before coming here, Zhao Hai already suspected that there might be earth fire here. Therefore, the temperature inside the cave was also within his expectations. What made Zhao Hai stunned was that when he entered the cave, he actually saw a pool of water. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. When Zhao Hai heard the big tree say that there was fire here, he also suspected that there was earth fire here. But at the same time, he was also worried about a source of water. People can't live without water. If this cave has earth fire but no water source, or if it was too far away, then this cave wouldn't be suitable for Zhao Hai to use as a base. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't sure if this cave was suitable for a base. But now that he saw the water source, Zhao Hai immediately decided that regardless of whether there was earth fire here or not, they would still build their base here. A cave with a water source was very rare. Besides having a water source, another reason why Zhao Hai decided to use this place as a base was the size of the cave. Although the entrance wasn't very big, the inside of the cave was very large. Besides the pool of water, there was also a large open space inside the cave. Even if 1,000 people were to move around, it wouldn't be too crowded. If Zhao Hai didn't use this place as a base, then it would be a pity. At this time, when Wenhai and the others also entered the cave. When they saw the situation inside, they couldn't help but stare. Then when Wenhai's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Boss, this place is very good. I think it would be good to use it as a base." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked towards the cave. After bypassing the pool, Zhao Hai went towards the back of the cave. Behind the cave, there were a lot of small caves. These caves were dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, this wasn't a problem for Xiao Hai. With a sweep of his spiritual force, Xiao Hai knew what was inside these caves. Some of the caves had nothing inside, and they weren't very deep. Some of the caves were very deep, and the energy inside was very active. This affected Xiao Hai's spiritual force to a certain extent. Because of this, Xiao Hai's spiritual force couldn't go too far. Xiao Hai had Wen Hai and the others enter the other caves to see what was inside. Although Xiao Hai already knew what was behind some of the caves, he still had to do this. This was because he couldn't let Wen Hai and the others know that he already knew. At the same time, Xiao Hai also chose a cave and entered it. Before long, Xiao Hai entered the cave. Not long after entering the cave, they walked through a small passage that was about 10 meters long before Xiao Hai suddenly appeared in an even bigger cave. This cave was very deep into the mountain. Under normal circumstances, this place should be very dark. However, the cave that Xiao Hai was in wasn't dark at all. This was because there were 5 small caves that were spewing out earth fire. This was a cave with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. In this cave, there were 5 small entrances. These 5 entrances weren't close to each other, there was some distance between each of them. Inside these 5 entrances, flames were spurting out from the entrances. These flames were more than a meter high, making the temperature inside the cave very high. At the same time, it also made the cave very bright. Xiao Hai looked at the earth fire and finally let out a long breath. He was now sure that this was a natural base that the heavens gave them. With this earth fire, they can refine artifacts and pills. They wouldn't have to worry about the lack of temperature anymore. Then Wen Hai and the others also came in. Wen Hai and the others went to the other caves and found several caves that were about the same size as the one that Xiao Hai discovered. These caves also had earth fire exits. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others were very excited. Xiao Hai carefully inspected the cave. In the end, his eyes narrowed. This was because he found some traces of artificial excavation in the cave. However, these traces seemed to have been there for many years. This made Xiao Hai feel strange. At the same time, it also made Xiao Hai understand that there were people who came to the secret realm in the past. Additionally, when the giant tree chatted with Xiao Hai, he said that he had heard about humans. This also confirmed Xiao Hai's guess. One must know that the giant tree shouldn't have been in contact with people before. This was because after the spirit weapon realm discovered the secret realm, they sent people to investigate. However, the beasts in the secret realm weren't vegetarians. Their strength was very formidable. Even a Broken River realm expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. In this case, the giant tree had never seen a human before, nor did he have any contact with them. So where did he hear about humans? Either he had seen them before, or he remembered incorrectly. Looking at the current situation, it was very likely that the giant tree had seen people before. Although the cave seemed to be naturally formed, Xiao Hai was still able to find traces of artificial excavation. However, one day, Xiao Hai was certain that the earth fire was naturally formed and not artificially created. Moreover, looking at the situation in the cave and the secret realm, even if there were people in the secret realm in the past, they were either dead or had left. Moreover, after they left, nobody came here. This was because there were no signs of human activity. Xiao Hai let out a long breath. He wasn't prepared to tell Wen Hai and the others about this matter. So he turned to Wen Hai and the others and said, "All right, from today onwards, this will be our new base. Wen Hai, take the brothers back to the stronghold and tell them that we've found a new base. At the same time, have Old Tang and the others come over. I'll stay here, I still need to look for something." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, from today onwards, this will be our new base." When Wen Hai and the others heard Xiao Hai, they nodded with excitement. Then they led the others away. However, when they left 20 people behind for Xiao Hai. Wen Hai only took 30 people with him. Xiao Hai didn't blame Wen Hai. No matter what, he was now the commander of the 12th stronghold. If he left his brother here, then Wen Hai and the others wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, it was normal for them to leave some people for him to use. Xiao Hai didn't get angry, he had the people find a place to rest first. When everyone found a cave to rest, Zhao carefully looked at the cave. It was very likely that this cave was left behind after the eruption of the volcano. As for the fire, although it looked fierce now, it was no longer a threat. It was even more impossible for the volcano to erupt here. Zhao Hai looked at the cave carefully and thought that it was very likely that it was left behind after the volcano erupted. Erupting volcanoes were active volcanoes. And active volcanoes had one characteristic, that is, they were active. Active volcanoes can also be described with another word, that is, unstable volcanoes. Only unstable volcanoes can be called active volcanoes. Although there was earth fire in the cave, the earth fire was very stable. The flames were always high, neither low nor high. Although this looked terrible, it also proved that the volcano was very stable. A stable volcano wouldn't be a threat. After when Wen Hai and the others left, Zhao Hai didn't stay in the cave. After letting the people rest for a day, Zhao Hai gave them a task to make things. Wooden buckets, basins, and other things must be made. At the same time, they also needed to make some daily necessities, such as beds, tables, and other things. While making the people in the cave to make things, Zhao Hai went to the forest. He went there to collect some plants and animals. Also, he wanted to find the plants that grew on the ores that the tree mentioned. Then he would pick the ore essence fruits. These ore essence fruits were very important to Zhao, because these fruits were the essence of ores. Moreover, the ores produced by the trees were very rare. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the plants in the secret realm, then it would have been impossible for the trees to grow on the ores, let alone produce the ore's essence. One must know that the ores produced by the trees naturally had dual attributes, which was very rare. Metals were generally of the metal attribute. Of course, there were also some special metals that had other attributes. However, such metals weren't very common. Besides the metal attribute, there were also wood attributes. This was because metal restrained wood. Metal and wood attributes were almost impossible to coexist. Therefore, it was very rare to find a metal with wood attributes. No matter where it was, such metals were very precious. Under the tree's command, Zhao Hai went around the forest. He didn't dare to fly too high. In the secret realm, flying too high was no different than courting death. Some aggressive plants, some birds, and some beasts on the ground would attack targets in the sky. Because of this, flying in the sky was very dangerous. Although Zhao Hai was flying, his altitude was generally half a meter above the ground. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at a small hill under the tree's command. Upon arriving at the hill, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the trees on this hill were very similar to the trees in Iron Tree Mountain. The trees here were all dark green, which was a sharp contrast to the surrounding trees. Zhao Hai communicated with the trees here. It didn't take long before he discovered that the trees here were more intelligent than the surrounding trees. However, they were still very respectful towards the tree. This was because these trees were the tree's descendants. Therefore, they were very obedient towards the tree. These trees weren't very thick, but their branches gave people a feeling of toughness. The leaves of these trees were also dark green. Zhao Hai picked up a leaf from the ground. This leaf was much heavier than an ordinary leaf. On these trees, there were a lot of fruits. These fruits were about the size of an adult's fist. They were dark green, so they weren't very conspicuous. Zhao Hai also saw some of these fruits on the ground. Some of these fruits were heavily rusted while others weren't. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. First, he received a tree branch into the space. Then he picked up the fruits on the ground and threw them into the space. After that, he left the hill. This time, he came out mainly to find these places. He didn't want to immediately pick the fruits. Although they found the cave and decided to make it their base, Zhao Hai was very clear that there was nothing in the base. Even if they took the fruits back, they wouldn't be able to use them immediately. Therefore, he decided to find the place first. In any case, other than them, there wasn't anything else that was interested in these fruits. In addition to this hill, Zhao Hai also found more than a dozen large and small mountains. The trees on these mountains weren't completely the same. Some of the trees were silver white. Some were yellow, and some were golden. Zhao Hai had already seen these trees. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and other common minerals were all present. For him, this was definitely good news. Don't underestimate these basic metals. One must know that no matter what kind of weapon it is, these basic materials would be used the most. Not to mention, the fruits on these trees were all made from the essence of these metals. This made them even rarer. Even if you don't add any other materials, gold essence would still be the best choice for refining. Not to mention, these gold essences also had attributes. Some of them even had 3 attributes, which made them even rarer. Weapons and artifacts made from these metals would be much more powerful than those made from other materials. After recording the places where gold essence was produced, Zhao Hai returned to the cave. This time, he went out for about 10 days. When he returned, he discovered that Wen Hai and Tang Ming had already returned. Moreover, the cave had also changed. The entrance of the cave was actually equipped with a door. Moreover, the outside was also cleaned up. At this time, Wen Hai and the others were still busy outside the cave. At the same time, they looked nervous. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai was puzzled. "Old Wen, what's wrong with you?" When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai's voice, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others immediately greeted him with excitement. Wen Hai said from afar, "Boss, you're finally back. Did you know that if you didn't come back, we would have gone to look for you? Xianxia and the others would have slit their throats." Xianxia was the leader of the group that was left behind by Wen Hai to help Zhao Hai manage the cave. The other 20 people were under Xianxia's command. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the excited Xianxia and smiled faintly. Then he patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "All right, don't be so excited. It was my fault this time. Next time when I'm out for a long time, I'll definitely tell you." "All right, let's go in." "Not bad, you're all out. But wouldn't the cave be darker? Moreover, it's also hotter." Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, you can rest assured. In the past few days, we've been looking around the cave. Finally, we found a passage behind the cave. Behind the cave is a volcanic crater, but there's no fire there. Instead, it's full of plants. Therefore, even if we close the door, the situation inside the cave wouldn't be affected." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, we've been looking around for a while now." When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he stared. Then he happily said, "So there's such a place. Did you check the volcanic crater? What's the situation there? Are there any animals?" Wen Hai shook his head and said, "No, there are a lot of plants there. However, I didn't see any animals. As long as the door is open during the day, there's enough light. If we close the door at night, it'll be safer." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, that's good. Let's go in. When did you come back?" Then he walked towards the cave. Wen Hai quickly said, "We've already been back for 3 days. Head, we've already prepared everything in the cave. We're just waiting for you to come back." "Right, we brought the cauldron with us when we went back this time." In fact, even without Wen Hai's explanation, Zhao Hai already knew what was going on inside the cave. He had already used a spiritual force to check the situation inside the cave, so he wasn't surprised. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's good that we moved here. There's earth fire here, making it easier to refine pills. Let's rest today. Tomorrow, we'll head out. Come with me to a place and gather some things. Then I'll make a transmission formation." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Boss, you found an ore? That's great. Good, good. Right, we've prepared a room for you. Come and take a look." After he said that, he led Zhao Hai into the cave. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of an independent cave. Zhao Hai knew about this cave. It wasn't a big cave, but it was an independent existence. However, this cave had a special feature. It was the only cave in the entire cave that had a water source and earth fire. He didn't think that Wen Hai would actually make this cave into his room. When Zhao Hai entered the cave, he couldn't help but stare. This was because this cave was much bigger than what he knew. Moreover, it had been divided into several rooms. One was for him to rest while the other was for his study. Although the area wasn't big, it can be seen that Wenwenhai and the others had put a lot of thought into it. Zhao Hai turned to look at Wenwenhai and the others. Then he smiled and said, "You guys, it's useless. But I'll still accept this room." "Right, did you get something to eat?" "In the past few days, I've been eating wild fruits and dry rations. I want to eat something hot." Naturally, Wenwenhai and the others immediately went to prepare. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. Wenwenhai also knew that they would be busy in the following days, so he needed to rest well. The next morning, after everyone woke up, they washed up and ate something. Then they prepared to go out with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Everyone, make a basket. We're going to carry ores today." When Wenwenhai and the others heard Zhao, they were surprised for a moment, but they immediately complied and went to prepare. It must be said that Wenwenhai and the others didn't know how to carry baskets before, but now it was different. Wenwenhai and the others thought that they were experts, so they simply disdained to do such things. But now, they didn't think so. In their opinion, if a person like Zhao was willing to do such a job, then there was nothing they couldn't do. Moreover, Wenwenhai and the others also discovered that their quality of life had indeed changed after making those things themselves. Therefore, they no longer opposed to doing things that they thought were lowly in the past. Therefore, making things like carrying baskets wasn't a big deal for them. In any case, their baskets didn't need to be too exquisite. As long as they were sturdy and usable, it was fine. Before long, Wenwenhai and the others finished making baskets. Zhao Hai also made one. Then Zhao Hai led everyone to leave. When Zhao Hai led Wenwenhai and the others to the iron forest, Wenwenhai and the others were shocked. They had heard about the situation in the iron forest. Therefore, when Zhao Hai led them to the forest, they thought that they had arrived at another iron forest. However, when Zhao Hai told them to pick the fruits, Wenwenhai and the others didn't say anything. When they started picking the fruits, they were startled. This was because the fruits were too heavy. They were clearly iron lumps. Before long, each of them had a basket full of fruits. Zhao Hai led everyone back to the cave and then continued to pick. Today, Zhao Hai and the others had been picking the fruits in the iron forest. At this time, there were already a lot of iron fruits in the cave. Zhao Hai calculated that these iron fruits were enough. Tomorrow, they would be able to pick the copper fruits, silver fruits, and gold fruits. After picking all of these fruits, they would be able to officially start refining. However, today, Zhao Hai also understood the importance of the iron forest. Although they had been picking for the entire day, they had only picked a few dozen iron fruits. They didn't even touch the iron fruits on the other trees. And in the iron forest, Zhao Hai didn't calculate how many iron trees there were. However, he knew that it wouldn't be less than 10,000. This number was truly astonishing. In the next few days, Zhao Hai led Wenwenhai and the others to other places to pick more iron fruits. Wenwenhai and the others now understood that not only were there iron ores buried underground, there were also iron ores that grew on trees. After 4 days of picking, Zhao Hai calculated that the amount of iron ores they had was enough for several hundred people to use. Zhao Hai didn't prepare to pick more iron fruits, instead, he prepared to start refining. However, during this time, Zhao Hai and the others also received some good news. The good news was that some of the people who weren't at the Sky Dance Realm had already reached the Sky Dance Realm. As for the rest, although they haven't reached the Sky Dance Realm, they were still a step away. It wouldn't take long before they reached the Sky Dance Realm. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was good news. In a place like the Secret Realm, if you haven't reached the Sky Dance Realm, then you wouldn't be able to guarantee your own safety. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others were very happy with the progress of these people. Now that they had iron ores and fire, the only thing left to do was to start refining. Zhao Hai was now preparing to refine artifacts. The first thing he wanted to refine was the transmission formation. For them, the transmission formation was very important. With the transmission formation, they would be able to contact the 12th stronghold at any time. Moreover, if something happened to the 12th stronghold, then they would be able to immediately go back. This was very important for them. Wen Hai and the others also had their own things to do. What they were doing was the same as what they did in the stronghold. They were picking herbs, digging vegetables, and hunting. Moreover, they also had several people who were responsible for refining medicine. After all, Zhao Hai would need to refine artifacts in the future, so he wouldn't have much time to refine pills. Zhao Hai just gave them their tasks and didn't care about them anymore. He directly went to the place that he used as his refining room. There were too many things that Zhao Hai needed to prepare. The first thing that Zhao Hai prepared was a regulator. This regulator was used to adjust the intensity of the earth fire. Whether it was refining artifacts or refining pills, the intensity of the fire was very important. It didn't mean that a single flame was good. In fact, a single flame wouldn't be able to refine anything good. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed right now was a regulator. The regulator wasn't difficult to make. Zhao Hai used 3 days to make a lot of them. Every earth fire in the cave was equipped with a regulator. There were 27 earth fire vents in the cave. Zhao Hai made 27 regulators. These regulators were made of alloy, but the content of gold was relatively high. However, after the regulators were made, they were very easy to use. It made refining pills a lot easier. After the regulators were made, Zhao Hai made another thing, which was an anvil and hammer. These were used to forge iron. Zhao Hai didn't use the refining methods of cultivators because Wen Hai and the others hadn't seen it. Moreover, they couldn't learn it. Zhao Hai wanted to refine artifacts, but he couldn't do it all the time. Therefore, he wanted to pass down his refining methods. The refining methods of cultivators had a lot to do with spiritual force. On the other hand, Wen Hai and the other spiritual force cultivation was a blank. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai taught them the refining methods of cultivators, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Now, Zhao Hai could only teach them the most basic forging methods. Using spiritual force to refine artifacts was much easier and more refined than using the forging methods. However, Wen Hai and the others couldn't learn it. Therefore, they could only use the forging method. This was because the forging method was relatively simple. The forging method was a very primitive refining method. However, this method could be seen in all aspects. Even if you used spiritual force to refine artifacts, you still couldn't do without the help of the forging method. This was a relatively simple refining method. Zhao Hai wanted to teach Wen Hai and the others how to refine artifacts using the forging method. This way, even if he didn't refine artifacts in the future, as long as someone learned this method, they would still be able to make weapons for them. After all, Zhao Hai was a commander, he wasn't a blacksmith. If he was always in charge of refining artifacts, then it would be a waste. After making the anvil and hammer, Zhao began to officially start refining. He also selected 2 people from the 100 people who were interested in refining and taught them how to use the forging method to do so. This was not a simple matter. The control of the fire, the mastery of the forging technique, and how to make some delicate work were all very important. If there was even the slightest mistake, the refining of the magic tool might fail. Zhao Hai's main task at this time was to make portable transmission formations. At the very least, everyone in the 12th stronghold must have a portable transmission formation. This way, the communication between the stronghold and the cave wouldn't be a problem. In the beginning, because Zhao Hai had to make the transmission formations while teaching the others how to forge, he didn't do it very carefully. Moreover, he also made the others take notes. After the others grasped some of the basics, Zhao Hai began to let them try to make it. Because this portable transmission formation only needed iron essence, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that they would ruin the formation. If they did, then they could just refine it. This was the best learning material for them. However, these people were just beginning to learn, so they still had a lot of shortcomings. But after failing a dozen times, they were still able to make a qualified transmission formation. This made them very excited, and their motivation to learn became even stronger. On the other hand, Zhao Hai used 10 days to make 200 transmission formations. After Zhao Hai finished making the transmission formations, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai and the others back. Wen Hai and the others had been busy with their own matters these days. In addition to gathering herbs, digging vegetables, and hunting, their main purpose was to investigate the surrounding area. Because of this, they worked very hard these days. However, their results were very good. They already understood the situation around the cave, and they also found some relatively dangerous places. After Zhao Hai called them back to the cave, he gave each of them 2 transmission formations. Zhao Hai pointed at the transmission formation and said, "This is a portable transmission formation. I think everyone is familiar with it. Now, we'll use it to return to the 12th stronghold. When we arrive, give the other transmission formation to those who don't have one." "Alright, we'll go back today." Everyone nodded excitedly. Although the cave's environment was good, for Wen Hai and the others, the stronghold was their home. Naturally, they were happy to be able to use the transmission formation to go back. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the 12th stronghold. But as soon as they appeared, they heard sounds of killing. This made Zhao Hai and the others stare. Then everyone's expression changed. In the shortest time possible, they took out their weapons and looked inside the stronghold. Upon looking inside the stronghold, everyone felt their scalp tingle. This was because the stronghold was now filled with poisonous snakes. Moreover, the people guarding the stronghold were fighting and retreating. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then a long saber appeared in his hand as he rushed towards the poisonous snakes. At the same time, the golden book appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai shouted, "Thousands of formations, bless my body. Indestructible Vajra." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the formation appeared along with the huge golden figure. At the same time, countless golden figures appeared along with a lot of formations. Ice blades, wind blades, fireballs, earth thorns, stone giants, fire dragons, fire snakes, and ice dancers. Countless formations suddenly appeared in the stronghold and attacked the vipers. Zhao Hai didn't attack the ordinary vipers. His only target was the black viper with a golden pattern that was standing on the periphery of the vipers. The black snake with golden patterns was the same snake that Zhao Hai had fought before. Zhao Hai didn't expect it to come again this time. Moreover, it brought along an army of snakes. Zhao Hai wasn't able to kill it last time and let it escape. This time, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let it escape. Therefore, he went all out. When Wen Hai and the others were the same. They went all out to attack the poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes were obviously unprepared for Zhao Hai's sudden appearance. At the same time, they were also surprised by Zhao Hai's strength. When they saw Zhao Hai turning into a golden figure and rushing towards them, the poisonous snakes couldn't help but curl up. At the same time, they spat out their tongues and made hissing sounds. It wasn't that the poisonous snake didn't want to run, but it couldn't. Zhao Hai's movements were too fast. As soon as he appeared, he immediately rushed towards it. In the process of rushing, Zhao Hai had already turned into a golden figure. Even if the snake wanted to run, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hai rushed in front of the poisonous snake. Then, he waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at the snake. Although Zhao Hai had turned into a golden figure, the golden figure was also holding a long saber in his hand. It was the same long saber that Zhao Hai used. Now, it was the golden figure's long saber. The poisonous snake moved away from the long saber. However, it still underestimated Zhao Hai's saber technique. Zhao Hai was someone who could use a long saber to carve flowers. The poisonous snake wanted to dodge Zhao Hai's long saber. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Zhao Hai turned his wrist and the long saber slashed towards the poisonous snake. The poisonous snake only dodged Zhao Hai's long saber once. However, it soon discovered that it was completely at a disadvantage. It had no ability to fight back at all. It could only keep dodging Zhao Hai's long saber. Moreover, Zhao Hai's long saber was slowly encircling it. It was obvious that it would be destroyed by Zhao Hai's long saber in a while. At this time, the poisonous snake started to panic. It immediately issued a loud hissing sound. Hearing this, the other poisonous snakes immediately converged and began to attack Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but sneer. Since his debut, Zhao Hai's weapon of choice was a long saber. He also liked to use long sabers. It can be said that long sabers were the best weapons Zhao Hai had. It would be very difficult for these snakes to avoid his weapon. Zhao Hai's saber light spread out and encircled all the poisonous snakes. As long as a snake was encircled by the saber light, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai to behead it. Only the leading shadow snake was still dodging Zhao Hai's long saber. The people in the stronghold also discovered that the poisonous snakes were now rushing towards Zhao Hai. They immediately sped up their attacks. The poisonous snakes were eager to save their master, so they didn't have the heart to continue fighting. As a result, a lot of them were killed by the people in the stronghold. The shadow snake was now very regretful. It didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't go all out when they fought. Last time, Zhao Hai didn't go all out and injured it. This time, Zhao Hai went all out and didn't want to give it a chance. The shadow snake knew that it was doomed today. However, it still kept on dodging Zhao Hai's attacks. At the same time, it was thinking about how to escape. However, Zhao Hai didn't give it an opportunity. During the battle, Zhao Hai had already used the void condensation technique. However, the shadow snake was too agile. In this small area, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything to it. Because of this, Zhao Hai calculated the shadow snake's next move. Therefore, the formation was immediately launched. This was an imprisonment array. Once it was activated, it would cause the target to lose their ability to move. Of course, the power of this array wasn't very great. When dealing with an expert like the shadow snake, it could only cause the shadow snake's movements to slow down slightly. However, this pause was enough. After the formation was launched, the shadow snake paused just like Zhao Hai. But in this pause, Zhao Hai's long saber arrived and beheaded the shadow snake. After the shadow snake's head was chopped off, it didn't immediately die. Instead, it kept rolling on the ground. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. This was because the shadow snake was already dead. There was no need to care about it. Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to deal with the other snakes. As for the other snakes, when they saw that the shadow snake had died, they immediately began to run away. Before long, the entire camp was filled with snake corpses. There was nothing left. Zhao Hai's golden figure dissipated. Zhao Hai stood there and let out a long breath. He looked at the dead shadow snake and said, "Clean up the battlefield." Wen Hai and the others nodded and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. Kai Hua, the person in charge of the camp, arrived in front of Zhao Hai. He gave a salute and said, "Head, fortunately you came back. Otherwise, we would be in danger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How are the brothers?" Kai Hua replied, "One of the brothers was bitten. But after eating a detoxification pill, he's fine now." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then said, "Don't heal your injuries yet. After a while, I want you to go back to the headquarters and tell them that the people here have died. I hope that they will send more people." Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "Don't heal your injuries yet." Kai Hua nodded and immediately went to arrange it. At this time, Wen Hai and the others had already cleaned up the snake corpses. They were now drawing water to clean up the camp. Zhao Hai called Wen Hai over and said, "Old Wen, it seems like we need to carry out our plan. What do you think?" Wen Hai replied, "I think so too. Now that we've found the base and have a transmission formation, we can carry out our plan. Head, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the camp and said, "Let's clean up the camp first. Prepare some delicious food and prepare the snake meat. Right, the wine that we brewed, is it ready to be drunk? Go and bring out a barrel. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai immediately became happy and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." Then he immediately went to arrange it. When the people in the camp heard that there was wine to drink, they couldn't help but cheer. Before long, a large pot was set up in the camp. The snake meat was already prepared, and the wine was also brought out. However, they didn't have any good cups, so everyone was holding a bowl. When the barrel was opened, the mellow smell of wine permeated the entire camp. Everyone didn't care about the snake meat. Everyone first took a bowl of wine and sat down to drink. They hadn't drunk wine for a long time. Now that they were finally able to drink wine, each and every one of them was very happy. After drinking 3 bowls of wine in a row, Zhao Hai stood up and said, "Now that everyone has received the transmission formation, I can tell you that our base has been found and built. In the future, we will shift our focus to that place. Therefore, we need to carry out the second step of our plan, which is to ask the headquarters for more people. This time, Wen Hai will lead a dozen people back to the headquarters and tell them that Stronghold 12 has been captured. Except for them, everyone else is dead. This way, the headquarters will find a way to replenish the people in Stronghold 12. As for the others, they will need to hide in the new base until Old Wen takes the initiative to contact us. Does anyone have any other ideas? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I've already told you about the transmission formation. I can tell you that our base has been found and has been built. In the future, we will shift our focus to that place. Therefore, we need to carry out the second step of our plan, which is to ask the headquarters for more people. What do you think? Everyone shook their heads. They had already discussed this plan. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and nodded, all right, since everyone doesn't have any objections, then we can proceed with the plan. We have 2 days to prepare. Old Wen, it's best for you to get some injuries on your body. Everyone should also go out to hunt and make the camp more miserable. Right, it's best to destroy the houses, but as for the transmission formation, I think it's best if we don't destroy it. Nobody objected to this point. In fact, the transmission formation in the camp was already hidden underground. Even if the camp was breached, the transmission formation wouldn't be destroyed. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai thought of, it was something that they came up with after many battles. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he turned his head to Wen Hai and said, Old Wen, you'll be selecting people for the next 2 days. You don't need too many people. How about this, 40 people will be enough. Also, when you arrive at the headquarters, contact Boss Ho and see if he can get some seeds from the spirit weapon realm. The plants in the spirit weapon realm emit light at night. Our new base is a cave. Not to mention the night, the light isn't very good even during the day. If we can get some plants from the spirit weapon realm, then we might be able to solve this problem. Maybe we can solve the problem of the spiritual weapon realm. When Wen Hai nodded, his face was filled with excitement. This was because he knew that this was the beginning of the development of the Anti-Sacred Academy faction. Old Ho was chatting with people in the camp. His job was very easy. Although he was also a member of the Anti-Holy Academy faction, he wasn't a troublemaker. He would carry out the orders of the elders, and under normal circumstances, he would complete them very well. Moreover, he was also very smooth and slick. Therefore, he was very popular in the camp. It was precisely because of this that he got the job of picking people up. This was a very easy job. It was also one of the few jobs in the secret realm that didn't require one to hand over the bone beads. While Big Boss Ho was chatting with someone, the transmission formation of the 12th stronghold suddenly flashed. This attracted Big Boss Ho's attention. He knew that the transmission formation of the 12th stronghold wouldn't flash under normal circumstances. This was because the people there weren't favored by the headquarters. Because of this, they didn't make any requests to the headquarters. This was because the people of the 12th stronghold knew that even if they made a request, the elders wouldn't agree. Therefore, they simply didn't mention it. Without any requirements, people couldn't come back at will, so the number of times the teleportation formation in stronghold number 12 was naturally very limited. Big Boss Ho was aware of the contents of the letter that was sent back from the 12th stronghold. He didn't expect that the people of the 12th stronghold would make Zhao Hai the commander. Perhaps the elders thought that the people of the 12th stronghold wanted Zhao Hai to die early. However, Big Boss Ho and the others didn't think so. They knew about the 12th stronghold very well. They knew that if the commander of the 12th stronghold didn't receive the approval of everyone in the stronghold, it would be impossible for him to become the commander. This was because the 12th stronghold was too dangerous. If the commander was incompetent, then he would implicate everyone. In other words, in just a few days after Zhao entered the 12th stronghold, he had already gained the approval of everyone in the stronghold and became the commander of the stronghold. This was something that couldn't be explained. Big Boss Ho didn't expect that not long after Zhao Hai became the commander of the 12th stronghold, the transmission formation would flash again. However, he didn't know what would appear on the transmission formation this time. While thinking about this, Big Boss Ho walked towards the transmission formation. But when he arrived at the formation, his expression changed. This was because a group of injured people appeared on the formation. Big Boss Ho recognized the leader. It was Wen Hai, one of the former troublemakers of the headquarters. Wen Hai was also injured. His body was covered with scratches caused by wild beasts. His wounds were still bleeding. It seems like his condition wasn't very good. As soon as Wen Hai appeared on the transmission formation, he couldn't help but sigh before kneeling on the ground. Big Boss Ho immediately ran over and supported Wen Hai as he said, "Old Wen, what's wrong with you?" "Old Wen." Wen Hai looked at Big Boss Ho and said, "Quick, lock the transmission formation." At this time, the people in the headquarters also saw the situation on the 12th transmission formation. They looked at Wen Hai and the others with complicated expressions. To be honest, they sympathized with Wen Hai and the others. However, they couldn't do anything. After all, they weren't the ones who had the final say in this place. When Big Boss Ho heard Wen Hai, he immediately went to the side of the transmission formation. Then he moved a stone next to the formation and helped Wen Hai up before he said, "Old Wen, what's going on?" Wen Hai said angrily, "If King know what's going on. Those beasts suddenly attacked us like crazy. There were more than 200 brothers left in the stronghold, but we could only hold on for 1 day and 1 night at most. Boss Tian died in battle, and the others all died in battle. There are only a few King people left." Big Boss Ho didn't get angry because of Wen Hai's words. He turned his head and looked at the people inside the transmission formation. There were less than 40 people left. Moreover, all of them were injured. It can be seen that they went through a fierce battle. Big Boss Ho couldn't help but sigh inside. He didn't doubt Wen Hai's words. This wasn't the first time something like this happened in the 12th stronghold, so it wasn't surprising. Big Boss Ho and the others helped Wen Hai and the others down from the transmission formation. Then they arranged for them to stay in some empty rooms in the camp. Then they immediately reported this matter to the elders. It didn't take long for the elders to hear this news. However, they weren't too surprised. Then they sent people to ask Wen Hai about the situation in the 12th stronghold. They didn't care about the injuries on Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others already knew that this would happen. Therefore, they didn't do anything. They just told the elders what they knew and then went to rest in their rooms. After those people left, Big Boss Ho and Xiaoguang went to Wen Hai's room. The two had a good relationship with Wen Hai. Now that they saw that Wen Hai was injured, they naturally came over. As soon as the two entered the room, Xiaoguang looked at Wen Hai and said, "Old Wen, look at you. I told you not to make trouble at the beginning, but you insisted on it. Look at you now, you were thrown to such a place. You're lucky to be able to come back alive this time. But do you think that you'll be fine just because you're back? Once you're healed, you'll have to go back. Old Wen, I think you should go to the elders and ask for their forgiveness. Maybe they'll let you go." Wen Hai looked at Xiaoguang and Boss Ho. He knew that the two of them were doing this for his own good. Moreover, he also knew that despite their words, the two of them were the main force of the opposition. They didn't have any good impression of the Sacred Academy. It was just a pity that they didn't have the strength to resist. Big Boss Ho looked at Wen Hai and sighed, "Old Wen, did you just say that Big Boss Tian was crane grass? Did he die in battle? Alas, what a pity. He is the one who is most likely to break through to the Breaking River level. I was thinking that if he broke through to the Breaking River level, he could speak for us, and our lives would be a little better. Perhaps in the future, we, the Anti-Sacred Academy faction, could really challenge those guys who are in favor of the Sacred Academy faction. Now it seems impossible." Wen Hai looked at the two and then whispered, "Pay attention to the surroundings." The two of them stared blankly for a moment, then their eyes flashed. They carefully walked to the door and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, they returned to the room and fixed their eyes on Wen Hai, who was lying on the bed. Wen Hai looked at the two and smiled. He sat up and said in a deep voice, "Boss Tian's medicine is really effective. Even I'm convinced by the injuries on my body." Upon hearing Wen Hai, Big Boss Ho and Xiaoguang couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they looked at Wen Hai. However, the two didn't say anything and just looked at Wen Hai. Wen Hai looked at the two of them and smiled, "Don't be so surprised. Hee hee hee, you don't really think that everyone in the 12th stronghold has died in battle, do you? Let me tell you, the 12th stronghold is now completely different from before. This time, we were sent back by Big Boss Tian. The stronghold is fine. Big Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang's faces lit up. Che Xiaoguang immediately whispered, "What's going on?" When Wenhai smiled faintly, then he explained the situation of the 12th stronghold. Finally, he said, "That's the situation. We now have our own base, a base that belongs to the anti-sacred academy faction. However, we don't have enough people. Therefore, Boss Tian wants us to use this method to bring some people over. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's the situation." Che Xiaoguang and Big Boss Ho looked at each other and saw a trace of disbelief in each other's eyes. When Wenhai looked at the two and said, "I know that you don't believe me, but what I said is true. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Right, old Ho, can you get some plant seeds from the spiritual weapon realm? Big Boss Tian wants them." Big Boss Ho looked at Wenhai in confusion and said, "What do you want those seeds for?" When Wenhai said, "Boss Tian wants to try planting them at the base." "Isn't the base a cave? The lighting isn't good, but the plants in our spirit weapon world will glow at night. Boss Tian wants to plant those plants there and see if they can glow. If they can, then the light source at the base will be solved. There won't be a need to light torches anymore." Big Boss Ho nodded, then he said, "That's not a problem. I'll get them for you." "But old Wen, is Mr. Tian really that powerful? Why do I hear that you're doing well right now?" When Wenhai smiled and said, "Of course we're doing well. Moreover, Boss Tian's means are more powerful than you can imagine. Forget it, you won't believe me even if I tell you. All you need to know is that from now on, you can contact the people of the Anti-Sacred Academy. But remember, you must do it secretly and the people you contact must be absolutely reliable. Also, you must never tell anyone about the situation of the 12th stronghold because it's our last base. If you tell anyone about it, the base will be in danger. Do you understand? Do you understand?" The two nodded. Then Big Boss Ho said, "You can rest assured that we won't tell anyone." "Right, is there anything else besides this matter?" When Wenhai shook his head and said, "No, the base doesn't lack anything right now. We have meat, vegetables, and wine to drink. Haha, those days were very good. Moreover, Boss Tian has already started to make armor for us. Moreover, we also have world cultivation pills to eat. Those days were like the days of immortals. It's just that we don't have enough people. This time, we came back to ask for more people. As long as we have enough people, then we can develop. Moreover, the new base is very safe, there aren't that many beasts, it's a good place for development. When we have the opportunity in the future, we'll expand. But that way, we'll need more people." Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang were so excited that their faces turned red. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. They had been hoping that one or two powerful people would appear in the Anti-Holy Academy faction, making them stronger. And now, such a person has finally appeared. Although they were still doing things in secret, this wasn't important as long as they took action. Moreover, although the people from the Pro-Holy Academy faction knew about the existence of the Anti-Holy Academy faction, they didn't care about them. Even when Wenhai and the others were just annoying people in the eyes of the Pro-Holy Academy faction. It can be said that the people from the Pro-Holy Academy faction didn't take them seriously at all. Zhao Hai also saw this point. Therefore, he had Wenhai and the others return to the stronghold. First, he wanted to bring more people to the 12th stronghold. Second, he wanted Wenhai to contact Boss Ho and the others. This was because only by contacting Boss Ho and the others would they be able to put a nail in the stronghold. When Wenhai looked at Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang. Then he put his hand into his clothes and took out 2 transmission formations. He placed them in front of the two and said, "These 2 portable transmission formations are for you. These portable transmission formations can only transport one thing at a time to our new base. In the future, we'll use them to communicate with each other. If you have anything to give us, you can directly send it to us through the transmission formations." Ho Lada and Che Xiaoguang stared blankly at the transmission formation that Wenhai took out. To be honest, they were quite surprised. They didn't think that Wenhai and the others would be able to use a portable transmission formation. One must know that portable transmission formations were very precious even in the spirit weapon world. In the mystic realm, there was no such thing. They didn't expect to see one here. When Wenhai looked at the two and said, "This is Boss Tian's transmission formation. You two can put it away. In the future, you can use this transmission formation to go to our base. But be careful, the place you choose must be safe. After you arrive at the base, if you want to come back, this transmission formation will send you back to the place you left. If others see you using the transmission formation, you should know the consequences." Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang nodded. Then they put away the transmission formation. Then Boss Ho turned to Wenhai and said, "Old Wen, you can rest assured. Leave the stronghold to us." "Right, what else do you need? Weapons? Food?" Wenhai shook his head and said, "We don't need anything. We mustn't reveal anything different from before. We don't need anything. Really. Now that Boss Tian has taken the lead, we've learned how to do things ourselves. Do you believe me? Even old Wen has learned carpentry." Ha ha ha. Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang didn't laugh. They looked at Wenhai with ugly expressions. They knew that Wenhai was a very arrogant person in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become such a troublemaker. But now, Wenhai said that he could do carpentry. What kind of environment could force someone to do this? Boss Ho patted Wenhai's shoulder and said, "Old Wen, it's been hard on you." Wenhai clenched his teeth and said, "What's hard on us? Compared to our dead brothers, we're really lucky. Can you understand that feeling? Looking at our brothers dying one by one in the mouth of the wild beasts, we can't do anything. And all of this is just because of that shitty academy. In order to let those fellows in the academy who aren't as talented as us be able to rise above others, we have to risk our lives here." At this point, Wenhai's eyes turned red. He wasn't sad, he was angry. He looked at Boss Ho and the others and said, "The reason why Boss Tian was brought here was because he made the Holy Court look bad. Those fellows from the Holy Court used this method to deal with him." "Why? Just because they're from the Holy Court? Just because we're not from the Holy Court? So we have to risk our lives here? But the disciples of those clans in the Sacred Institute can use bone pearls to cultivate as soon as they are born. And those bone pearls were exchanged with our lives. Those vermin, what right do they have?" Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang clenched their fists. Wenhai had spoken their minds. Their thoughts were the same as Wenhai's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rebelled against the Holy Court. After all, the Holy Court had taught them a lot. But when they arrived at the secret realm, they understood that the Holy Court was just using them as cannon fodder. When they found out the truth, they didn't feel any gratitude towards the Holy Court. They only felt hatred, especially when they saw their friends dying one by one in order to obtain bone beads. And most of those bone beads had to be handed over to the Holy Court. This hatred had already seeped deep into their bones. Moreover, it was slowly accumulating, waiting for the moment to erupt. Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang took a few deep breaths before they managed to suppress their emotions. They looked at Wenhai, then Che Xiaoguang said, "Old Wen, calm down. Saying these words in the headquarters is no different than courting death. Remember, your mission is the most important thing right now. If you fail this mission, then you won't be able to explain it to your superiors." Wenhai took 2 deep breaths. Then he looked at the two and said, "All right, don't worry, I'm fine. You can go back. Don't worry about me. Old Ho, prepare the seeds that Boss Tian wants." Boss Ho nodded. Then he and Che Xiaoguang left Wenhai's room. However, the two didn't immediately separate. Instead, they went to Che Xiaoguang's room. Che Xiaoguang lived alone in his house. It was very big and remote. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. The two of them didn't enter the house. Instead, they sat outside the room. That way, they could see the surroundings clearly. If someone came, they could also see it. This was to prevent the other party from hearing him. After the two sat down, Boss Ho looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "It seems like we're going to do something big this time. I think Old Wen's plan will succeed this time." Xiaoguang replied, of course it will succeed. Didn't you see it? This plan is perfect. After so many years, when did you see the elders and those from the academic faction going to the 12th foothold? Even if they went to restore the transmission formation, they would come back immediately. They wouldn't stay there for even a minute. Now, Mr. Tian and the others have already gone to the new base. The new base is very far from the 12th foothold. No matter who it is, they wouldn't be able to find the new base unless they have the courage to explore the secret realm. However, this possibility is very small. The problem now is that Mr. Tian said that he's dead. Can the Lost Soul City be preserved? Boss Ho thought for a moment and then said, I don't think there will be any problem. When I went out with second brother, I inquired about the Lost Soul City. Aside from Mr. Tian, there's also a city lord with unfathomable strength. Moreover, there are more than 200 sky dance experts there. With so many sky dance experts, even 10 or 20 broken river experts might not be able to take them down. Even the Sacred Academy wouldn't be able to send so many experts to deal with the Lost Soul City. Moreover, don't forget that the Sacred Academy's prestige in the spiritual weapon realm has been greatly reduced. It's almost impossible for them to respond to a single call like before. Therefore, the Lost Soul City shouldn't be a problem. Che Xiaoguang said, I think it's fine. Mr. Tian's mind is very meticulous. It's impossible for him to make such a mistake. Boss Ho nodded and said, I think so too. If what Old One said is true, then we can be saved. However, we still need to be careful. If we have time, we should go to the base and take a look. Also, when selecting people, we need to pay attention. In 2 days, you need to prepare a list for us to study. But this list can only be given to you, even Old One can't tell him. I found out that Old One trusts Mr. Tian too much. If Mr. Tian has a problem, then all of us will be wiped out. If Mr. Tian really has a problem with Mr. Tian, then Che Xiaoguang looked at Boss Ho and said, what's wrong? Do you suspect that Mr. Tian has a problem? Boss Ho replied, it's not that I suspect Mr. Tian has a problem, but I need to be careful. The secret realm is still under the control of the elders. If they know what we're doing, how would they deal with us? I'm afraid I don't need to say this. Therefore, we need to be careful. If Mr. Tian is really sent by the Holy Court, then we need to be careful. Che Xiaoguang nodded. It's good to be careful. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, it's right to hold back. The elders simply don't treat us as people. If they know what we're doing, they would certainly kill us. They wouldn't leave many of us behind. In their opinion, they can just give up on some strongholds and just defend the headquarters. Then they can slowly train new people and take back those strongholds. Therefore, it's better to hold back a little. Boss Ho nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, I hope we can succeed this time. Old Che, it would be great if we can bring our families here. Look at this place, the sun is so bright. Thinking about the spirit weapon realm, it's so dark every day. To be honest, I don't want to go back to the spirit weapon realm right now. Che Xiaoguang replied, I don't want to go back either. But if we want to live here, then the elders must leave. The Holy Court can't extend their hands here. Right, didn't Old One say that he wanted you to get some coordinates of the outside world? This depends on you. What are you going to do? Boss Ho replied, we'll find an opportunity to go out and then go to the Lost Soul City and mark it. At the same time, we need to remind them. And if there's a chance, I want to send our families to the Lost Soul City. This is very important for us. If we fall out with the Holy Court one day, then our families would be protected by the Lost Soul City. What do you think? Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, that's good. But don't alert the enemy. The people in the mystic realm said that they want to protect us, but in fact, they're monitoring us. If they find out that our families have been transferred, then we'll be in trouble. Not only us, but the entire plan will be exposed. Boss Ho thought for a moment before he said, tomorrow, we'll go to Old One's place and have a chat with him. Let's see what he has to say. If they can come up with this idea, then they should have a complete plan. If they don't, then we'll give them a reminder. After all, everyone who comes to the mystic realm has a family. If their family is controlled, then even if they hate the Holy Court, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Che Xiaoguang nodded. He looked around and said, "Alright, you should go back. You can't stay here for too long. Tomorrow, we'll go to Old Wen's place to take a look. After that, you can go back to the spirit weapon realm and do what you need to do. I'll get the name list. I think that Old Wen and the others should be going back by then. At that time, the plan should begin." Boss Ho nodded. Then his breathing became heavy as he said, "After so many years, we've finally seen hope. No matter what the result is, we have to give it a try." Then he stood up and turned around to leave. He didn't say another word to Che Xiaoguang. Che Xiaoguang didn't say anything either. He glanced at Boss Ho's back before turning around and returning to his room. No one knew that a plan that could change the entire structure of the spirit weapon world had officially begun at this moment. When Wenhai was lying in his room, his injuries were still hurting. These injuries were all superficial and were deliberately inflicted. As for his internal injuries, they were faked. This way, people wouldn't be suspicious. Although the wounds on his body were painful, Wenhai was still very happy. The plan was going very smoothly. Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang had already been contacted. Moreover, the two of them were also informed of the mission. Wenhai was very clear that although the two of them didn't show much, they still had a lot of connections in the stronghold. With their help, the success rate of the plan would be much higher. After thinking about this, Wenhai's admiration for Xiao Hai couldn't help but increase. They were able to have their current situation because of Xiao Hai. If it wasn't for Xiao Hai, then they wouldn't have the opportunity to challenge the sacred court. This was because the difference in strength was too big. They never thought of using the mystic realm as a base to deal with the sacred court. All of this was because of Xiao Hai. The next day, Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang came to Wenhai's room. Wenhai was originally lying on his bed, but when he saw the two, he sat up. Boss Ho looked at Wenhai's appearance and couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Old Wen, I didn't know that you were this good at acting. Look at you now. You're obviously fine, but you're still lying on your bed. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get up?" Wenhai smiled and said, "It's rare for me to have a good rest. You don't know, but in order to establish the base, we've been very busy." Che Xiaoguang looked at Wenhai and said, "Old Wen, I don't oppose your plan to overthrow the Holy Court. Even if you want to overthrow the Holy Court, I won't oppose it. But have you thought about what would happen to our families if we make a move against the Holy Court? The Holy Court's strength in the spiritual weapon realm is very strong. If they discover our movements, then our families would be in danger. If they directly control our families, then we wouldn't be able to do anything." Wenhai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, Boss Tian has already thought about this problem. Old Ho, this matter still depends on you. It's best if you can find a way to go out and contact our families. It would be best if you can count how many people there are. Then you can make a list and give it to the people in Lost Soul City. Remember, when you go to Lost Soul City, you need to find a person called Stonemer. He's Boss Tian's confidant. When the time comes, you can just give the list to Stonemer. You don't need to worry about the rest, the people in Lost Soul City will take care of it." When Che Xiaoguang and Boss Ho heard Wenhai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Wenhai to say this. Che Xiaoguang looked at Wenhai and said, "Can you tell us what the Lost Soul City is going to do?" Wenhai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this isn't difficult. Boss Ho, after you return to the spirit weapon realm, you can mark the place clearly. Then Boss Tian will make a teleportation formation that can cross space. When the time comes, he can directly contact the people in the Lost Soul City. Even if you can't do this right now, as long as you find Stonehammer, he will find a way to contact your family and give them some portable teleportation formations. When the time comes, as long as your family is in danger, they can immediately use the teleportation formation and directly go to the Lost Soul City. Once they get there, their safety can be guaranteed." Che Xiaoguang and Boss Ho stared. Then Boss Ho knit his brows and said, "But does the Lost Soul City have that many portable transmission formations?" Wenhai looked at him and said, "You're stupid. Where did the portable transmission formation that I gave you come from? It was made by Boss Tian. Do you really think that no one can make a portable transmission formation?" Hearing Wenhai's words, the two stopped talking. Boss Ho thought for a moment and then said, "It seems that I can't go out right away. I need to make a list so that I can know whose family members need protection." When Wenhai said, "I think that you don't need a list right now. Old Ho, you should go out quickly and get the coordinates of the Lost Soul City. When you get the coordinates, it would be best if you look for Stonemer and tell him that Boss Tian said that he would give you the coordinates. As long as you say that, Stonemer will understand what's going on. When the time comes, you should quickly come back and get the coordinates. Boss Tian is very useful. I also know that even if you go out, you wouldn't be able to stay outside for too long. Just relying on you to contact the families of your brothers, how many years would it take for you to get in touch with them? Therefore, it's better to leave this matter to the Lost Soul City." Boss Ho nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I'll find a way to go out as soon as possible." When Wenhai nodded and said, "I can't stay in the headquarters for too long. I'll leave this matter to you. If you have time, you should go to the base and take a look. After all, it's our territory." The two nodded, their eyes flashed with a fiery light. They were very eager to have their own territory. Now that they finally had it, they were naturally excited. When Wenhai glanced at the two and said in a deep voice, "Right, you two should inquire about what kind of people are going to be added to our stronghold this time. Are they going to add new people or old people to our stronghold? See if there are any of their people among the old people." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "Leave this matter to me. Old Ho has a lot of things to do, so I'll take care of it." When Wenhai nodded. Then he took out 2 small jade bottles and gave them to the two. "I forgot to give them to you yesterday. These 2 bottles contain pills refined by Boss Tian. They can improve your cultivation. There's no need to talk about it, you can take a look at them." Che Xiaoguang and Boss Ho received the jade bottle from Wen Wenhai with amazement. They opened the bottle and smelled it. The fragrance of the new medicine wafted out. Just by smelling it, they felt refreshed. It was indeed good stuff. When Wenhai looked at the two and smiled, "You two don't need to pretend. You don't know anything about pills, so there's no need to pretend. Alright, you two can go. You can't stay here for too long." Che Xiaoguang smiled faintly and said, "Alright, then we'll be leaving first. Leave the headquarters to us. You can rest assured in your room." Then the two stood up and left. When Wenhai looked at the two and smiled. He didn't say anything as he lay down on the bed and waited. He wanted to see what kind of people the headquarters would send to them this time. After Che Xiaoguang and Boss Ho left Wen Wenhai's room, the two immediately split up. Che Xiaoguang went to contact people and inquire about information. At the same time, Boss Ho prepared to leave the secret realm and return to the spirit weapon realm. Let's not talk about what happened in the secret realm and just talk about Big Brother Ho. When Big Brother Ho returned to his room, he found Big Brother Ho was cultivating. When Big Brother Ho saw Big Brother Ho coming back, he immediately asked, "Big Brother, is Big Brother Wen okay?" Boss Ho was 2 years older than second brother. However, the two entered the holy court together and studied together. Because of this, second brother Ho was very familiar with Wen Wenhai. In the past 2 days, second brother Ho wanted to visit Wen Wenhai. However, Boss Ho didn't let him. This was because Boss Ho was afraid that the headquarters would pay attention to them. Boss Ho looked at second brother Ho and said, "Second brother, you pack up. We'll be preparing to return to the spirit weapon realm." When second brother Ho heard Boss Ho, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Big brother, why do you want to return to the spirit weapon realm?" "It's dark there, I don't want to go back." Boss Ho replied, "This time is different. We have something important to do." Then he told second brother Ho about Wen Wenhai's words. Second brother Ho looked at Boss Ho in shock. After a while, he said, "Big brother, are you serious? Did Big Brother Wen really build a base? A base that only belongs to us?" Boss Ho nodded and said, "It seems like it's fake. This time, we only have 2 main missions. One is to get some plant seeds from the spirit weapon realm. The other is to go to Lost Soul City and find Shi Chui to contact him." Second brother Ho nodded and said, "It's not difficult for us to go out. However, there haven't been any newcomers recently. We also don't need to receive people. Moreover, Big Brother Wen and the others have just returned. If we suddenly go out, wouldn't it arouse their suspicion? Boss Ho frowned and said in a low voice, I don't think so. After so many years, they have known about the existence of the anti-Holy Academy faction. However, we haven't made any progress in these years. They shouldn't be suspicious. Second brother Ho said, then there's no time to lose. I'll pack up now. Big brother, you go and say something. We'll leave immediately. You need to find a good excuse. Boss Ho thought for a moment and said, just say that we're going back to the spirit weapon realm to see the situation. Second brother Ho nodded and said, all right. In any case, we're always going back. They shouldn't be suspicious. Boss Ho nodded and then said, I'll go greet those fellows and see if they have anything to bring back. If I don't bring anything back, those fellows will start talking nonsense again. Second brother Ho coldly snorted and said, those vermin, do they really think that being close to the holy court will bring them a good end? I think they don't want to leave the secret realm for the rest of their lives. Boss Ho said, they don't want to leave. To be honest, isn't the environment of the secret realm better than the spirit weapon realm? They can cultivate here, and their families can be protected. Why would they want to leave? As long as they're close to the holy court, they won't have to do dangerous things. This way, they can live longer and their families can be protected for a longer time. If they're lucky, they might even become Breaking River realm experts. Isn't that better? Furthermore, the elders also like to nurture them. After all, after nurturing them into Broken River experts, the sacred court can still control the secret realm. The secret realm is a huge treasure trove for the sacred court. With the secret realm, the sacred court can nurture countless experts and control the entire spiritual weapon world. Second brother Ho coldly snorted and said, they really have a good plan. I remember the last time we went to pick up Mr. Tian, Mr. Tian caused a lot of trouble for them. I think the Holy Court's days won't be long. Boss Ho said, don't underestimate the Holy Court. The Holy Court has been operating in the spirit weapon realm for many years. It's also backed by the secret realm. It's not easy to deal with them. Otherwise, why would Mr. Tian come to the secret realm so easily? But I think Mr. Tian is right. If we can control the secret realm, then the Holy Court's foundation will be broken. I want to see what those fellows from the Holy Court will do then. Second brother Ho nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, Big brother, you go and apply. We'll leave the secret realm quickly. If we can come back before Big Brother Wen and the others leave, then that would be great. Boss Ho nodded, then he turned around and left the room to apply. Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho flew out of the cave and immediately headed towards the Holy Court. The two of them belonged to the secret realm, so their status in the Holy Court was very special. Therefore, when the two of them came out, the dean immediately received the news and directly invited them to the study room. After Big Brother Ho sat down in the study room, the dean looked at him and said, Why did you come back? What's the matter? Big Brother Ho replied, I came back this time mainly to bring some things back to my brothers. At the same time, I also want to see how the families of my brothers are doing. Right, there's also something I need to tell the dean. Crane Tian died in battle. When the dean heard this, his eyes couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone as he said, So fast? Big Brother Ho nodded and said, It's a bit fast, but it's also reasonable. The place he went to is very dangerous. However, the dean should also know about the rules of the secret realm. For the next 10 days, don't do anything that will make things difficult for the secret realm. After all, the people in the secret realm are watching. If they know that Crane Tian died and you want to make things difficult for the Lost Soul City, then the secret realm might become unstable. Therefore, I ask the dean to be patient and not make things difficult for us. When the dean heard Big Brother Ho, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone as he said, Does Heavenly Forest know about this matter? Boss Ho shook his head and said, I don't know. But when I saw Tian Cranegrass's appearance when he met you, I knew that he must have offended the Holy Academy. So after we returned, we sent him to the 12th stronghold. You should have heard about the 12th stronghold. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Tian Cranegrass was killed. Moreover, this time, the stronghold suffered heavy losses. Previously, they were able to replenish 500 people, but this time, less than 40 of them came back. This made the other people in the secret realm feel sad. So Dean, please bear with it for a while. Otherwise, not only us, even the elders in the secret realm will be in a difficult position. After all, we still need to rely on the people in the secret realm. The Dean understood what Big Brother Ho meant. He nodded and said, all right, Heavenly Forest can rest assured. I know what to do. Right, the 12th stronghold lost a lot of people this time. What should we do? Don't tell me you don't intend to give up on that stronghold? Boss Ho shook his head and said, no, we can't just give up on the 12th stronghold. It's the deepest stronghold in the secret realm. It wasn't easy to establish it, so we can't just give it up. The Dean frowned and said, but the Academy doesn't have any way to send newcomers to the secret realm. There aren't any newcomers left in the Academy. What should we do? Boss Ho said in a deep voice, now, we can only send the elders to take over. After all, so many people have died in the 12th stronghold. It would be a pity if we give up. The Dean nodded and said, it seems like that's the only way. I'll see if I can recruit some people. If possible, I'll find a way to replenish the secret realm as soon as possible. Boss Ho shook his head and said, Dean, this matter can't be rushed. The elders will make arrangements. If there's nothing else, then we'll be taking our leave. We need to send letters to some brothers as well as visit some brothers. Time is tight. The Dean quickly replied, all right, you can go. But be careful. Although the cities in the spiritual weapon realm aren't too chaotic, they don't care about the sacred court anymore. You need to be careful. Boss Ho stared, then he frowned and said, what's going on? How dare they? Most of the city lords were trained by the sacred court. Don't tell me they don't care about the sacred court's grace? Although Boss Ho hated the sacred institute to death, he still needed to keep up appearances. Because of this, Boss Ho was able to obtain his current position. Even in the secret realm, not many people knew that he was a member of the Sacred Institute's faction. The Dean sighed and said, people's hearts aren't what they used to be. When those people were blinded by power, they forgot about the grace of the sacred court. There are too many ungrateful people nowadays. Boss Ho was disgusted when he heard this. However, he still had an angry expression on his face as he said, hateful, these guys are really hateful. Dean, what do we do now? The Dean waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about this matter. We'll take care of it. All right, you can go back to your work. Boss Ho nodded, then he stood up and gave a salute to the Dean. Then he turned around and left the Dean's study. After the two left the Dean's study, Boss Ho, who hadn't spoken yet, said, Big brother, it seems like the sacred court isn't doing well these days. This is an opportunity for us. Boss Ho replied, it won't be that easy. The sacred court has been operating in the spiritual weapon realm for so many years. It won't be that easy to fall. Even if the city-states don't listen to them, their influence can't be underestimated. We shouldn't act rashly. If we ruin Boss Tian's plan, then we won't be able to escape the blame even if we die. Boss Ho nodded and said, yes, big brother. I know. I won't act rashly. Let's send those people's things back first. Then we'll take care of our own matters. Boss Ho nodded, then he led Boss Ho to the transmission formation of the sacred court. Then they went to a city-state. After Boss Ho and Boss Ho sent the letters of the sacred court's supporters back to their homes, they also received some gifts from their families. After that, they went to the other people's homes to take a look. These people's homes weren't as good as those of the sacred court's supporters. This was also the reason why there were a lot of anti-saint people in the secret realm. They were fighting for their lives in the secret realm while their families didn't receive much care. How could their hearts be balanced? After coming out of those people's homes, Boss Ho and Boss Ho were very depressed. To be honest, the reason why they became anti-saint people was because of their work. Although the two had their own families, they were just small families. However, the two of them were able to enter and exit the secret realm at will. This was mainly because of Boss Ho's ability to handle matters. However, Boss Ho was a person with a strong sense of justice. He had seen too many people who entered the secret territory and died inside. Their families outside didn't receive the corresponding protection, some of them even lost their families. This made Boss Ho very dissatisfied with the Sacred Academy and the people inside the secret territory. It was precisely because of this that the two of them became people who opposed the sacred academy. The two returned home to take a look. Their family could only be regarded as a small family. Although they had the protection of the secret realm, they still didn't develop. After all, although the city-states didn't dare to offend the secret realm, they also didn't give them much care. After the two left their homes, they immediately took the transmission formation to the City of Lost Souls. The City of Lost Souls already had transmission formations, and they were very popular. Because of this, it was very easy for the two of them to take the transmission formation to the City of Lost Souls. Nowadays, there were a lot of people going to the Lost Soul City every day. Therefore, the two didn't attract any attention when they went to the Lost Soul City. When the two arrived at the Lost Soul City, they couldn't help but stare. Even if they hadn't seen the Lost Soul City, they still heard about it. It was said that the people there lived very hard lives. Moreover, wars happened almost every day. This made the two of them not very optimistic about the Lost Soul City's situation. But now that they saw the Lost Soul City, the two of them couldn't help but stare. The Lost Soul City was too good. Looking around, there were people everywhere. More people meant more prosperity. The two of them didn't think that the Lost Soul City would be this prosperous. This made them feel very surprised. When the two came out of the transmission formation, they looked around. A person immediately came over. This person looked to be around 50 years old. His hair was already white, his face was dark, and his hands and feet were thick. One could see that he was a poor person. However, this person was wearing new clothes. Moreover, he had a smile on his face. This smile wasn't fake, it was a genuine smile. The old man cupped his fist towards the two and said, "Is this your first time coming to Spirit Snake City? Do you need a carriage? This old man's carriage fee isn't expensive, it's only 1 silver coin a day. If you want to use it, then it'll be 10 coppers per trip." Boss Ho looked at the old man and said, "Hello, old man. Do you want to go to the city lord's mansion? Is that all right?" When the old man heard Boss Ho, he smiled and said, Of course. I'm very familiar with the city lord's mansion. Mister, please get on. My carriage is parked over there." While speaking, the old man pointed to the side. Not far away, there was a row of carriages. These carriages were similar in style. A horse was connected to a carriage. Because of this, the carriages were made of the same type of wood. There were also some decorative patterns on the carriages, making them look very beautiful. Boss Ho looked at the carriages, then he nodded and said, "Old man, your carriages are very good. But why are they all the same?" The old man smiled and said, "I won't hide it from sir, this old man used to be a coolie. Later on, when I got old, I couldn't do any work. Therefore, my life was very hard. Some time ago, the city lord's mansion built a carriage shop and made these carriages. The horses also belong to the city lord's mansion. We can use these carriages to pull our work. At night, we can send the carriages back to the shop and pay some money. After a few years, the horses and carriages will all belong to us. Because the carriages are made by the shop, they have the same style." When Boss Ho heard the old man, he couldn't help but be puzzled. "Let you use the carriages? After a few years, the carriages will be given to you? Then wouldn't the city lord's mansion lose money? Why would they do this?" The old man smiled and said, "Of course the city lord's mansion's people are good. Mister, we can have such good days now because of the city lord. Please get on the carriage." Boss Ho and second Boss Ho nodded, then they followed the old man to his carriage. After getting on the carriage, the old man shouted and the carriage moved forward. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho sat inside the carriage, but they didn't close the doors and windows. Instead, they looked outside. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho quickly discovered that there weren't any beggars in the Spirit Snake City. Even if there were some handicapped people, they were still working. Moreover, from their clothes, one could see that they were living a good life. This shocked the two of them. The Lost Soul City State was a famous place of chaos. Moreover, the Lost Soul City State hadn't been established for a long time. They didn't think that it would become like this. This was completely different from what they imagined. The two of them didn't know what to say. The carriage kept going and stopping. After about half an hour, it stopped at a square. Then the coachman's voice was heard, "Two sirs, we have arrived at the city lord's mansion. Please get off." Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho came down from the carriage. They turned their heads and saw that there was a building beside the square with the word City Lord's Mansion written on it. However, it was different from the other City Lord's mansions. The other City Lord's mansions didn't have many people in front of them. The number of people who went to the City Lord's mansion was very limited. This was because ordinary people simply didn't have the qualifications to enter the City Lord's mansion. On the other hand, the Spirit Snake City's City Lord's mansion was completely different. All kinds of people went in and out of the City Lord's mansion. There wasn't a single moment of peace in front of the City Lord's mansion. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho looked at the City Lord's mansion with a puzzled expression. They hadn't seen this kind of City Lord's mansion before. The coachman seemed to know what the two were thinking, so he said, "Two sirs, the Spirit Snake City's City Lord's mansion is a place where people come to do business. Therefore, there are a lot of people here. You don't need to worry about it, just go in. The fare is 10 copper coins." Eldest brother Ho nodded, then he took out a handful of copper coins and gave it to the coachman. The coachman gave a salute to the two before he turned around and left. Eldest brother Ho turned his head to look at the City Lord's mansion, then he turned his head to second brother Ho and said, "Let's go in." Second brother Ho nodded, then the two went straight into the City Lord's mansion. Before long, the two arrived at the City Lord's mansion. In front of the gate, nobody stopped them. However, when the two entered the mansion, they found themselves in an awkward situation. This was because the mansion was filled with houses with all kinds of signs hanging on them. It was very strange. The two didn't know where to go for a while. After a while, the two finally saw a room called the Inquiry Room. The two walked in and couldn't help but be surprised. There were a lot of people in the room. Facing the door, there was a bar with a row of women sitting behind it. These women were wearing ordinary clothes and looked very beautiful. The two looked at the people in the room and found that these people were wearing all kinds of clothes. Some of them looked very poor, their clothes were patched, while others were wearing silk clothes. At first glance, one could tell that they weren't lacking in money. But now, they were standing in line, and the line in front of each woman wasn't short. When eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho saw this, they also knew what was going on. The two didn't say anything as they lined up. Before long, eldest brother Ho was in front of the line. The woman at the bar looked at eldest brother Ho and smiled faintly. "Do you have something to ask?" Eldest brother Ho immediately replied, "Hello, I'm here to rescue Mr. Stonemer. I brought a message from Mr. Cranegrass. How can I meet Mr. Stonemer?" When the woman heard Boss Ho, she stared for a moment before she smiled and said, "Mister, it's not difficult for you to see Mr. Stonemer. You just need to go to the City Lord's mansion and head to the second gate. There are guards there, and not just anyone can enter. You just need to tell the guards and they'll help you pass on the message." When eldest brother Ho heard the woman, he quickly said, "Then thank you." Then the two turned around and left the room, heading towards the City Lord's mansion. Before long, the two arrived at the mansion's second gate. Sure enough, there were guards there. When eldest brother Ho arrived, he cupped his fist towards one of the guards and said, "Hello, I want to see Mr. Stonemer. I have a message from Mr. Tion Cranegrass, please pass it on." The guard looked at eldest brother Ho and said, "Mister, please wait a moment." Then he turned around and walked towards the second gate. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho weren't in a hurry, they just stood there and waited. Before long, the guard came out of the second gate, then he cupped his fist towards the two and said, "Mr. Stonemer invites you in." Then he made an inviting gesture towards the two. The two cupped their fist towards the guard and then entered the second gate. Just as they entered the second gate, a servant came over and cupped his fist towards the two and said, "You want to see Mr. Stonemer? Please follow me." After saying that, the servant led the way for the two of them and walked straight into the mansion. Before long, the servant led the two to a courtyard, where Stonemer was standing. Stonemer had met the two before, so when he saw the two, he knew that they might really be here to deliver Zhao Hai's message. So he cupped his fist and said, "So it's you two. Greetings, please come in." Then he made a gesture of invitation. Stonemer smiled and said, "So it's you two. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho cupped their fist towards Stonemer before following him into the courtyard. There was a row of rooms in the courtyard. Stonemer led the two to the living room. Stonemer and the others were already waiting for them in the living room. After everyone gave their greetings, they invited the two to sit down. Xianxia looked at the two and said, "I wonder what message did the young master ask you to pass on to us?" When eldest brother Ho heard Stonemer, he replied, "To be honest, besides the time when we led Mr. Tian to the secret realm, we haven't seen him since. He was assigned to a very dangerous place. But some time ago, one of Mr. Tian's subordinates met us in the secret realm. He was the one who told us to meet Mr. Stonemer. Mr. Tian's message is very simple. He wants Mr. Stonemer to give him the coordinates of the base." Upon hearing Boss Ho, Stonemer and the others relaxed. This was because this was the secret signal that Zhao Hai and the others had agreed on. Zhao Hai had long wanted to go to the secret realm to take a look. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wanted to give Stonemer and the others an opportunity to enter the secret realm. However, it was impossible for Stonemer and the others to use the transmission formation to enter the secret realm. Because of this, when Zhao Hai left, he told Stonemer and the others that if someone were to give them the coordinates of the base, then it would prove that this person was trustworthy. Then Stonemer and the others would give them the things that Zhao Hai left behind. Stonemer let out a long breath and said, "All right, I understand. Please wait for a moment." After he said that, he walked towards his room. Before long, he came out of the room and placed a ring on the table. Then he turned to the two and said, "This is what the young master wanted. I'll have to trouble you to give it to him." Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho looked at the ring on the table and couldn't help but be puzzled. They wanted the coordinates, but Stonemer only gave them a ring. What was going on? Stonemer looked at the two and smiled faintly. "You don't need to be surprised. Actually, the message that the young master wanted you to give is a secret signal. As long as you hear it, we'll give you the ring. You don't need to be surprised. Just take the ring back and give it to the young master." When the two heard Stonemer, they understood what was going on. The two couldn't help but sigh at Zhao Hai's ability to make such arrangements. Eldest brother Ho looked at Stonemer and said, "Mr. Stonemer, what if we came to you but didn't say the secret signal? What would happen?" Stonemer smiled faintly and said, "Then it would mean that the two of you are lying. If that's the case, then we won't be polite. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that the young master didn't just leave this secret signal. This secret signal is useless after it's used. If you come to us again and say the wrong signal, then we won't be polite either." Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't rush to look for Stonemer. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. They also discovered that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't only his strength, but also his scheming. Stonemer looked at the two and said, "You don't need to be surprised. Since the young master trusts you, then I'm sure that the next time you come, the young master will still give you the secret signal. As long as you don't say the wrong signal, then there shouldn't be any problems. What do you want to do next? Do you want to stay here for a few days or return to the secret realm?" "I think the two of you should stay here for a few days. It's not easy for you to come out." Old man Ho shook his head, then he bitterly smiled and said, "Forget it, I won't hide it from you." The situation in the mystic realm was very complicated. Now that I think about it, we're on the same side as Mr. Tian. Our main purpose in coming out of the mystic realm was to meet you. Right, Mr. Tian seems to need some plant seeds, the seeds of ordinary plants in the spirit weapon realm. I wonder if you can help me prepare some so that I can bring them back." Stonemer stared, then he immediately said, "All right, that's not a problem. The young master has a habit of collecting all kinds of plant seeds. We have a lot of them here. Please wait a moment, I'll go get them for you." Then he turned around and walked out of the living room. Before long, he came back with a bag. This bag wasn't very big, so it wasn't very troublesome to carry it. Xianxia placed the bag on the ground and said, "Gentlemen, these are the seeds that we've collected during this period of time. All of them are wild seeds. Please bring them to the young master. The young master likes wild seeds, he doesn't like artificial crops. I think that the seeds that he wants should also be this kind. There are a lot of small bags in this bag, you can give them to the young master." Xianxia nodded and said, all right. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. They immediately nodded and said, all right, then we'll be heading back. There are still a lot of things to do in the secret realm. Everyone will be taking our leave. Xianxia looked at eldest brother Ho and said, all right, then you can go back first. We won't keep you here. After all, the young master's matter is very important. Take care. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho didn't say anything. Instead, they stood up and cupped their fists towards Xianxia and the others. Then they took the bag and the storage ring before they left the city lord's mansion and headed towards the transmission formation. After seeing the two leave, Xianxia and the others gathered in the living room. After the group sat down, Iron Thread looked at Xianxia and said, it seems like the young master is coming back. We should prepare to receive him. Right, what's the situation in the base? How are Mr. Insect and the others? Stonehammer said, don't worry, the situation in the base is very good. Mr. Insect and the others are doing well there. Moreover, the base has been tidied up and can be used at any time. With the situation there, even if the young master moves everyone from the mystic realm there, no one in the spirit weapon realm would know. Hearing this, everyone nodded and didn't say anything else. Before Xiaohai entered the secret realm, although he didn't know much about it, he still made some preparations. It's just that before entering the secret realm, he didn't expect that there would be people from the Sacred Academy. Because of this, he didn't make any preparations. The reason why he wanted to use the base in the Lost Mountain was because he wanted to use the power there to gain a foothold in the secret realm. At the same time, he would be able to freely enter and exit the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm. After all, if he enters and exits the Spirit Snake City, then he might be discovered. Because of this, he wanted to activate the base in the Lost Mountain. Nobody in the spirit weapon realm knew about the base in the soul-captivating mountains. Moreover, the soul-captivating mountains was now under the control of soul-captivating city-state. It was impossible for people to discover the base. Therefore, there was no problem in activating the base. As for the transmission formation that leads to the soul realm, it had already been sealed by Xiaohai. The reason why Xiaohai was sure that he could get a transmission formation from the secret realm to the spirit weapon realm was mainly because of the transmission formation in the base. The transmission formation was a transmission formation that could be used across space. As long as Xiaohai replicated the transmission formation and changed its coordinates, then he would be able to use it. The reason why Xiaohai was so anxious to leave the secret realm was because of the safety of the Lost Soul City-State. The Lost Soul City-State's strength wasn't weak, but until now, there hasn't been a single Broken River Realm expert. This was the shortcoming of the Lost Soul City-State. Moreover, as the city lord of the Lost Soul City-State, if Xiaohai didn't appear for a long time, it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, Xiaohai needed to leave the Lost Soul City-State as soon as possible. He needed to show his face from time to time so that others wouldn't suspect him. It's just that Xiaohai didn't think that the base would affect the overall situation. He only wanted to ensure the safety of the Lost Soul City-State. However, he didn't think that this move would affect the situation of the entire secret realm. When Wenhai was slowly walking around the headquarters. As he walked, he observed the situation of the headquarters. To be honest, when Wenhai wasn't unfamiliar with the headquarters. In the past, he really wanted to go back to the headquarters. This was because compared to other places, the headquarters was the safest place in the entire secret realm. But now, when Wenhai didn't have any nostalgia for the stronghold. This was because he knew that this place wasn't his home, there was no place for him here. The place that truly belonged to him was the base. When Wenhai also saw the people from the 12th stronghold who came back with him. These people were also strolling outside. However, they didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, there was a faint trace of impatience on their faces. As soon as these people saw Wenhai, they immediately walked towards him. They weren't afraid that others would suspect them. After all, they came back with Wenhai. It was normal for them to gather around Wenhai. It would be strange if they didn't gather around Wenhai. After those people gathered around him, Wenhai glanced around and whispered, "Bear with it for a few more days. Our wounds are almost healed. The elders won't let us stay here. I think they'll send more people to us in a few days. Then they'll send us back to the 12th stronghold as soon as possible. But it seems like they won't send too many people to us this time. This is because there aren't many people in the stronghold. If the Sacred Academy doesn't send more people here, we won't be able to get enough people in the stronghold. Everyone nodded. They weren't stupid. They also knew about the situation in the stronghold. There weren't a lot of people in the stronghold at this time. Those who were on the Sacred Academy's side wouldn't send people to the 12th stronghold. Because of this, there wouldn't be enough people to send to the 12th stronghold. When Wenhai nodded and said, "All right, let's just do as much as we can. We don't need to worry about these things. All right, let's disperse. Contact your friends in the next few days. But remember, don't mention anything about the base." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. When Wenhai saw that everyone had left, he continued to slowly walk forward in the camp. As he was walking forward, a voice was suddenly heard, "Hey, isn't this Wenhai, Tiger Wen? What's wrong, Tiger Wen? Did you meet a real tiger this time?" Tiger Wen was one of Wenhai's nicknames. In the past, when he was fighting, he was fearless like a mad tiger. In the end, everyone named him Tiger Wen, which was also used to describe Wenhai's temper. When Wenhai's temper became worse and worse, so everyone called him Tiger Wen. However, since he went to the 12th foothold, no one called him that anymore. Because the people who went to the 12th foothold were already very pitiful, they felt embarrassed to use this nickname to mock him. However, there were still people who liked to do such things. Naturally, this person's relationship with Wenhai wasn't good, it could even be said that they had a grudge. This person was obviously rubbing salt on Wenhai's wound. Nobody would believe that this person wasn't Wenhai's enemy. Wenhai raised his head and looked at the person who spoke. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he coldly snorted and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's our famous Vulture. Vulture, you're really becoming more and more worthy of this title." The person who spoke to Wenhai didn't look very old, about 30 years old. However, he didn't have a lot of hair on his head, he was already balding. Of course, Wenhai knew this person. His name was Lu Guoxiang, and he was in the same batch as Wenhai. However, he was also like Wenhai at that time, unable to become a seated contestant. In the end, he was sent to the secret territory. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the secret territory, he curried favor with an elder and was accepted as a disciple by that elder. He was also one of the most popular representatives of the sage faction in the secret territory. When Wenhai looked down on Lu Guoxiang because Lu Guoxiang was afraid of death. Although he wasn't weak, Wenhai could easily kill him. However, Lu Guoxiang was very good at deceiving an elder. After being accepted as a disciple, Lu Guoxiang naturally didn't have to fight with beasts anymore. Wenhai looked down on such people even more. The reason why Wenhai was sent to the 12th stronghold was because of his temper. Another important reason was actually Lu Guoxiang. Lu Guoxiang sent Wenhai to the 12th stronghold. Originally, he thought that Wenhai would be killed by the beasts. However, he didn't think that Wenhai would be able to survive for such a long time. Naturally, Lu Guoxiang found Wenhai more and more unpleasant to the eye. After seeing Wenhai appear, Lu Guoxiang angrily exposed Wenhai's scars. However, he didn't think that Wenhai would immediately retaliate. Lu Guoxiang was a good-looking person, but he had a problem. He started to lose his hair at a young age. At this time, he was about the same age as Wenhai, but his hair was already falling out. This had always been a sore point for Lu Guoxiang. Naturally, people like Lu Guoxiang weren't very popular in the stronghold. Therefore, those who didn't get along with him gave him the nickname of Vulture. This was also related to his sole object. His sole object was an eagle. However, this nickname wasn't given to him because of his strength. Because of this, Lu Guoxiang hated this nickname even more. If he heard someone call him by this nickname, he would certainly cause trouble for that person. Lu Guoxiang's strength wasn't in the eyes of the people in the stronghold. However, he had a good master. Because of this, it was very easy for him to cause trouble for people. Because of this, people started to call him by his nickname behind his back. Very few people called him by his nickname in front of his face, and Wenhai was one of them. When Lu Guoxiang heard Wen Wenhai call him by his nickname, his face couldn't help but turn red. He looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "Tiger Wen, don't be complacent. You're lucky this time. I want to see how many lives you have left to return from the 12th stronghold." Wen Wenhai's expression turned gloomy. He looked at Lu Guoxiang and said, "Surnamed Lu, you better not let this father find an opportunity. If I do, this father will definitely kill you." Then Wen Wenhai turned around and left. He didn't want to waste another word with Lu Guoxiang. The reason why Wen Wenhai left was because he was afraid that he would be exposed. He deliberately pretended to be angry before, but he was afraid that Lu Guoxiang would see through it. Therefore, he left early. However, in Lu Guoxiang's eyes, Wen Wenhai looked like he had left because he was angered by him. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. He said to Wen Wenhai's back, "Tiger Wen, you'll be returning to the 12th foothold in a few days. I hope you can live a long life there." Wen Wenhai's body shook. Then he left without looking back. Seeing Wen Wenhai's reaction, Lu Guoxiang couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned around and walked in the opposite direction of Wen Wenhai. When Wen Wenhai returned to his room, he let out a long breath and muttered, "That bastard, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Forget it, I don't want to think about him. Boss Ho has been gone for a few days, why hasn't he come back yet? I really hope that he can bring back what the boss wants." Just as he was talking, a voice was heard, "Old Wen, are you there?" When Wen Wenhai heard the voice, he knew that it was Che Xiaoguang. He immediately said, "Old Che, come in." Che Xiaoguang pushed the door and entered Wen Wenhai's room. Seeing Wen Wenhai sitting inside, he said, "What's wrong? Are you angry? Do you want to kill Condor as soon as you see him?" Wen Wenhai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't talk about him. I don't think of him as a person anymore." "Old Che, do you need something from me?" Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "There's something. I've already inquired about it. The people who will be providing supplies to the 12th stronghold are all his old men. They're very strong. Moreover, they're ready to appoint you as the commander of the 12th stronghold." When Wenhai glanced at him, then he coldly snorted and said, "They want me to be the commander because they want me to die earlier. But it's not a big deal. If the headquarters can provide me with more people, then it's a good thing." Che Xiaoguang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about it. As you can see, there aren't a lot of people in the stronghold right now. It's impossible for us to fill up your ranks. This time, we can only fill up your ranks by 300 people. Moreover, I already have a list of names. Take a look." After saying that, Che Xiaoguang sighed and took out a list. When Wenhai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "What's there to sigh about? Are the people who will be providing me with more people? Hee, it seems like the elders really want to get rid of us." While speaking, Wen Wenhai opened the list. After reading it, Wen Wenhai folded the list. Then he looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "Old Che, I don't know why you're sighing. Do you think that things shouldn't be like this?" Che Xiaoguang looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "It's not that I don't think that things should be like this. I just didn't expect that the elders really didn't treat us as people. We've been risking our lives for the Sacred Institute all these years. But in the end, we ended up like this. It's sad, too sad." When Wenhai looked at Che Xiaoguang and coldly snorted, "Sad my ass. The elders must have discovered the existence of the Anti-Sacred Institute. In order to eliminate the danger as soon as possible, they used this method. But isn't it better this way? To be honest, I'm really afraid that they will send those people who are on the side of the Sacred Academy to the number 12 stronghold." Che Xiaoguang sighed, then he said, "In 2 days, the people who will provide you with supplies should be ready. When the time comes, you should leave. Old Wen, I'll leave the rest to you. When I have time, I'll certainly go to the base to take a look." At this time, a voice was heard, "I'll go as well. But it seems like I came back at the right time. If I came back a bit later, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to see Old Wen." Along with this voice, Boss Ho walked in. When Wen Wenhai saw Boss Ho come in, he immediately said, "Old Ho, you're back? How did things go? What's in your hand?" Boss Ho was carrying a leather bag. The bag looked worn out, but it was filled with something. Nobody knows what it was, but it was bulging. Old Man Ho placed the leather bag in the room and said to Wenwenhai, "These are all seeds from the plants in the spirit weapon realm." This time, things went very smoothly. I met Stonemer. Old Man Wen, Mr. Tian is too amazing. Do you know that the message I brought back was a secret signal? There were no coordinates at all. Stonemer only gave me a ring. Oh right, these seeds were also given to me by Stonemer. I was in a hurry to come back and wanted to ask them to help me collect some seeds, but I didn't expect that they had already collected a lot of things and directly gave me a bag of them. Then he pointed at the bag on the ground. Then he took out a ring and handed it over to Wenwenhai. When Wenwenhai heard Boss Ho, he couldn't help but stare. Then he received the ring and said, "I don't know about this matter. However, this is indeed Boss Tian's style." "Alright, I'll give these things to Boss Tian, you don't need to worry." Boss Ho nodded, then he sat down and said, "The sacred quartz situation isn't very good. I heard that a lot of city-states don't listen to them. However, I don't think the sacred court will let this matter go. They will certainly find a way to deal with those city-states." Right, speaking of city-states, do we know about the Lost Soul Mountains? Mr. Tian is from the Lost Soul City-State. To be honest, I thought that the people in the Lost Soul City-State were very poor. I didn't think that it wasn't the case at all. I've been to many city-states, but there are very few cities that can compare to the prosperity of the Lost Soul City-State Spirit Snake City. When Wenwenhai heard this, he stared, then he shook his head and said, "I really don't know about the Lost Soul City's situation. Boss Tian didn't tell us about it." "Alright, let's not talk about it. You two should go back. It's not good to stay here for too long. I've already been targeted by the condors, I don't want to implicate you." Although Boss Ho and Che Xiaoguang weren't afraid of being implicated, they also knew that this wasn't the time to clash with Lu Guoxiong. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for their plan. Therefore, the two didn't oppose Wenwenhai's words. They stood up and left. After the two left, Wenwenhai looked at the badge. Then he carefully put it away. Then he opened the pouch and saw that there were many small pouches inside. Each pouch had some words written on it. Wenwenhai looked at the words and saw that they were the names of plants. So he didn't look at them and just put the pouch away. Like what Wenwenhai and Che Xiaoguang had thought, those elders had already set their eyes on Wenwenhai. If Wenwenhai stayed in the headquarters for one more day, they would feel uncomfortable. Therefore, on the third day after Boss Ho returned to the headquarters, those elders directly allocated 300 people to Wenwenhai. After that, they announced Wenwenhai as the commander of number 12 Foothold and kicked Wenwenhai and the other 300 people back to number 12 Foothold. In the view of the elders, Wenwenhai and the 38 people who came back with him weren't weak. Since they were able to escape from the 12th stronghold, then their strength shouldn't be weak. Moreover, the people assigned to them were all Void Realm experts. Their fighting strength was also very formidable. With these people in the 12th stronghold, the chances of it falling again would be very small. The people selected by the elders were all people who publicly expressed their dissatisfaction with the word holy. They can be regarded as the backbone of the anti-Holy Academy faction. It can be seen that the elders finally made a move against the anti-Holy Academy faction. After the elders gave the order, Wenwenhai and the others prepared their things before they went to the transmission formation. They were very clear that the people assigned to them were already waiting for them at the transmission formation. Therefore, they could directly go there. Sure enough, just as Wenwenhai thought, there were a lot of people standing in front of the transmission formation. All of them had angry expressions on their faces, some were even resentful. However, all of them were carrying bags in their hands. It was obvious that they were going out. When Wenhai looked at these people, he knew all of them, they were all old people here, so he was very familiar with them. When Wenhai laughed at these people and said, "Guys, it's finally your turn. You're welcome to come with me to hell." When these people saw Wenhai's appearance, they couldn't help but give him an angry look. For them, Wenhai's appointed commander didn't have any prestige. This was because they were very familiar with Wenhai. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Wenhai didn't mind. Instead, he ordered everyone to enter the teleportation formation. Then, a white light flashed and the people on the teleportation formation disappeared. However, the teleportation formation could only accommodate 100 people at most. Therefore, it would take several trips to send everyone to the teleportation formation. When Wenhai followed the first batch of people to leave. However, he still left those who came back with him to instruct them to enter the teleportation formation. On the third day after when Wenhai came back from Stronghold number 12, it was confirmed that the teleportation formation of Stronghold number 12 could be used. Even the headquarters had sent people to Stronghold number 12 to take a look. However, apart from the destroyed disciples and the bloodstains on the ground, there was nothing left. The people who went to the 12th foothold were not surprised by this situation. Those beasts would not let go of anything that could be eaten. Every time the 12th foothold was breached, the result would be the same. They just took a quick glance and returned to the main camp after confirming that there was no one in the foothold. One couldn't blame the person who had been observing the situation for being careless. In fact, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. It should be known that in the past, when they were expanding their territory in the secret realm and establishing a stronghold in a new place, the vanguard would always be a river-breaking realm expert. Even if they were river-breaking realm experts, some of them had died in the secret realm, and many of them had died in the secret realm. Therefore, those people simply didn't expect that with the strength of the previous stronghold number 12, they could actually establish their own base. In their opinion, this was completely impossible, so naturally, no one would think about it. Because of this, no one doubted Wenhai's words. After the transmission formation of the 12th stronghold was restored, no one went to the stronghold to check it out. Wenhai led the new people to the 12th stronghold. When they arrived at the stronghold, they were stunned. They already knew about the situation of the stronghold. They also heard that more than half of the stronghold had been destroyed. When they arrived at the stronghold, the first thing they had to do was to build a house. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to live. However, when they arrived at the 12th foothold, they found that there were no traces of blood at all. Even the houses had been restored. This made them very puzzled and they looked around the foothold. When Wenhai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. He knew that the reason why the 12th stronghold could be restored was because of Zhao Hai and the others. But he didn't say anything, he just invited them to stay. Before long, everyone arrived at the 12th stronghold. At this time, a person who had a good relationship with Wenhai went to Wenhai's side and said, "Old Wen, what's going on? Didn't you say that the stronghold was destroyed by the beasts? Why doesn't it look like it?" Wenhai looked at the person and smiled faintly. "Everyone, since you've arrived at the stronghold, I won't hide it from you. The commander of the stronghold can be said to be the most fake one. I simply can't become the commander of the stronghold. Let me introduce you to Tian Crane Chao, the true commander of the stronghold." Along with Wenhai's voice, Zhao Hai led the people to the stronghold. This made the newcomers nervous. They looked at Zhao Hai and the others nervously. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Everyone, I'm sorry that I had to use this method to invite you. However, there's no other way. If we want to expand the stronghold, we need manpower. If we ask the elder for manpower, he certainly wouldn't give it to us. Therefore, we had to use this method. Please forgive us." These people looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance, they didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Everyone, I know that this method of inviting you here is somewhat impolite. But you should also understand that they sent you to the 12th stronghold. This means that they already had this idea. You are the backbone of the Anti-Holy Academy faction. They sent you here because they want the Anti-Holy Academy faction to completely disappear. And this place is the Anti-Holy Academy faction's headquarters." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, I know that it's impolite to invite you here." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared and looked at him in confusion. Zhao Hai turned to Wenhai and nodded. Wenhai also knew what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's sit down and talk. Boss, can you prepare some wine and meat? Let's eat while we talk." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's already prepared. Please wait for a moment." Then he turned to Tang Ming and nodded. Tang Ming immediately ordered people to bring out the pots and wine barrels. At the same time, when Wenhai told everyone to sit down, these people were no longer nervous. This was because they discovered that the people who appeared in the 12th stronghold were all people that they knew. They were the people that were sent to the 12th stronghold before. Among the people here, except for Zhao, they were not familiar with them. This made their nervousness disappear. Now they were very curious, they wanted to know what was going on. Of course, some smart people had already thought of a possibility that they didn't believe. End of chapter 3650. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.